Let's go now. Staying here is too much trouble for the Fox clan. After staying for 2 days, Ningi felt uncomfortable. It's not that the Fox clan is bad, they are just too enthusiastic and respectful. I'm not afraid of being pushed around, but I don't like being treated with too much respect. Being pushed around is okay. I can handle it later without feeling guilty. But when people are overly respectful, I don't know what to do. The Fox Queen almost wanted to serve her herself as a maid. The food they offered was obviously the best they had. They even gave her the Fox King and Queen's bedroom in the Fox Den to stay in. They also sent a large pile of clothes, fabrics, and rare treasures. There were banquet after banquet. Ningi said it was too much trouble, but they canceled the banquets and kept sending gifts one after another. They made Ningi feel so embarrassed she didn't want to stay anymore. Baizhe also felt uncomfortable. Because the few divine deer had grown up with Ningi, they were quite free and easygoing, liking a relaxed, carefree life, with little regard for status or hierarchy. You could say they didn't care much. What was the saying? An elephant doesn't compete with an ant over who is bigger. Even if a cat calls a mouse its brother, it might eat it any time. What's there to care about? If the Fox clan was high and mighty, holding on to their status and acting proud, they could just pretend to be polite and leave. There was no need to be a difficult guest. For people who are on completely different levels, caring too much just makes you look petty. But they weren't like that. Their enthusiasm and humility made Ning-yi feel very uncomfortable. Alright, then I will go talk to Ronyu. We will leave now. Baizhe happily agreed with Ning-yi. Ning-yi thought for a moment and said, Ask the Fox King and Queen if they are willing to let Little Who come with us. I will take her as a disciple for Chu Chu. In her past life, she was at her worst, and her family and friends all abandoned her. Anyone who reached out a hand to help, even just showing kindness, she was very grateful. After she turned her life around, she tried her best to repay them. Many years had passed since the heavenly tribulation. She left the small world inside the Chaos Pearl and had lived on the great wilderness continent for many years. Many people tried to flatter her, many tried to deceive her, and many ignored her behind her back. Truly sincere people were few. She didn't care about insincere people. They couldn't affect her at all. Wasting too much attention on them was pointless. But she still needed to care for those who were genuine. She could see that the Fox King and Queen were sincere. They were from a royal family and didn't lack anything. There was nothing else she could do for them. But she could help take care of Little Who and give her some guidance about her identity that was manageable. Her own path was different from others. She couldn't teach it to anyone. Chu Chu was also from the Fox tribe, and she could be her master. When the Fox King and Queen heard Baizhe say they were leaving, they were initially shocked, thinking they had done something wrong and that the Divine Lord was angry. But when they learned that the Divine Lord wanted to take Little Who as a disciple and was adopting her, it felt like a blessing falling from the sky. They understood that the Divine Lord was not upset. Even though it was an adopted disciple, their couple was not fools. The status of who took her as a disciple didn't matter. The important thing was that from now on, Little Who would be under the Divine Lord's guidance. It could even be said that she was part of the Panga divine lineage. What an honor! From Little Who's generation onward, the nine-tailed fox tribe could ignore all other demon tribes, heavenly courts, and saint disciples. This was an honor personally bestowed by Ning-yi. Compared to superficial relationships with senior brothers and sisters, this was a whole different level. The couple was overjoyed. They called Little Who over and repeatedly reminded her to follow the Divine Lord, be filial, and serve him well. Little Who was also confused. She was not a well-behaved child. She was used to being wild and loved to run around the great wilderness. She had heard many stories about this Ning-yi Divine Lord. I heard that many powerful people come to ask to join the Divine Lord's sect, but none have been able to enter the mountain gate. Why does she seem to be favored? Her father and mother are not well known in the chaotic wilderness, and due to some old issues, they are at odds with the demon race and the heavenly court, so they do not worship the sage of Purple Cloud Palace. Does the Divine Lord really see potential in her? Could it be that Sister Baizhe told her some kind words? Sister Bai Zhe is truly kind. She took her around the chaotic wilderness, showed her many interesting things, let her taste delicious food, and helped her find a strong backing. She firmly believes that Bai Zhe helped her. Her father and mother keep talking about it, but she just listens patiently without arguing. She's not foolish. She knows these are important matters, and she remembers everything. Stop, I don't want to take credit for this. I definitely don't want to cause trouble for my sister by asking to join the sect. There are many things involved. It was only because my sister thought your parents were sincere that she gave you this opportunity. Just cherish it yourself. It has nothing to do with me. On the way back, when Hu Xiaomei secretly thanks Bai Zhe quickly clarifies. What kind of relationship do they have with the sister? How could they be so kind as to help this one or that one, or cause trouble for her sister? Can't she tell who is closer and who is farther? Hearing this, Hu Xiaomei understood what was going on. But this girl is so clever, she replied to Bai Zhe, then how does the Divine Lord know about Qingqiu and come to visit? It must be because of what you said, sister. If the Divine Lord didn't come, I wouldn't have this chance. I should thank my sister no matter what. Bai Zhe was happy and delighted. Good girl. At this moment, Hu Xiaomei still called her sister. When they returned to Ruo Water and saw Chu Chu, she officially acknowledged her as her master. Immediately, she changed her way of addressing her to Grandmaster. She was so obedient and quick to learn. Chu Chu heard that her master brought a young disciple, looked at Hu Xiaomei, and didn't speak for a long time. But since her master's words must be obeyed, she ultimately accepted her. Later, she took her young disciple to tidy up the house, prepare luggage, and arrange food, clothing, and daily needs with great care. She always kept her close, teaching her by example and giving guidance at all times. Ningyi allowed her to train her disciple freely, without saying much. Every time they returned to the banks of Ruo Water, she would prune the flowers and plants with Ting Ting, pick flowers, and use the silk spun by the spiritual silkworms raised in the earth, along with Manhwa, to weave cloth and make new clothes. Any leftover silk was stored away. There are many flowers here, and I can make fresh flower cakes and floral water. Once I learn, everything becomes a skill. After working for hundreds of years with no new projects, Ningyi started to study rouge and powder. I haven't heard any news about Manhwa becoming a saint. Gradually, Ningyi also stopped rushing. She has come to understand that creating humans is such a big task that it can't be done in just a few days. It all depends on luck. Master, Manhwa requests to see you. Why do I keep thinking about her? Just as I was considering that her creating humans isn't an easy task, she shows up. Creating humans requires Earth. She came to borrow Earth. Ningyi was decisive and straightforward. Of course she would borrow. How else could she gain merit? I used to regret not being able to participate earlier, but now she's just offering herself. But before agreeing, I wouldn't lend it easily. Manhwa frowned and looked more uneasy. Thousands of years ago, she came to plead for her brother Fuxi, but was turned away and never contacted Ningyi again. Later, her brother Fuxi came to apologize, and after returning, he told her about the chaos before. He also said sincerely, "You are the only female disciple of the saint, and you are also the demon king worshipped by the demon race. Everyone praises and respects you. You are used to being pampered and having everything you want, used to being high and mighty. Sister, normally I wouldn't say this, but you need to consider who you are used to being spoiled by. What is Uncle Master's status? If she wants to spoil you, she must be willing. Can she let you be so high and mighty in front of her? This is what we say at home. Even if she is a teacher, when have you seen her treat Uncle Master like a brother? Even if you someday become a saint, can your status surpass that of your teacher?" She has also regretted this in her heart. But out of pride, she couldn't bring herself to apologize. She thought to herself, since she has no particular demands on Ningyi, then just let it be. She doesn't involve herself in demon affairs, and perhaps the demon race won't be affected because of her. For thousands of years after that, everything was peaceful. Who would have thought that when it came to becoming a saint, she would be forced to seek her out? She meditated in seclusion for hundreds of years, but couldn't find the way to become a saint. In the end, she had no choice but to ask her teacher at Zishao Palace. The teacher couldn't solve it. When she returned home, she played with clay to pass the time. Her older brother, Fushi, mentioned that her master's family had 2 dancing clay dolls. If she was bored, she could try making those. This simple suggestion suddenly hit the right spot, and she had a sudden realization. She found her way to become a saint. After that, she kept trying to create humans. But she was not successful for a long time. She went back to the Purple Cloud Palace. Her teacher gave her the Qianquan cauldron and hinted that her problem was the soil. To make humans, she needed the 9 heavens breath soil, full of endless vitality. Only her master had this soil. No matter how awkward it was, she had to ask for it directly. When Ning Yi said she wouldn't lend it, she remembered her teacher's advice before leaving the Purple Cloud Palace. There's nothing that can't be borrowed, only whether it's worth borrowing. She thought for a moment and asked, "How can my master agree to lend it? Becoming a saint is a big deal. I hope my master will support me." Ning Yi just smiled and said, "Becoming a saint is your big thing, not mine. It doesn't matter whether I support you or not." She then asked, "In the future, I want to create the human race and always honor Pangu and my master as ancestors. Is that okay?" Ning Yi replied, "Whether you make this vow or not, isn't it right to honor Pangu as an ancestor? If you're not sincere, then forget it. I don't have extra 9 heavens breath soil either. I was just thinking about making a couple more clay dolls because I'm running out. Manhwa. The soil that can help me become a saint, and you're just playing with clay dolls? Why didn't I realize before that my master is so good at teasing people?" Her heart ached painfully. She hardened her heart and said, "I will share one part of the merit of creating humans with my master. Is that okay? 1 part? Are you joking?" Manhwa almost cried. "Then what exactly does my master want?"
What?
"Half of the merit? Isn't that too much? That's not fair." Manhwa was about to panic, but remembered the consequences of her impulsiveness last time. She held back her feelings. She spoke gently and softly. "Master, I don't refuse to share half of the merit with you. First, I'm afraid that half won't be enough for me to reach the saintly realm. Second, the Qianquan cauldron was borrowed from my teacher, so the merit should belong to her too. Master, can we exchange for something else?
Oh,
Hongjun is playing this trick too? Will all future treasures be given like this?" Ningyi thought for a moment and said, "Then you must agree to my 3 conditions, and I will add 3 parts of merit." "Please, Master, go ahead." "First, did you see the 2 dance dolls in the yard? After you attain the divine position, you should transform them into humans and accept the male doll as your disciple." After stating the first condition, Ningyi called Gui Hua over and pointed to her, introducing her to Manhwa. "Second, this is Gui Hua. In the future, she will come to ask you for a treasure. Whatever she asks for, give it to her. Don't worry, she won't take your main magic treasure." Then she mentioned the 3rd condition. "Third, I will lend you the 9 heavens restoring soil. You can use it to mold humans by the riverside. The remaining soil must be returned to me. Do not waste it." This was a move Ning Yi had to be cautious about. People say that after Manhwa created humans, she no longer cared for them and let humanity fend for itself. But she couldn't bear to see that. She didn't like going to the place called Mount Buzhou, nor was it convenient. So, she decided to place humans by the Ruo River, where the climate was better than at Mount Buzhou, and it was under her watch, making it easier to care for them. Manhwa listened to the 3 conditions and agreed, without hesitation. To her, these conditions were trivial. Transforming someone into a human was just a simple task. Accepting a disciple was no big deal, just giving a name. As for asking for treasures, she didn't have many magic items, and certainly not better than her masters. They weren't her main treasures, so there was nothing she couldn't give. Creating humans by the Ruo River was not really a condition. She did it just to become a saint. As long as she could become a saint, it didn't matter where she created humans. Thinking this way, she wondered if her master was secretly watching over her. Last time, her stern tone had hurt her master's pride, and her master looked at her with some resentment. but deep down, he still cared for her. It must be so. Otherwise, why would he be so agreeable, setting only 3 insignificant conditions in exchange for her success? Thinking this, she felt quite grateful to Ningyi. Manhwa happily agreed, "I will follow my master's wishes. Accepting a male doll as a disciple doesn't have to wait until I become a saint. I can accept him now. From now on, he will be my top disciple. Let's name him Lingjuzi. Is that okay, master?" Ningyi was stunned. She had intended for Manhwa to accept the male doll as a disciple as part of her plan to secure her position in the pantheon. Whether it would succeed or not could be seen later. Thinking about it, Manhwa, who didn't care much for her own created humans, was forced to accept this disciple. She wouldn't care for him either. When the gods were chosen, Manhwa would surely pick her own people first. That way, she could secure a higher position on the list. Because Manhwa is responsible for this, after all, she is her disciple. Her position isn't very high, and since Manhwa's reputation is at stake, it wouldn't be wise for anyone to insult her. No one would be foolish enough to challenge her authority. Unexpectedly, Manhwa actually named the doll Lingjuzi. That puts her in a very high position. This isn't just about the divine calamity occupying her place. She still holds a high status in the journey to the west. Oh, what a surprise. This came so suddenly. All right, it's settled then. She took out a small piece of the 9 heavens restoring soil and handed it to Manhwa. Go ahead. Tingting, Manhwa is going to create humans. Do you want to go see the fun? After Manhwa left, Ningyi went to find Tingting, wanting to bring her along to watch. Tingting looked upset. Seeing her mood, Ningyi was curious. What's wrong? Did someone upset you? Tingting looked at her with a sad expression. You let the male doll join Manhwa's group, but did you think about whether those 2 clay dolls are made to look like us? Not only did you let him go to someone else's group, but you also separated them. Oh. Hearing this, Ningyi slapped her forehead. She hadn't thought about it that way. Those clay dolls are just dolls. She originally made them to create humans and never projected any symbolic meaning onto them. She definitely didn't think about herself or Tingting. Look at how much trouble this caused. What should she do? Should she get the male doll back? But he's Lingjuzi now. I'm sorry, I didn't think so much. Don't be mad. Ningyi tugged at Tingting's sleeve, swinging it back and forth. Her fingers kept sneaking into the sleeve, first hooking 1 finger around, then 2, 3, until all 10 fingers were clasped together. She teased Tingting until he looked like a fully cooked shrimp. But this time, he was very firm, insisting, "You need to pay more attention to me in the future." Okay, I will. I'll pay attention just like I do with your brother. Huh? This. I'll try my best, really try, just to soothe her. After all, she was the one at fault first. She really didn't handle this well. Maybe, since Manhwa hasn't become a saint yet and hasn't been enlightened, we could change the appearance of the clay dolls now. Tingting had no objections to this idea. What do you want to change? If I change it, he won't be happy. Ningyi thought that the spiritual pearl should belong to a young child. Maybe I should turn the male doll into a little boy and change the appearance of the female doll? Tingting listened and thought it was a good idea. At least they wouldn't be a matching pair, and separating them wouldn't matter. Since he had no objections, she decided to go ahead and change them. Ningyi took action. These 2 dolls, being simple clay figures without any spiritual awareness, could be shaped however she wanted, round or flat. First, she refined the clay, then reshaped their forms. Ningyi finished the new dolls. Outside the courtyard, Manhwa hadn't yet created humans. She went out and saw her inside the heaven and earth cauldron, shaping several small clay figures. After dozens of days, the clay figures were finally ready. The small clay figures flew out of the cauldron and landed, transforming into adult forms, some male, some female. Once they landed steadily, they knelt before Manhwa, calling her mother goddess. The universe responded, and a great light of merit descended from the sky, shining on Manhwa. She became a saint. Part of this merit also went to Ningyi, with some heading toward the Purple Cloud Palace. Ningyi could clearly feel the blessing of merit. It wasn't an increase in her cultivation, her cultivation level hadn't risen. It was a strange, wonderful feeling, like she suddenly felt stronger. Ning-yi also noticed a tiny, rare streak of golden merit light heading toward the mountain of unending. It was probably from Fushi. She didn't know how Fushi received his share, but Manhwa knew. It was because of Fushi's hint that she realized the way to become a saint. When Manhwa became a saint, unusual phenomena appeared in the heavens and earth, much less than when Hongjun became a saint, but still noticeable. All living beings in the world also felt the change. After the merit light dispersed, looking at Manhwa again, she was dressed in a light gold robe with silver patterns, containing the principles of the Tao. She shone brightly, dazzling everyone. But in Ningyi's view, her divine appearance was too superficial. It wasn't as subtle as Hongjuan's. All that glittering gold was just too glaring. Speaking of which, her magic treasures and robes, if she released all the golden light from her treasures, it would be much more dazzling than Manhwa's. She simply couldn't stand it anymore and had hidden them long ago. After Manhwa became a saint, she didn't stop working. She kept shaping new clay figures. But after becoming a saint, she no longer needed the 9 heavens Shiheng to do so. She only took mud from the Ryu riverbank to make her creations. She didn't need to refine them further in the heavenly cauldron. With a gentle squeeze, she placed them on the ground, and they became people. She kept squeezing for 7 days and nights, creating thousands of humans. But it still wasn't enough. "Uncle, can I borrow the flowering vine from your flower bridge?" After becoming a saint, her rank increased. Manhwa became more aware of her gap with Ningyi. Even as a saint, she couldn't see through Ningyi's cultivation, only feeling her powerful pressure and the heavy virtue on her that exceeded her own. Her knowledge grew, and her mind changed. At least she no longer felt so ignorant of her limits. Now she finally understood why her teacher always let her uncle have the upper hand. It wasn't just because he was Panga's brother. She herself didn't need to be anyone's sister to be strong enough. Knowing this, her previous imbalance and dissatisfaction disappeared. All that remained was gratitude and awe. Gratitude that her uncle didn't argue with her when she was naive, and awe for the clear insight of the heavenly way. Manhwa knew very well that more than half of her virtue had been shared, and her uncle took far more than just 30%. She understood why. From learning pottery with her uncle to being inspired by mud dolls to create humans, his help in her becoming a saint was constant. All those virtues needed to be counted. Because of this, Manhwa felt even more awe. The heavenly way is above all. No one can cheat or take even a tiny part from her uncle. So, her attitude toward Ning-yi was much more humble. She asked to borrow the flowering vine. When Ning-yi heard this, she remembered that because she asked Manhwa to create humans in Ryu, they were supposed to be made under the Mount of the Unending, using the primordial gourd vine they had snatched earlier to make the whip for creating humans. But now, that was no longer possible. "Take it yourself." Manhwa raised her hand, and the best-looking wisteria on the flower bridge was in her palm, still with flowers. She dipped it in river mud and flicked it. At first, the mud splatters turned into women. Later, the flowers on the vine disappeared, leaving only the vine itself. When flicked, it became men. By the time Manhwa stopped, she had already created over 10,000 humans. "Thank you, uncle, for lending me the treasure." Before leaving, Manhwa returned the vine to Ning-yi. She also said she wanted to take the spiritual pearl with her. Ning-yi called out the 2 mud dolls, noticing that the male doll had turned into a young boy. Manhwa didn't say anything. After being enlightened, she left with the people directly. Just after creating the person who became a saint, she didn't even look at him. Under the leadership of the initial elders, the human clan quickly found a cave to settle in, across the Ruor River, at the place where Manhwa and Fushi, the brother and sister, had once lived. Ning-yi wasn't in a hurry to go there. She just watched from her own yard across the river, from afar. A few days later, Manhwa established the saints' training ground, the Yuhuang Palace, outside the 33 heavens, and moved there to live. After some more days, Ning-yi noticed that Fushi had moved back to Ruor River and was living with the human clan. He didn't build new houses but stayed in a cave with the humans, going out daily with young men and women to hunt and gather firewood, working hard like an ordinary human. Well, no need to ask. Ning-yi already knew what was going on. Manhwa didn't care about the human clan. Her older brother came to handle things and keep her covered. Uncle, you're being too biased. Does Manhwa have a better relationship with you than I do? You actually helped her become a saint, but you haven't helped me. Manhwa becoming a saint was a major event in the prehistoric era, and she was the first saint among the disciples after Hongjun. The celebration among the demon tribes was very grand. The Yuhuang Palace was carried around, almost becoming a symbol of good luck for the demon tribes. All the powerful beings in the prehistoric era, except those who had special reasons not to go, went to congratulate Manhwa at the palace. Tong Tian usually didn't get along with Manhwa. No one knew why they always clashed, either ignoring each other or arguing fiercely, neither giving in. Everyone else went to the Yuhuang Palace, but Tong Tian refused. He directly came to Ruo River to find Ning-yi. Stop, 10 steps away. Ning-yi saw him trying to go further and warned him. She wasn't afraid of Ting-Ting hitting him. She just wanted to see if he dared to go further. Sure enough, Tong Tian didn't dare to take another step. He casually found a chair, sat down heavily, leaning back without grace, as if he had no bones. Uncle, why is that? Didn't you have a falling out with Manhwa? Why are you still helping her become a saint? Ning-yi replied. She exchanged 3 merits and 3 promises for it. Hearing this, Tong Tian patted his thigh. Oh, that's not a hard thing. Tell me, I can do that too. That's not impossible to trade. Tong Tian heard this and thought, my master really knows how to become a saint. He gulped and sat up. Are you serious? Ning-yi nodded. Yes, I am. Tong Tian became more serious. Deal. Then he looked at Ning-yi with hope and asked, Uncle, do you have any requirements? Please tell me. He was no longer in a hurry. No, I haven't thought of anything you need to do yet. Come on, don't say that. I am anxious. Your anxiety won't help. Do you think it's easy to ask you to do a few things? Tong Tian, all right, you have everything you need. I want to show my effort, but I haven't had the chance. Then let's keep it in mind for now. When you remember something, just tell me. I will definitely agree. Heaven's way will witness. I dare not go back on my word. How many disciples have you taken? Ning-yi suddenly changed the subject. Tong Tian was a bit confused but replied, about 20 or 30. Uncle, what do you mean by asking about my disciples? Is my becoming a saint related to my disciples? Which little brat? What did they do? Tong Tian didn't expect to be promoted to a higher level. He was thinking, could it be that some young disciple also created a new race? But Ning-yi refused to give more hints. Heaven's secrets shouldn't be revealed too much. You can figure it out yourself. If she was going to teach him step by step, she would be risking her brother. But she couldn't do that. Tong Tian naturally understood that heaven's secrets shouldn't be revealed. In fact, Manhwa also discovered her path to becoming a saint herself, but since her tools were incomplete, she came to ask her master for help. They all knew this. He directly asked about the way to become a saint, but it was just because he was stuck in the dojo, thinking so hard he couldn't come up with an answer, and was just rambling nonsense here. His master said she knew the way to become a saint, which was a real surprise. Just a small acknowledgement was already impressive. He didn't dare ask further, thinking it might be his own problem. Then Ning-yi said again, however, if you want to prove your way through strength or cut the 3 corpses to become a saint, I can lend you a magic treasure. Your cultivation is the highest among your disciples. Do you want to try? Tong Tian shook his head quickly. Thank you, master, for your trust. I don't have that much ability. Trying to prove the way through strength was out of the question. His cultivation wasn't enough, and even if his master brought out the heaven-opening axe, he still couldn't become a saint. Zhan Sanzu, if you have good magic tools, it might not be impossible. But after so many years as master and disciple, teacher Hongjun knows his temper well. If he were to suppress the teacher, no one knows how he would end up in the future. As I said before, only through meritorious deeds can one become a saint. Ning-yi saw that the other person was not interested, so she didn't persuade him further. You should go back and think carefully. Don't go out wandering. The path to sainthood doesn't just fall from the sky. You have to realize it yourself. Tong Tian quickly took his leave. He didn't come back empty-handed, he gained a lot. At least now he knew that his way to sainthood was related to his disciples. He didn't return directly to Bo Palace, but went to Zixiao Palace. Is that what your master said? Hearing his young disciple mention his master's hint about the way to sainthood, Hongjun thought he had heard wrong. Yes, teacher. Could you give me another hint? Maybe if I combine both ideas, I might understand better. Hongjun, this is beyond me. The problem is, he doesn't know the method to become a saint. Only if they find the way themselves can he foresee the next steps. Can Ning-yi really know the way to sainthood? Did the heavenly way give her a hint? Or has her cultivation advanced so much that she can predict the great calamity of heaven and earth? Currently, the spiritual energy in the prehistoric world is too dense for beings above saints to survive. The heavenly way would directly eliminate those who shouldn't appear. Can Pengu be so powerful that he ignores the laws of the great Tao? Hongjun was troubled, but Ning-yi didn't know about that. At this moment, she finally had her first contact with humans. How did this happen? Because of Hu Xiaomei. She didn't know why, but even though she was just a little fox, she loved eating cooked corn and roasted sweet potatoes. These two things did exist in her small world. They had existed since the Chaos era: watermelons, cucumbers, and corn, sweet potatoes. What's so special about them? But Ning-yi didn't like eating them and rarely cooked these things. She kept them stored but didn't plant or prepare much. She had never even planted potatoes. The divine deer didn't eat meat, but now that they had become great deities, they no longer only ate grass. Lanyao had been cultivating in her small world. A few days ago, she came out and brought some corn and sweet potatoes for the divine deer. Ning-yi, with nothing to do, boiled the corn. She threw the sweet potatoes into the stove along with the boiling corn, roasting them casually. No matter how good the finished product was, she wouldn't eat it. The others at home were all rushing to get it. Ning-yi didn't understand what was so good about it. In her past life, she had eaten it for over 10 years, and just smelling it made her stomach turn. Even Tingting had eaten 2 ears of boiled corn. From then on, Hu Xiaomei loved these two things. She felt shy asking Lanyao herself, so she persuaded Bai Zhe to ask Lanyao. Bai Zhe didn't need to ask Lanyao. He could go into the small world himself. Inside the small world, there was a little fairy watching over the crops. The hardworking harvesters often took the produce, which made them a bit unhappy. Bai Zhe saw this and thought, no need to make things difficult for them. I'll grow some myself. He took some corn seeds and sweet potato seedlings and brought Hu Xiaomei outside. The two of them found a cleared patch near the yard and started to try planting. They didn't really know how to farm. Ning-yi couldn't stand watching and went to help. She helped loosen the soil and plow the land, step by step, without using magic. Since she was already involved, her family probably wouldn't mind, right? Everyone came to help. Even the Earth Mother appeared. Tingting changed into simple, practical clothes to help loosen the soil and water the plants. About a dozen people worked from early morning to late at night. The people across the river could definitely see what they were doing. At first, they didn't understand what was happening. But after planting the sweet potato seedlings and a few days later seeing the corn sprout a little, they finally realized they were planting crops. Fuxi had been living among humans all along, personally guiding a few human elders in cultivation. If these people had questions, they would naturally ask him. So, he took 3 elders and crossed the river to ask Ning-yi about planting methods. That's how they got involved. Fuxi listened to Ning-yi praise him and bowed respectfully. Humans are still very new and weak. Although there are many newborns, they are fragile and often die young. I worry that humanity may not last long. Please, Uncle Master, have mercy. Remember, we are also part of the great wilderness, blessed by the great Pengu. He didn't dare mention Nua's name, fearing Ning-yi would be upset. He kept trying to connect with the great Pengu. Behind him, 3 others also bowed to Ning-yi, saying, Please, Great One, have mercy on humanity, while kowtowing. Ning-yi might not mind if it was someone else, but these 3, Xiao, Swerin, and Shinnom, were important ancestors. Stand up. We've been neighbors for some years now. Helping a little is no trouble. What would you like to learn? The three were very excited. Xiao said, maybe we can learn how to build houses from the Great One. Shenong asked, can we learn how to grow crops? Ningyi was waiting for Swearin to ask about how to make fire, but he didn't. So Ningyi decided to teach them these two skills first. Tingting said, how about you, Xiao? Take Xiao and teach him how to build houses? Your drawings and designs are better than mine. He couldn't keep all the credit to himself. Later, as spiritual energy grew scarce, how would cultivators and spiritual bodies sustain themselves? Only through the power of merit. Faith and offerings, what we call incense and prayers, are also forms of merit. In the future, as humanity flourished, these ancestors, Xiao, Swearin, and Shinong, would be revered as the founding ancestors, with great merit and offerings. Being their teacher would be a worthy honor. Tingting didn't understand Ningyi's plans. He thought Ningyi was just busy and needed help, so he happily agreed. Okay, Xiao was clever. With a glance from Fushi, he immediately bowed at Tingting's feet and accepted him as his master. Shinong saw this and bowed to Ningyi. Ningyi accepted this graciously. Stand up.
Come with me.
The land we cleared earlier has already sprouted. Let's open another patch by the river. I'll teach you from the beginning. Is that okay? Thank you, Lord. Shinong was very grateful. Ningyi led him out, while Xiao and the others followed Tingting back to his courtyard to learn how to build houses. One good thing about the Great Wilderness is that with enough spiritual energy, crops grow regardless of the season. They are nourished by spiritual power and can be cultivated anytime, anywhere. Ningyi found a riverbank less than a mile from Ryu Water, with soft soil and plenty of water. There was still some distance from the bamboo forest, and it didn't block the sunlight. Digging the soil and plowing the fields are not hard tasks. There's no need for the strong young people of the tribe to do them. The elderly and weak can handle these chores. The young and strong should go hunting instead. Ningyi suggested that everyone in the tribe could learn these skills. Soon after, Shinong returned with dozens of young and strong men. Seeing the situation, he stopped them. That was great news. If only the young and strong worked in the fields, we might have to rely on fruits before harvest. I was worried before, but hearing Ningyi's words made Shinong even happier. He went back and called some elders and children under 10. The day before, the humans didn't understand the work, so Ningyi asked Xiao Luer and Chu Chu to demonstrate. Turning the soil is really not complicated. The next day, the humans came again, planning to work together. Ningyi looked at the tools in everyone's hands and felt worried. Most of them held wooden sticks, with pointed tips. Some better tools had animal skins attached, decorated, and the tools were a bit better. At most, a sharp stone tied to the top of a stick. They could use these tools, but the ground was soft, and even then it was quite tiring. Ningyi couldn't stand to watch, and went home overnight to make some hoes and mattocks. She didn't use good materials, just some iron ore she had casually collected earlier when searching for Xiaohong and Ting in the early days of her cultivation. She didn't have a proper furnace, so she used an old one from her early cultivation days. She couldn't make tools for everyone, fearing that if she gave too many powerful tools, they might become too strong and unable to pass down their skills in the future. Shenong, this is for you. I hope you can use it to help the humans avoid hunger. This was a real treasure, a post-heavenly magic tool. Shenong knelt on the ground, raised the over his head, and bowed. I will not let the divine respect down. Post-heavenly magic tools could even cause large-scale conflicts in the ancient world, fighting over them. Their divine glow shot into the sky, attracting many powerful beings' attention. Many thought, again, it was a disciple giving a treasure. They muttered in their hearts, "Isn't it said there are no more magic tools? What is this then?" As teachers and uncles, why is no one accurate in their words? Hongjun had always wondered, did Ningyi really know the way to become a saint? How did she know? Taking this opportunity, he looked for her again. Isn't my junior sister saying she has no magic treasures? Yes, I don't have good ones. They're all old and broken, but I still have some. I made them myself and threw away the useless ones. No point in wasting. You say throwing away broken treasures is a waste? But they're old and broken? Why does that make me so angry? Hongjun asked with a real purpose. Junior sister, you care so much about humans, but what makes humans so special? Of course, they are special. But I can't tell you that. It's because I shared some of the merit of creating humans. I have a good heart. I received merit from humans, and since they're my neighbors, I saw that humans are so weak, just a little wind or rain and some die. I can't just watch humans disappear, right? What about the cause and effect of that merit? Should I worry about my brother? I definitely won't cheat my brother, right? Hongjun's mind was full of questions. Does that make sense? Why do I feel so doubtful? Can she be that simple? I heard that my junior sister sent a person to be a disciple of Manhwa. What kind of disciple? I just made a clay doll for fun based on me and Lin Chi. When Manhwa came to find me, I thought about it and decided she didn't need anything from her. I saw the dolls and thought they should have a future. Being a saint's disciple is okay. Her words sounded a bit like an insult. Is there no other reason? Why did she change the appearance of the doll and not let both of them become disciples together? Not changing the appearance. Do you think I should make someone with Lin Chi's face a disciple of Manhwa? Aren't you afraid your disciple will rebel and be punished by the heavenly way? As for why they didn't become disciples together, I kept one for her to find another path. See? That's pretty straightforward. Hongjun also thought that this plan suited Ningyi's character. Since the beginning of the world, besides her own family, who has received even a single treasure, giving 3 treasures to the witch tribe, or even just one, is a trap. She gave Tongtian wine, but once drunk it was gone. She borrowed some earth from Manhwa, exchanged merit, and arranged her people. The hint to Tongtian, no one knows if it's real or useful. But everyone was prepared in advance. That's just how she is. However, coming back to the point, someone so stingy and careful that they don't even get involved with others, can she really give people divine treasures? Is her excuse about her just being careless and making up stories? Hongjun didn't manage to find out much. But he was sure that the human race must have something special about them. Based on what had happened before and after, either Ning-yi was setting a trap to deceive him, or the human race would have great luck in the future. But the human race is so weak, can they really have great luck? Let's wait and see. Anyway, Ning-yi no longer had his treasures, so he couldn't use his previous tricks to trick him anymore. Hongjun returned empty-handed. Usually, he was very thick-skinned and had a good relationship with Ning-yi, but now he went back to the Tongtian training ground to meditate. Others wanted to approach him, but they had no reason to. For now, life went back to normal. Outside, the demon and ghost tribes were always fighting, but it didn't disturb the peaceful days of the human people on both sides of the Ru water. The fields they planted grew quickly with seedlings. They took care of them daily, pulling out weeds and watering. Because the spiritual energy was abundant, they didn't even need to add fertilizer. Old fields grew back, and new fields kept being cultivated, but Ningyi no longer followed them every day. Little Lu loved to act as a teacher and liked to show off, so he often went to teach others. Humans had a strong ability to learn. They didn't need to be taught twice. Once they got familiar with farming, the elderly, women, and children took care of the fields, while the young men and women went hunting and fishing. Shinnom, the elder, found 2 women named Si and Ruwa to help with planting. Every day, at dawn, Si and Ruwa would take the elders and children across the river on a wooden raft, and they would spend the whole day working in the fields. They would return on the raft at night. Chao, the clan leader, learned how to build houses from the great god Lin Chi, and it was very effective. Lin Chi didn't teach complicated structures, just 2 types, wooden houses and mud houses. They started building from small models, then expanded step by step until the houses were finished. The first wooden house was built next to the first farmland of the human tribe. It was a small wooden house. After it was built, Si and Ruwa took turns guarding the house, staying day and night by the fields. Once the first house was successful, everything became easier. Soon after, a cluster of houses appeared along both sides of the Ru water, forming a busy human settlement. Zuzu, my father hunted a wild sheep today. My mother asked me to bring it to you. Ningyi was picking cucumbers hanging on the flower bridge with Choo Choo, Little Rabbit, and Hu Xiaomei planning to take them home to make pickled cucumbers. Suddenly, a small child, not yet as tall as her waist, was dragging 3 wooden sticks tied together into a simple frame, with a wild sheep placed on top, approaching. Everyone said that young humans are weak, but if you look at them from a future perspective, they are actually quite strong. For example, this little boy, only 3.5 years old, could carry a wooden frame weighing dozens of pounds and a sheep weighing dozens of pounds, walking quickly as if nothing was wrong. This child is named Hong. His father is one of the leaders of the human tribe, and he is very good at hunting. His mother is skilled at farming and has also learned to grow fruit trees. She asked Ning-yi for some branches of fruit trees and planted them. She also looked at Ning-yi's fence and built similar fences around the farmland to protect it from small animals. Because she is smart and eager to learn, she has a high status among the women. Hong was taken as a close disciple by Elder Shinong right after he was born. He often trains and practices with him. Ning-yi calls him Zuzu because Ning-yi is from a very high generation and Hong is from a much lower one, separated by several generations. Since she belongs to the elder generation, she is called Zuzu. Hong, Zuzu has meat at home, so you don't need to bring this. Take it back to your tribe. She herself wasn't lacking meat, so she wouldn't want this. But the little boy shook his head seriously, saying, "Mother said, Zuzu is a great benefactor of our tribe. If there's something good to eat, we must first give it to Zuzu. We shouldn't forget our roots." Oh, this little face was serious, but adorable beyond words. Ning-yi was amused and put down her work, squatting in front of the child. "All right then. Would you like Zuzu to treat you to some roasted lamb?" She realized she hadn't cooked in a very long time. The last time was after Hong Jun's 3rd lecture, when she returned from Purple Cloud Palace to see her brother and Little Red. And now nearly 1,000 years had passed. Seeing Ning-yi accept the sheep, Hong smiled happily. "Yes, yes. Xiao Lu, go clean up the sheep. Mo Lan, set up a roasting frame. Today, we're having roasted lamb." Xiao Lu, hearing there was food, quickly moved. He hurriedly dragged the sheep to the river to prepare it. Mo Lan came out of the courtyard, found some stones, and started setting up the roasting frame. "Divine Lord, shall we roast some skewers?" "No. Today we are roasting a whole sheep. The internal organs will be used to make soup. No need for a skewer rack. Just a simple stand for roasting the whole sheep will do. We'll also set up a stove and invite the humans to enjoy the sheep soup." Mo Lan knew exactly what to do. Hu Xiaomei came over and, for the first time, saw Ning-yi cooking. She was very curious and wanted to learn and help with everything. Hong was similar, very curious, and had already gone with Xiao Lu to the riverbank to see how to prepare fresh sheep. Both sides moved quickly. Xiao Lu washed the meat and organs and brought them back. Meanwhile, the stand was set up. The large iron pot was the same one used when selling food in the marketplace. Ning-yi used a fire-starting spell to draw the flame pattern on her clothes to the firewood, igniting it. The sheep was roasting on the stand, and a pot of water with sheep organs was boiling nearby. The large pot of sheep organs was enough for a big meal. Fish and sheep were cooked together because they tasted great combined. Ning-yi also sent Xiao Lu to catch a basket of fish, and they cooked everything together. Thanks to good ingredients, they didn't need fancy techniques, and the food didn't have any strange smell. Once the sheep was half-cooked, she sprinkled salt on it. No other seasonings were added. The aroma immediately spread far and wide. "Hong, go call the elders to come and enjoy the roasted sheep." Hong jumped happily and ran off. Soon after, Fushi led a group of elders and leaders over. "Divine Lord, what kind of magic is this? The smell is so wonderful," Swirenshi asked first, almost drooling. "It's not magic, just simple fire roasting. If it smells good, maybe it's because I used a bit better salt." After she finished speaking, the humans present didn't understand a word. Swirenshi asked again, "What is fire? What is salt? What? You don't know fire and salt?" Ning-yi was even more surprised than Swirenshi. The ancestor who used fire was asking her what fire was? Humans had never eaten a proper meal on this riverbank before, and Ning-yi had never been to the other side of the river. Plus, Swirenshi had never asked about fire before. She thought they had already known how to make fire by rubbing wood. This misunderstanding had caused a big fuss. And they didn't even know what salt was? So, how do you usually eat? Without salt, the elders all shook their heads. We eat raw food. Ning-yi first explained to the elders and leaders what fire is, how to cook meat, and what salt is. Since Rushui is far from the sea, she explained about rock salt instead of sea salt. There is still some rock salt. After crossing 5 mountains, there is a barren mountain where no grass grows, and that is where rock salt is found. Usually, hunters from the human tribe like to go there because wild animals go there to lick the salt from the rocks. While listening, the humans enjoyed roasted lamb and drank lamb soup. Because the pot was large, the elders and children who came to farm could each have a bowl. They might not have enough to eat or drink, but the food smelled so good that everyone felt happy. Just being able to eat was enough to satisfy them. By nightfall, the humans still gathered around the fire where lamb was roasting, singing and dancing happily. Sui-rinshi came to Ning-yi and asked, "Divine Lord, how can we get fire?" Ning-yi thought carefully about how to teach Sui-rinshi to make fire. "I will take you to a place," she said. She led Sui-rinshi to the Zhuke tomb. She originally planned to take him to a cave outside and find some fire spirit stones there. But when they entered the cave, Sui-rinshi showed no reaction. So they kept walking inside. When they reached the Zhuke tomb and saw the bones of the vermilion bird, he still didn't seem to feel anything. Ning-yi understood then. What is it that indicates great luck? Isn't that it? It shows that the human tribe is destined to flourish, and it's not without warning. It depends on whether someone can notice it. This is the bones of the vermilion bird. The stones here have been burned by the vermilion flame, top-quality fire spirit stones. Take a few with you. When you want to start a fire, put the stones on dry wood, and it will naturally ignite. Without using open flames, the fire spirit stones can also generate heat on their own, so you can use them to cook food directly. She wondered if this could help Xiao Hong gain some merit and prolong her spiritual consciousness. "I give you this storage bag," Ning-yi said, handing him a ring-shaped storage ring made of wood. "Thank you, Divine Lord, for the gift," Sui-rinshi replied, taking the ring and quickly filling it with hundreds of fire spirit stones. The ring's space was large, but he didn't take too many. Ning-yi saw him stop and nodded secretly. Indeed, as one of the ancestors of the human tribe, his character was truly good. When she was about to leave, she took some fruits from her space and gave them to Little Red. "I came suddenly this time, so I didn't bring any good food. I'll visit you again when I have better things." Do the divine respect and the great god vermilion bird know each other? Everyone is curious. On the way back, Swerin asked this question. "Yes, during the Chaos era, we were good friends." Swerin nodded, but didn't ask further. Divine respect, there are now over 100,000 humans, and more tribes are migrating outward. Not all tribes can get a fire spirit stone. Is there another way to get fire? Ning-yi couldn't tell him directly how to make fire by rubbing sticks. After thinking for a moment, she said, "A few years ago, there was a heavy rain. Lightning struck the trees on the front mountain, causing a mountain fire that burned most of the hillside. You can go see that place. The trees caught fire because of the lightning. Lightning sparks on wood can start a fire. Both fire by striking wood and by lightning needs sparks, right?" That's how Ning-yi understood it. She just gave that hint. Maybe, with the good luck of the human race, Swerin might suddenly have an enlightenment. And indeed, that was the case. The two returned to Ruo Water and went back to their own homes. Ning-yi went to find Tingting in her courtyard. Tingting had finished teaching the Yuchao tribe and was now obsessed with mortise and tenon joints. Ningmo had made a complete set of woodworking tools, and every day he played with wood in his yard, hammering and carving. To Ning-yi, it was like building blocks, fun and simple. He followed along, starting with the easiest projects, making them more complex, painting and decorating. Then Ning-yi used his space magic to create a magical house that could transform into a real house. Tingting loved this kind of life, happy every day. Ning-yi also thought this peaceful life was quite nice. After Swerin returned to the human race, He left some fire spirit stones with his people and went into the mountains to find the trees burned by mountain fires. Not long after, he came back and figured out how to make fire by rubbing sticks. He then taught the tribe leaders how to make fire, giving each one a fire spirit stone. From then on, humans had fire. They no longer had to eat raw food and could cook their meals. Ningyi was playing with mortise and tenon joints at home. One day, she started to feel faint traces of virtuous energy flowing into her. It was very weak, scattered, and sometimes she couldn't even notice it. But it happens every day and more. Although the amount is small and seems insignificant to her, this is just the beginning. Ningyi cares not about the quantity. She cares that these good deeds remind her she was right before. Her method is correct. It truly brings good deeds, and those deeds are useful. When her cultivation can improve, good deeds become very important. Soon, the crops in the first human farm are ripe. The first harvest includes some corn, sweet potatoes, and soybeans. They are not many, about 3 acres in total. Godly respect. How do we eat these? Sai and Ruo look at the humans holding their harvests and ask Ningyi. Just boil them in water to eat. You can also roast them over fire. Beans can be pressed for oil, roasted and ground into flour, or cooked directly. You can also make tofu. Grind? Tofu? What's that? Oh, I forgot. These are things that appeared in later times. Never mind, since I mentioned it, I'll teach you. Come with me. Ningyi takes Sai and Ruo to the backyard kitchen, where there is a millstone. She explains how the millstone works and how to make tofu. She can't explain brine well, so she mentions gypsum. It's something they can find in the mountains. After listening, the two look at each other, confused. Why go through so much trouble to make this? Can't we just eat enough? Alright, humans are still in survival mode. As long as they can live, that's enough. There's no need to pursue gourmet food or more refined methods yet. That's true. You don't have to learn these complicated methods. Ningyi can only reassure them like that. Then, the two happily go back, decisively dropping the idea of making tofu. The grinding is quite useful. That's something worth having. Meanwhile, Ho's mother has already brought people to boil water in a stone pot, cooking the harvested grains. It cooks quickly, and each person gets a little to taste. Everyone is so excited, they can hardly contain themselves. With enough food, there is no fear of going hungry. The elderly are often starving, and young men and women brave harsh weather to hunt, suffering heavy casualties. While eating, some elders begin to cry. Then they kneel on the ground, bowing their heads toward Ningyi. Soon, one after another, hundreds of people gathered around the farmland, all knelt and bowed. This shows their deep faith. Ningyi felt it in her heart, releasing her spiritual awareness to see the kneeling crowd. Her feelings were warm and eager. She knew that no matter how many years she lived, she would never see humans as mere ants. Brother, I'm so happy I can help humans. I've gained some of their faith power. It's not much now, but I think it will grow. I'll find ways to get more faith power. I wonder if I've helped you, and how I can do more. Her brother hadn't appeared for a long time after their last long talk. After a while, he only replied with 3 words that helps. Oh, that's great. It made her even more motivated. Ningyi happily left the Panga temple and went back to Ruo Water to find Si and Ruo, teaching them how to raise poultry. She was busy helping humans. Meanwhile, in the Jade Void Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Taiching and Yuanshi were worried. Third brother has received guidance from the master and is in seclusion. Big brother, do you have any ideas about becoming a saint? What ideas? Taiching sighed. Second brother, maybe we should also go find the master? Yuanshi was silent for a long time before replying. Big brother, I haven't had much contact with the master when we were neighbors. I've been rude, and the master's attitude toward me has always been cold. If I go, I don't think it will end well. Taiching didn't agree. Sister Nuwa was once disrespectful to the master, but she still received help. As long as we're willing to give up some virtue, the master should be willing to talk. We can accumulate virtue again later. Becoming a saint is the most important. Of course, that's what they said, But Yuan sure knew there were things he couldn't tell anyone. They had to stay buried in his heart forever. I think I'll stay out of trouble. If my big brother has gained something, I'll just learn from him. Tai Ching. You just don't want to share the virtue, waiting for it to come easily. Then I'll go see the master. It is most important to become a saint. When Tai Ching came to Rushui to find Ning Yi was walking through the human market. This was her first time crossing Rushui to the other side. The human race reproduces very quickly. Every year, many babies are born. Because of the strong spiritual energy in the wilderness, they grow slowly and live long lives. This makes the population grow larger and larger. Soon, the land on both sides of Rushui was cultivated so much that there was not enough space for everyone, so some tribes started moving outward. Most of them haven't gone far, only 100 or 200 miles at most. No matter where they go, they often come back to Rushui to exchange goods. Gradually, a market formed. The market is busy with people coming and going. There aren't many types of goods. Some exchange salt, some exchange fish, some trade hunted animals. There are also decorations made from shells and animal skins. Ning Yi changed into simple human clothes and was having a good time exploring. Everything was new and interesting to her. The only strange thing was that her clothes felt a bit awkward. She hadn't worn tank tops or very short skirts in a long time. They were all made from animal skins, very primitive. Xiao Luer came with her, wearing a circle of branches around his waist, the same as when he first transformed. His skin was really thick. Hong was guiding them. He was small and moved easily through the crowd. Despite his size, he knew everything and could find any place. What's going on over there? In the market, some people were hiring workers. From afar, Ning Yi saw many people at the foot of the mountain carrying large stones up the. The stones were huge, placed on wooden sleds with round logs underneath, rolling them up the hill. They're building the human ancestor hall. The elder chief said that although the human tribes are scattered and moving farther apart, their hearts must stay connected. Everyone should remember their ancestors. Oh, so they are building the human ancestor hall now? Ning Yi didn't care much about that. She was waiting for the hall to be finished so she could place her brother in the very center, where he would be honored and worshipped by the human race for generations. Whether she was involved or not, she could help a little to make the hall more grand. Is Elder Chief Chao from the clan of the Nest overseeing the construction? Hong nodded. Of course. Ning Yi was already rummaging through her supplies to see if she had any building tools. It didn't matter. She could just craft a set when she got home. It wouldn't take much effort. Hong, I heard you can treat illnesses now. Since Ning Yi started teaching humans how to farm, over 100 years have passed. Hong, this young friend, has only grown a little and is still quite young. Recently, she heard Si Nian talk about a child in the tribe who ate spoiled fruit and got poisoned. Hong went out to find herbs and helped remove the poison. Well, it's not exactly treating an illness. It's just detoxification. The idea of mutual support and opposition is easy to understand, genius or not. Why is he so annoying when he talks? Later, she asked Hong, go find the elder of the Nest clan and tell him I want to see him. Say I have something important. Hong was very happy to help his ancestor and cheerfully agreed. Okay, of course, shopping can't be done empty-handed. Ning Yi bought 2 pieces of animal hide, a string of shells, a set of fish bones, and some wild fruits. She felt they had special sentimental value. Right now, salt was considered hard currency. Xiao Luer exchanged mostly food, all meat, beef, and shellfish. Ning Yi didn't store the items in her space. She carried them in small and large bundles. It felt very ceremonial. When she returned home, her appearance was like this. Tai Ching stood at the gate, saw Ning Yi coming back from afar, and bowed in greeting. Ning Yi smiled with her lips pressed together, thinking to herself that another act of virtue was coming her way. Did you come here for something? Ning Yi had almost no contact with Tai Ching, so she was very unfamiliar with him. To ask my master for the method of becoming a saint. I don't offer requests here, only trades. 3 acts of virtue plus 3 conditions. No discounts. This had been a thought for over 1,000 years, probably driving him crazy. All right, then you can stay. I don't host outsiders at my home. Find your own place to stay. Taiching didn't wait for his master's hint, but instead was told to stay. He didn't understand, but he remained calm. If the master asked him to stay, there must be some other reason. He built a thatched hut using the stones from Ho-Tu's shrine, transforming it into a small cottage. It was located on either side of Ningyi's courtyard, with the doors facing each other across the space. Ho-Tu rarely went out now. Either return to the Panga temple or stay here in seclusion. Taiching couldn't understand why Ningyi asked him to stay. He couldn't just retreat like Ho-Tu, waiting to be summoned by his master at any time. So he spent his days meditating in a thatched hut. He would go out in the mornings and evenings to pay respects to Ningyi in the courtyard. He followed the polite way of greeting, which was always appreciated. Ningyi didn't mind what he did. She simply accepted his greetings. She also thought of bringing him some fruit or snacks. But she didn't say much. Taiching became more confused and less willing to go out. Meanwhile, Ningyi was busy with Ruo and a girl named Luo, raising silkworms, planting, weaving cloth, and making ropes. Raising silkworms was taught by Ho-Tu, was grown on the edges of farmland. Couldn't be used just by pulling it from the stalks. It needed to be boiled in lye and then dried. Some of it was twisted into thread, which was more practical and lightweight than vines. Other parts were used to make fabric. It was coarse and couldn't be spun into yarn, so skilled women carefully wove it into cloth. Luo was very quick to learn. Ho-Tu liked this apprentice very much. With just a few hints, she understood the essence, could think creatively, and develop new ideas. Ningyi was very patient. She didn't teach every day, but would guide her from time to time. Even if the weather outside was spring-like all year round, there was still some difference between summer and winter. In winter, the temperature was still relatively low. Without cultivation or magic, ordinary people had a hard time. Before fire was discovered, they relied on animal skins for warmth. Without skins, it was easy to get sick or die. Now, with fire, they could keep warm, but it was inconvenient to go outside. Once the yarn were woven, people started sewing animal skins into clothing, starting with the elders. They wrapped themselves completely, so they weren't afraid to go anywhere. Gradually, common people also used animal fur, or the hair of small domesticated animals, and layered grass like corn leaves into the clothing. Compared to before, life was much better. The human ancestral hall, with Ningyi helping the Shi clan, was already built. Inside the hall, the statues of gods were placed. Pangu first, Ningyi second, Fuxi third, and Nuo fourth. Pangu had to be in first place. That was Ningyi's bottom line. She was ranked second because she had helped the human race the most and made the greatest contributions, which everyone agreed on. Fuxi was ranked third since he had stayed with the humans the longest, was closest to them, and had helped them many times. He truly deserved it. As for Nuo, who had created the human race, she was placed fourth because she had not cared for them much afterward. Next came Lin Qi, who had taught people how to build houses. Also, because of his small connection with Ningyi, his statue was placed in the first row. Ho-Tu, who had taught people how to raise silkworms and weave cloth, was placed at the end of the first row. The great elders were all in the second row. People like Xiao Luer, Chu-Chu, Little Rabbit, and Hu Xiaomei also had places in the second row. By mutual understanding, there was no statue of Hongjun among the deities being honored. Fuxi went to the Purple Heaven Palace to explain. He said it was hard to decide Hongjun's position. If placed second, his status as a senior master and his great help to the humans made it reasonable, but others might not accept it. If placed third, the teacher might feel wronged. So, he suggested that the teacher should be seen as a being beyond ranking. After all, everyone knew he was the first saint between heaven and earth. Having no rank was, in fact, the highest honor. Could Hongjun not tell that Fuxi was just trying to comfort him? Of course he could, but he still had to accept it. What else could he do? Force himself above Ningyi? He couldn't. Not only would the heavenly way not allow it, but the humans would also never agree. If he tried, others would receive worship while he would only get curses. Why bother? He couldn't take second place, and his pride wouldn't let him take third. Besides, he truly didn't care about the small amount of worship from humans. What great things could such a small race achieve anyway? So, he accepted Fushi's explanation and stayed outside the ancestral hall of the human race. After the ancestral hall was officially completed, incense offerings never stopped. Fushi and the great elders moved to live in the back hall of the ancestral temple. The humans gradually got used to visiting the temple to worship. Whenever something important happened, like getting new clothes or being able to spend a warm winter, they would hold a grand ceremony of thanks. Because Ningyi's statue was already among the main gods, she felt shy about attending in person and only watched from afar with her divine sense. Taiching was also watching. Because of her concern, he quickly noticed that small amounts of good karma were continuously gathering into the statue. The higher his position in the queue, the more karma he received. Although he thought this karma was insignificant, but it was truly karma. Uncle, I have understood the path to becoming a saint. I will return to my training place to meditate. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. When I become a saint, I will fulfill my promise. Once he understood, it still takes a complete process to truly take shape. Taiching bid farewell to Ning Yisai. Go ahead, go ahead. With more good karma coming his way, Ning Yisai felt very happy. Taiching's retreat was very short. After coming out, he returned once again to the Ruo Water People clan. He still lived in his small thatched hut from before. But this time, he was no longer meditating inside the hut. Every day, he sat under the eaves, reciting scriptures. Ning Yisai didn't listen carefully, but it was probably the Tao Te Ching. At first, he recited it alone every day. Hong had grown into a boy about 10 years old. He and Xiao Luer didn't seem to get along well. They spent all day running into the mountains together. When he came to find Xiao Luer, he often passed by Taiching's hut and could hear him reciting scriptures. Gradually, he understood some of the meaning. One day, he started sitting quietly in front of Taiching, listening. Taiching didn't stop him. He just listened quietly. From occasionally listening, he came to listen every day. From being the only one, everyone in the Ruo Water People clan started coming early every morning to listen to the scriptures, then went about their other activities. After dinner, they returned to listen until bedtime. This continued for 100 years. Did the human clan benefit from it? Of course they did. Just look at the Ruo Water People clan. Many who couldn't practice Taoist arts before are now strong and healthy, and some can even perform simple techniques, showing the benefits. They received teachings from others, so they shouldn't waste them. Several senior elders jointly approached Ning Yisai. Divine Lord, our human clan has received the teachings of the Old Lord and benefited greatly. We want to create a statue of the Old Lord and place it in the ancestral hall of the clan. Is that possible? Ning Yisai was very pleased with their attitude, which showed they valued her opinion on important matters. Where should we place the Old Lord statue? With this question, Ning Yisai understood what they meant. They want to place Taiching before Niwa. Otherwise, they wouldn't bypass Fushi and come directly to her. This shows that humans still have ideas about Niwa and don't ignore her. Also, putting Niwa aside means Lin Qi has to step back again. That's why they came to ask her. Just follow your plan. No problem. Based on Ningyi's understanding of Niwa, she probably wouldn't care at all. Her ultimate goal is to become a saint. After achieving sainthood, she treats everything as insignificant. She is very proud and aloof. As for Fushi, he knows a lot about humans and their strong vitality. He should care, but he can't control his sister. He holds the third position himself and can't openly compete with Taiching. Plus, humans only acted after asking her, which means she agreed. Fushi has no way to argue. Ningyi knows better than anyone how much influence she has over humans. As for Lin Qi, there's no need to ask, he wouldn't care about rankings. If Niwa is proud and aloof, then Lin Qi is truly a recluse. Indeed, after humans received Ningyi's approval, they quickly set up a statue of Taiching in the first row, fourth position, in the ancestral hall of humans. Once the statue was completed, the first incense was lit. Taiching felt the merit flowing to him. Humans stand. After becoming a saint, Taiching, now looking refreshed, bowed to Ningyi. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your guidance. Is there anything I should do now? The merit from becoming a saint has been distributed, but he still has 3 requests pending. Taiching thought that probably he would be asked to accept disciples. Ning Yi shook her head. There's nothing urgent right now. Just hold on to it for now. When the time comes, I will find you. I will go beyond the 33 heavens to establish a dojo. I am saying goodbye to Uncle Master now. How? Is this the first thing after becoming a saint? Moving beyond the 33 heavens? What kind of ceremony is that? Regarding the placement of the statues in the human ancestral hall, you should be clear about it. Don't learn from Manhwa. That's not good. Ningyi gave another reminder. Don't become a saint and treat humans as tools. Use them and discard them. She wasn't helping Taiching. She just wanted to give humans more bargaining chips. Taiching's mind is very sharp. He immediately understood Ningyi's meaning. Yes, I, as the leader of the human teachings, cannot abandon humans. In the future, he will often reside among the human race to pass on teachings, but if inconvenient, he will have his disciples do it instead. He has a treasured disciple in the mysterious capital, and he relies on that one for everything. Seeing his attitude, Ningyi decided not to say more. Since Manhwa became a saint, none of the other 6 disciples who received the purple chi of the primordial chaos have achieved sainthood. Tong Tian went to Rushui once, and then closed himself off. Taishang stayed at Rushui for a while, then closed himself off and became a saint. He just recently became a saint, and soon after, the Jade Purity and the Cutting Off teachings established their own schools, and the 3 pure ones achieved sainthood. Everyone is smart enough to understand. Before visiting Lord Ning-yi at Rushui, they didn't understand anything. But after visiting Rushui, they all became saints. Most importantly, each of their saintly achievements contributed greatly to Rushui. No need to say more, his master uncle pointed out the way to sainthood. If someone still doesn't see that Lord Ning-yi is a great supporter, then they are truly foolish. One after another, they all wanted to visit Rushui to show their respect. The first to arrive unexpectedly was a visitor. Honored guest, Lord White Tiger, has come to Rushui. I wonder what brings you here? It's been over 10,000 years since they last met properly. The White Tiger has always been very low-key, so Ning-yi was quite surprised when he suddenly came to visit. The White Tiger's form is that of a very elegant middle-aged man. A gentleman, gentle and refined like jade. If you didn't know his true form is a white tiger, you might think he's just a kind old man based on his appearance and demeanor. But a kind old man wouldn't have survived unscathed from chaos until now. Looking at others of his level and their fates, and then at him, shows that the White Tiger is extraordinary. You honor me, Lord. We've known each other for billions of years. Recently, I've been confused about some things and wanted to ask for your guidance. Listen. This shows how remarkable he is. Just by how he addresses Ning-yi, it's clear he's indicating that titles like Saint or Master Uncle are just names. In his heart, the hierarchy still follows the order from the Great Pengu. This already leaves a good impression of Ning-yi. Plus, since he once lived in the White Tiger territory for many years, there's some connection and affection. What's the matter? Ning-yi asked straightforwardly. Talking to an understanding person is easy and hassle-free. No need to beat around the bush. May I ask the Divine Master, what should my White Tiger clan do in the future? Huh? You have a clan too? Isn't he just a single person struggling alone? Is it really that powerful? The White Tiger looks helpless. Of course I have a clan. Do you remember back in the Chaos era when I destroyed your stall and was punished to be a little tiger for a long time? That was my grandson. Oh, that tiger-headed person, simple and honest. So he comes from such a high background? No wonder he dared to cause trouble without asking. Causing trouble and immediately kneeling. Truly inheriting the White Tiger's traits. Don't you remember? The little tiger didn't want to leave back then. He wanted to serve me. Is he still around? Still a foodie, he prefers delicious food so much that he'd rather serve as a servant than go home. Fortunately, the White Tiger territory is far enough from the Chaos Green Lotus, so the power of creation he endured wasn't too great. Luckily, we all survived. Now that the demon race is strong, I'm worried that the little one might cause trouble if he comes out. So I keep him at home, quite protective. Are you still afraid of the demon race? Taichi and Emperor Jun dare to provoke him easily? It's not about fear. They haven't provoked us, and we haven't lost anything, so there's no need to offend others. If you offend, it's all cause and effect. Decisive in killing and fighting, full of spirit, that's exciting, but death comes quickly too. These words, almost mentioning the names of the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Oh, and also vaguely mentioning the witch and demon clans. For an old demon like him, who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, the war between witches and demons isn't new. The outcome is not hard to guess. Because of this, I come to ask the Divine Master, what should my White Tiger clan do? What's there to ask? Haven't you been doing well all along? Although not the ruler of the primal chaos, you're still a force that no one dares to underestimate. Just keep living like this. Isn't that enough? Avoid trouble and don't provoke others. With his personality, as long as he survives to the end, it should be fine, right? Sighing, the White Tiger says, it's because we've been living too comfortably and the clan has grown big. The young ones don't know their limits and want to go out and show their strength. We're starting to lose control. Some unworthy ones don't stay at home. They go out to play. They even produce some mixed blood offspring, which are taken as mounts. We can manage it, but it's embarrassing. We're busy worrying about our descendants every day. She complained about it for a while, but she couldn't tell anyone about these matters. Why did she have to run and talk about these things? In the beginning, Ning-yi always went out alone to gather supplies. Each trip would result in a large stockpile, enough to last a long time. When she didn't want to go out, she stayed home and farmed. She only had Xiao Luer as her servant. Later, with the appearance of Mei Lan, Zhu Ju, Lan Yao, and the Divine Deer, the situation was similar. After Tingting transformed into her true form, she often traveled outside. During her 3 visits to the Purple Cloud Palace to watch the festivities over 9,000 years, Tingting mostly stayed outside. The powerful beings were all in the Purple Cloud Palace, and in the chaotic wilderness, she was free to come and go as she pleased. During that time, she took in more than 10 individuals, but they weren't pure servants because they didn't have divine soul marks. They could be considered subordinates. Usually, each had their own territory and only needed to pay tribute regularly. Among them was a lynx spirit who controlled the Guishan area in the North Mountain region, known as the Great Mountain of the Years. It was very powerful, with the cultivation of a golden immortal. Its territory covered 1,000 miles around. In the White Tiger clan, there was a mischievous kid who provoked a small lynx on Guishan and ended up having a mixed-blood tiger cub. The cub carried the bloodline of the White Tiger, making it much stronger than others of its kind. King Li Sui accidentally found it and took it as a mount. That small lynx spirit cried every day at home because it couldn't see its cub. She, a minor scattered cultivator on the edge, wasn't related to King Li Sui's family and didn't dare go to see the cub. The cub's father tried to retrieve the child but was defeated in 3 moves, beaten black and blue, and broke a leg. Then he went back to the White Tiger territory in the Western Mountain to find his parents. His mother took him to see the ancestor, White Tiger. Originally, such a small matter didn't require White Tiger to personally come to find Ning-yi. There were many layers of issues involved. When someone committed a mistake, they would find the highest authority. If that was the case, life would be too complicated. Just send someone over. Even if White Tiger was down on his luck, he was still one of the proper 4 divine beasts. A simple greeting to King Li Sui would make it impossible for the cub to be unreturned. He came to Ru Shui purely using this as an excuse to visit. Otherwise, how could he ask about the future of a clan with no prior contact? Who in the entire chaotic wilderness didn't know that the great deity Ning-yi was so easy to approach? What about the new saints? How much virtue did you exchange for this? He doesn't have that much virtue. Ning-yi understood all the twists and turns and couldn't help but laugh. These complicated dealings made her wonder how he managed to get such a thing. Do you want Li Shi to return your little tiger cub, or do you want him to accept the cub as a disciple? Since he had already spoken, Ning-yi couldn't just ignore it. The white tiger quickly stood up, bowed, and said, "I definitely didn't mean that." Then he looked up and shyly smiled. "Divine Lord, if I could really become a disciple, do you think I would be suitable?" Ningyi thought she must have heard him wrong. "You're the white tiger. Do you really need to ask? Are you lowering yourself? Or maybe, tell me why you're willing to go this far?" "I feel uncertain about this," Ningyi asked directly. The white tiger replied, "With several saints becoming holy one after another, and the ancestral which hood of following closely behind you, everyone knows she will hold a holy position in the future." The two demon kings are becoming more and more wild, no longer caring much about their subordinates or the confrontation with the witch tribe. The demon queen just gave birth to 10 little golden crows, and she spoils them terribly. I see that they don't seem to have long lives. I'm afraid they will cause big trouble sooner or later. If a witch or demon opens a war, besides here, where else in the ancient wilderness would be safe? This one truly has sharp eyes, a clever mind, and accurate predictions. But Ningyi wouldn't be fooled by flattery or sweet words. That can't be true, right? Where in the sanctuaries of the saints is unsafe? If not, you could open a new sanctuary outside the 33 heavens or go directly to the Purple Cloud Palace, where they wouldn't turn you away. Don't flatter her and pretend only her place is safe. Her place is definitely safe, but it's not the only one. Ningyi isn't that reckless. The white tiger shook his head. "If I were alone, I wouldn't worry about anything. But my descendants can't be ignored. Divine Lord, let me say something only you can hear. Not just the witch and demon tribes. Even the saints, what are they really? Probably just pawns in someone else's game. I can't see clearly whether the one in the Purple Cloud Palace is the one holding the strings, or just another. All I know is this calamity has the high and mighty involved, and the next one might bring everything down to the mortal world. Or after several calamities, they might vanish into the world, silent and unseen. Living a long life always has a reason. What do you want to ask for?" "To protect your entire family," the white tiger nodded and shook his head. "That would be too much. I dare not. I just want a title for protection, to prevent my descendants from suffering from being bullied in the future. If I don't do anything wrong and cause trouble, I believe I should bear the consequences myself. It has nothing to do with the divine beings." Ningyi thought for a moment. "I can't accept you as a disciple. I will never take disciples. If you're willing, you can be my follower and assistant. A disciple, half a son. That relationship is quite significant. If she blindly accepted a troublemaker as a disciple and caused chaos, she would also drag her brother into trouble. Being a follower is much more distant and safe. As long as the entire chaotic wilderness knows that the white tiger has joined her, the protection is considered established. That's enough." According to Ningyi's personality, her relationship with the white tiger wouldn't be very close. She wouldn't normally invite such trouble. But she was glad to meet someone insightful, even if they were an old acquaintance from chaos. Moreover, this person's mind is truly sharp. She relies on foresight and her crossing over abilities, but he relies on real skills. Another issue is that his abilities are inconsistent, sometimes active, sometimes not. In this world, from chaos to the great wilderness, it doesn't match much with the stories or shows she's seen. The great wilderness is better. At least, when Hongjun gave his 3 sermons and some saints achieved enlightenment, it roughly aligns. But many things don't match. Who can guarantee that the future will follow the development she remembers? Having the white tiger by her side helps fill in the gaps. It's about filling in missing pieces. The timeline is incomplete, and she finds it very difficult to manage everything perfectly. When the white tiger heard Ningyi's arrangement, he was quite satisfied. Before coming, he was mentally prepared to be rejected. Being sent away was normal. If she could at least give him a good face and let him visit often, creating a close relationship outwardly, that would be enough to achieve her goal. Becoming a follower is an unexpected joy. White Han greets the respected master. He immediately bowed, solidifying his identity. "Good, get up." Ningyi accepted the bow and was about to discuss his views on the great calamity of the witch and demon, but suddenly a divine sense flew into the barrier. "Divine Lord, save me." With a quick calculation, Ning Yi understood what was happening. They were fighting. Red Cloud is in danger. I must go to save him. Do you want to come? Ning Yi stood up and asked the White Tiger. Of course, I have to go. All the great powers of the primal chaos are watching. This is a good chance to reveal his identity to the chaos. As soon as they stepped out, Tingting followed from behind. I'll go with you. The three of them moved quickly and soon arrived above Wuzhuang Temple. Wow, they were already fighting fiercely. Many had died on the ground. There was also a circle of onlookers outside who had also lost their lives. At this moment, the second prince of the demon race, Kunpeng, the River of Darkness, and two members of the Western cult, all with their magic treasures out, were attacking the Earth Book barrier surrounding Wuzhuang Temple. The barrier was already cracking and about to break. Ning Yi took out her green flute. Tingting's orchid sword had already been drawn. Ning Yi pressed her hand on Tingting's sword grip, saying, "Let me handle this." Tingting paused briefly, looked at the green flute, then she resheathed her sword. Ning Yi hovered in the air, waved her green flute, and a green divine light flashed, cutting through all the magic attacks. The cracks in the Earth Book barrier instantly healed. Wuzhuang Temple, I will protect it. Uncle Master is just an outsider. Why get involved in this mess? Tai held the chaos bell, feeling very frustrated. They were so close to success, but it was suddenly interrupted. Ning Yi glanced at the six of them. I am willing. All six quasi-sages and the watching mighty beings. Uncle Master, aren't you afraid that we six will join forces? Two fists can't fight four hands. We are all quasi-sages, half-step saints. No matter how many magic treasures you have or how powerful they are, can you guarantee to kill all six of us at once? Kunpeng's harsh words made everyone speechless. Ning Yi almost laughed at him. Then you can try. Let's try. In the fight for the chance to become a saint, who cares about rank or seniority? The six of them prepared to fight. Ning Yi didn't even move. She didn't plan to use the Chaos Pearl for defense. Her robe was enough. At Tai's command. Two commands, yet no one moved. Suddenly, Ning Yi burst out laughing. What was going on? Were they acting in a comedy? They were so cowardly. Since you won't move, I will. Before she finished speaking, she produced a small birdcage in her hand and threw it toward the two people in the west. She was about to find you all, but you came to her instead, saving her trouble. The two in the west saw a flash of golden light flying toward them and instinctively dodged while activating their magic tools for defense. Zhan Yi managed to avoid it, but Chu Ti was caught inside the cage. Then Ning Yi threw a small copper bell above the birdcage. The sound waves hit the cage, and Chu Ti's magic tool couldn't last long. Soon, he started bleeding from his 7 orifices, couldn't stand, and sat trembling in the middle of the cage. This terrible scene made everyone feel cold inside, and they no longer wanted to attack Ning Yi. They turned to run away. If they didn't leave now, they would be beaten. Zhan Yi didn't run. He knelt in the air, kowtowed to Ning Yi, and begged for mercy, crying loudly, "Uncle Master, please spare me, please spare me." Chu Ti also kept kowtowing and apologizing inside the cage. Choose one. The primordial purple chi, or your life. Of course, life was more important. Without life, the primordial purple chi couldn't be saved. This choice was very easy. Chu Ti didn't hesitate and drew out the primordial purple chi, holding it with both hands. Ning Yi took the purple chi into a silk bag, kept her promise, and withdrew her magic tool. Chu Ti was freed. After leaving the cage, he bowed to Ning Yi, and they both disappeared quickly. Ning Yi was about to land when she saw the barrier of Wuzhuang Temple being lifted. Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi flew into the air and bowed to her. Hong Yun even held a silk bag in both hands, raised it above his head, and presented it to Ning Yi. Divine Lord, I know I cannot keep the chance to become a saint, nor do I have the ambition to do so. I don't want this matter to drag my friends down. I wish to give it to you. Wow, that was easy to get. All right, I accept it. I will protect your life. Ning Yi took the silk bag and made a promise to him. Hong Yun shook his head. Thank you, Divine Lord. Without this thing, my life is safe. Hongyun is not so easy to bully. That's true. After all, he was at the quasi-saint level. No problem. Who would dare to bother him? Ningyi thought about it and agreed. Please come into the temple and rest for a while. Zhen Yuanzi called someone. Rest? Why rest? We just finished a fight, and everything is a mess. The scene hasn't been cleaned up yet. It wasn't a very beautiful sight. I'm not going anymore. You all go back and do your work. We'll talk another day. After giving instructions, I took Tingting and White Tiger back to Rushi. The powerful spectators who are watching from afar have all gone home after enjoying the show. As the crowd dispersed, news of the battle at Wuzhuang Temple spread quickly throughout the ancient world. Did you see? Our senior auntie easily cut off the power of the 6 great quasi-sages' main magical treasures with one move. She also covered the quasi-sage Xutian, who almost lost his life, exchanging his life for a piece of the chaos purple chi. She really is amazing. I used to think her cultivation was hidden because she was weaker, relying on treasures to hide her strength. Now I see she's actually much stronger, hiding her power to avoid the great Tao's suppression. Hey, did you notice? Senior Annie took out a few magical treasures. 3 items, a flute, a cage, and a gong. Those are all chaos treasures. How about Xutian? He couldn't even handle one move. Brother Xutian isn't easy to deal with either. His 7 treasures wonderful tree is a chaos treasure made from chaos blue lotus petals, yet it was easily taken down. You're talking about how good the treasures are? It depends on who owns them. Xutian's chaos blue lotus petals turned into a chaos treasure, which is supreme to us. But for our senior auntie, it's nothing special. I'm not blind. Just that flute alone. If it weren't made from chaos blue lotus, I'd tear it apart myself. You're right. Not just the flute. Look at the hairpins, rings, beads, and jade ornaments on her head. Probably all chaos treasures. The robe she wears looks complicated and flashy, but it must be a chaos treasure too, since it's on her. Of course. Think about it. Our senior auntie and Pengu are both born from chaos blue lotus. Where do you think all her accessories and her accompanying treasures come from? Honestly, the chaos treasures in the hands of saints and quasi-sages now are leftovers that our senior auntie picked out. In the past, we knew she was from a high background and had a good foundation, but we didn't really feel it. After all, Pengu is no longer here. Now, in the ancient world, the great Tao suppresses everything, and saints are the highest cultivation level. Looking at it now, I realize that the depth of this thing is really not something to be taken lightly. Oh, in that case, teacher, doesn't that mean it's a bit too much to reach for? It's more than just reaching. Forget it, let's not talk about these things. Do you still want to stay in the wilderness? Yes, yes, yes. The wilderness is the wilderness. Don't keep talking about chaos. We've never seen what chaos really looks like. We just follow the trends. The highest honor in the wilderness is being a saint. Anyway, saints are not easy to deal with. Uncle Master can't handle them. Be smarter from now on. Speaking of chaos, I haven't seen it myself. But have you noticed? Besides Uncle Master, the mysterious Lord Lin Qi and Lord Baihan from the White Tiger Land have appeared together. I vaguely remember hearing that Lord Baihan might be the true form of the White Tiger, one of the 4 sacred beasts of chaos. What's his relationship with Uncle Master? What relationship could there be? He's just a follower. Didn't you see he's still half a step behind Lord Lin Qi? Do you know if he's really the true form of the 4 sacred beasts? Even if he is, so what? Look at the descendants of those 3 sacred beasts. What have they become? Not long ago, the Dragon King under my mountain came to pay tribute. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Your neighbor's descendants are just some mixed-breed dragons from many generations ago, not real dragons. Why don't you go to the East Sea Dragon Palace to collect tribute? If you look down on Lord Baihan, it just shows you lack vision. If he can join Uncle Master's sect, you think you can do it? Why not try at Rule Water? I've tried. He personally delivered gifts, but I never got them in. I've tried too, but it doesn't work. Have you heard? The people at Tianyu Mountain are accepting offerings. Maybe we should go try there. Come on, that dragon steward at Tianyu Mountain often hits people with a gold abacus. They take offerings based on their mood. Even if they accept, they might not deliver them to Uncle Master. Are you serious? Isn't that just fooling Uncle Master? Divine Lord, these are the recent gift lists and the ones I sent back. Inside the Ruo water barrier, Long Yi was reporting accounts to Ning Yi. The gifts from the South Sea Dragon Palace have increased by 30%. The monsters and spirits near Tianyu Mountain all worship Lord Pengu and the respected deities, praying daily with continuous incense. The spiritual energy in the mountain is becoming more abundant. A few days ago, the envoy from the Phoenix clan brought several carts of gifts. All of them were smashed and thrown away. Long Yi carefully reported everything he thought needed detailed explanation. Ning Yi sat in the main seat, pouring tea for Ting Ting across from her, while listening. Has Feng Xian stopped being so formal?
Good job.
The Phoenix clan doesn't need to worry about us. It's none of our business. How's the family? Is everything okay?
How is Xiaobai?
All is well. Some creatures from the Great Lake have taken shape, and there are more workers now. Xiaobai needs to be enlightened by the respect, and she is progressing quickly in her cultivation. She is very diligent, and Shangqing takes good care of her. Xiaobai is eager to see the respect when I come to Ru Water. I was worried she would only want to play and disturb the respect's peace, so I didn't bring her. Ah, that's fine. Having a little Lu at home, plus Hu Xiaomei really keeps things lively. If Xiaobai also came, there might be no peace at all. She herself is relatively better. Ting Ting prefers quiet, focusing on her hobbies, and doesn't like noise. Divine Lord, the two demon kings from the demon clan Heaven are requesting to see you. Chu Chu reported as she entered. Ta, Yi, and Dijun? No need to ask. Hong Yun, in front of all the monks watching the chaos in the great wilderness, gave her the primordial purple chi. Plus, she took Kun Ti's, and although she doesn't have her own, everyone believes she holds 3 strands of the primordial purple chi. What could their visit be for?
No.
Tell them I cannot meet them. Their requests are beyond what I can give. They are not destined to become saints. Now, as her own virtue and power grow stronger, Ning Yi has gained many insights. Forget Ta Yi and Dijun. They originally had no relationship with her. She would never give them the primordial purple chi. Even Zhu too, before the Great Witch and Demon Calamity ended, she wouldn't give it to him either. White Tiger was right. Saints are just pawns, and so are the Witch and Demon clans. Their power is too strong, which is why they rise to great heights only to decline, filling the heavenly way. At this point, giving anyone a counteroffer is like a death warrant. Divine Lord, shall I go and send the demon duo away? Long Yi, hearing Ning Yi's words, was eager to go and see to the guests. This was something he enjoyed doing most. Chu Chu, a gentle and delicate girl, shouldn't be doing this kind of work. He found this reason, but Ning Yi looked at him, and Chu Chu's eyebrows immediately raised in protest. This girl indeed looks pitiful, delicate and gentle as water, but her personality is not. When I first followed her, I pretended to be obedient for a while. As I gradually understood Ning Yi's good temper and improved my skills, I became quick to ignite and act. I no longer argued when I could fight, and I didn't tolerate anyone's bad temper. Of course, I wasn't impulsive. I was quick to get angry, but still logical. Because of my appearance, people often thought I was delicate and helpless, which is my weak spot. Housekeeper Long. Why do you underestimate me? Why can't I be the one to send people away? Are you afraid of them? I don't believe anyone at the Divine Lord's door would dare to attack me. I don't need your help. I'll go myself. After saying that, I tilted my head back, puffed out my chest, and walked away, twisting my small waist. Long Yi is a good butler, but he wouldn't dare provoke the little fox who follows Ning Yi everywhere. He quickly forced a smile and followed her out, trying to soothe her. Chu Chu, I didn't mean it that way. Don't be angry. He chased after her. Ning Yi didn't care. She turned to Ting Ting, who had been silent the whole time, and handed him a streak of Hongmeng purple energy. Ting Ting, this is for you. You experienced the opening of the heavens tribulation, so you definitely have a chance to become a saint. I really don't have that streak of Hongmeng purple energy from the unknown place. Otherwise, I would have given it to you earlier. I kept thinking about how to get it, and now I finally succeeded. Here, Tingting's eyes lit up as he looked at Ningyi, becoming more serious and emotional. His feelings seemed to almost solidify, like water dripping from his eyes. Ningyi could see this clearly. Suddenly, she blushed a little and awkwardly made an excuse for herself. Oh, this is just my chaotic body. I can't become a saint. My cultivation isn't top tier, so I don't feel very secure. I give you this because I want you to become a saint. I want to cling to your success. Tingting smiled, squinting his eyes happily. I don't need this. Huh? Why not? I worked so hard to get it. All right, if you say it was hard, then it was. Tingting stood up, took Ningyi's hand, and said, "Let's go." They went beyond the 33 heavens, into an even farther realm. In the vast universe full of stars, Ningyi watched Tingting release his aura. His cultivation slowly increased, rising higher and higher. The pressure of a saint appeared, and his power kept growing. Wow, are you proving your way with strength? Ningyi could tell. Quickly, I remembered. Before the world was created, my brother gave you a special token, the last piece of the chaos purple chi, right? I was right. It was clear that her brother had given Tingting a special token, but she never mentioned it all this time. It wasn't something meant to be handed over to him. But my brother has the chaos purple chi. Why didn't he give it to me? If she had known back then that her brother possessed the chaos purple chi, she would have stayed in the primal chaos, become a saint, or even the highest being, and wouldn't have hidden. Tingting smiled with a hint of helplessness, because your brother doesn't care about me. If I could survive the opening of the heavens, we have a marriage agreement. If I become a saint, I can protect you. If I can't survive the opening of the heavens, he wouldn't care. The marriage agreement is just between us. Others don't know about it. If he doesn't say anything, it won't affect you. In the end, the great Panga's careful plans were all for the safety of his sister. Ningyi could tell what Tingting meant and was deeply moved. I will go see my brother when I get back. Ningyi was also curious. Did you suppress your cultivation voluntarily, or was it the pressure of the great Tao? Both. The spiritual energy of the primal chaos can't support a cultivation above a saint. The next calamity will probably be even harder. Ningyi could attest to this. It will only get more difficult until the spiritual energy is completely exhausted and cultivation becomes impossible. Now that Tingting has become a saint, she can't use the chaos purple chi in her hand, so her original plan needs to be changed. Let's go back. I understand now. Haha, this is great, another strong support to rely on. You need to protect me. I'm so gentle and kind, weak and helpless, easy to deceive. Finally, I have a big backing. Tingting.
What are you talking about?
Weak and helpless? How did you get that chaos purple chi? Have you forgotten so quickly? Who is the one who single-handedly challenged 6 quasi-saints? All right, I will protect you. Forget it. She really isn't suited for fighting. The great Panga said her sister's power is weak, and she can't fight, so she needs protection. That must be it, right? Having just been beaten into that state, and having taken the Hongmeng purple chi, they surprisingly come to ask for it back. Let them wait. It's not that she is being difficult, but she needs to think about what to do. The Hongmeng purple chi is no longer useful for her, so she plans to leave a part for the Earth Mother. The remaining part must be used for the greatest benefit. How can she get the most benefit? In the mortal world, the greatest benefit naturally goes to the demon race. But the demon race has no future. And it's not good either, since Fushi's reputation mainly lies among humans. Among humans, her own reputation is much greater than Fushi's. The 3 pure ones have already taken advantage once. Just thinking about it made Ningyi shake her head. Bai Hu's personality wouldn't make him take that step. Could she support other De Luo Jinxian under her? But what happens after supporting them? They say that one's position influences their mind. Once they become saints, their mindset naturally changes. If she wants to get involved in the fight among saints, how should she do it? Wouldn't that make her path narrower and narrower? After thinking it over, she still decides to give it to Xuanti. The rise of the Western teachings after several calamities is secondary. The main point is, Giving it to Xuan might change the timeline from what Ningyi remembers. But the overall direction wouldn't be too different. As long as the main direction stays the same, her plan can be maximized. If she personally ruins the timeline, it would be like destroying her own skills. Even if she is on the same level as Hongjun, Ningyi doesn't dare say, she can definitely surpass Hongjun. Hongjun can place disciples and all things in the world on a chessboard, with life and death not bothering him. She cannot do that. If heaven has feelings, heaven also ages. Not to mention her, as long as a person cares about something or someone, that becomes a bond. She cannot let go of the human race. That is her bond. Because of her brother, she won't go against the heavenly way, nor will she allow others to do so. That is also her bond. She might as well follow the old path. It's not that I can't return it to you, but it depends on whether you can pay the price. So, when the two from the west entered the hall, knelt on the ground, and cried and wailed to beg for the Hongmeng purple qi, Ningyi said this. Xuan quickly responded. Even while crying so much that tears streamed down his face, he could still speak clearly and express himself. That was quite a skill. As long as I can prove my way to the holy position, I will give all my virtues to my master. Come on, after the establishment of the three pure ones, there isn't much virtue left to share, and since two people are dividing it, how much can you really get? I don't care. Think of something else. What else do you have? Lin and Xuan looked at each other, thinking hard but truly couldn't find anything more valuable than the virtue of becoming a saint. Could it be a magic treasure? But their treasures are only comparable to others. They wouldn't catch the eye of the master. Xuan could only ask Ningyi for conditions. Master, whatever I have, I will give. Haha, that's what you said yourself. I don't want your saintly virtues. Like the others, I only want three things. First, I want half of all future merits of the Western teachings.
No deadline.
As long as your Western teachings exist, I get half. Second, in the future, whenever my Panga lineage sees your followers, they must be at least third level.
No deadline.
Third. I haven't thought of the third yet. When I do, I'll let you know. How about it? Do you dare to agree? Neither of them hesitated. For them, these conditions hardly affect them at all. They are all about future matters. The Western world is barren. They've been fooling around for so many years, but the Eastern cultivators haven't been fooled much. The native followers in the West are just a few small groups. What can develop in the future? In the Eastern world, the Witch and Lich clans are powerful, with 4 saints and 3 major sects, all far stronger than them. Moving east is almost impossible. How much merit can there be in the future? Giving away half. How much is left? Not to mention the Panga lineage seeing at least third level. Every time they come to the east, they are still half a step behind everyone else. Thinking this way, it's not a big loss if they become saints. It's actually more advantageous than what the other saints get. What's there to hesitate about? Ningyi felt that the benefits of cheating were truly satisfying. Look at these two, they still think they're getting the better deal. Alright, this is yours. Go. Since they agreed, she wasn't afraid they'd back out. The cost of backing out is too high. They wouldn't dare. She returned the Hongmeng purple qi and sent them off. They obtained the primordial purple qi of Hongmeng and, along with their previous visit to the Eastern land, celebrated the 3 pure ones, realizing their path to becoming saints. Just now, their master uncle clearly indicated they would establish a teaching, so there was no reason to doubt. Upon returning to the Western land, they immediately founded a religion and became saints. The Western land is far away, and establishing a new religion means dividing merits. The miraculous signs of becoming saints did not bring much benefit to the creatures of the Eastern land. Ever since, the postnatal earth has remained silent. Everyone's attention was on the primordial purple qi in Ningyi's hand. Master Uncle, since this is a business deal, why can't we talk openly? When the underworld came to visit, they immediately wanted the primordial purple qi, which Ningyi hadn't expected. Sure, let's talk. What are you willing to pay? Ningyi remained calm and firm. Is there a way? Just tell me. Besides wanting the primordial purple qi, I also want you to show me the way to become a saint. Your demands are quite high. There's a red lotus in the lotus pond outside my door. I heard you have one.
What?
The 12th-grade fire lotus is my vital treasure. How can I give it away? The 12th-grade fire lotus was formed from a chaos green lotus seed. Without the heavenly tribulation, it might be my brother or sister. Others can't use it, but it shares the same roots with me, so it's much closer to me. What's the use of not giving it? I couldn't argue back. The underworld calculated that becoming a saint or keeping the vital treasure was more important. In the end, becoming a saint was more crucial. Gritting his teeth, he handed over the fire lotus. All right, I won't cheat you. Before you become a saint, I won't discuss other conditions. When you succeed, I'll settle the account. Hearing this, the underworld was so excited that their eyes shone brightly as they looked at Ningyi. Master Uncle, are you going to give me the primordial purple chi? What should I do? Ningyi shook his head. No rush. You need to understand your own path to sainthood first. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but if I do now, it might harm you. If the demon race's second emperor or Kunping knew the purple chi was in your hands, would they stop fighting? They'd just keep fighting and killing, leaving no time to understand the way. Look at postnatal Earth. Everyone knows I kept the primordial purple chi for her, and the witch clan isn't in a hurry.
Why?
It's the same reason. Go back and meditate on the great Tao carefully. The underworld looked pained. But, Master Uncle, which direction should I think in? Rikyo, Sanqing, and Western religions all established their teachings. You should establish yours too. I've tried, but I can't succeed. That's because your method isn't right. If existing spirits can't be established, you can learn from Manhwa and create a new race. Then, you'll have created a new race and established your teachings. The merit will be enough. He spoke so carefully and kindly that even the river of darkness was moved. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your guidance. I will go back and understand the great way. Excited, she went to the Sea of Rebirth.
Sigh.
Fooling a simpleton doesn't give much sense of achievement. Ningyi played with the fire lotus and sighed. Actually, the river of darkness isn't that naive or simple. Calling him cunning isn't an exaggeration. Why does he act like a naive and sweet person? Because he really wants to become a saint. You're too good at fooling people. You clearly don't have the two kinds of primordial purple chi, but you act so confident. How can he not believe? Tingting smiled at Ningyi, tricking others with her magic treasure. Are you really going to raise it in the pond? When Longyi set out back to Tianyu Mountain, Ningyi gave him the fire lotus to take home and keep in the front pond. Longyi was surprised. That was a 12th grade fire lotus. Yes, raise it. It looks beautiful. Plus, it can add some spiritual energy to the pond, making it easier for Little White to cultivate. All right, he's just a steward. Whatever the master says goes. Longyi carried the fire lotus, floating as he returned. After floating all the way back to Tianyu Mountain, he realized, what's so special about floating? He's the chief steward of Ningyi. Their family can casually take out anything, and it's top quality. Although the fire lotus came from the chaos blue lotus, his master is still the daughter of the chaos blue lotus. Stay calm, stay calm. He mentally prepared himself, and when he arrived, the chief steward was very steady. Chief steward, did the master give us another good thing? This lotus is really beautiful. When Longyi returned home, Long Sang and Long Si came out of the big lake to greet him. Seeing the beautiful lotus, Long Si flattered her. Dragon Yi's tone was casual, like picking a wildflower from the roadside before entering. She handed the red lotus to Long Si, saying, if you like it, just keep it. When you're done playing, put it in the pond. The divine master said it should be kept in the pond for nurturing. Long Sang and Long Si's eyes widened in surprise. Long Si took the flower with trembling hands. Chief Steward, is this the legendary red lotus that can release the fire of karma, one of the 12 kinds of karma fire, capable of burning everything? Dragon Yi nodded confidently.
Yes.
Why are you so excited? Anything from our family is a treasure. She pointed to the plants and trees on the mountaintop. Every flower and tree here is a chaos seed. If we go out like this, people will laugh at us. Long Sang and Long Si looked at Dragon E with admiration. She was truly calm and composed. Long Si quickly placed the Karma Fire Red Lotus into the pond. She didn't dare to play with it. Dragon E was chatting with Long Sang. You two know quite a lot, huh? About the Karma Fire Red Lotus? Who told you? Long Sang smiled. The Divine Master never restricted our freedom. Over the years, when we had free time, we sometimes wandered nearby the mountains. We heard some rumors. Long Si then said, Chief Steward, you probably don't know yet. There are humans nearby. At the foot of Chiowu Mountain there are about a few thousand people. The whole tribe moved here. There are dozens of villages. Human women are skillful. I often go to buy clothes from them, trading fish and shrimp for their bread. I like that. Oh, and the great shaman Ho-E from the Witch clan also hid his cultivation and lives in a village. It seems he married a human girl and is living a normal life. Dragon E looked surprised. You're friends with the White Marsh Great God, right? Wow, such detailed news almost moved into their village. Long Si smiled. The White Marsh Great God doesn't stay here often. We get along well. Just then, 10 small suns appeared in the sky. Upon closer look, they were 10 clusters of golden light. Dragon E and the others could tell immediately. These were 10 little golden crows flying. Long Sang cursed. Here they come again. That Demon King and Demon Queen don't care about their children at all. They keep transforming into their true forms and flying in the sky. How can the flowers and trees on the mountain survive? They're all dying. Dragon E felt that since he had only been gone for less than half a month, many things seemed to have happened. Long Si pouted. It's all because of Feng Su Yen from the Phoenix clan. She's trying to upgrade through Nirvana, flattering the little golden crow, hoping to use the golden crow fire for her rebirth. Huh? She's the queen of the Phoenix clan, born in the Red Sparrow nest in the far south. Does she still need to find golden crow fire for Nirvana? Not only is that unnecessary, but can the golden crow fire compare to the Red Sparrow flame? Is she stupid? Giving up a good thing for a lesser one? She wants to, but does she dare? What does that mean? Since Blue Yao's protector left, the Phoenix clan has fallen apart, with serious internal fighting. Now it's getting worse. Several young members have been sent to the big families working for Manhwa, constantly watching her, wanting to kill her. During Nirvana, her body is weak, like rebirth, starting over from childhood. Feng Su Yen has few trusted people in the Phoenix clan. Who can she trust? She wants to Nirvana. At this moment, Ning Yi inside the water barrier was also talking with Blue Yao about Feng Su Yen. 10 small suns appeared in the sky, a classic scene. Could Ning Yi find out the cause? If it was Feng Su Yen who started it, she would call Blue Yao out of the Chaos Pearl small world to ask for details. Then, with wine and food, they went to the Red Sparrow Mound. Zhu Zhu, do you think your inner elixir is blind? What kind of thing did you find? Causing trouble everywhere. That little golden crow is just a brat, causing trouble for the adults. I think she's trying to ruin your descendants. Don't think I mind meddling. I've helped you clear your path. If she keeps acting like this, your clan might really be finished. At least she should leave you some offspring, right? Xiaohong probably didn't react. Since she didn't respond, Ningyi took it as her agreement. He took off the red sparrow hairpin from her head and also handed her the small flame from her skirt. This is the original fire that nurtured the red sparrow during the chaos. Take it and find Feng Su Yen. She wants to Nirvana, right? Let her do it. If she can survive, you can use the red sparrow hairpin to subdue her and take her to the red sparrow mound for your master to handle. If she can't, just take her inner elixir and return it to the mound. The Phoenix clan. You might as well disband. Once people are scattered, it's hard to reunite. Find your own way to survive. Scattered across the wilderness, perhaps there's still a chance to live on. Blue Yao's expression showed no signs of revenge, excitement, or thrill, only a deep sense of empathy and silence. She took the item and left. Not long after, she returned and handed Ning Yi the Zhuke hairpin and the small flame. She couldn't endure it and has turned into a pile of bones, falling in the mountains. The Phoenix clan has also disbanded. Alright, after you return the inner core of the Zhuke, go back to your small world to cultivate. When the flames at Zhuke tomb die out and you retrieve her remains, you can become her guardian. Blue Yao's expression finally showed a hint of excitement. Yes, soon, she returned the inner core and focused on cultivating in her small world. She waited for the day she could protect Zhuchua's remains. Bai Han, do you want a chance to earn some merit? Ningyi was chatting with Bai Hu. What kind of opportunity? Of course, he wanted it. I have a seedling of the Chaos Wudong tree. Why not plant it in Zhuke tomb? That tree was planted during the time when Little Red stayed with Bai Hu in the barrier, in the area where she lived.
Huh?
Will that bring merit? Planting trees isn't merit, but once it grows, the tree can be used as material for making magic treasures. Those treasures are for big events and require accumulating great merit. Bai Hu looked puzzled. A tree-made magic treasure? What is it? I can't tell you that. Just wait and see. Are you going or not? If you don't go, I'll ask Chu. Of course, Your Honor, I must go since you value me. Don't worry, I won't trick you. Ting Ting, who was listening nearby. If you leave out the last sentence, it sounds more sincere. Truly. Fuju baby, you should wander around near the human race more often. After Feng Xian died, the Phoenix clan scattered and split apart. But a few little golden crows seemed to find new fun. They often came out and wandered across the entire wilderness. They even flew around with their bodies. They played happily. But the creatures of the wilderness couldn't handle it. The temperature suddenly rose sharply, making it impossible for plants and animals to survive. The forests on the mountains dried out and caught fire. Many mountains turned into bald hills. The rivers also dried up quite a bit. Many humans migrated away, suffering greatly. Near the ancestral hall of the water tribe, the human people can still live their lives. Those little golden crows may have been taught by the demon king or demon queen, so they don't wander near the water tribe or the sage's dojo. Because of their stubbornness, many places have experienced droughts. Ningyi is comforting her family's dear baby, Fuju, who is a lucky beast of water. Wherever he appears, there is always heavy rain. But this child has social anxiety and doesn't like to go out. He usually stays in the back mountain or hides in the house, carving with Ting Ting. He never goes out alone. He must have siblings with him. When Ningyi asks him to go out, Fuju is surprised. Sister, I can't control clouds and rain. Huh? I know. I didn't ask you to control clouds and rain just to make some water. No, sister, you might have the order wrong. I like thick water vapor, so I appear where there's a lot of vapor. First, there's water vapor, then I go, and then I make rain. It's not that I go first and then the vapor gets heavy and causes rain. Then, isn't the name of your lucky beast a bit misleading? Fuju looks at Ningyi's expression, thinks for a moment, and with a little grievance says, If sister wants me to go, I can go for a walk. Who will accompany me? He asks while looking at the others. Fai Lian and Lu Shu immediately raise their hands. I'll go. The little deer probably has social anxiety, which perfectly complements Fuju's social fears. Ningyi nods. Then you all go out with Fuju for a walk. Whether useful or not, better than nothing. Bai Zhe sits nearby, nodding vaguely as if understanding. Sister, isn't the dragon the rain-controlling beast? We have so many dragons at home, why not let Longer try? Longer is a carp that transformed, so can he do it? Okay. Then maybe I should try. Longer isn't sure if he can do it. When he was at Lake Tianyu, he could definitely do it. But above the lake, there is spiritual energy and mist. Going to places without water vapor, he has no idea. Ningyi thinks for a moment, takes out a gourd, and gives it to Longer. This is the first gourd I grew on a gourd vine. Go to the East Sea to collect some water, and bring it back to Fuju and the others. With this water, rain should be no problem, right? This troublesome matter, little Lu has no patience for it. He directly muttered nearby, Why bother with this? I'll go to the demon tribe's court and have them take care of their own children. If they don't listen, I might as well take them in. Catch them, tie them up, and roast them for skewers. Ningyi. That's all you can think of. The death of Little Golden Crow was one of the starting points of the Great War between the witch and the undead. I directly cut it off. What if I go against the heavenly way? Stop talking so much. Everywhere I look, I see you. All you do is eat. Little Lu isn't new to Ningyi. Hearing this, his eyes rolled around, and he knew what was coming. He was probably planning to scheme against someone again. So he closed his mouth and said nothing more. Long Air and a few others Xiao Lu had just set out not long ago. Later, 2D entered the door with an angry face. Auntie, I want to return to Panga Temple to discuss matters and say goodbye. Ningyi saw the fierce look in his eyes, ready to fight, and asked curiously, Are you planning to fight someone? Kwafu was mocked by Little Golden Crow and chased him all the way to the far west. He kept running until he died. Our Great Witch clan cannot tolerate such humiliation. We must seek justice from the demon tribe. Ning-yi was quite surprised. How did Kwafu die? Did he die chasing the Golden Crow? Why was it so sudden? She only remembered the story of Kwafu chasing the sun, but the details were fuzzy. From her impression, the Kwafu she saw at Panga Temple was quite straightforward and impulsive. Chasing the sun was something he could do. He was powerful but simple-minded. He considered himself the number 2 in the heavens. No one dared to disobey him. Instead of acting on impulse, he would do things after a word. Then go back. I still say the same. Until I understand the way to become a saint, I can't help you. Even if I give you the primordial purple chi, it won't be useful. Although she knew this was the outcome, 2D still felt a bit disappointed. After the third lecture, Hong Jun and the other disciples deliberately ignored her, acting as if she didn't exist. After she returned, she mostly stayed in seclusion and didn't go out much. She held back her frustration, eager to become a saint and prove herself. But she couldn't attain enlightenment easily, which was very frustrating. Now that something big happened in the witch tribe, she also felt a bit discouraged about the path to sainthood. It was better to focus on the witch tribe first. Just as 2D left, Hoi arrived. Why are these events happening one after another, like a busy schedule, with each person taking their turn? Divine Lord, I don't dare ask for treasures, only seek your guidance. Do you know where I can find good materials to make bows and arrows? I want to kill the Golden Crow to avenge Brother Kwafu. No, don't ask me. Go to the White Tiger Land on the Western Mountain. Lord Baihan will take you to find suitable materials. Just after making arrangements, he was sent on his way. Using fire against fire, the vermilion bird's flames against the Golden Crow, surely it can't be defeated. Thank you for your advice, Divine Lord. Ho-E decisively said goodbye and headed to White Tiger Land. Before leaving, he also returned to the southern human village to say farewell to his wife. Don't think they're in such a rush. In reality, the ancestral witches first gathered and confronted the Sun God Palace on different mountains. The standoff lasted for decades or even 100 years, but they never fought, only argued. Ho-E found White Tiger, then went to the Vermilion Bird's burial site to get chaotic wudong wood, used it to make bows and arrows. This process also took decades. Your Excellency, I feel like I've been tricked, he said. White Tiger sat in the water barrier of Rue water, holding a fan, fanning himself as if trying to cool his temper. Don't get angry. Come, have some enlightenment tea. It will help calm you down. Why get so upset? You've already taken him as a disciple. How could you be tricked? Ning-yi joked. When White Tiger heard about enlightenment tea, his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. He was excited. Actually, he came looking to get some good stuff. Whether he was truly tricked, he couldn't tell for sure. From what he saw, if Ho-Yi's bow and arrows could really kill the little Golden Crow, and if the monsters knew he was the one who brought Ho-Yi to find the materials, they definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Dealing with such a powerful enemy was definitely not a good thing. But on second thought, usually fighting to kill or be killed results in mutual harm. No one benefits. If the monsters were all wiped out, or if the 3 clans, Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, became extinct, would doing good deeds for the people bring any merit? It's hard to say. Things are fuzzy. It's like seeing something but not understanding it clearly. He can only take one step at a time. For now, gaining some benefits is good enough. Getting a cup of enlightenment tea, that's pretty great. Respectful Lord, my little tiger cub has heard that he has entered your household. He's been causing a fuss at home, wanting to come pay his respects to you. Do you think you could let him come? Why is he so eager to climb the ladder? What does he want with a little tiger cub? Ningyi followed the white tiger's gaze, seeing him look at Hu Xiaomei. Well, that intention is pretty obvious now. Let him come. Choo-choo, one person doesn't bother two masters. When the little tiger arrives, you can bring him along. A sheep is driven away, and two sheep are also released. Let's just do that. Choo-choo was speechless. Respectful lord, the little tiger you mentioned is a great deity from the chaos era. Do you want me to bring him? Am I qualified? Before Ningyi could say anything, the white tiger responded, of course, why not? Your ancestors were also great deities from the chaos. Besides, whether he's sensible or not doesn't depend on age. My unlucky kid is just growing older, not smarter. Following Choo-choo girl, he can learn some manners. That's good. Silently, Ningyi gave the white tiger a thumbs up. With this shameless attitude, if he doesn't go all the way to the end, he's just a ghost. Divine Lord, long time no see. I miss you so much. Maybe I should go grind some grain for you. When the little tiger came, he was still so simple-minded. His tiger head was gone. Now he had a complete human form, tall and broad, with a build comparable to the witch clan. He looked straightforward, with a rugged style. His hair was loose, and he had a beard. He still spoke so honestly. Ningyi forced a smile and greeted him. No need. I don't cook much now. I don't need that much rice and flour. I'll find you when I need it. For now, stay with Choo-choo and get familiar with the environment. Go ahead. The little tiger, Bai Kong, happily ran off. Bai Han looked at him with a kind expression. Sorry for making the respectful lord laugh. My kid is a bit too lively. Yes, that's definitely the filter of an elder. He spoke naturally. If Ningyi didn't already know Bai Kong and knew he was an ancient demon, he might think he was just a 3-year-old. Not old. Compared to Lord Lu, we're still babies. The white tiger didn't agree that his child was old. Lord Lu? Who is Lord Lu? Ningyi took a moment to realize he was talking about Xiao Luer. Oh, who else could be as innocent and playful as little Lu? Respectful lord, look, if Hou-yi avenges Kwa Fu, when will the war between the witch and demon clan start? Bai Hu is talking about serious matters. Are you sure Hou-yi can kill 10 little golden crows? Hou-yi's bow and arrow were personally brought back by me. Do you think I don't know their power? Those little golden crows won't survive unless they stay inside the sun god palace all the time. But they are so stubborn, they won't stay put. It's bound to happen. Oh, that analysis makes sense. I heard the 2 demon kings love the little golden crows very much. Of course. Otherwise, how could they spoil them so much? Because they are so pampered. When they die, those 2 will probably fight desperately. Kwa Fu is also a great witch of the witch clan, and the ancestral witches train the heirs too. Their status isn't lower than the little golden crows in the demon race. Yet they haven't fought either. Team leaders usually argue first, then secretly build strength. When fighting becomes unavoidable, they fight, right? They probably won't skip straight to fighting without arguing first. That's hard to say. Neither clan is very patient. Sooner or later, there will be a battle. Only one will remain, and both sides know this. But they haven't had the chance yet. It's possible they might fight suddenly. Only one clan will survive? Which one do you think will survive? Ningyi asked, and Bai Hu looked at her with a smile. Respectful lord, you're testing me. Neither clan will survive. Remember the blue dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise? They were all much stronger than today's witch and demon clans. Where are they now? The 4 seas dragon kings each rule a sea, living carefree, already forgetting their ancestors' glory. Those dragon descendants go out to play everywhere, leaving behind their mixed-blood offspring. Some pull carts for others, some become meals for powerful beings. At least some descendants remain. As for the black tortoise, even turtles claim to be descendants of the black tortoise. And the Qilin, originally followers of the black tortoise, now hold the legitimate position of the northern auspicious beast. I don't need to say what the vermilion bird clan is like. Their dragon liver and phoenix gall are now famous dishes at grand banquets, showing how desperate their situation is. The witch and demon clans seem powerful now, but how good can it really be? The demon race is huge, with many not involved in clan affairs, not under the control of the heavenly court, and they die and multiply endlessly. The witch clan. Without your protection, I fear there will be a day when they are completely wiped out. Unless they can blend in among humans and hide their witch identity, humans have strong reproductive abilities, so maybe they can preserve some witch bloodlines. Ning-yi remembered a saying from his past life: the older and wiser you get, it means that the longer people live and the more they see, the smarter they become. This saying fits Bai Hu very well. His sharp eyesight is probably mostly gained from living a long time and seeing a lot. So, what do you plan to do? Ning-yi was curious about how he would survive this great disaster. Isn't it better to ask you, Your Honor? Do you have any plans? Your barrier is so big, I can hide my 100 or so little tigers anywhere. What? He wants to hide her barrier during her tribulation? This is just a normal barrier. Can it withstand a great disaster from heaven and earth? Bai Hu is confident. Of course. The great calamities of ancient times are nothing compared to the creation of the world. The saints haven't even started their trials yet. Those calamities are limited. You say that. Then, if I understand you correctly, you, the mighty Bai Hu, still need to hide in my barrier? Can't you handle it yourself? I find that hard to believe. I can handle it, but my dojo is too close to the Mount of Disconnection. I always feel that place might have big trouble. It's unsafe. You're quite right. Then I'll point you to a place. Go to the East Sea, find a fairy mountain or blessed land on the sea, far from the chaos, and most troubles won't reach you. Bai Hu thought for a moment. That might work. But the celestial sage Tongtian's Bio Palace is in the East Sea. Many of his disciples and descendants occupy islands and fairy mountains there. Won't that cause conflicts? Not really. There are so many mountains in the East Sea. Can he occupy them all? Do you need to be so timid? I'm already cautious enough, but I don't act like you. Stay low-key and you'll have a long life. Anyway, I won't host you in my barrier. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Bai Hu really did go to the East Sea afterward. He didn't go straight to the War Mountain to become king. First, he visited Bio Palace, explained his purpose, and Tong Tian, very loyal, asked his senior disciple, Duo Bao Daoist, to take Bai Hu around the East Sea. When they found a good mountain, they helped him transform it. Uncle, what did I do wrong that you don't like me? Be honest. You see, many others can come here and ask for favors. Why can't I? Tong Tian turned his face and ran to Ning-yi to take credit. What else do you want? That wine is the only one of its kind, but Bai Hu is also under your command. Fine, do you want to join my sect? I accept you. You little brat, I don't believe you dare change your allegiance. Your master won't let you off easily. Sure enough, Tong Tian shook his head and said, I don't dare. If you don't dare, then why are you wasting time here? Go, go, go. Is there really nothing good for me? As a saint, do you lack such things? Can't you be a bit more modest? Bah, modesty is nothing. It's not enough to eat or wear. Uncle, your grapes are growing well. I'll pick a few bunches. By the way, little sister Choo-Choo, come here, find a basket for me, help me pick more bunches. This guy is so familiar. He doesn't see himself as an outsider and even orders Choo-Choo around. Choo-Choo first looks at Ning-yi's expression. Ning-yi waves her hand, and she steps forward. These are my hard-grown grapes. Brother, do you want to eat for free? Choo-Choo won't agree. Tong Tian casually takes out a jade hairpin and gives it to Choo-Choo. This is a token of appreciation for your hard work, sister. I have 3 other female disciples at home. I'll have them come another day to help you. He has many female disciples. The fact that he cares so much and is willing to send people out to build connections is not simple. A few days later, 3 female cultivators really arrived. Ning-yi sees them and thinks, ah, Sanshao. They came to help her grow flowers and grapes. Tongtian's way of doing things is truly unique. Anyone who says he's straightforward, Ning-yi is the first to disagree. He shot down 9 small golden crows, which was a major achievement. After the last small golden crow was rescued, he put away his bow and arrow and headed straight to the Ruoshui barrier. Godly Lord, I am here to avenge Brother Kwafu. I know the demon race won't let me go. The war between the witch and demon clans is unavoidable. I am a great witch and cannot fear battle. My wife at home is weak and cannot endure much. I only ask for your protection. If I die in battle, let her stay with you as a servant. He bowed after speaking. Normally, given Ningyi's personality, she wouldn't interfere in such matters. But Ho-yi, every time she visited her brother Pangu, was always very respectful and accompanied him sincerely. Only he and Nuwa from the entire witch clan showed such devotion. All right, I will help you. But you must understand, I am helping not because you have done anything for the witch clan, but because you show enough respect to Lord Pangu. Do you understand? Ho-yi was first surprised, then bowed his head more sincerely. I understand. Good, then you may go. Later, I will send Long Air to pick up your wife. Does the Divine Master know who my wife is? Where she is? Why are you asking that? Do you look down on someone? Can I not figure out such a simple thing? After saying this, Ningyi waved her hand and directly pushed Ho-yi out. Suddenly, she realized how satisfying it was to push someone out like that. Ho-yi was gone, but the matter still needed to be handled. Ningyi sent Long Air and Chu-Chu to pick up the person. Half a month later, the person was brought back. How to say it? She is truly beautiful. But here with Ningyi are the fox spirit Chu-Chu, Hu Xiaomei, Sen Xiao, and Fei Lian Baizhe. All of them are stunning beauties. Chang'e here doesn't stand out much. I was entrusted by your husband to take care of you until he returns. Chu-Chu, take her to the guest courtyard and choose a room for her. Chang'e bowed to Ningyi. On the way, Chu-Chu had already explained Ningyi's identity and introduced the Ru Shui area. Divine Master, I am originally from the human race. Would it be better for me to stay near a human tribe? I am more used to human surroundings. If I stay here, I will just think about my husband all day, with nothing to do. It's better to do some work among humans. Then go ahead. After sending Chu-Chu to take her, Ningyi told Luo to take good care of her. By now, Luo had married Hong, and they had become a married couple. Respectful one, the human tribe is holding a coronation ceremony. Hong has come of age and is getting married. The elders want to officially make him the human emperor. When Chu-Chu returned, she brought big news. This was expected. Hong had been following Elder Shin-nong since he was very young, and he was the first human to study Taoism with Tai Ching. He often visited Ningyi's home, and among humans, he was recognized as having Ningyi's approval. In every way, he was destined to become the human emperor. All right, if you want to go see the excitement, go ahead. I won't go. This was the first human coronation, and it might not be the same as in later times. But the first step was definitely to worship the ancestral hall of the human race and report to heaven and earth. Her statue was there, so there was no reason to join the crowd. They said that having a high status can cause trouble. People can't enjoy watching the festivities fully. If you want to go, I'll go with you. We can change our bodies and go. Tingting looked at Ningyi, who was eager to watch the fun but also trying to maintain her noble appearance. It made her feel uncomfortable, so she simply suggested disguising themselves. That works. But if we turn into ordinary people, we might not be able to get to the front. Then we can use a little magic, harmless to others, to squeeze to the front. Ningyi nodded excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. Let's go. What should we look like? Ningyi rolled her eyes and thought for a moment. You turn into a woodcutter, and I'll be a farmer's wife. Okay, a couple. With their decision made, Tingting's moon-shaped eyes reappeared. Soon, among the crowd watching the coronation, there was a neat-looking woodcutter and a fair-skinned farmer's wife. Those present, like Fushi, the grand elders, and family inside the barrier, could recognize them. They all silently agreed not to disturb the little fun of the Divine Lord and Lin Chi. In the human ancestor hall, Hong wore a black king's robe and walked solemnly up the grand stairs to the main hall. The square was crowded, but no one made a sound. Everyone quietly watched Hong ascend the steps, worship the statues of gods and ancestors, then, guided by the grand elder, go straight to the throne. They enjoyed the human worship. Ningyi and Lin Chi definitely wouldn't bow to the human emperor. When the people around bowed, They simply used invisibility magic. No one could see them anyway. The thunderous sound of bows and worship was very impressive. It naturally made people feel excited and resonate emotionally. Start the great array of the starry sky. Just as they were watching excitedly, a voice came from the sky. Then another voice followed. Start the great array of the heavenly gods and demons. Wow. The Lich and Demon Lord are setting up the final battle formation. This timing. It's hard to tell if it's a coincidence or intentional planning. Let's go. I need to go to the Panga Temple. Ningyi reached out and pulled Tingting, ready to leave. Are you going to help the Witch Clan? Tingting was surprised. Didn't they say earlier they wouldn't interfere with each other? What do you mean? I need to protect the statue. With a flash, they instantly arrived at the Panga Temple. The 12 ancestral witches, along with the Great Witch and the young strong ones, have gone into the big formation to guard it. Only a few older elders and the weak remain at the temple. When Ningyi appears, everyone kneels on the ground. Ningyi doesn't waste words. She releases her magic treasures one after another, throwing out 16 chaotic treasures to guard all directions. Set up the altar, she commands. Previously, whether at Ryu Water or Tianyu Mountain, they had stayed for a long time, but it was always just an ordinary barrier. Many people asked Ningyi why she didn't establish a proper altar. Because an altar is different from a simple barrier. That's why. She has been waiting to establish the Panga Divine Hall as the altar. Because her brother is there. Everywhere else feels wrong. Before, the Witch Clan was here, and it was not impossible to set up an altar. They could still receive offerings from the great tribes of the wilderness. No need to waste the opportunity. Now everyone is fighting fiercely. Of course, they want to take control if they can. Thank you, Aunt, for protecting our clan. The witch elders kneel in the square, very moved. Ningyi doesn't deny it. There's no need to tell outsiders everything. She only instructs them. Take your people and live well. And, can't you end the war? Even if we win this battle, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. If we lose, our clan might be wiped out. The elders try to ask Ningyi for help. The great law of the universe is above us. Everything has cause and effect. Force won't work. Go now, she says, shooing them away. This trick really works well. Tingting, shall we remodel this place? Since they're establishing the altar, they will need to stay here often. Ningyi can't live in such a simple palace. Although grand and majestic, it feels empty. What do you want to change? The central statue square can't be moved. Let's remodel the main hall. Keep the back hall for them and expand forward and to the sides. The 12 Ancestor Witches Hall was built around the Panga Hall, but there's still some distance in the middle. If we want a unified style, everything will have to be built in palace style. It would be better than a mismatched look. If we want a pastoral life, we can go back to Ryu Water. If we want to live in a fairyland, we can go to Tianyu Mountain. There's no need to pile everything together. Tingting agrees, and Ningyi leaves the matter to the professionals. She secluded herself to practice and store strength, waiting for the great calamity. This wait lasted 1,000 years. The 1,000-year war severely damaged the primal chaos. Not only did the two clans suffer heavy losses, with few survivors left, but other groups also sustained significant damage. Most importantly, the Chaos Continent was left in ruins. If there was any benefit, it was probably the underworld river of the Blood Sea. The two clans fought fiercely, blood flowing across the land, and the Blood Sea's power greatly increased. He actually created a new race, the Azura clan. The underworld river might still be a handsome face, but the Azura clan members, men handsome and women beautiful, are definitely the most striking among all groups. The only flaw is that they lack reproductive ability. So, the clan he created succeeded in some ways but not completely. They never dared to ask Ningyi for the primordial purple chi. Ningyi also suspected that the underworld river, having obtained the two powerful weapons, the great killing treasures of Nibiru and Apsu, was probably afraid she would want exchange for those swords again, so they didn't dare come. After all, he himself couldn't comprehend the path to becoming a saint. Even with the primordial purple chi, it was uncertain if he could achieve sainthood. But the treasures are vital for survival. Without them, they are truly lost. He didn't know what the underworld river was thinking. After gaining great strength, he became more low-key, unlike before when he was always scheming and associating with this and that, somewhat reminiscent of the Chaos-era Black Tortoise. Now, he prefers to stay in his own territory, steadily ruling the Blood Sea, rarely appearing in the world. Apart from this most benefited group, the fastest-growing group was almost the three pure ones. Taiching's high status was due to the rapid development of the human race. Even in such difficult times, the human race, with its strong reproductive ability, grew to millions. Several generations of human emperors had come and gone, and Hong had already abdicated and settled in the ancestral hall of the human race. His descendants had also passed on the throne multiple times. The larger the human population, the higher Taiching's status. He is the leader of the human sect. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, during the Great War between the witches and demons, gathered many disciples. All 12 of Yuan Shi's disciples were present. They each took on apprentices generation after generation, and their numbers grew quite a lot. Compared to Tong Tian, he couldn't be compared. He accepted anyone who came, almost without exception. More than half of those who didn't belong to the demon race also joined his sect. After the Great War between the witches and demons, the defeated remnants of the demon clan's heavenly court either fled far away or joined the Jia sect. So really, what was the point of all that fighting? The two clans battled endlessly, and in the end, they only benefited others. The White Tiger visited Ningyi's dojo and couldn't help complaining about the disastrous war. Master, the heavenly pillar has collapsed, the stairway to heaven is broken, the heavenly river has flooded back, and great floods rage across the land. The spiritual energy of the world is leaking away, and people are suffering everywhere. Will you not do something? It was indeed frustrating. In truth, not everyone from the two clans had perished. Tai was still alive, and 3 or 4 of the ancestral witches remained. But Gong Gong, in his rage, crashed into Mount Buzhou, destroying the heavenly pillar and the Sun Palace. With their home ruined and Emperor Jun dead, Tai lost control and unleashed the Chaos Spell, perishing together with the remaining ancestral witches. Their deaths ended the war, but the sky was left torn open, and no one came to mend the damage. Floods swept across the world, countless lives were lost, and the human race suffered the most. The White Tiger had come this time hoping to gain some merit or benefit from helping. Since the human race had grown stronger, the merit he earned long ago by helping Ho-E craft the sun-shooting bow had begun to show its value. At first it was small, but it kept growing, and now it was quite significant. Seeing the benefits, he knew Ning-Yi hadn't deceived him, and now he was eager for more. He thought this was another chance to gain something and came again to try his luck. Ning-Yi shook her head. This merit isn't something we can claim. That was what made it so frustrating. Back when humans were created, she couldn't do it herself. Now she wanted to forge a stone to mend the sky, but still couldn't. Then, Master, who do you think will earn this merit? Ning-Yi glanced at the White Tiger. Whoever it belongs to, it will go to them. Seeing she didn't want to say more, the White Tiger stopped asking. Divine Master, Hutu requests an audience. Just as they were talking about mending the sky, Hutu arrived. The White Tiger's eyes lit up. He thought the merit must belong to Hutu, and perhaps he could lend a hand and share in it. Aunt, the world is filled with suffering. The sins of the witch and demon clans have caused countless innocent deaths, and many souls have nowhere to go. I cannot bear to see the witch clan's sins deepen further. I am willing to use my own body to dissolve this burden. After I am gone, there will be no more ancestral witches, and the witch clan will merge into the human race and slowly fade away. Post 2 is about to transform into reincarnation. Bai, who listens nearby, worried that this might cost her life. He stays silent, deciding that risking his life isn't worth it. Ning-Yi definitely won't stop Post 2 from transforming into reincarnation. She takes out the last bit of the primordial purple chi and says, "You are not yet on the path to becoming a saint, but you have the ability to transform into reincarnation. This means that after becoming a saint, Your position will be incomplete, and you won't be able to come and go freely like other saints. You might have to stay in the underworld and not leave easily. Are you willing? Post 2 looks at Ning-yi in surprise. What's there not to be willing about? It's already a happy surprise. Originally, she planned to transform into reincarnation with her physical body and was prepared to die. Now, she doesn't have to die, can keep her life, and still become a saint. Wherever she stays is just her practice.
Who wouldn't want that?
Alright, then go to Tianyu Mountain and find Long-yi. Ask him to take out the fire lotus of karma. That fire lotus can transform karma itself, with both offense and defense. Carrying it will greatly benefit your cultivation. Once your saintly position is stable, we can discuss further. It's agreed that the red lotus is a loan, not a gift. Post 2 understands this clearly. She doesn't dare to push her luck further. After bowing, she leaves the dojo and first visits the remaining elder of the Ho clan to arrange future plans for the clan. Then she heads to Tianyu Mountain to get the fire lotus of karma. Long-yi, having heard Ning-yi's words, doesn't make things difficult. He happily takes out the red lotus and gives it to her. Post 2 doesn't stray far. She finds a quiet place near Tianyu Mountain, sets up a barrier, and contemplates the Tao. Soon after, she transforms into reincarnation, completing her journey. The heavenly way adds another layer. Big brother, when will you be able to form a divine body? How much more does the heavenly way need to complete? Ning-yi stands in front of the Pangas statue, chatting with her brother. Reincarnation is now established, and the cycle of karma can finally form a complete loop. Is it almost there? Still missing the heavenly court. Because the heavenly way has been completed, Panga's spiritual essence has greatly increased and become more active. The heavenly court is now empty. Rebuilding it will require deifying the gods. That will take time. She's anxious but patient. I just want to start playing chess again. It's so mentally exhausting. Just go with the flow, her brother advises. There's no need to strain yourself over these things. The heavenly way will fill itself in time. But she protests, when will I get to see my brother again? I want to meet him sooner. You're not here, so the house feels very boring. I don't even like cooking anymore. Her brother was very pleased to hear that.
Good.
I will try my best to improve myself. Great. I will also work hard at playing chess and try to earn more good deeds. Manhwa requests an audience. People of the human race are always in the ancestral hall, burning incense and praying for protection from ancestors, asking them to stop the floods and fix the sky. Ning-yi stays in the dojo, not leaving the house at all. She's afraid to go out, worried that if she does, humans might block her and beg her for help. What should she do then? Now that Manhwa has come to see her, she's surprised. Why isn't she fixing the sky? Why is she here? Are you on good terms with her? She came to ask her uncle for some land. What do you want land for? Isn't the sky fixed with colorful stones?
Why do you need land now?
To refine the sky-filling stones. Sky-filling stones. As the mother of the human race, it's my duty to look after humans. My brother taught me that I shouldn't ignore this. Now that humans are in trouble, I want to help fix the sky and do my part. The human race is growing stronger, and Fushi has benefited a lot. How could he not mention Manhwa? Before, Manhwa ignored her, so she wouldn't suddenly care about humans. Now that something big is happening, she's stepping in. It doesn't interfere with her good deeds. This kind of chosen child really makes people angry. Ning-yi is impressed by her luck. Then just refine the stones. Didn't your master give you the Qianquan cauldron? Stones are everywhere. Just refine them. Rough stones can't fix the sky. I also need the 9 heavens breath soil. Again with the 9 heavens breath soil? Do you think the 9 heavens breath soil is just ordinary earth? Can I get as much as I want? Why is she so obsessed with it? If your uncle doesn't have the 9 heavens breath soil, does he have chaos stone? That works too. Can this thing be bargained over? Is this real? Is Manhwa trying to trick her? Ning-yi is stunned. Why would I lie to my uncle? The materials belong to him, and the merit of fixing the sky also belongs to him. I just want to do something for humans. I'm not after anything else. Why would I deceive my uncle? Oh, that makes sense. Her words convince Ning-yi. I thought for a moment and took out some of the meteorite stones I had collected during chaotic times, which I hadn't used much before. These stones are neither gold, jade, stone, nor jade again. I also took some 9 heavens restoring soil. That's enough. If it's not enough, you'll have to figure it out yourself. That's enough, that's enough. Then hurry up and go. The sky is leaking so much. Not only humans are suffering, but spiritual energy is also escaping. As spiritual energy becomes thinner, fewer creatures gain wisdom, but what's even worse is that their cultivation is being suppressed more and more, which is very painful. Thank you, Uncle Master. I'm going now. Now, Manhwa is becoming more polite. The two of them are now practically strangers, but their manners are more careful than ever. Go now, go now. Respectful master, Manhwa's effort to patch the sky is as meritorious as creating humans. With this, she might even be the top saint. The human race is thriving, and I'm afraid even the saints of Zhixiao Palace can't match her in virtue. That person isn't someone without desires. He probably won't let his disciples dominate him, right? White Tiger wants to share in the merit of patching the sky, but isn't close to Manhwa and doesn't get anything from it, which makes him annoyed. Feeling upset, he starts criticizing the saints. Of course, for him and Ningyi, whether someone is a saint or not isn't a big deal. He just says what he thinks. Of course. What do you think he will do? Ningyi doesn't want to spoil the surprise and just agrees with White Tiger. Ting, who usually doesn't speak much, is playing chess with White Tiger. She drops her piece and says, "Upgrade." Yeah, they're all saints. Their merit isn't as much as their disciples, so to keep face, they have to upgrade. White Tiger can't figure out how else he could upgrade. He's already a saint. Ting then points to the sky and glances at the Panga statue. White Tiger understands. Learn from Panga's divine transformation into the heavenly way? Does he have enough cultivation? Actually, he wants to ask if Hongjun can stand shoulder to shoulder with Pangu. Ting shakes her head. Just merging with the heavenly way, it's a world of difference. Oh, that makes sense. One is merging, the other is a transformation. There's definitely a difference. Ningyi, however, thinks that Hongjun is quite cunning. During the previous war between witches and demons, the witch clan used his 3 magic treasures to severely wound the demon clan, causing countless sins. He must have suffered karma backlash. But he himself merged with the heavenly way, becoming part of it, so the heavenly way can't retaliate against him. A few people were talking, and just as they finished, a voice transmission from the Purple Cloud Palace reached them. Hongjun called all disciples and some powerful beings to the palace, saying there was an important matter. White Tiger gave Ting a thumbs up, happy that he guessed right. Now that everyone is called, what is this about? He asked. White Tiger was also invited, and Ningyi was definitely an important person to bring along. On the way to Purple Cloud Palace, Ningyi remembered her brother's words, saying the heavenly court hadn't been settled yet. The heavenly court isn't empty anymore. The capital has been established, so it can't be left useless. But the Kunpeng protected the Queen of Heaven, Shiha, and the remaining little golden crow, then disappeared. No one knows where they went. With no master in the heavenly court, should the 3 pure ones become the new rulers? Or should they be chosen from the ancestral human tribe? Could Emperor Xianyuan have a chance? He was raised personally by the respected one. Should we support him to take the throne? Emperor Xianyuan was indeed Hongjun. The human tribe also called him Emperor Hong. When Ningyi first learned he was Emperor Xianyuan, she thought it made sense. Not surprising, but she still felt she hadn't read enough books. Hearing White Tiger talk like that, she shook her head. It's because I raised him that he can't take the throne. That person put so much effort into establishing the heavenly court, and now it's empty again. How could anyone else take the position? As for the war between the witches and demons, Ningyi was convinced Hongjun had some schemes involved. Isn't that the 3 pure ones, she thought. Not only White Tiger thought so. Hongjun sat calmly on a high platform, confidently suggesting that the heavenly court was empty and needed to be completed. All the powerful beings present shared this view. Even others wondered what the point was in calling everyone together. Is it to congratulate the 3 pure ones? No one knew who would become the heavenly emperor. The three pure ones also watched quietly, unsure who their teacher would choose. Haotian and Yaoqi, come here, Hongjun called the two young disciples and pointed at them. The witch and demon clans no longer exist, and the heavenly court is just a shell. It doesn't have real power. But the heavenly way is lacking and needs to be restored. These two disciples have followed me for many years. After I merge with the heavenly way, I won't need servants. I will let them marry and become the heavenly emperor and empress, filling the heavenly way. After speaking, without waiting for others to comment, he pointed at two excited boys kneeling before him. The people of Zishao Palace are few, and although you two are the Emperor of Heaven and the Queen of Heaven, I have no subordinates to command you here. Everyone present is your elder or senior, with wealthy backgrounds and many children. Whether you can get support depends on your own ability. The people sitting there were confused. They wondered why they should send someone to serve as subordinates to Hao Tian and Yao Qi in heaven. Or perhaps the two from the Western religion were quick-witted. Ji Yin directly asked the main point. To join heaven, do we get a divine position? Hongjun looked at him and said, there are divine duties but no divine positions. There are 365 main divine positions, arranged by the heavenly way. You will know more in the future. So, even after entering heaven, they are considered outsiders? They don't even have proper divine positions? Teacher, my Azura tribe is not fully formed yet and needs more development. I think I can't handle the divine duties in heaven, so I won't participate. The Blood Sea affair is urgent, so I will take my leave first. Ming He, so bold that he didn't even show respect to Hongjun, clearly stated that the Azura tribe would not participate. He stood up to leave without even glancing at Hao Tian and Yao Qi. He was extremely arrogant. Ningyi wondered if she was imagining things. It seemed like she saw a quick, hidden smile at the corner of Hongjun's mouth. No matter what others thought, Hongjun didn't react to Ming He's disrespect. He simply asked, is there anyone else leaving? No one responded. After a while, Hongjun spoke again. I will merge the heavenly way. Magical treasures and spiritual tools are external objects and useless to keep. Today, I will distribute them to you. I have placed the treasures in the back hall, at the treasure dividing rock. Go and take them. Dividing treasures now? Ningyi hadn't even finished understanding her previous question when this happened. She wanted to shout, brother, you've got the timeline wrong. Teacher, how should we divide the treasures? She asked, not rushing to move. They didn't dare to act recklessly in Zishao Palace without the teacher's instructions. Fate will bring it to those who are destined, Hongjun replied. So, this fate must be fought for. As soon as Hongjun finished speaking, everyone except Ning Yi went to the back hall. Only White Tiger, Zhen Yuanzi, and Hong Yun were present, and they didn't rush forward. They leisurely followed behind, clearly just wanting to participate without fighting. At this moment, Ningyi finally understood why Mingyi was so bold. Huangjun didn't make any move. Mingyi's departure meant he gave up the chance to participate in at least 2 future calamities. After the Lich War, the Blood Sea's strength greatly increased, and his withdrawal handed those opportunities to others. The next big calamity would only involve the 3 pure ones, or more precisely, the teachings of the 2 sections. On the list of gods, outside the 2 sects, there is the human sect, which still belongs to the disciples of the 3 pure ones. From the heavenly court, from the heavenly emperor and heavenly queen to the true gods, are they planning to share everything? Senior brother is playing a big game, Ningyi thought. He even wanted to give Huangjun a thumbs up for his clever planning. No wonder he wasn't worried about losing his hair. Huangjun sat steadily on the lotus throne, unaffected, and said, I'm a bit late, junior sister. Sorry. In the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, Mingyi managed both the underworld and the human clan. Ningyi had long been deeply involved there, and now he couldn't interfere anymore. If he couldn't control heaven and earth, what kind of saint would he be? Master. The magic treasures are missing parts. They might not work well. What should we do? Someone asked. They didn't know how many treasures were on the treasure dividing rock, but a group of people went there and quickly took everything. After collecting the treasures, they would definitely come back to listen to the sage's instructions. From afar, before reaching the front hall, The voice of Ke, crying and sounding wronged, was heard. It was as if he had been badly treated and was seeking the master's help. What was he implying? That the treasures were damaged during the fight? Hearing Ke's words, Ningyi's first thought was that. A group of saints and nearly saints quickly moved to the high platform in front of the hall. Ke handed a flag to Huangjun and asked, "Master, why are all the flags of my senior brothers and sisters intact, but mine is missing a corner?" Huangjun looked at it with a puzzled expression, clearly unsure himself. Maybe he had collected too many treasures in his early years and hadn't looked at them carefully. After a moment, he forced out a reason. The heavenly way has a flaw, which is normal. If you dislike the incomplete treasure, you can return it to me. Of course, Ke wouldn't give it back. He pouted and held the flag silently. Huangjun couldn't possibly know why the flag was missing a corner. He wasn't there at that time. The flag of the Chaos Green Lotus Leaf was one of the innate five-direction flags, representing the Eastern blue-green lotus color. Coincidentally, when she was born and hadn't yet tied her hair with a ribbon, she tore off a piece of lotus leaf to make a hairband. That was the very leaf. Today, when Ningyi came to Purple Cloud Palace, she was still wearing her earliest robe. Looking at her hairband. Forget it. There's no need to make a fuss over such a small matter. The person who leads them, such as Tong Jian, is so shameless. Shouldn't she be the one responsible? The Chaos Green Lotus isn't just made of those 5 leaves. Who would have thought that those specific leaves would turn into the 5-direction flag? That was his chance, and it had nothing to do with her. She pretended not to know anything, so others wouldn't find out either. The treasures were divided, and Huangjun had no other instructions. Everyone bid farewell and left. Hao Tian and Yao Qi also took many treasures, but since they gained the titles of Emperor and Empress of Heaven, they had created a barrier between themselves and others. Everyone kept their distance, clearly excluding them. When they left, those who usually stayed close to the teacher were polite to both of them, but this time, everyone tacitly ignored their existence. Ningyi was just here to watch the fun. She didn't take any treasures. She wasn't interested in those things. Seeing the excitement was over, she also stood up to leave. White Tiger arrived late, the last to return from the treasure distribution rock. If she hadn't waited for him, she would have left already. He didn't seem to have gotten any treasures either. He and Hongyun, one on each side, carried the treasure distribution rock out. Ningyi couldn't stand to watch anymore. It was so embarrassing. She patted her sleeve, shrank the rock to palm size, and dropped it into White Tiger's hand. "Let's go quickly." This kind of embarrassment is too much. Every time she came to Purple Cloud Palace, she was sure to be blocked at the door. It was almost a routine now. A few people, not wanting to seem too obvious in front of Hongjun, politely fawned over her, but once outside, they couldn't hide their excitement. They didn't even think about it. At the palace gate, Hongjun must have known what they were doing. He was just doing pointless things. All right, stop crowding here. Your teacher is trying to unify the heavenly way, so don't disturb his cultivation. If you have matters, follow me back to Panga Temple. If it's just to say hello, don't bother. I've received your good wishes. Disperse now. Ningyi spoke directly and honestly. Don't waste time here hesitating. We don't have that luxury, followed by a long list of others. They weren't sure if she truly had something to discuss, but no one dared to leave. Just after Hongjun established the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Queen, he announced there would be 365 main gods, leaving those positions vacant. Naturally, everyone's minds were restless, especially those with many disciples. Only 2 young boys remained around the teacher, yet they had already become the Heavenly Emperor and Queen. There was no more manpower. Everyone was afraid of being noticed by the saints and teachers. Everyone knew that in the entire wilderness, only Ningyi's master was capable of not fearing saints and also influencing their will. Who wouldn't want to find out the truth? Even Yuanshi, who usually kept his distance from Ningyi and never contacted her, shamelessly followed her to Panga's temple. "Uncle, you have to say something." "Yes, uncle, the heavenly court is empty." "How are the 365 main god positions going to be arranged?" "You need to speak up." Uncle, everyone is watching you now. Watching her? What for? Let her speak?
What could she say?
And mainly, why should she speak for them? Your teacher already said there are 365 main god positions, and arrangements will be made in time. The most urgent task now is to help Hao Yin and Yao Qi build the heavenly court smoothly. This hint was very clear. No one present was a fool. They could all tell that if no one helped establish the heavenly court now, they wouldn't have a chance at becoming main gods in the future. I don't care about true or false gods. I also have a sacred place in Bo Palace. Isn't it better than the heavenly court? Practicing in my own cave, free and easy. Why should I carry burdens for others and be driven by others? Besides, the human race is rising. Who they recognize is who they are. What heavenly court or underworld? Who cares about those? Tong Tian's words hit everyone's heart. Even those not saints were almost saints, powerful figures in their own right. Who cared about the might of the demon race's heavenly court? Who cared about the days of freedom and ease? Why bother becoming subordinates for others? Now, with just a few leaders, they wanted everyone to bow and submit? Dream on. My two brothers are not very talented and can't do much. They lack insight, and sending them here only adds to the trouble for the heavenly emperor and the queen. If others don't know better, they might think we did it on purpose, which wouldn't look good. Zhuan Ti always manages to say such shameless words in a way that sounds respectable. His meaning is clear. There are no others. Tai Ching also spoke, although I am the teacher of humans, I haven't taken any disciples. I usually govern passively and haven't done much for the human race, so I can't speak for their affairs. After speaking, he looked at Manhwa and Fuxi, the brother and sister. One is the mother of humans, and the other is recognized as an ancestor of humans. They are more influential among humans than he is. Manhwa didn't accept this. I have always had no dealings with humans. I follow my teacher's teachings and cannot go against them. If I must give up humans, I only have one spiritual pearl under my care. I will recommend him. When she said this, everyone else was secretly cursing. It felt like she was openly embarrassing everyone. Everyone knew that the spiritual pearl was a clay figurine made by the master's uncle and a great deity. Its purpose for being under Manhwa's care was still unclear, but it definitely wasn't for no reason. Now she wants to send the spiritual pearl away? Or is she trying to fulfill her teacher's instructions? Thinking this way, everyone looked at Ning Yi, waiting to see how she would respond. Ning Yi could only say, the true form of the spiritual pearl is the 9 heavens restoring soil. Its furnace is the chaos cauldron, a chaos treasure born around the same time as me. From birth, it carries great luck. Placed under Manhwa's care as the first disciple of a saint, it's because, besides Manhwa, your merits are not enough to bear the luck of being its master. If Manhwa the saint wants her disciple to go to the heavenly court to carry the luck, that's possible. But the heavenly court might not be able to handle the spiritual pearl's luck. We should wait a bit. When it reincarnates and goes through a cycle, sharing some of its luck, that would be enough. Everyone present felt that the master's words contained a lot of information. The spiritual pearl is reincarnating? That must be into a human. Reincarnating as a human is necessary to go to the heavenly court. The heavenly court can't handle the spiritual pearl's luck, but even the saints and quasi-saints can't. The first disciple of a saint like Tai Ching can't, but Manhwa can be the master of the spiritual pearl? Is Manhwa's merit really that great? That's why the master has been so accommodating to her. After the great calamity, spiritual energy became thinner, and everyone's cultivation was suppressed. The struggle was all about merits. If Manhwa has such great virtue, won't she be the one to dominate everyone in the future? Should everyone bow to her and respect her?
Why should that be?
She is not even the direct disciple of the teacher, and her cultivation is the lowest, even lower than the Queen Mother of the West. Who is better or worse than whom? Everyone is thinking about how to surpass each other. Fuxi is not just given for nothing. Seeing everyone's expressions, he can guess most of what they are thinking. He feels worried, thinking that his uncle's words are just setting a trap for Manhwa. Divine Lord, although Manhwa has the merit of creating humans, she hasn't taken care of the human race. After achieving the holy position through virtue, her remaining merits are few. Repairing the sky was for all beings, not just for humans, so it probably shouldn't all be credited to the human race. Over the years, she has been secluded in the Manhwa palace to cultivate, avoiding social contact, and not spreading teachings. She only accepted a spiritual pearl as her disciple, and she has always protected her. There is definitely no other intention. To be honest, after living next door for a long time, he still knows Ningyi better than others. His uncle no longer calls her by name. First, he criticizes Manhwa for not knowing how to handle affairs, then tries to speak up for her. Ningyi refuses to accept his words. I know that well. I have no other intentions. It's just my nature to speak openly. The spiritual pearl's background is naturally high, that's a fact. His journey to heaven is also fate, and he has karmic ties, not only with Manhwa, but also with the three pure ones and the Western two saints. The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed, so I can't go into details. I mean no harm to anyone. Manhwa and Fushi, you really don't mean any harm? Other saints, you might as well say nothing at all. If you say something incomplete and hang a spiritual pearl over everyone, it just makes everyone more restless. You don't have to look at me like that. I can only say what I can. I carry a lot of karma for revealing so much. I can't say more. Alright, that's enough. I can't let you come all this way for nothing. I've said what I can. It's okay, just go now. My place is small, and I can't accommodate so many guests. Go back and think carefully about what you should and shouldn't do. Heavenly Lord Haotian and the Jade Pool are appointed by your teachers as the new rulers of heaven. In the future, they will also be the co-rulers of the three realms, the highest beings. That's all I have to say. Go now, the crowd being pulled out with a sweep of his sleeve. He can't just end with that last sentence. What does that mean? Is there really no trap? Why don't you believe it? Whether you believe it or not, it's like the three pure ones, Manhwa, Fushi, the Western two saints. Knowing all this is pointless if we keep arguing. It's better to go back and analyze the limited information we have, see if we can find anything new, and prepare in advance. Tong Tian has a good relationship with Ningyi. He wouldn't show off now. Usually, he stays in sync with his two brothers. If there's a problem, he handles it privately. At this moment, he wouldn't step forward. Everyone who needed to leave has gone. Bai, who is now part of our family. The remaining ones are Ho Tu, Hao Tian, and Yao Qi. Compared to the others, Ho Tu is even closer. The most tense person here is Hao Tian. His master just took everyone away. Hao Tian hasn't interacted with them before, so he doesn't dare to speak easily. Everyone is watching Yao Qi. Yao Qi used to be her master's guardian beast long ago. She is very proud of this and has never hidden it. Everyone knows. He also knows that Yao Qi was raised and taught by her master. The kindness of nurturing can't be matched by others. Yao Qi stands to the side, looks at Ningyi, then at Hao Tian. After a moment, she speaks. You should go now. I have private words to tell my aunt. If there's anything the heavenly court can help with, my aunt doesn't need you to ask. If they can't help, don't make things difficult for my aunt. Hao Tian didn't expect Yao Qi to be the first to tell him to leave. He looks up and sees no one in the room speaking. Alright, I get it. Hao Tian, I'll take my leave now. I'll come back another day to visit my aunt. This person is quite good at climbing the ladder. As soon as Yao Qi mentioned her aunt, he changed his words. Ningyi, sitting above, watches silently. She also forms an impression of Hao Tian. This person's cultivation and ability, how do they compare to the saints? That still needs to be seen. His thick skin is truly unmatched. I know you two don't have many connections or social skills. I've never been good at that either. I don't have many followers or servants here. So, I'll have Chu Chu take you to Tianyu Mountain to find Long Yi. There are some transformed creatures in the Great Lake. They haven't received teachings or guidance. They are wild and grown naturally. They probably can't handle big matters. You've kept enough around you for support. The rest can be sent to the lower realm. Just assign them to mountain gods, land gods, river gods, or similar positions. These places are closest to humans. If there's any movement in the lower realm, you'll have ears and eyes. The human race should flourish. Don't think that because you are the ruler of heaven, you can look down on the human race with arrogance. How much merit you can earn and what status you can achieve depend on whether the human race recognizes you, as Tong Tian said. Now that only our own people are inside, Ning Yi first arranges people for the jade pool. When Yao Qi heard this, she dared not openly accept it. Auntie, I can't treat your followers as servants. What would I become? It would be too rebellious. No. I know you care for me, but the spiritual objects blessed with your immortal aura, I don't deserve to command them. Maybe, Andy, you could give me some flowers or grass. Since the destruction of Mount Buzhou and the previous Great Sun God Palace can't be used, we need to rebuild the heavenly palace outside the 33 heavens. Plant some flowers and grass to add a bit of life, like when I was in Kunlun Mountain, just like our family. It's true, this girl knows how to coax people. Flowers and grass are not worth much. Lingxi, later you can go with the Queen of Heaven to our garden and orchard, and each of you can move 30 or 50 plants. Let her decorate the heavenly palace. Lingxi was the female doll among the 2 clay figurines, and Ning Yi named her Lingxi. After saying this, she emphasized to Yao Qi, I always say what I mean. Giving you spiritual creatures to command is because I want you to command them. When you call me auntie and act so grand in front of me, no one else can compare. The spirits in the Great Lake grew within my barrier, but I have no use for them. Following you is also giving them a future. You should see which ones are capable and can handle things well, and keep them. As for the rest, I still say the same. Let them become minor gods in places closer to humans in the lower mountains and waters. Yao Qi blinked, looking a bit confused. Auntie, are you serious? She truly couldn't understand why Ning Yi, a great goddess, would only want these completely meaningless positions. With Ning Yi's status, she should be given at least half of Heaven's palace. Ning Yi nodded. Of course I am serious. Yao Qi hesitated again. But the teacher said there are already arrangements for 360 main gods. I can't be assigned a god position anymore, right? Ning Yi raised her hand and lightly flicked Yao Qi's head. Why are you so honest? Just tell the truth. There are 365 main god positions arranged. But I never said heaven can only have those 365 main gods. Yao Qi immediately understood what was happening. She had been worried before because she didn't have the authority to manage personnel, which made her feel useless. But now she realized she could do something about it. First, she planned to appoint the mountain gods and river gods as her subordinates and give them official titles. These minor gods have been staying in the mortal world for years without affecting heaven, and they could receive more offerings each year. Most importantly, she could test whether this loophole was real or not. Why not try? Indeed, her aunt was clever. She happily wanted to rush over and hug Ning Yi's leg to show her gratitude, saying, I understand now. Thank you, Aunt. Then she thought, I shouldn't just thank her with words. I should do something practical. Looking at Lingxi standing nearby, she suddenly had an idea. Aunt, I think Sister Lingxi is very clever. Would you be willing to let her accompany me back to the Heavenly Palace for a while? We could become sisters, and I could appoint her as the 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady. How about that? The 9 Heavens Mysterious Lady. Her future fate wouldn't be any worse than that of the Spirit Pearl. Go ahead, go ahead. Always thinking about my things. I only have this one useful person left around, and you're also thinking about her. I've given her to you. Hurry up and leave. If I keep you here longer, I might have to clear out my entire place for you. Ning Yi shooed her away, but Yao Qi was happy. She smiled happily, pulled Lingxi, and called Shu Chu to leave. First, they would gather flowers, fruits, and woods. Then, they would go to Mount Tianyu to gather spirits. After she was sent away, only Baihu, Hutu, and Tingting remained in the house. Baihu, being very clever, took Bai Kong and Hu Xiaomei to the backyard. Aunt, recently I have been practicing in the underworld. I feel that the underworld is unstable. Do you know why? Hutu had been waiting until the end just to ask this important question. She had transformed into the cycle of reincarnation and built the underworld. Many souls had flooded into the underworld, waiting to be reborn. Although she managed the witch clan and tried to organize the underworld affairs, it took a lot of effort. The 6 paths of reincarnation had just started to take shape. The personnel and system of the underworld were just beginning to operate when she noticed strange changes in the mountains, rivers, and lakes of the underworld. Ningyi heard this and was also a bit confused. She had given Hotu the fire lotus to suppress the underworld. Was it still unstable? She raised her hand to calculate. It was indeed unstable. It was like the beginning of the world, not fully opened yet, and there was a tendency to merge together. Did the underworld also need to create a new world? Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from nearby. Ningyi turned to Tingting. What's wrong? Tingting pointed to her waist. Your companion magic treasure? Ningyi instinctively looked at her waist, where a tiny green flute, about the size of a little finger, was hanging. She usually used it as a decoration. Oh no, I forgot about it. I always call it the green flute, but I forgot its real name is the reincarnation green stem. When she first came into the chaotic world, she even joked that since there was no place called reincarnation, why call it the reincarnation green stem? Now, it's really useful in the place of reincarnation. She took down the green flute from her waist, transformed it back to its original size, and handed it to Ho Tuesday. This is my companion magic treasure, the reincarnation green stem. Take it back to the underworld, mark it there, then place it at the very center of the underworld to stabilize it. Once the underworld is fully stable, you can send it back. After that, build a city at the place of the reincarnation green stem to forever guard the underworld. Ho-Tu lowered herself respectfully, kneeling and receiving the green flute with reverence. She bowed to Ningyi. Her path as a saint had been almost entirely protected by Ningyi. No matter how respectful, it was only proper. When she stood up, Ningyi said, "Humans should flourish. Although the underworld is a separate realm, it can't be completely cut off from the human world. There should be some messengers in the human world to represent the underworld, or else, over time, the heavenly court might suppress us." Ho-Tu had already thought of this, but she hesitated because her aunt valued humans so much. She was worried her aunt might think she was overreaching. Then, how about establishing a city god in a major human city? Do you think that's feasible? Yes. In a few days, I'll have Xiao Lu send some spirits over. You can enclose them near my residence as city gods. That way, if we need to discuss something, there's someone to pass messages. Then go ahead. Ningyi smiled when asked and said, "Don't underestimate those lower-level divine positions. First, they are real divine positions. They may seem insignificant now, but in thousands of years, those positions might become very hard to find. Second, it is these lower-level divine positions that are closest to the people and more connected to human worship. In other words, they receive the most offerings. Now, each calamity is weaker than the last, spiritual energy is becoming scarcer, and everyone's cultivation is being suppressed. The so-called saints are no longer as powerful as the great Luo golden immortals used to be. In the future, maintaining a divine body will probably rely on merit and faith. Where do these come from? Currently, the most reliable source with clear ways to obtain them seems to be offerings and worship. The most revered positions, which sound prestigious, don't necessarily receive more offerings than those lower-level divine positions. This isn't just her talking nonsense. In her past life, she grew up in a rural area and even went to big markets with her father to sell farm products using a small tricycle. Back then, even in small towns or villages of just a few dozen households, there was always a land temple at the village entrance. People living in the city might not pay much attention, but if you look closely, every city has a city god temple. Not to mention the mountain gods and land gods of famous mountains and rivers. In the major temples, either the mountain gods' tablets are displayed in the main hall, or there are separate mountain god temples. Official positions are not as good as actual management. Sometimes, even in grand temples with lots of offerings, the person in charge may not truly receive all those offerings. Having a proper divine position is still very important. To put it simply, it's like how, in later times, Humans develop to the extreme and still compete fiercely within the system. A divine position is like a seat in the heavenly court. For cultivators, the more disdainful they are now, the more they will envy it in the future. But Ningyi couldn't explain this so clearly to Tingting. She could only give a rough explanation. Obviously, Tingting understood and pinched her nose, saying, "Some people look 300 years ahead, but you're calculating 3,000 years ahead. Maybe so." But Ningyi wouldn't admit it. "I don't have any schemes. My brother is just worried I might be naive and get tricked by others. I like to take advantage without caring about status or rank. Besides, we eat so well, and our family has so many little ones who love to eat. If we don't find some offerings to give, do you think we should grow our own food? When my brother becomes a true cultivator, will he come back to do farm work?" "That's not reasonable." Fine, you're right no matter what you say." Tingting also didn't argue with her. They agreed that after Tingting cleared up her doubts, they wouldn't discuss it further. The other powerful beings were busy with their own affairs and didn't disturb their peaceful time. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, the Emperor and Empress personally came to my fox tribe to ask if we would send some people to heaven to handle affairs. My younger sister recently returned home to visit family and mentioned that you released some spirits. I'm worried and want to ask if we can send some, and how many would be appropriate." The Qingqiu Fox King, Rongyu, and his wife, Gui, brought gifts to Ningyi's temple to visit. After some greetings, they discussed the main matter. It's worth noting that the Heavenly Emperor and the Jade Pool have done a lot to build good relationships. The spirits from the Great Lake of Mount Haotian and the Heavenly Lake almost all left, nearly 3,000 spirits, including some transformed celestial beings, were taken away. More than 2,000 remained in heaven, serving as heavenly soldiers and generals, with some still staying in the Jade Pool. The rest were sent to the mortal world as mountain gods, land gods, and river gods. Except for a few major cultivator sects, almost all the important places were occupied. That's not all. Anyone connected to Ningyi's side was invited or personally visited. For example, the disciples of Gun from the South Sea and the king of Lishur from Gui Mountain knew about it and sent some reliable descendants to join. Even the White Tigers sent some people. They're not short of wealth, just trying to get a position like their clan. And because of Hu Zhao's relationship, the Qingqiu Fox tribe, which is close to Ningyi's side and is also a powerful sect, was also approached. The power of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, has been formed. Living in this world, we inevitably have dealings with these realms. If there are no deep grudges, making some friends won't do any harm, Ningyi replied to Rongyu. The Fox King was clever and sat quietly, thinking it over and understanding the situation. After returning home, he chose 5 clever young members of his tribe, all trusted children of his and his wife, and personally sent them to heaven. The man with the most authority only said that the younger generation's cultivation was not high and their magic power was weak, but they listened and handled things well. Watching the gate and guarding the courtyard was not a big problem. Could Hao Tian really let those 3 little foxes guard the gate? Impossible. They just assigned the 3 to manage the pass tokens at the main gates of the Heavenly Palace. To enter and leave the Heavenly Palace, you definitely need a pass jade token, so they just handled that. Since they are in charge of the gate, holding the authority to issue tokens is more than just watching the gate. Gui took the 2 young fox girls to see the Queen of Heaven. Yao Qi directly pointed out the 2 little foxes to Ling Shi, saying, "These are our own family. Sister can use them without worry. According to the rank of the Heavenly Maiden, Sister can lead them to live in your palace." That was naturally good. Gui was very satisfied with this arrangement. When they went back and told the fox parents, the old foxes had no objections. They knew who Ling Shi was, the 9 Heavens mystic maiden, and they had no dissatisfaction following her. As for guarding the gate, just look around and see what the creatures on Mount Tianyu are doing. The current mountain god of Qingqiu Mountain is the carp spirit from the Great Lake. After moving near Qingqiu, the humans built a mountain god temple immediately, with daily incense offerings. The carp spirit's cultivation was visibly increasing. They often came and went. No one was foolish. Now it seemed not very obvious, but over time, What would happen then? In the heavenly court, there was probably some luck on their side. Not only the Fox clan thought this way, but the mighty beings of the wilderness also thought so. Especially since Hao Tian, in order to attract followers, elevated the Zhang tree spirit clan to royal status because his own form was a camphor tree. He recognized the Zhang surname, acknowledged his sister, made her a princess, and granted her residence in the Doshu Palace, along with a magic treasure. The originally unknown camphor tree spirit was given a name and status because of the luck of the heavenly court, and they could enjoy incense offerings. Not long after, their status also rose. This series of actions was so smooth that even the sage teacher of the heavenly way didn't react at all. Hao Tian really managed to pull it off, and that family truly gained incense and merit, as if the blessings were poured directly onto their heads. Everyone could see that Hao Tian's reckless actions didn't seem to matter, so what could he rely on? Was it just himself? It was definitely the backing of the heavenly way behind him. By this time, everyone was secretly thinking that Ning Yi was so eager because the creatures of the Great Lake had already reached over 3,000, and most of the people around her had already sent their offerings. Could it be that the heavenly Tao had already given her a hint about this long ago? Now, if she wanted to send someone to heaven, it was too late. Hao Tian's big bowl was already raised. Who else would want to send someone there? Fine, come on then. There are enough heavenly soldiers, and even the ones who raise horses, flowers, and grass, those rough workers, are not enough. Send as many as you want. Who would be willing to serve as your servant? Everyone was embarrassed, and then took their leave. Isn't there still 365 positions for true gods? We'll see each other then. It seems we still have to fight for it. The three pure ones were playing chess in the Jade Void Palace and discussing, finally reaching this conclusion. Yao Qi, when did you develop a habit of loving to adopt daughters? The Heavenly Palace held its first peach banquet, sending out many invitations. Ningyi showed great respect to Yao Qi by personally attending. Even Lin Qi rarely accompanied her. Thanks to her presence, the peach banquet was a complete success. Almost all the great powers of the prehistoric era attended. Even Hongjun, who was united with the heavenly Tao, accepted a peach sent by Yao Qi's people and returned a hairpin as a gift. At the banquet, Hao Tian announced on the spot that he and the Queen Mother would adopt 7 daughters. The origins of these 7 daughters were not clearly explained. Like Ningyi, it was obvious they were just transformed flower spirits recently enlightened. After the banquet, Yao Qi insisted on keeping Ningyi in her palace to taste immortal tea. Ningyi thought she had something to say, so she stayed a little longer. But after waiting for a while, Yao Qi didn't say anything and only mentioned the adoption of daughters. This is still me stopping her. Otherwise, Hao Tian might want to adopt 8 more sons. I don't know what he's thinking. He's determined to create a kind father image, saying that having sons and daughters makes him a real father. Such fuss. Raising 7 daughters isn't a problem. They're obedient and can make me happy. I quite like that. But if he raises a bunch of silly boys, it would be a nightmare. What if one of them turns out to be a troublemaker like the little golden crow? Ningyi couldn't help but laugh. How could Yao Qi still prefer daughters over sons? Are daughters all obedient and smart? Do sons always cause trouble? Thinking about the legends from later times, she couldn't help but laugh even more. I wasn't sure whether I should tell her. My obedient daughter isn't really that obedient. You're not married to Hao Tian, right? If you want a daughter, you can have one yourself. You're still young, and it's not impossible. Why adopt? I remember in legends, the 7 fairies are said to be their biological daughters, right? And in the investiture of the gods, there's also a dragon princess. Isn't she said to be his daughter too? Hearing this, Yao Qi turned her head and snorted. Oh, this proud attitude. Then Yao Qi said, Who wants to have children with him? I was raised by my aunt. I'm a proper descendant of Pangu. What is he? Just a tree in the Purple Cloud Palace. And he expects me to share a bed with him? Pfft, what kind of words are those? Although it's mostly true, when Hongjun made them a couple, she didn't object. Now she doesn't want to be a real wife anymore. Is this a fake marriage? Ningyi wanted to advise her to leave if she wasn't happy. maybe find her own happiness. Living a fake marriage, staying alone in an empty room. How lonely that must be. Then she heard Yaoqi say again, I only became an emperor by luck. And I still don't know my own worth. Flirting around, dreaming of this and that. I've said enough, but it just dirties my mouth. I just want to work together peacefully. I even hold half of the heavenly court. He's not worthy of anything else. Oh my, is it that serious? Ning Yi was stunned. The information in her words was huge. Seeing Yaoqi so angry, she didn't ask more. She just advised, do what makes you happy. Don't force yourself. If you don't want to stay in the heavenly palace, go back to Panga's temple. I can still provide for you. Or go to the Purple Cloud Palace. Your teacher doesn't live there anymore anyway. The place is so big and beautiful, it's a waste to leave it empty.
Just go live there. Don't see people you don't want to.
No need to make yourself uncomfortable. Yaoqi immediately smiled when she heard this. Yes, that's what I think too. After all, my auntie loves me the most. But I should visit my family less. Uncle Lin probably wouldn't be happy if I kept bothering you. Honestly, I miss the carefree days when I lived in Kunlun Mountain as a child. I want to go back and build a small dojo there, live nearby, and only come to the Heavenly Palace when needed. I even thought of a name, Yaoqi. What do you think, Annie? Is there yuan-shi there? Ning Yi wasn't sure if Yaoqi knew her own background. If you knew, you probably wouldn't feel so disgusted with yourself, right? If you didn't know, then if you find out later, wouldn't that be even more upsetting? I've thought about it a lot but haven't figured out what to say. Until I left the Heavenly Palace and returned to Panga Temple, Ningyi never mentioned her background to Yaoqi. Probably Hongjun hasn't told her either. Judging by Yaoqi's appearance, she doesn't seem to know. He probably doesn't have the face to talk about the bad things his precious disciple did. Yaoqi is pretty good. On the way home, Tingting rarely praised Yaoqi. That made Ningyi laugh. She knew the reason right away. Just because she calls you uncle doesn't mean she's that clever. Your standards are a bit strange. Tingting shot her a sidelong look. That shows she has good judgment and is smart. All right, you're right. Ho-E, what's going on? Why did you change like this? Why didn't you go inside and wait? Yaoqi's situation was just resolved, but when they returned to the dojo, Ningyi saw a rough-looking man, dirty and disheveled like a beggar, outside the dojo. When he saw Ningyi, he knelt and bowed. Upon closer look, it was Ho-E. What kind of story is this? How did he end up like this? Before Hutu became a saint, the elder of the witch clan disbanded the clan and hid among human tribes. After the great calamity between demons and elves, Ho-E and Chang'e lived among humans. As a powerful leader, he was respected wherever he went. The couple was living quite well among humans. Ningyi hadn't paid much attention to them for a long time. So how did Ho-E suddenly come here and end up like this? Auntie, please help me. Help you? Help with what? The Jade Emperor is shameless, coveting my wife. While I was away, he tricked Chang'e into eating the elixir of immortality, and she ascended to the Moon Palace, breaking up our marriage. An unjust and foolish ruler. Please help us, Auntie. Chang'e has already ascended to the Moon Palace? Or was it Hao Tian who tricked her? Did Hao Tian see her? What is all this about? How could Hao Tian see Chang'e in the heavens? Since Huda's body transformed into reincarnation, creatures in the chaos have faced life and death, aging and sickness. Chang'e is quite old now, already at the age of an elder among humans. Even with good care, she no longer looks like a young woman in her 20s. Does Hao Tian have some special hobby? Is he interested in a middle-aged woman? Even if he was interested, why did he betray Ho-E? Despite the decline of the witch clan, Ho-E still has the merit of shooting down the suns. Is he so easy to bully? Moreover, you need to consider the master when fighting a dog. Although Ho-Tu doesn't often appear in the underworld, she is recognized as a saint by heaven and earth. As one of the last great witches, Ho-Ye's actions are disrespectful to her. Isn't that insulting Ho-Tu? Also, her dojo is now built on the Panga Temple. Everyone knows that the Panga Temple was once the ancestral hall of the Witch clan. Everyone also knows her Ning Yi has deep ties with the Witch clan. Even Hao Yan, pretending to be blind, wouldn't be so unaware of these facts. Is this about simply liking a woman? There are many complicated connections behind this. Ning Yi was very angry. If her cultivation of patience wasn't so good, she might have already gone to Lingxiao Palace to confront him. Follow me back to the dojo and freshen up. I want to understand the situation first. This matter can't be judged based on one side alone, especially when the story sounds so unbelievable. Ning Yi decided to find out the truth herself. Ho Yi. Auntie, I can't enter your dojo. Ning Yi then looked at Ho Yi again and realized he was already dead? She hadn't noticed earlier because his neck was covered by hair, but there was a peachwood nail stuck there. She raised her hand and calculated. He was harmed by his disciple, Feng Meng. Ning Yi watched Ho Yi shake his head, feeling that his life was a mess. His wife left him, and he was killed by his disciple. The great catastrophe of the undead, involving major killing sins. No one seems to escape karma. She waved her hand, and the peachwood nail flew out of Ho Yi's neck. With that seal broken, Ho Yi returned to his original form. Inside the dojo's barrier, Ning Yi asked the little rabbit to take him to the back hall, where the former witch residence was, for rest. Choo-choo, take the younger sister to Taiyin Star to find Chang'e and ask what's really going on. The most confusing thing is how Haoyan knew about Chang'e. Mo Lan, you and Manhwa go to the Heavenly Palace again. You just made some new snacks, right? Take some to Lingxi and ask if she has any news. Xiao Luer, Bai Kong, you two go back to Tainyushan and find Long Sang and Long Si. Ask them to find old comrades and see if the Emperor has ever descended to the mortal world. Keep it secret. Send everyone out. Just wait for news. The Heavenly Emperor originally wanted to bring Ho Yi to the Heavenly Court to make him the top general. The elixir of immortality was stolen from the Queen Mother's palace and given to Ho Yi by a divine messenger. At that time, Ho Yi went to the Yellow River to seek the river goddess for a beauty-enhancing technique. Since Chang'e was aging and couldn't accept it, she became sad and gloomy. Ho Yi heard that the river goddess was very good at beauty techniques, so he went to ask her. However, the river goddess was being troubled by the river god, so Ho Yi shot and killed the river god to save the river goddess. While the river goddess was healing from her injuries and teaching her beauty skills, Chang'e stayed at home and saw a heavenly messenger. The messenger was not very clever and told her that Ho Yi was living with the river goddess by the Yellow River, and after he returned, Chang'e should pass the elixir to him. Chang'e was already upset about aging, and when she heard that Ho Yi was living with the river goddess, she thought Ho Yi had a new love. Out of anger, she ate the elixir and flew to the Moon Palace. Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian had never seen her before, so he had no desire for her. Although Hao Tian was not very impressive, this situation was truly unfair. After Ho Yi returned, he was tricked by his disciple Feng Meng, who took advantage of his distracted state to kill him and steal the sun-shooting bow. Feng Meng was quite foolish. He even killed Ho Yi but still believed his nonsense. Several groups of people returned and shared their information, and the truth was almost clear. Everyone felt a headache coming on. What a mess this all was. Ho Yi's love-struck nature wasn't new. It had been like that for a long time. Chang'e had lived so long, and after so many years together, she believed everything others said without question. Was she really so impulsive? I think, honestly, Chang'e was impulsive, and her desire for immortality was real. Now that she has a divine body, she's even more beautiful than when she was young, more than 10 times prettier. Every woman loves to be beautiful. Before she left, I vaguely saw Hao Tian heading to the Moon Palace. Maybe, with her current look, she might really catch the Heavenly Emperor's eye. Chu Chu said this with a sneer, clearly disapproving of some people's actions. Ning Yi's forehead was getting more and more lined with worry. This was just too much, really too much. Little bunny, go call Gui Hua here. She couldn't stand it anymore. She found this storyline unbearable. Soon, Gui Hua arrived. Ning Yi took out a small pouch. Inside was a full bag of red cords she had casually braided herself, along with some she made together with Ho Tu, Chu Chu, and Manhwa. There was also a piece of stone, one of the colorful stones left over from Manhwa repairing the sky. Well, not exactly leftover. She had asked Bai Hu to go on a special trip and refine a few more from a furnace. Besides the one she threw near the East Sea by Hu's new dojo, this was one of her collections. Gui Hua, take the little rabbit to the Yao Huang Palace to find Manhwa and ask her for the marriage book. Here are the red cords and the 3 life stone. You keep them. Then, go to the Tying Star to accompany Chang'e. You will act as the matchmaker. You are in charge of love and marriage on Earth, so you must be careful and not randomly tie red threads. Do you understand why I'm sending you to the Tying Star? Yao Qi always said she was raised by Ning Yi, but in fact, Ning Yi hadn't spent many days with Yao Qi. The one who truly raised Yao Qi was Gui Hua. Gui Hua took good care of Yao Qi, and Ning Yi was very satisfied. Originally, she wanted to keep Yao Qi at home as an internal manager. Since long, Yi was not at the dojo. Most of the daily chores there had been handled by Gui Hua over the years. The story about the Moon Palace was just too chaotic. Ning Yi couldn't stand it anymore. So she made this decision on the spot. In charge of love and marriage across the world? When Gui Hua heard this, she felt it was a great opportunity falling into her lap. She was more than willing and immediately knelt down with the little rabbit to thank her.
Go now.
After settling on the Tying Star, don't forget to visit the Queen of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. The osmanthus flowers that fall from your main body, the sugar and wine made from them, are all very good. I also gave you a broom before, right? That broom can not only sweep away uninvited guests, but also scatter osmanthus flowers into the world. That's your chance. Gui Hua was Yao Qi's de facto foster mother. Previously, she had been involved with Ning Yi, but they didn't spend much time together. From now on, this relationship should be properly maintained. Gui Hua and the little rabbit bowed to Ning Yi and took their leave. Manhwa had once promised Ning Yi something. When she heard it was just a marriage book, she gave it without hesitation. She even asked proactively, "Uncle Master, do you have any other instructions?" In her mind, fulfilling a promise for a marriage book was too little.
Here, take this.
It's just taking up space with me and isn't very useful. She then turned her hand, revealing 2 colorful skirts and 2 jade pendants, one red and one white.
These are things I made in my spare time.
The colorful robe can protect you from attacks below the level of a saint. The jade, made when I practiced refining before creating the heaven-mending stone, still holds some power. I'm giving them to you, but don't use them to harm others. You are disciples of your master's uncle, so don't damage his virtue. Originally, Ho-Hat only wanted to take the Book of Fate and leave. She planned to give a polite bow so as not to embarrass the great deity Ning Yi. But since Manhwa gave her treasures and spoke kindly, it would be rude to leave too quickly. She bowed deeply with the little rabbit in her arms, thanked Manhwa, and then left. You did well, sister, Fushi said, praising Manhwa for her thoughtfulness. It's true that the people around us influence us deeply. After Fushi moved from the human ancestral hall to live in the palace of the Empress, he often talked with Manhwa about the affairs of humankind and their past with Ning Yi. Manhwa also knew how kind Ning Yi had been to her before. When I told Ling Zuzi to face his trial, I didn't think much about it. I just hoped that by giving Ho-Hat these treasures, our master will understand my intentions. Fushi said, from now on, don't call him master's uncle. Call him divine lord, or your excellency instead. Manhwa turned to him.
Why?
In her heart, her teacher Hongjun, who helped her reach sainthood, was the greatest of all. Fushi couldn't openly say anything disrespectful about Hongjun. What could be said in Ning Yi's domain couldn't be spoken freely outside. If we think carefully, the Divine Lord is actually an old acquaintance from the chaos before creation. Using that title sounds closer. Too many people can call him Master's uncle. But this way, we show our special connection. Oh, Manhwa nodded. All right, I won't call him that anymore.
See?
It's easy for an older brother to persuade his sister. Brother. What kind of people does heaven usually choose?
Why is Haotian like that?
He used to be quiet, nothing special about him. But now that he's the heavenly emperor, with no one to restrain him, has he become too full of himself? And there she was, the younger sister, sitting by the statue of Pengu, chatting endlessly with her brother. He listened to his sister continue to talk about the descent of the thought spirit, love between men and women, who is love-obsessed, who is jealous, and who used feelings as tools. These were words he couldn't understand and didn't want to speak about. Over there, in the heavenly palace, the jade pool received Hohat. After learning about Ningyi's arrangements, she thought it was her aunt giving Hao Tian a little warning. She was very happy about it. They insisted on building a palace for Hohat on the Tying Star, but she refused. They also wanted to give Hohat a divine position, but she refused that too. She was clever. Once given a divine title, whether by the Queen of Heaven or the Heavenly Emperor, she would be considered a subordinate of the Heavenly Palace. How could they possibly push the Heavenly Emperor out? Now, she held the magical treasures given by the great god Ning-yi and the Saint Manhwa. Ning-yi personally appointed her to oversee love and marriage in the world. The human race regarded this as divine command, much more powerful than any appointment from the heavenly court. She wasn't interested in the divine titles of the heavenly court. Seeing she refused, the Jade Pool took the little rabbit as her adopted daughter and granted her the name Yu. Only then did she send them to the Tying Star. Chang'e had stayed in the Ru water barrier and naturally knew Hohat and the little rabbit. She was already annoyed by someone, and after hearing Hohat explain why Ho-yi had some dealings with the river goddess, she regretted it and cried every day. What's the use of crying? Things can't go back. Ho-yi had already been summoned by Ho-tu to the underworld to become the Ghost King. From now on, she and her husband would be separated by heaven and earth, never to be together again. Uncle Hohat, will you stay with me in the palace? Chang'e begged Hohat to stay with her in the Moon Palace, which was once lived in by Shi long ago. Hohat didn't refuse. She simply stood at the gate of the Moon Palace, acting as the door guardian. She also built a small Yulao temple nearby, where she usually stayed to do her duties. The little rabbit transformed into her true form and often moved between the two palaces to play. Mainly because her cultivation was low, and the Moon Palace wasn't Ningyi's dojo. The barrier there was much weaker, and the spiritual energy was vastly different. Maintaining her spiritual form was tiring. Her true form was most comfortable. Hohat and the little rabbit moved into the Tying Star, and Hao Tian quickly received the news. Although no one said anything openly, he felt as if his face had been slapped into a dog's head. He no longer dared to show off there. He had to abandon certain thoughts. By the way, where did the Jade Pool get the elixir of immortality? Do they even have such things? After handling the matters of Ho-yi and Chang'e, Ning-yi finally remembered the fairy pill. Currently, in the cultivation world, only saints are truly immortal and ageless, sharing the same lifespan as heaven and earth. In fact, saints, except for the great Taoist Hengjuan who merged with the heavenly way and became part of the world, are truly long-lived. Most other quasi-saints set up their temples outside the 33 heavens. In reality, beyond the 33 heavens is now considered the outer realm of the ancient wilderness. After the sky ladder was broken, the heaven realm was truly cut off from the human world. The spiritual energy outside is much richer, helping cultivators maintain their power longer. Those who haven't left and still stay in the human world often build their temples on sacred mountains or blessed lands, mainly to stabilize their cultivation. Below the level of quasi-saint, immortality is not guaranteed. Staying young is easy, but avoiding death is hard. It's even more difficult for spirits to transform into human forms. Humans have a natural advantage, skipping the transformation step. After reincarnation, they still face thunder tribulations to advance in rank. How long do celestial immortals live? Why can the peach banquet at the Jade Pool be held every year? Isn't it because cultivators want to use the spiritual power of peaches to help with their cultivation? As spiritual energy decreases, even the earth immortals who once easily entered the realm now find it very difficult. Jin Yuanzi was honored as the ancestor of Earth immortals only after cultivation became more challenging. People admired him not just for his quasi-saint cultivation, but also because of the ginseng fruit he possessed. Cultivators have developed several levels of cultivation, from refining qi, building foundations, forming pills, creating infant souls, transforming into divine forms, and reaching the great vehicle stage. Only then do they become Earth immortals. Now, reaching Earth immortal is not impossible, but it's not easy either. The status of the heavenly court is rising because of the abundance of divine treasures supported by the cultivators. Most of these treasures are concentrated in the jade pool. When the treasure rock was divided, the jade pool received more than the supreme heavenly lord. Plus, many plants and trees transplanted from Ning-yi are valuable. However, Ning-yi has never heard of any longevity fairy pill. She was just curious and asked Manhwa and Emolan, who went to the heavenly palace to gather information. When she asked, they both laughed. It's not some longevity fairy pill. It's just the soft candy we often eat at home. You used to make soft candies for us as snacks, and there are still plenty at the Queen's place. She feels shy about letting others know she loves sweets, so when asked, she just says they are divine pills given by her superior. The things you make yourself are like eternal life pills, so it's not false to say that. Ning-yi feels a bit unsure about what to say. If she has to say something, it's that the fairy world is becoming more and more cheap. Those soft candies are not the earliest ones she made with materials from the Chaos Pearl's small world. They were made from fruits and vegetables from her own garden, which she couldn't finish eating. She soaked some in wine, made snacks and juice, and even used the leftover blush to make candies for preservation. Her children at home also love eating them. There are soft candies, hard candies, and all kinds of shapes. As for their effects, to the people around Ning-yi, they are just ordinary candy balls, snacks. But outwardly, they can make spirits transform and reach the level of Earth immortals. Some even became like Chang'e. What more can be said? The spiritual energy is getting thinner and thinner. In the future, it will be even harder for cultivators to live. At most, 2 more calamities and cultivators with golden core will probably become true immortals. Ning-yi is just speaking casually. She hasn't said that in the current era of decline, martial artists can't even cultivate internal energy. The so-called cultivators are just talkers who argue theory. Tingting looks at her and asks, if that's the case, what about the high-level cultivators now? Outside the 33 heavens, there isn't enough spiritual energy to support so many cultivators. That's why there are calamities. That's why cultivators now face birth, aging, sickness, and death. Every big calamity causes many spirits to be eliminated. Should we go outside the 33 heavens and find a place to prepare? Ning-yi thinks for a moment, but doesn't agree with Tingting's suggestion. I have to stay here and guard my brother. I can't leave. Once my brother cultivates a divine body, then we'll see. If it really comes to it, I'll just seize the Purple Cloud Palace and live there. Outside the 33 heavens. Is there a better place? Anyway, Hongjun doesn't live there, so what's wrong with us staying a while? We can leave him a courtyard so he won't be homeless. Tingting. You have such a creative idea. Fine, but I don't like his aesthetic. It needs some remodeling later. That's a matter for the future. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Big sister, a visitor has come to the Vermilion Bird Tomb. Bai Zhe and Lu Shu entered from outside, bringing new news to Ning-yi. The divine deer like forests and often stay in the boundary of Ru Shui. Recently, because of the offerings and friendly attitude of humans, they also like to visit humans more often. Except for Fuju, the homebody, the others are all adorable and go to humans. Of course, Fuju not going is also good. There's no need for big floods or such. Since that side is close to the Vermilion Bird Tomb, the news is usually accurate. What kind of visitor? Did they break the boundary? Bai Zhe, the gossip girl, shook her head.
No way.
But they're living in a cave outside the Vermilion Bird Tomb. Shi-He, Little Golden Crow, and Kuenping. These 3 names haven't appeared for a long time. Why are they now at the Vermilion Bird Tomb? I saw that Little Golden Crow is badly injured, still looking like a 3 or 5-year-old child. Kunping's cultivation is no more than the first stage of the heavenly immortal. He doesn't seem to have any cultivation at all. I don't know where they got hurt. It looks like they are using the vermilion flame of the vermilion bird tomb to heal little golden crow. They seem to be a family of 3. This sounds more and more unreliable, more and more fantastical, right? The great calamity of the witch and undead has passed, and the powerful beings who survived it have moved past the fighting and killing. Perhaps now all they care about is love and romance? Ning Yi was very curious. She told Ting Ting, "I'll go see what's going on. I can't let Xiaohong suffer any injustice. Moreover, that vermilion flame contains seals. Using it for healing? Isn't that like poisoning oneself?" Ting Ting immediately understood. She wanted to see some excitement. "I just thought of a new song to compose, so I won't go with you. When you come back, I'll play it for you." As he spoke, he returned to his own courtyard. He really wasn't interested in those mundane matters. But Ning Yi didn't see any excitement either. When she arrived at the vermilion bird tomb, everyone had already left, and the cave was empty. Apart from a few traces of someone living there was nothing left. A Taoist priest came and chased the man away. The woman recognized the Taoist as her teacher and took her child to some Zhoudai palace with the Taoist. Xiaohong's spiritual awareness was a bit stronger, so she knew what was happening at the cave entrance.
Huh.
So, Taiching drove away Kunping and took Shi-He and Little Golden Crow? Ning Yi was too lazy to care about how idle Qing was becoming. She thought he should mind his own business. She asked Xiaohong, "Now that the vermilion flame is almost extinguished, I've set up a formation inside the Chaos Pearl, and it's not affecting much. The next catastrophe is coming soon. Maybe it's better to move your grave into the Chaos Pearl now?" Xiaohong replied, "That's fine. I'm already dead, so it doesn't matter where I'm buried. You decide. Hey, I see your inner elixir has been recovered. Can't you rebuild your spiritual body? There's plenty of spiritual energy in the Chaos Pearl. With countless treasures, you could definitely cultivate again. We'll see about that later. Whether I cultivate or not doesn't matter much. Lying here like this is pretty good. Alright, as long as you're happy." She summoned Lan Yao and said, "You are from the Vermilion Bird tribe and good at controlling fire. You do it." The Vermilion Bird tomb inside the Chaos Pearl was built entirely by Lan Yao herself, and now it's a Vermilion Bird hall. Professional work should be done by professionals. Who knows if the Vermilion Bird tribe has any special rules? Lan Yao was very excited to be able to do the job of moving Xiaohong's grave. Seeing this, Ning Yi simply stepped out, waiting in the Ru water barrier, not getting involved. After Lan Yao collected Xiaohong's remains, she took them back to the barrier, sealed them inside the Chaos Pearl, and completely sealed the Vermilion Bird tomb. "Ting Ting, why does your music sound a bit too ethereal? No fire and warmth." Ting Ting's music was very beautiful. Even Ning Yi, who didn't have much musical talent, listened for a long time and gradually improved her appreciation skills. Ting Ting replied, "Yes. I'm not very familiar with the human world. Earlier, he used to go out often, mainly to fight and compete for resources. Later, he only fought to bully others. When resources weren't so good anymore, he hardly went out at all." Compared to Ning Yi, who loved to go among humans and enjoy the lively scenes, Ting Ting had no interest in humans at all. It's really lacking in fire and warmth. Ning Yi's eyes twitched a few times. She reached out and took Ting Ting's hand, speaking with a little bit of playful affection. "How about we go to the human world and stay for a while? Experience the human fire and life. What do you think?" Ting Ting stared at their linked hands. "Okay." Hee. Ning Yi leaned forward and gently touched Ting Ting's lips. "You're so good." Then she looked at him with a smile, and her ears started to turn red. "We haven't even gotten married yet." "Haha, so old-fashioned, here we go again." Ning Yi leaned in and gave him a heavy kiss, then licked his lips. The taste of bamboo leaf green tea. "Don't you like this?" "I do. Such an honest child." "Then that's enough, right?" Ting Ting instinctively looked toward the Pangu statue's square. "I'm afraid of being struck by lightning." "Aren't you a sage?" "Why fear thunder?" "I'm afraid your brother might add something in the lightning." "Not likely, not likely." "Relax. Do you want to kiss me again?" Yes. Master, where are we going? Only Xiao Luer calls him master. If there's a fun place to hide away in the human world, he definitely wouldn't miss it. To Chaoge. Oh, the capital city. Of course, to see the excitement, you go to the biggest and busiest city. Right now, the Shang dynasty is at its peak, and Chaoge is the largest city. What will we do there? Surely not to serve as slaves for the nobles. This question made Ningyi laugh. Look at your ambition. Chu-Chu also smiled nearby. Exactly, if we're going, the Supreme will also become an emperor. Well, here's another unreliable one. What emperor? An emperor, indeed. I have no interest in helping humans rule the world. Let's just open a small shop. Opening a shop is the easiest way to meet people. A shop? What would we sell? Maybe rouge? Fragrant and elegant. Hu Xiaomei, who had been with Chu-Chu for a long time, also loved beauty very much. What rouge? Nowadays, how many humans can even afford rouge? Forget it, alcohol is also very precious. Without high-quality liquor, if we sell too much, they can't afford it. How about opening a restaurant? That definitely won't work. No iron pots, no stir-frying, only boiling. What kind of restaurant would that be? It's funny. Initially, Ningyi carefully taught humans many cooking methods and recipes. The nobles held on to them, claiming they were ancestral divine formulas that couldn't be shared. But over time, many of these recipes were lost. The result of guarding them jealously is that no one can learn them. Even the plants they planted are some that no longer grow. Besides, should she be spinning around the stove, cooking for others? The smoke and fire are too much. I don't want that. So, what can we do? We can't just start teaching them farming all over again, right? Little Lu's temper is quick to flare. Maybe we should open a bookstore? Sister, there are no books in the human world yet. The better ones are written on fine silk, the poorer ones on bamboo slips. 90% of people can't read. Bai Zhe, who knows everything about the human world, comes to explain the knowledge to Ningyi. Ningyi remains unaffected and replies, I know. That's exactly why opening a bookstore would make us seem more refined. Otherwise, should I just go into hiding to observe the world and still have to bow to the emperor? That definitely won't do. The emperor can't have all his luck drained just because he greets you. Chu-Chu covers her mouth and laughs. Don't just laugh. First, go to the ancestral hall of the human race and tell the elders there that we plan to descend. We're just here to join in the fun, not to cause trouble. Don't let them prepare unnecessarily. Chu-Chu doesn't say it out loud, but on the way, she thinks, you have no purpose, but who can believe that? Ningyi, a great deity, and Lin Qi, another great deity, descend to the human world and open a small bookstore on Ziwu Street, not far from the palace in Qingde City. Humans don't know that great deities have arrived. The saints and semi-saints who are always watching Ningyi's movements are well aware. At this time, with the great calamity approaching and 365 divine positions vacant, nobody knows how to compete for them. When a recognized seer who can see the heavenly secrets and the divine sister of the heavenly way suddenly descends, who would believe she has no purpose? Uncle Master, we're not outsiders. Can't you tell your nephew in advance? You come quietly to be the boss's wife, and my mind is all confused. Tong Tian casually sits in the main hall of the bookstore and starts acting spoiled. That mischievous look makes Ning. You want to kick her out. What's the point of all this? Can there be any purpose? I came to be a mortal wife with your master. Live a normal life, love, have children, can't I? Tong Tian, being scolded, opens her mouth wide, unable to close it. What is her master saying? What is this cycle? Reincarnation? She enters reincarnation. Hongjun wants to secretly cause trouble. She stands on her head to wash her hair. Really, how silly. I'm not as stupid as you guys. I practice my mind in the mortal world. I don't need to be reborn. I can just observe. The dojo is boring, so I came to see the human world. Don't mess things up here. Aren't you afraid your senior uncle will scold you? Tong Tian grins. Although his tone is a bit harsh, he's explaining the reason. But he doesn't believe it. What's so interesting about the human world? That's what he can't understand. A short life of just a few decades, hard and miserable. No magic skills, hungry and cold, spending a lifetime chasing fame and wealth, raising children and grandchildren. Over and over, it's all the same. What's the point? Our levels are different. You wouldn't understand. Ning Yi doesn't want to explain. Then maybe I can stay and be your disciple, learn from you slowly? This shameless person just keeps climbing higher. No need. I don't need anyone to serve me. Go back and cultivate properly. The great calamity is coming. Aren't you preparing? Preparing for what? I'm just a carefree person. Whether there's a big calamity or not, it has nothing to do with me. When the teacher is enshrined as a deity, I'll at least ask him to enshrine my disciples and grandchildren a few more times. Respecting my senior uncle is more important. If he knew what was being prepared, would he even come here?
I don't need your respect.
Just leave quickly. I find you annoying. If you're worried, send Sanshao.
I can handle them fine.
Anyway, she has no real purpose. Just some workers, no need to waste the opportunity. Tong Tian received the confirmation and happily went back. Soon, he sent Sanshao over. Sanshao had previously learned brewing wine from Ning Yi at Rushui. This time they helped organize bamboo slips. A library must have books. All the books are bamboo slips. First, they copy the texts onto bamboo slips, then place them on shelves. For reading or copying. Reading is free, and they even provide clean water. Copying costs 1 coin per bamboo slip, with ink and brush charged separately. When Sanshao arrived, the 3 pure ones finally got some clues about Ningyi's plans. They stopped bothering her. Tai Ching, being very clever, knew the library wouldn't mind having many books. He sent a few scrolls of scriptures as a favor. So, they kept them. 2 of the Western teachers learned the news a bit later. They thought it was absolutely impossible to send someone, but they still sent some of their scriptures to Ning Yi to fill her library. As for the books, no matter what kind, Ning Yi accepted all of them without hesitation. Smart people, not just saints, and the ancestors of the human race's main hall, none of them gave things for free. They sent original versions of classics like the Huangdi Neijing and the Shenong Baojing. They also sent many precious texts from the time of the Shang dynasty, including both lost and existing works. Among these, Ning Yi was especially interested in 6 ancient music and dance collections from the 6 arts, Yunmen de Wan, Xianqi, Dashao, Daxia, Hu, and Wu. She studied them carefully for a long time. There were countless other texts as well. These could not be called treasures, but rather rare gems. Ning Yi stored all the original copies in her small chaotic pearl world. She personally copied the first drafts very carefully. Then she spent money to hire scholars from Chaoge City to make new copies for her business. Her children at home, most of them couldn't sit still long enough to copy books. They always wanted to go out and play. Only Zhu Ji and Zhu Ji could sit quietly and focus. Chu Chu and Manhwa became managers, responsible for paying the scholars who copied books and earning money. Mo Lan became the cook, taking care of the family's meals. Living in seclusion means having a secluded appearance, not indulging in worldly pleasures. How can there be any lively atmosphere? Busy and bustling, compared to practicing in the dojo all day, it's much more interesting. Yang Tianyu from Guangzhou, greetings, sir. One day, a scholar came to the bookstore to copy books. Does that scholar with the surname Yang have any special qualities? Yang Tianyu had been copying books at the bookstore for half a month. Ning Yi observed him carefully for that entire time, which made Tingting a bit jealous, and she finally asked about it. I'm just watching to see if he has any special traits. Of course, he looked good, polite, and well-mannered. In these times, anyone who could read and write probably came from a well-off family. Even though he was earning money by copying books, he wasn't a poor scholar. Like the other scholars copying books at the bookstore, he mainly did it for himself. He had 6 young boys with him and more than 10 servants, with 3 donkey carts loaded with luggage and supplies. Renting the largest inn in Chaoga, he spends a lot every day. It is said that old Master Yang at home is also a prominent noble in Guangzhou. His family background is very good. He has money, free time, a charming young man, no bad habits, all of which are advantages. But that's about it. There are many young masters like him in Chaoga City. No one really knows what Princess Yunhua sees in him. Why do you watch him? Besides being a bit good-looking, his luck is just so. He's lonely, like a goose flying alone, separated from his family. Tingting looked up at him with a smile. When did you learn to read faces? Honestly, he's quite accurate. It's not hard. If you look carefully, you can see it too. Ningyi looked closely and indeed saw something. So, what makes him special? Tingting kept asking. Ningyi shook her head. He's nothing special. I think his son will be someone with great luck. This made Tingting's face look complicated. How can you tell his son has great luck? His marriage palace isn't even moved yet. Could she have gone early to find Ho-Hot and checked Yang Shuxing's marriage book? Everyone has some skills, right? But I don't like you looking at others, especially handsome men. Oh, I'm just curious. There's no man more handsome than my Tingting. I love you most. I won't look at others, don't worry. Tingting's lips unconsciously curled up. Then ask me a few nice words to comfort me. Haha, even a simple person has his good points. He's very honest, just straight to the point. Ningyi pulled him back to the room. Come on, let's go back. I'll tell you everything. Yang Tianyu studied in the library for 3 years. The household servants carried back 10 carts of bamboo slips. When leaving, they took 5 carts. Thank you, sir. We'll take our leave now. In the future, if you have free time, please come to Guangzhou. Let me show you hospitality as a host. To repay your kindness in teaching. Of course, he didn't say this to Ningyi. The knowledge in his mind, accumulated over these years, he was too shy to teach others. He was talking to Tingting. Tingting occasionally tells stories to students and helps answer their questions. Whether to go or not, it can be decided later. She is very polite and considerate. Now, Ninglin Bookstore is famous, not only in Chaoga City, but all over the land. Everyone knows there is a small library in the capital with many rare books. Scholars, noble officials, and teachers from various places come to copy the books. The small library can't hold so many people. An entire half of the street has been turned into inns where books can be borrowed and copied. At first, some dishonest people tried to swap or steal books, but the books had marks on them, so they couldn't succeed. After a few miraculous events, no one dared to try again. The Heavenly Emperor received a faint hint from the ancestral temple, indicating that Ningyi, the great deity, was showing divine signs to teach humans. He respectfully brought people to visit twice. Every day, officials sent people to keep order at the entrance. Many students from official academies came to copy books, and the library almost became semi-official. With more people, Yang Tianyu found it harder to stand out. You are the one who has been copying books at the library the longest. Here, this is for you as a keepsake. Ningyi took out 2 jade pendants and gave them to Yang Tianyu. Just as everyone was paying attention to the library, they noticed Ningyi inviting a woman named Zhou to have tea. She was served a cup every day. The woman was there specifically to copy medical books. Ningyi liked her and invited her in. Later, Ningyi would give tea or snacks to those she liked. Now, Yang Tianyu couldn't stand out anymore. Master. Opening the library and earning merit points is so fast. Xiao Luer saw the benefits of opening the library. Teaching and guiding others always bring great merit. Ningyi, as the lady boss, was very enthusiastic about this. One day, Huda came to visit. Auntie, has the great calamity already begun? Huda looked worried as she asked Ningyi.
Huh? What do you mean by that?
I see you so eager to gather merit. Is there some change on the Heavenly Father's side? How did she notice that? No, nothing. But what? If you have something to say, just say it. Auntie, you're even opening a library to earn small amounts of merit, working so hard. Is there anything I can do to help? Huda looked pitiful, almost crying. Ningyi looked at her in surprise. Does she really feel that pitiful? Besides, anyone who passes through her hands or has even a slight connection to her will share some of her merit. There are others working hard to earn merit for her, so why should she bother herself? Moreover, her brother is doing very well now, close to success. There's no real trouble happening. Opening a bookstore, how hard can it be? I just watch the shop and read books. I don't need to handle accounts or greet customers, and no one makes things difficult for me. How is that hard? She has been running a shop for 2 generations. She's very familiar with it. Compared to her past life, where she had to rely on herself for everything with no support, and where various departments kept checking her for fees and permits, and customers had all kinds of strange requests, this bookstore is much easier and less stressful. Dealing with so many customers every day, seeing them off, takes a lot of energy. Ordinary people like us shouldn't be the ones to greet them personally. It's not good to risk losing good fortune and happiness. Hotu was angry. Just now, she saw a female customer say goodbye to Ningyi, wave her hand, and leave casually, even mentioning she'd have tea tomorrow. It was rude. She almost wanted to slap her. It's not that serious. I just want to live like an ordinary person. There's no such thing as losing or gaining fortune. What's so good about living as an ordinary person? Just eating and dressing well is hard enough. Even ghosts in the underworld struggle to be reborn into good families to avoid suffering. Then she asked if being human is so hard, why do they still want to be reborn? That's true. Oh, by the way, Andy, I haven't told you. I built the Yenluo Hall at the place where I place the cycle of reincarnation's core. I appointed 2 kings of there. I redefined the roles in the netherworld, so the hierarchy in the underworld is clearer now. You're a saint of the underworld. I don't care about the affairs of the underworld, so don't tell me. Actually, Ningyi was more curious. Aren't there 10 kings of? Why only 2? Hoda smiled and said, I don't need to tell you everything, but you must know about this. It's because the fire lotus of karma in the underworld absorbed too much cause and effect, transforming into a legal form. I then appointed him as Qin Guang, the ruler of the underworld. Oh, I see. All right, if you think it's good, just go ahead. Being a king of also brings great merit. Although the red lotus of the fire of karma is a treasure of the underworld, once it is in her hands, the merit will no longer be shared with others. This is similar to the 3 magical treasures given to the witch clan long ago, which made Hongjun bear the karmic burden. Anyway, her brother definitely wouldn't let her suffer losses. Yes, when the affairs of the underworld increase in the future, we can seal a few more halls for the Yama kings to help him do the work. There's nothing wrong with that. Considering the human race's strong reproductive ability, the underworld might be overwhelmed with souls someday. A few days ago, the Emperor of Heaven sent someone to the underworld to see me, saying they wanted to officially grant the Yama king a divine position. I haven't decided yet, Auntie. Should we accept it? Of course, we should accept. Why not? Not only the current Yama needs a divine position, but all future Yama kings will too. Huh? Hoda didn't quite understand. Auntie, are divine positions really that important? Not everyone can become a god, but everyone has to go through our underworld at some point. Do we need to be afraid of heaven's court? Ningyi almost wanted to shake her head. Why is she so naive? Once you accept a divine position, heaven's court can't control you. It's just a title. But if there are difficult matters to handle, just say it's the will of heaven's court, and you can push it away. How Tian is obsessed with his title as the Emperor of Heaven, wanting everything, determined to be the ruler of the 3 realms. How can he get everything he wants? It's just wishful thinking. If you want a title, you have to take the blame. Hearing this, Hotu understood. The 2 from the Western religion have been insisting on sending people to stay in the underworld to help with the souls. I think that one really has a kind heart and decent cultivation. He's probably being pushed aside by those 2. Should we also support him? See? This is what happens when you try to do everything the same way. What's wrong? Has something happened at home? Long Yi appeared at Ninglin's study, and Ning Yi was genuinely surprised. Although Long Yi Mountain isn't her dojo, everyone knows that the dojo doesn't handle much outside affairs. Most external matters are managed by Long Yi Mountain. Long Yi's position as the chief steward is very secure. Of course, he's also very busy. The more Ningyi's status in the 3 realms increases, the busier he becomes. If he personally comes to report something, it must be important. Ningyi asked, and Long Yi paused for a moment, with a look of some suspicion and embarrassment. The crown prince of the East Sea Dragon King came to the mountain a few days ago to deliver a gift, and it was 7 times less than usual. She cried to me about being poor, saying that Princess Yunhua from the Celestial Bullfighting Palace was washing her children in the sea, dirtying the water, and drying up the river, which caused the sea to produce very little. The Dragon Palace was almost starving. But this story sounds too fake. The mighty East Sea Dragon Palace. Could it really be so poor that they can't eat? Even if the Dragon Clan is down on luck, the Four Seas Dragon Kings still hold good positions. They were recruited by the Celestial Court, and the Emperor of Heaven also shows respect. The Four Seas Dragon Kings rule over all dragons, rich across the Four Seas. How could washing in the river cause such a big problem? The East Sea isn't just one river. It's made up of hundreds of streams, so it wouldn't run out of water just because some are dried up. How big are Princess Yunhua's clothes? How dirty? What does the East Sea Dragon King mean? Ning Yi asked directly. She had a reason for bringing this news to her. Long Yi looked uncomfortable. Yang Tianyu studied with the Respectful One for 3 years. He and his children, along with the jade pendants given by the Respectful One, are being watched. The Dragon King isn't sure if the Respectful One has other intentions, and he doesn't dare to go to the Respectful One over such a small matter. So he's trying to find a way to ask, is she really so high and mighty? She's very approachable. What do I care about his intentions? Tell him to stop bothering others and find someone else to complain to. Oh, so Long Yi understood. She meant the Dragon King should go complain to the Emperor of Heaven? Yes, I will handle it right away. They need to find a way to bring back the missing 70% of the offerings. Once this matter is settled, the East Sea Dragon King, who dares to take even a little less, will face serious consequences. His plans are not to be taken lightly. Not long after Long Yi left, news came from the Celestial Court. The Emperor of Heaven was furious when he learned that Princess Yunhua had secretly descended to the mortal world to marry a human. He ordered heavenly soldiers and generals to descend and capture her, and she was punished by being pressed beneath Peach Mountain. Yunhua is also foolish. The Celestial Court has so many unmarried princesses. Why isn't there anyone suitable for her? No matter how much they persuade her, she won't listen. What kind of heart does the Jade Emperor have? I don't know her any better than she knows him. Does he really think all the brothers and sisters are good? That he can spoil her and let her do whatever she wants? What kind of siblings are they? And besides that, what's so special about Yang Tianyu? Think about her lifespan. How many years can a mortal live? When Yang Tianyu grows old and dies, will her widowhood be easy? She acts like a fool. Yaoqi came to see Ning Yi, bringing many fruits and fabrics woven by the weaver girls. Talking about the latest gossip from the heavenly court, Yunhua was scolded quite a bit. Why did Yunhua fall for Yang Tianyu? He stayed at my library for 3 years, but I really didn't see anything special about him. Ning Yi was curious. How did a fairy from the heavenly palace and a mortal scholar end up together? Yaoqi rolled her eyes.
She's not very bright.
Yunhua is of marriageable age. If she liked any celestial being from the heavenly court, that would be a good match. But she kept thinking about her life before coming to the heavens, secretly going down to the mortal world to stay in her family's old residence. It's not a big deal, but somehow she followed a woodcutter up the mountain into the city to see the sights, bought some storybooks, and took them back. Influenced by those stories, she kept thinking about love stories between mortals and immortals. Most people just look at such stories, but she actually tried to experience it herself. Then she met Yang Tianyu, who isn't very bright either. And that's how it all happened. Ning Yi was surprised. Was there really such stories in those storybooks? Well, even in the Book of Songs, there's mention of a gentle and virtuous lady and a noble man being a good match. She got so absorbed in reading that she rarely went out, probably because she didn't have much experience. Ning Yi thought this was the reason. If someone had seen the world's ups and downs, they wouldn't be so naive about love. How many people are truly love-struck after experiencing everything? Yaoqi sighed. It's just a pity about those 2 children. They lost their mother early, and they carry the blood of celestial beings. In the future, they'll also lose their father early. It's really sad. Two children, Ning-yi pretended not to know, secretly thinking about how to bring Yang Erlang into her circle.
Yes.
One boy and one girl. The boy is Yang Jian, nicknamed Erlang. The girl is Yang Chan, nicknamed Third Sister. What about the eldest brother? This was a question Ning-yi had thought about in her past life. With Erlang around, why had she never heard of an eldest brother? There's no eldest brother. They say it's because he'd be hard to raise, so they left him out. Instead, Erlang was dedicated to the spirits and gods. That's silly. It seems Yunhua isn't very bright after all. She's a female fairy, and she's involved in all this? How do you know all this so clearly? When did Yao Qi start sharing an interest in Baizhe? Hao Tian disciplined Yunhua, and Yang Tianyu studied with my uncle for 3 years. Of course I'd find out if he's got bad intentions. This matter caused quite a stir. But you can't spread such rumors. Your uncle has never taken disciples. There has never been anything about following your uncle to study for 3 years. The teachings of our school must not be mistaken. It's just our bookstore's business. Customers come to copy books, and if they have questions, we always help them. This isn't Ning-yi stopping Ting Ting from accepting disciples. Ting Ting had told her long ago, in this world, besides you, I don't want any other attachments. I don't want to be involved in any karma. After explaining, Ning-yi still appreciated Yao Qi's care for them. I originally thought that accepting those 2 children would be just a kind act. Since there's been a misunderstanding, I can't take them in anymore. Hearing this, Yao Qi understood the meaning from the tone of the music and quickly responded, Andy, if it's inconvenient for you, I can take the children back to the heavenly palace to raise them. The bullfighting palace is empty now, and with some palace maids and children to look after them, it won't be a problem. All right, that's good. Take the boy back to raise. When he's a bit older, I'll ask Baihan to teach him personally. As for the girl, Yang Tianyu is immortal, and she has half human blood. Send her to the Nuwa Palace. It will help her understand her identity and avoid being bullied. Yao Qi was confused. Annie, aren't you on bad terms with the Saintess Nuwa? Seeing her eyes dart around, Ning-yi knew she was thinking about something else. That's not true. They are ancestors of the human race, and they're just cleaning up the mess for their descendants. It's what they should do. Yao Qi thought, there are so many humans, and after a day, who knows how many messes there are. Can they really clean them all up? Forget it. Whatever Andy says goes. For now, she doesn't understand, but she will in time. All right, I'll go back to the heavenly palace and handle it. What about Yang Tianyu? Whatever fate has in store for him, let it be. Oh, so I don't need to worry about it? 3 years later, in the mortal world, Yao Qi personally visited Peach Mountain to see Zhang Yinhua. Besides telling her that her son was raised in the bullfighting palace and that her daughter was taken as a second disciple by the Saintess Nuwa, she also informed her that 2 years ago, after her children were taken away, Yang Tianyu married another mortal woman and now has a son. The family lives happily together. Back in the heavenly court, she established a rule. Immortals and mortals are not allowed to marry. Anyone who breaks this rule will face severe punishment. Ting Ting, how do you feel? Have you found some human warmth? In the blink of an eye, I have lived in Chaoga for dozens of years. The students in the library have changed many times, and Ziyu Street has become Library Street. People come and go, passing down stories of generations, stories of life, aging, love, hatred, and parting. Ting Ting listened as Ning-yi asked questions. She put down her carved wooden sculpture and thought for a moment. It's other people's business. It has nothing to do with me. So, these decades were just wasted time? Not exactly wasted. I just don't understand human emotions and desires. What's so hard to understand?
Oh.
It's because you don't have them yourself, so you can't understand. Huh? Ting Ting smartly realized there was a trap in that question. I only have feelings and desires for you. You don't need to have them for others. I mean, if you put yourself in others' shoes and empathize, you could imagine it, right? Ting Ting shook her head. I can't imagine. I can't replace you and myself with ordinary humans to think about it. Oh, I heard that the palace has good musicians. Maybe one day we can invite them to perform for us? See if you can gain some insight? But even the best musician in the world, when played for Tingting, seems trivial. Even Ning Yi could tell the difference. There's a world of difference. Poor technique is poor technique, but feelings can still be sensed. A good musician is a good musician, with qualities worth learning. Tingting gave a respectful compliment to the palace's musicians. Humans are very clever. With time, they will surely produce true masters in all fields. Ningyi looked confidently. Tingting nodded. Ningyi tilted her head, seriously observing Tingting. By the way, why do you seem so distant? Like you're not part of this world? Are all saints like that? Have I just not seen saints in a long time? The spiritual energy is thin, and the mortal world isn't suitable for saints to cultivate. Could it be that the heavenly way naturally rejects cultivators? Tingting. Indeed, the spiritual energy is thin, and I am increasingly rejected here. If one day I decide to leave, will you come with me, huh? We have a marriage contract, right? Of course I will go with you. But it's agreed that I have to wait until my brother condenses his spiritual form. He wants to be my dowry. Tingting was silent for a long time. All right, I understand. Ningyi felt there was more behind Tingting's words, but she wasn't sure what he was trying to say. Brother, what do you think Tingting means? Is he also an outsider? But I tried, and she's not from my hometown. Where could she be from? Since the heavens reject her, Ning Yi can only think of a traveler from another world. I've doubted Tingting many times and tried many ways. He simply doesn't understand the history and myths I know. Her brother. The world is vast and there are many regions. Meeting someone is fate. Why dig into the details? When the time is right, everything will become clear. He came here for a reason. Unlike you, who are carefree and without desires, going with the flow. Just wait. Everything will be revealed. Oh, brother, why do I have no desires? I just want you to come out and be with me now. Xiao Hong's spiritual essence is almost gone, and she's about to form her divine body. You can't be worse than her, right? If you don't come out soon, I'll become an old lady. When that happens, I won't be able to have children and you won't be able to be my uncle, her brother. What is she saying? I told you before, if you want to marry, just do it. No need to wait for me, but that's not possible. I only have you as my brother. If you're not here, what's the point of me getting married? The heavens are not perfect. Forcing the formation of a divine body could have unpredictable consequences. Then let's wait a bit longer. When the human luck is strong enough to handle any consequences, we can talk. All right, so it's settled then? Yes, it's settled. After returning, Ning Yi begins calculating when human luck will be strong enough. A powerful dynasty? The Tang dynasty? Or a prosperous China? In her heart, all are quite strong. But she doesn't know what her brother considers as the standard. But it doesn't matter. Even when she can conquer the stars and the sea, it won't be thousands of years away. For a mighty being like her, 1,000 years is not long. Ah, what is going on? Why is everyone acting like their brains are waterlogged? The mortal world is fun, but what's so good about mortals? Why do they all have to be affectionate and clingy? Are they crazy? Chu is completely irritable, banging on the table and spinning around in the backyard of the study. Ningyi felt dizzy watching her. Stop. Miss Chu, what's wrong with you? Are you longing for the mortal world? If so, go ahead. Just experience life. Our family has no rules against marriage between immortals and mortals. If you truly like him, give him sugar bean to eat, so you won't miss your chance to be together. Are you really that naive? Others say that immortals and mortals can't marry, but do you really believe that? Your family has treasures from heaven and earth, so who cares about being an immortal or a mortal? Now, even the immortals are not truly immortal. They can't achieve eternal youth. So what if he's mortal? Turning him into an immortal isn't that hard. Heaven's rules govern the 3 realms, but your family doesn't need to follow them. Chu suddenly froze in place. She stared blankly at Ningyi, who was calmly drinking tea by the stone table, and Lin Qi, who seemed completely focused on brewing tea as if the world didn't matter. Ah, can it really be like that? After a long moment, Chu hit her head in surprise. Ningyi rolled her eyes elegantly. Just tell me, who do you like? As long as they're not already married, bring them here. I, as the head of the family, will decide. If they're married, no way. If you dare to interfere in someone else's marriage, I will break your legs, turn you back into your original form, lock you in a cage, hang you on a tree, and keep you there for 10,000 years. This time, Choo-Choo secretly rolled her eyes and swallowed her words. Oh, Your Majesty, please don't scare me. I wouldn't dare. Besides, I haven't really set my sights on anyone. There's no one worth liking. Everyone's so silly. Isn't it better to focus on my career? If I were to descend to the mortal world, I'd want to be an emperor. Little romances? What's the point? Oh, your ambitions are quite something. Ning-Yi gave Choo-Choo a thumbs up. So, who are you talking about then? By the way, little sister, are you back in Qingqiu visiting family? Choo-Choo instantly looked downcast, gnashing her teeth in frustration. I'm talking about that useless Hu Xiaomei. She's hopeless. Somehow, she fell for a mortal and insists on marrying him. Unmarried man and unmarried woman. Then just go ahead. Ning-Yi was quite open-minded.
Well,
If it's truly mutual and both of them like each other, I wouldn't get so angry. Choo-Choo explained. Xiaomei likes that guy, but he doesn't like her. She insists he's her younger brother, but she's stubborn and refuses to go home, sticking close to him no matter what. They've been like that for a long time. He'd rather marry a noble lady he's never even seen than accept her. She just won't give up. What's she after, really? Ning-Yi blinked, thinking about what Choo-Choo just said. How did this turn into a melodramatic, tragic love story? In just a few words, she could understand the plot of at least 10 TV dramas. She was thinking about which TV station Hu Xiaomei had gone to next. Manhwa came from the front yard to deliver a message. Your Majesty, the boy from Manhwa Palace has come to deliver a message. The spirit pearl has descended to the mortal world to be reborn. Your Majesty, should I also go and teach the child reborn from the spirit pearl on my way? Since White Tiger became Yang Jian's teacher and took on a talented disciple, he has been very happy every day. Today is the day to meet his disciple at Mount Tai. After teaching the student, he returned and mentioned to Ning-Yi that he wanted to take the Spirit Pearl's reborn child as his disciple. Are you addicted to being a teacher? Hearing Ning-Yi ask this, White Tiger chuckled. It's all thanks to Your Majesty. Now I have such a good disciple like Yang Jian. The Spirit Pearl was personally created by Your Majesty, and its talent is probably even better. I don't want to miss this opportunity. Not wanting to miss it? Ning-Yi smiled and looked at White Tiger. That Spirit Pearl isn't like Yang Erlang, who is quite mischievous. He's a troublemaker, a source of chaos. If you're not afraid he'll cause you trouble, then go ahead and teach him. White Tiger heard this and hesitated. Troublemaker? He immediately wavered. But then he thought, what's there to fear about causing trouble? In this world, are there troubles that even Ning-Yi can't handle? No worries. He's just a kid, a mortal son, with a mortal body. How much trouble could he really cause? I can handle it. He didn't believe he could offend a saint. Besides saints, no one else was in his eyes. Even saints are just a bit more troublesome. It wouldn't matter much. With this thought, he became more confident. If Your Majesty has no objections, I will go to Shentangwen. Since he's our own child, and you and Lord Lin Qi don't accept disciples, it's my responsibility. He said this, and Ning-Yi had no reason to object. If he wanted to go, let him go. He was just thinking that in the future, Neza might offend the Dragon King of the East Sea, who was also a neighbor of White Tiger's territory in the East Sea. They had always had a good relationship. Let's see how he handles it then. The Dragon King is really timid, but he still has to consider the situation. If someone kills his son, that's a grudge of killing a child. Naturally, he would fight back fiercely. A few days later, White Tiger went out and returned sighing and lamenting. What happened? I was late, and all 3 of the Li family's sons were taken away before I arrived. Oh? Is there someone more insightful than you? Ning-Yi pretended not to understand. You're flattering me. The Spirit Pearl's background is well known throughout the Great Wilderness. Everyone is watching it closely, like eagles eyeing rabbits. It was taken first by Yuan Shi. The 2 Westerners didn't get the main prize. They took Li Nez's two older brothers. I heard they stayed on Mount Patalo to prepare for next time, instead of returning to the west. Oh. Yuan sure took the spirit pearl? No, he's very proud and careful about his reputation. He wouldn't come forward himself. He sent his disciple, Tai Jinren, to handle it. They took in 3 generations of disciples. At this point, Bai Hu remembered something else. Strange, Yuan sure only takes in the spirit pearl as a 3rd-generation disciple, but he also accepted 2 ordinary people as his personal disciples, making them the junior brothers of the 12 golden immortals. When he said this, Ning Yi immediately guessed it was Jiang Zia and Shen Gongbao. Yuan sure wouldn't do something pointless. If he didn't predict those two's luck himself, it was probably Hongjun's advice. What? Hongjun advising Yuan sure? Isn't he most fond of Tong Tian? His young disciple was favored and received many good things. Everyone knew that. Tong Tian and I are also on good terms. Can Hongjun really guard against the Lord? Bai Hu clearly didn't believe it. I don't have much to guard against. I'm just a carefree, indifferent person. When Pengu reappears, we'll leave this realm and go somewhere else to live. Whether here is good or bad, it's none of my business. Some people are just narrow-minded, thinking with petty hearts, judging others unfairly. Bai Hu. He couldn't accept this. He didn't even trust a punctuation mark. He didn't trust even more, let alone Hongjun. She was truly indifferent and unselfish. She had sent out thousands of people. Why? From the saint's enlightenment to the demon ghost calamity, her shadow was everywhere. It was definitely her. Bai Hu had seen Ning Yi in her true carefree, unworldly state, being spoiled by her brother, carefree and happy, eating and playing all day, living without a care for the chaos and evil. That was real leisure and freedom. Ning Yi didn't care what White Tiger was thinking. When she mentioned Jiang Zia, she remembered 2 more important people. Not just anyone, Geng and Zhao Gongming. If we're talking about offerings and worship, who can compare to the civil and military gods over the next few thousand miles?
Right?
Geng hasn't appeared yet, and probably won't for a while. Zhao Gongming is the elder brother of the 3 skies, so he's definitely around. She hadn't thought of him before. There are so many famous people in the ancient times. She can't remember them all. Besides the most famous ones, she just thinks of whoever comes to mind. She called the 3 skies over. You 3 have been helping me here, which has delayed your cultivation. Today, I will send you back to the 3 immortal islands for rest. I won't let your efforts go to waste. These few magical treasures are what I obtained in my early years. I give them to you for self-defense. The treasures she gave were collected when she was selling items in the Chaos, White Tiger Land long ago. Back then, they weren't considered very special, but now they are rare top-quality items. The 3 skies received the treasures, but they were trembling, thinking they had done something wrong and would be sent away. If I made any mistake, I ask my Grandmaster to punish me. There's no mistake. You did very well. But you still have some opportunities left, and it's not good to delay your cultivation here. I know you're worried about leaving and not being able to explain to your sect. So, after you return, have your elder brother come here to help me copy books for 20 years. Hearing this, the 3 skies were very happy. They knew well the benefits of being close to Ning Yi. The spiritual energy inside the barrier was abundant, good for the body and better for cultivation. Their grandmaster was generous and never used people for free. The daily food and supplies she casually gave were very comfortable. Plus, the treasures, she probably spared her disciples outside from much hardship in their own cultivation. Having their elder brother serve the grandmaster for 20 years was a great opportunity. Qiong Xiao sincerely bowed to Ning Yi. Yes, thank you, grandmaster, for your guidance. We will go back and send a message to our elder brother to come here. All right, go back then. The 3 skies quickly left. Not long after, Zhao Gongming arrived. He was accompanied by Tong Tian. Oh, I was worried my disciple wouldn't be careful and would cause trouble for Uncle Master. I personally brought him here, so I can also give him some guidance on the way. Tong Tian first told Ning Yi a bunch of useless reasons, then said to Zhao Gongming, You go ahead, follow Steward May's arrangements. When Zhao Gongming was taken away by Manhwa, he asked Ningyi, "Uncle, do I have some special fate with my 3 disciples? Why can't I figure it out at all?" Ningyi looked up and glanced at Tong Tian. "You can't figure it out at all. The great calamity has already passed. He is one of the 3 pure ones, the highest sage in the current world. Oh no, except for Tingting, he is the highest sage. In the past, if he couldn't predict things, it was understandable. But now, even Jiangxia has become a disciple of the Yuanshi Gate. How can he still say he can't predict anything? It's just a matter of time. Who's fooling whom?" Tong Tian's expression was unusually serious. "I can only predict that my disciple's future is dark. I can't see more. Uncle, please show me a clear path. Actually, it depends on how you look at it. Compared to free and easy scattered immortals, the heavenly court's divine positions aren't that great. And even divine positions come with duties, rules, and restrictions. They have to work for the heavenly court and follow schedules, which is very constraining. But what about looking at the long term? In the era of decline of the Dharma, being able to secure a position in the heavenly court is a rare good job. By then, few scattered immortals would still be alive. Even if you think it's all dark, maybe it's just a black cloth covering your eyes. When the darkness lifts, the road ahead might be paved with gold." Ningyi teased Tong Tian with his words. "The great calamity must be related to the human race. Uncle, you've been hiding in Chaoge for so long. Are you seeing the Shang King?" Tong Tian changed the subject, trying to probe Ningyi. Ningyi just smiled and said nothing. Finally, he added, "Heavenly secrets must not be revealed. Divine Lord, I beg you to decide for me. My child was wrongfully killed." The Dragon King of the East Sea sat on the floor of the hall, crying and beating his chest. Ningyi sat above, watching him and feeling speechless. This East Sea Dragon King is really unlucky. Either Yunhua is washing clothes in the East Sea, or Neza is beating his son. And there are even more fierce monkeys later. One after another, they are really squeezing this East Sea sheep to death. Why are you shouting injustice here? Your son, harming the common people, causing floods and disasters. These are the sins he committed. He has karma to bear. What injustice is there? Could it be that you, the son of the Dragon King of the East Sea, are immune to karma? The Dragon King's crying paused for a moment, then he shifted uncomfortably and started crying again. Your Reverence, I, the little dragon, dare not act unfairly, but my son was not deserving of death. Whatever crime he committed, he should be judged and punished accordingly. But Neza, how could he just kill my son without trial or inquiry? What is his status? What authority does he have to use private punishment? Hearing this, Ningyi rolled his eyes inwardly. Oh, when your son was harming ordinary people and no one cared, why didn't you speak of justice? Now that he was killed, you come out claiming justice? Is that how you interpret justice? You talk about justice when it suits you, and act lawless when it doesn't? If you want to uphold justice, why are you complaining here? I also follow the law, don't I? The Dragon King's crying suddenly grew louder, startling Ningyi. He heard him shout sharply, "Who in the world doesn't know that the Spirit Pearl was created by the Reverence, a descendant of Pangu? No one dares judge it. Your Reverence, the heavenly way is above, and if a prince commits a crime, he should be punished like any commoner. My son cannot just die without a clear reason." At this moment, Bai Hu was also in the hall. He had heard that Li Neza caused trouble, tearing apart and killing the East Sea Dragon King's 3rd son. The old Dragon King came to complain, and Bai Hu was here to watch the show. He was both relieved that he didn't steal Neza's troublesome disciple and secretly cursed the old Dragon King for being shameless, coming here to cry and make trouble. Every word was a trap, clearly trying to set up the Reverence and force him to abandon family loyalty for justice. But if the Reverence intervened, how would the family feel afterward? The master wouldn't protect his servants, so who would still be loyal and willing to serve the Reverence? Not intervening? That would damage his reputation. In the future, outsiders would say the Reverence is biased and can't tell right from wrong. How could that be good? It would harm his virtue. Bai Hu was about to slam the table in frustration. This dead mudfish was no good. Ning signaled to Bai Hu to stop, giving him a warning glance. Then he looked at the East Sea Dragon King and said with a smile, Ao Guang, don't act so dramatic. If I release the spirit pearl, I'm not afraid it will drag me down. Now that he has been reincarnated as a human, with parents and teachers, why come here to cry and make trouble? What is your true intention? Neza causing trouble in the sea was to protect the common people. It didn't diminish his virtue. The Dragon King's sons were many. He didn't usually care much about that son. When trouble arose, why call him the third prince? Where did the crown prince come from? Do you know how high Ao Bing's status is in the Dragon Palace? The Dragon King saw Ningyi's face fall and dared not cry anymore. It was false to say he wasn't nervous. Usually, he had no right to enter Ningyi's divine dojo. The last time he saw Ningyi angry was when the 5 Zhuangguan audience stole the Hongmeng purple qi. At that time, Ningyi had defeated the 6 saints and locked the Western saints in cages.
What kind of power was that?
If he angered Ningyi, he might just become a dish on the table. Divine Lord, I dare not have any bad intentions. I only fear revenge for my son and upsetting the Divine Lord. The East Sea Dragon Palace can't withstand your anger, so I come to ask for your help. Ning, you are really quick to be cowardly. I told you he is now reincarnated as a human. He is the 3rd son of General Li Jing of Qingtang Pass and a direct disciple of Tai Zhenren. There are causes and effects for everything. If you want revenge, go find Neza. If that doesn't work, find his family or master. Since he has reincarnated, we only consider this life, not the past. The East Sea Dragon King hesitated but left. Bai Hu didn't understand. Why was Ningyi so obvious in encouraging Ao Guang to seek revenge on Neza? What was her real purpose? Since Tai Zhenren dared to take Neza as a disciple, he must accept the consequences. The spiritual pearl was destined to face this calamity. Without facing it, wildness won't fade. Acting impulsively, fighting, killing, such behavior makes it hard for talented people. What Ningyi didn't say was, Ao Guang dared to plot against her, so she naturally couldn't be kind to him. If he took revenge on Neza, he would harm his own virtue. The people secretly cursed him. He was the one creating karma. The more he pushed Neza, the heavier the backlash he would suffer. Bai Hu thought about something else. Master, is the great calamity going to fall on Neza? Ningyi nodded and shook her head. The calamity will affect many people. Neza is just one of them, Bai Hu frowned. Not just humans. In the end, the real targets of the calamity are the 3 pure ones and Manhwa. Isn't each calamity meant to strike the strongest races of that time? For example, the opening calamity affected the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. And the Witch and Demon calamity affected the Witch and Demon tribes. The White Tiger was very clever and immediately thought, humans seem prosperous now, but behind the scenes. Of course, what he didn't say was that behind humans there are ancestors of the human ancestral hall, then Manhwa who created humans, the 3 pure ones, and above them Hongjun. Adding to this is the heavenly court, which claims to be the ruler of the 3 realms. Above the human king, there are many who can control him. It's not quite a true rise in power.
But
if we think about it, your honor is also, White Tiger was a bit worried. Who is higher than Ningyi, the great god? Pengu is the father of creation, an ultimate being. But he's just a statue, no matter how revered. Ningyi is different. You're overthinking. I am a chaos body, unaffected by karma. Pengu is not just a statue, he is the way of heaven. As long as she doesn't directly participate in the great calamity, everything is unrelated to her. White Tiger's expression turned strange. Your honor, what should I do? I've already taken disciples. If you're afraid, you can live in my Chaos Pearl's small world, separated from the chaos, and not worry about karma. Hearing this, White Tiger thought for a moment and then sighed. Forget it, I'll leave. My descendants might face even greater hardships. Let it be. I just hope that someday your honor can save my life. That's unlikely. Relax. Don't you see? The calamities are getting lighter each time. It won't take your life, don't worry. If you say so, then I'll believe it. Believe it. I promise you will live well. It's only been a few days since I told White Tiger I wouldn't participate in the calamity. The soul of the spirit pearl was kneeling outside the Taoist temple. This was after the flesh was cut and the bones scraped. He should have gone to find his master, but since he found Ning Yi would naturally help. Lian O transformed herself. Who could be more professional than her? She herself was born from the chaos green lotus. There was no need to bother searching for Lian O. How precious was her true body. Using her physical body, she wouldn't be willing to part with it. It was too painful. Her hair could still be used. She didn't dare to pull it out, fearing the pain. She took a pair of golden scissors, cut a small lock of hair about the width of a little finger, and made a tiny doll about the size of a thumb. She let Neza's soul reside in the doll, transforming it into a new body. Neza landed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was too powerful and was suppressed by the heavenly way. While Bai Hu was stunned, Ning Yi took Neza into the small world of the Chaos Pearl, letting him meditate and stabilize his cultivation. Master, didn't you say you wouldn't directly participate in the Great Calamity? Bai Hu was completely stunned and wanted to say, your main body is the Chaos Green Lotus seed. Your hair isn't just hair, it's part of the Chaos Green Lotus. Giving Neza a physical body, can he handle it? Spitting blood was probably too mild. Is this what you mean by not participating? Ning Yi looked innocent. I didn't really participate. The spirit pearl was created by me. Saving him was just a normal act. Once he's better, I'll let him return to his sect. I won't interfere with what he does in the future. After this, you should understand that you can't act impulsively. Neza's cultivation was stable, and before leaving, Ning Yi gave him a few more words.
But
isn't it right to help the people and eliminate evil? Neza didn't understand why, even though he was doing good, he was forced into such a situation by the old Dragon King. Helping the people and eliminating evil is good, but your method was wrong. You only thought about instant satisfaction, killing the Dragon King's 3 sons, but didn't consider what would happen when the Dragon King came out. What would you do? Could it endanger your parents? He hadn't thought about that at all. Neza was a bit stubborn. So I have to just endure it. Ning Yi wasn't angry.
kids will be kids.
Plus, with the previous life's perspective, there was nothing to be angry about. You have a master and a solid foundation. How did the Dragon King suppress you? You could also find someone who can deal with Ao Bing and complain. Neza was unhappy, pouting and complaining, but Heaven's Court is afraid of the Dragon Palace's power. They wouldn't stand up for a common person or punish the Crown Prince of the Dragon Palace. Ning Yi smiled. Then you can find someone who can suppress Heaven's Court. Do you know Zhixiao Palace? If he reported to Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun would definitely get involved. Actually, just reporting to Heaven's Court would also get the attention of Hao Tian. It's a good chance to show strength, and he wouldn't miss it. Neza knew Zhixiao Palace, but the method the Divine Master mentioned didn't sit right with him. Isn't there a more straightforward way? This is just too frustrating. Asking everywhere, complaining, bowing, and scraping. It's embarrassing. Ning Yi smiled. There is a way. Neza's eyes immediately lit up. The Divine Master taught me. The method is actually simple. If you can defeat everyone who comes, you won't be afraid. For example, Ao Bing. If the East Sea Dragon King comes looking for trouble, and you have the strength to defeat him and even destroy the East Sea Dragon Palace, do you think he would still dare to pressure you? Huh? What if he goes to heaven to complain? Then you need the power to overthrow heaven itself. Heaven wouldn't dare to provoke you. And what if someone behind heaven steps forward? Everyone knows there are saints above heaven. The Jade Emperor is a saint, and the Heavenly Tao Saint is also well known. Neza asked this question. Then you need the strength to break through the sky. Even the Heavenly Tao can't do anything to you. Neza thought for a moment and measured his own strength. He sighed heavily. It seems that before I have the power to break through the sky, I should just obey and listen. Ning Yi held back her laughter and nodded. That's right. So, go back to your master and focus on cultivating. Don't go out causing trouble again. Once you become a god and settle your karma, come back here to rest and cultivate peacefully. There will be days when everyone will give you some space, and you can live freely. Neza's innocent heart is very precious. Hearing this, Neza was happy. Okay, I'll listen to the Divine Master. I'll go back to the Golden Light Cave now. Once I settle my karma, I'll return. He bowed properly and happily flew away. Ningyi's voice called after him. Go back and see your mother first. The young boy's voice echoed from afar. Got it. They had already flown quite far away. Tingting watched and smiled. Ningyi will be a good mother in the future. Huh? Ningyi looked back at him. Where was his mind drifting again? Hee. I wouldn't have such patience with my own children. If my son were so unruly and clueless, I'd beat him, only causing trouble and making parents clean up the mess behind. Any parent who is such a mischievous child would find it exhausting. Righteousness against evil is good. Yes, it's good, but it can still be tiring. Tingting still smiled. It's okay. We're not like Li Jing. No one can offend everyone. Their child could tear a hole in the sky, and even their uncle could handle it. Ningyi glared at him. I think you're overthinking. You're not even married yet, and you're already thinking about children. Do you want to be a caring father? If you have that attitude, I think we should forget it. I can't take on that responsibility. Tingting picked up the teapot and poured her a cup of tea. All right, I won't say more. I'll listen to you, okay? That was more like it. After a while, Tingting added, teaching children should be sincere. Making empty promises isn't good. This meant Ningyi was just joking with Neza earlier, saying that after becoming a deity, he would help him cultivate until he could oppose the heavenly way. She definitely wouldn't teach him that way for real. The heavenly way belonged to her brother. Could she teach her child to fight her brother? Forget Neza, who would dare to hurt his brother. She would fight to the death. Ningyi pretended not to understand. Oh, how can that be just empty promises? There's no need to reach that level. Hongjun is confident in his status and wouldn't intervene. If he did, I couldn't just watch. As long as he reaches sainthood and others fear him, that's enough. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years went by. Your Excellency, my disciple has grown up and learned about his background. He wants to save his mother and is asking for a useful tool. Can you give it to him? Baihu, who was Yang Jian's master, naturally taught him to look down on the emperor's ways and to fight back if he could. Saving his mother wasn't just about freeing her from captivity, it was also a form of rebellion against the heavenly emperor's punishment. Baihu was still cautious and first asked Ningyi. Yes, give it to him. He's been taught well. Let him be a good nephew to the heavenly emperor. Wouldn't you be happy about that? Of course not. All right, I know what to do now. Baihu didn't need Ningyi to teach him step by step. He turned around and gave Yang Jian a magic treasure to rescue his mother. When Princess Yunhua was freed, her first act was to find Yang Tianyu. When she arrived in Guangzhou, she saw a happy, harmonious family reunion. When she appeared, Yang Tianyu was so frightened he knelt and begged her to spare their family. Disillusioned, she didn't return to the bullfighting palace, but went back to the earliest cave residence of the Zhang family, staying there and not leaving the mountain again. After Yang Jian finished his family affairs, Baihu told him to travel the human world for 30 years to temper his mind in the mortal realm. Yang Jian is quite promising. At least he didn't follow his mother's romantic obsession and didn't pursue love stories. He acts bravely and justly, handles things calmly, and even organized his own team. He established a temple at Guanjinko to protect the local people, enjoy offerings, and became the true Lord Erlang. Haha, seeing his disciple succeed, Baihu is very happy. He often follows the fool around, happily laughing. Then he sighs, thinking, why isn't there a single outstanding child in the Baihu tribe? Bad bamboo produces good shoots. It must be so. How can the Zhang family have such good bloodlines? And Yang Tianyu isn't that great either. His descendants are all quite ordinary. He envies Hao Tian, wondering how he could have such a good nephew. Ningyi makes him laugh, so hard. Zhang Yinhua isn't Hao Tian's biological sister. There's no blood relation. Baihu pats his head, agreeing. Yes, that makes sense. There are so many camphor trees in the world, but only that one can develop intelligence and become human. Our ancestors must have been extraordinary. Yes, it must be like that. Ning, he really knows how to comfort himself. Fine, as long as you're happy. Master, there's a big commotion. Xiao Luer and a few others went out to play and came back excitedly. What happened again? Weren't you going to see little sister? Is she feeling better now? Who Xiaomei, as a family member, watched over that person her whole life, seeing them marry, have children, be a good wife and filial son until old age. She didn't interfere with their marriage, but when that person was dying, she wanted to give them an immortal pill to grant eternal life and stay with her forever, but was refused. After that person died, she wanted to go to the underworld to see where they reincarnated and to try for another chance in the next life. Chu Chu was so angry she took Hu Xiaomei out of the underworld, sealed her cultivation, and sent her back to the Fox Cave in Qingqiu, where she was confined. After returning, she said she was in a bad mood and wanted to go out for a walk. Ning Yi didn't stop her. The family members, especially Bai Zhe, who had been close friends with Hu Xiaomei for over 10,000 years, were worried about her. They decided to visit Qingqiu to check on her. Xiao Luer, hearing Ning Yi ask, waved his hand. We haven't even reached Qingqiu yet. We just saw the big commotion. Master, you don't know that King Zhou, with a reckless desire for pleasure, was writing poems and teasing Manhwa in the ancestral hall of the human race. He doesn't like Manhwa. His attitude is very obvious. Ning Yi remains calm and unmoved. Finally, it's about to begin. What are you doing? Chu Chu suddenly returns from outside, kneels in front of Ning Yi, and starts crying. Ning Yi is startled. Did she get bullied outside? Chu Chu isn't the type to come back crying after being bullied. She would come back to ask for her magic treasure, or to wipe out those who harmed her. That's more like her. This girl's personality and appearance are completely opposite. They have nothing to do with each other. Please, Your Honor, save my sister's life. Who is your sister? What did she do? Where is she? Thinking about it, Chu Chu has been with her for a long time, but she has never heard that she has a sister. I was originally a princess of the nine-tailed fox clan in Qingqiu. My father, Qingshan, was betrayed and killed by his subordinates. My sister and I struggled to escape and fled to my uncle. Fortunately, my uncle took care of us, and we lived peacefully for a few years. Later, my cousin achieved great cultivation and killed our enemies to avenge my father. We thought the revenge was complete. But then we found out that those subordinates had backing from the demon race and the heavenly court. The demon king, to curry favor with Manhwa, plotted to kill my father and offered fox pelts to Manhwa as a gift. My sister vowed to avenge our father. But she also knew that at that time, the demon race and heavenly court were very powerful. Fearing to involve her uncle's family, she took me away and hid in Qingqiu. Later, after some events, we lost contact. I was lucky to follow Your Honor. My sister has been wandering outside and became a wandering cultivator. A few days ago, I took my younger sister back to Qingqiu, but my cousin and his wife recognized her and told me that my sister is now a powerful demon, cultivating successfully at Xianyuan Tomb. I went to visit her, thinking that the demon race had been wiped out and the revenge was complete. She wouldn't be obsessed with revenge anymore. But I didn't expect her to want to overthrow Manhwa. Coincidentally, Manhwa was punishing King Zhou for writing poems about humans, intending to teach him a lesson, summoning a demon-raising banner to call powerful demons. My sister responded to the call and received the order. She plans to cause chaos in King Zhou's kingdom. As Chu Chu told her story, Ning Yi's eyes widened more and more. This is too unbelievable. No matter how she tried to think, she couldn't believe that the small fox she casually caught was actually this kind of identity. Is she really the sister of the nine-tailed fox demon who borrowed the body of Sudaji?
But
your sister was also sent on a mission by Manhwa. How do you plan to take revenge? Why do you want me to save her life? Chu Chu sobbed and hiccuped. Manhwa only said that Zhou shouldn't have a good death. But my sister said she wanted to defeat Zhou's kingdom, make him a ruler of chaos, and let the people's anger grow. She hoped to destroy the court and change the dynasty. The more lives lost, the heavier Manhwa's guilt. She wanted future generations to remember that Nua's anger caused chaos and death, ruining her merit. If Nua knew what her sister was thinking, she wouldn't forgive her easily. Her sister might even lose her life. This is really cruel. And yet, she actually managed to do it. That's pretty impressive. Ning-yi also felt that Nua was somewhat wronged in this matter. She probably didn't even know about the nine-tailed fox king, yet she carried this cause and effect herself. On the other hand, can the nine-tailed fox, just to take revenge, ignore others' lives and treat all living beings as tools? Choo-choo, get up. Since you followed me, I should save her life. But now I'll tell you, the great calamity has already begun, and the cause lies entirely with the nine-tailed fox demon. If I save her, I will take on the cause of this disaster, which I cannot bear, nor do I want to. Considering her sister's desire for revenge, she thought it was also a form of filial piety. So, after her sister faces the calamity, she will give her a future, so she won't have to suffer reincarnation. Hearing Ning-yi say this, Choo-choo was quite stunned. She never expected her sister to be the cause of the great disaster. So who can bear this cause and effect? Even the respected master might not be able to handle it. She certainly doesn't have that much face. The master's promise was already enough. Thank you, Your Honor. Choo-choo bowed sincerely. All right, no need for these formalities. Go back to the rural water barrier and help me take care of the garden and plants. Before your sister faces the calamity, don't come out again. Ning-yi was really afraid that Choo-choo, influenced by family affection, might interfere and cause trouble. It was better to lock her up. Choo-choo understood what she meant and dared not object. She bowed again, yes. Before Choo-choo left, Ning-yi suddenly remembered that the nine-tailed fox was so famous, but in later generations, she was always called Su Daji. However, she was not really Daji and no one had ever mentioned her name. What's your sister's name? Huh? Ning-yi asked suddenly. Choo-choo was surprised for a moment but quickly replied, Meng Xiao. See? She does have a name. Ning-yi was satisfied and told Choo-choo to leave. She then went to the Ru Shui barrier on her own. Little Luer, go to Qingqiu and ask Rongyu to seal the mountain.
Give this to him.
Before the big disaster, do not lift the seal. Ning-yi took out a magic treasure and used it as the core of a mountain sealing formation at Qingqiu. She sent Little Luer there personally, adding another layer of protection. The nine-tailed fox was originally a chaotic spiritual species and one of the great demon clans. In later generations, she became a symbol of chaos and seduction during turbulent times. She was constantly hunted down by emperors of different dynasties, almost wiped out. It was not something Su Daji alone could have achieved. Why should they bring disaster upon their own clan? Little Luer's identity was different from others. Although he was not very serious and not very reliable, he was very important and representative of the Panga lineage. He had been following Ning-yi, the great goddess, long before Lord Lin Chi appeared. When he went, Rongyu and Gue-yi would pay more attention. Ning-yi made sure everything was arranged, and then felt at ease, organizing books in the study. In the blink of an eye, the Ninglin Library had been open for over 200 years since the day Emperor Zhou took the throne. Today, every new book published was considered an honor if it was included in the library. Many books arrived daily. Some were collected from official sources across different regions, but most were sent by authors themselves. The library had long established a special management system, with shopkeepers, young assistants, and experts dedicated to selecting books. Over time, many people in the present world no longer knew who the true owner was. Ning-yi no longer stayed in the library every day. It was just a place she occasionally relaxed in, no different from any other place. Master, shall we return to Rushui? Or maybe stay a few days at Tianyu Mountain? You haven't been back in many years. Little White has grown into a young lady and keeps begging to come see you. Emolon usually had little presence and rarely mentioned anything proactively. Why suddenly bring this up? Don't you dislike Chao Ge? Ning-yi asked curiously. There is no dislike, only that lately, the air in Chao Ge has become more polluted, the water tastes bad, and the ingredients have changed in quality. The food made there is hard to enjoy. No matter how skilled a chef is, if the ingredients are poor, even a good cook can't do much. Living in Chaoga is really affecting her reputation as a great chef. Ningyi never expected that this would be the reason. Alright, then let's go back to Tianyu Mountain. It's been a long time since we visited. The wine stored there is almost run out, so we should go replenish it. At home, with Tingting the wine lover, she can't skip meals but must have good wine every day. Although he tends to drink a lot at once, he can't resist drinking daily. Plus, there's the tasty white tiger wine and Xiao Lu who loves to steal and drink. When they get interested, they like to taste wine, write poetry, and paint, which uses up quite a bit. Moving like a fairy is no trouble at all. She packs up her usual things, puts them on the dragon horse carriage, and enjoys traveling and sightseeing. After a few days, they return to Tianyu Mountain. Under Longyi's management, Tianyu Mountain's scenery surpasses even the Heavenly Palace, looking like a dream. On the big lake, they cut down the mountain originally and built palaces on the small islands floating on the water. Her favorite fishing spot, the Lotus Platform, has become a lush, flower-covered hill. Earlier, the Queen of Heaven took away 3,000 transformed spirits from the lake, and now there are over 100 who have become human-shaped, wandering among the pavilions and towers on the mountaintop, serving as servants and attendants. The enjoyment and comfort here are unmatched anywhere else. Longyi, you're really good at learning the pleasures of humans. Ningyi joked with Longyi. Longyi bowed and smiled. As a divine being, I should enjoy what I deserve. Zulong and Longxi are just trying to arrange a residence that resembles what humans imagine of a fairy's home. I must say, in terms of imagination, humans are a bit better than us. He's being clever, worried Ningyi might not like it, so he pulls out Zulong and Longxi to share the burden. Ningyi isn't fooled, but she doesn't dislike it either. She's not someone who can't enjoy life. If she can enjoy, why not? And the cleverest thing Longyi did was merging Tingting's guest house into her courtyard. The main house was built directly connected. This was a win for Tingting's heart. Flattering the right person. If she wanted to punish, there would still be someone to plead for her. Who knelt there? Ningyi was idling on Tianyu Mountain, sending out her spiritual sense to explore everywhere. Great gods all have this skill. As long as there is a statue, their spiritual sense can attach and reveal their presence. That day, her spiritual sense traveled to Inzhou, outside the Inzhou post station, to a Panga temple. She saw a woman kneeling before the Panga statue. From her clothes, she looked like a wealthy young lady. Her figure was even more graceful. Curious, she decided to ask for a sign. When the woman heard the divine question, she looked up with tears in her eyes, bowed deeply, and cried, I am Daji, daughter of the Marquis of Izhou, Su Hu. My father was sent by the king to have me enter the palace as a concubine. The day before yesterday, I stayed at the Inzhou post station, where a monster appeared. It wanted to devour my soul and take over my body. Luckily, a night-walking spirit saved me, kept my soul alive, but my body was taken over by the monster and cannot be reclaimed. The night-walking spirit advised me to come to this Panga temple to avoid danger, saying that Ningyi, the great deity, could protect my life, which night-walking spirit was that? So mysterious and spiritual? That nine-tailed fox, Meng Xiao, has practiced for thousands of years. Its cultivation is high, and it can people from her. It's probably not an ordinary night-walking spirit, right? Ningyi calculated with her fingers. Oh, I see. This ghost king is busy enough, and now he's meddling in these matters? Maybe he saw the beauty in trouble and thought of his wife, Chang'e, so he saved her. Fine, save her if you want. Just take her back to the underworld afterward. Why push her back here again? Manhwa, go to the underworld and ask what's going on. Since it's a soul, why isn't it being collected? Actually, she could have figured it out herself. But calculating consumes spiritual power. After just finishing a calculation, she was too lazy to do more. Manhwa received the order and left quickly. Soon, she returned and said, there's no name for Su Daji on the Book of Life and Death. Her soul was originally supposed to be devoured by the nine-tailed fox. Hua Yi said, ask your lordship to arrange it. Huiyi is the fire red lotus, now the head of the Yama kings, Qin Guangwang. This left Ningyi puzzled. No name on the Book of Life and Death means she can't reincarnate. The investiture of the gods list definitely doesn't have her name either. But she was saved, so she shouldn't be killed again, right? No wonder Ho-E pushed her to her side. He probably didn't know how to handle her. Since her name isn't on the underworld list, let her stay in the human world. Manhwa was surprised and asked, she is only a spirit now, how can she stay in the human world? She probably can't even leave the Panga temple. Ningyi pointed to the statue of the goddess's attendant beside her. This was a figure made by the people of Yenzhou when they worshipped her, including a young boy and a girl. Different places have different styles for their statues. In Yenzhou, she wasn't accompanied by Xiao Luer, Chu Chu, Hu Xiaomei, Manhwa, or Emolan, nor did she have 5 divine deer. She only had 1 male and 1 female attendant. She wasn't sure how the local people decided to sculpt her statue. I think this statue is well made and looks nice. Let Daji's spirit stay inside it. Manhwa thought of Neza and wondered if her superior was addicted to reshaping others' bodies again. But it seemed that Daji's luck wasn't good. Neza's body was made from her superior's hair, but she only pointed to a clay sculpture. She only thought this, she wouldn't say it aloud. On the ground, Su Daji was already bowing and thanking the gods repeatedly. With a wave of Ningyi's hand, Daji's spirit flew into the statue of the waiting maiden. Then she turned around and, upon landing, was reborn. She knelt on the ground, waiting for arrangements. Do you have a place you want to go? When Ningyi asked, she was thinking that she probably wanted to be near her parents. She considered giving her a certain identity, so she could return to Izhou, closer to her family. Izhou wasn't far from Gui Mountain, so arranging that shouldn't be a problem. But unexpectedly, Daji spoke first, saying, "My parents don't know I am dead. There's no need to go back and upset them. I have been engaged to the eldest son of the Western Marquis since I was young. We love each other. If my brother finds out I was forcibly taken by King Zhou to be his wife, he would be very sad. I pray the gods to send me to Shichi City to find Bo Ikao. Oh my goodness, what kind of story is this? It feels like I've seen this kind of plot in a TV drama before. Daji and Bo Ikao in love? This is really far-fetched. The problem is, even if they send her there, Bo Ikao probably won't have many years left. Bo Ikao is a person who really can't be saved early. He must pass the imperial exam and become the great emperor of Ziwei in the central sky. That's not something just anyone can handle. Right now, she just wants to replace someone, but she doesn't have a suitable candidate around her. She can't just send Bai Hu, can she? Bai Hu probably wouldn't agree to go and face the calamity. And then she would have to arrange for Bo Ikao too, which would be very troublesome. This person is the eldest son of the Western Marquis, with no connection to the 3 pure ones, and not related to Haotian. He is a good choice. Changing him wouldn't bring much benefit. Also, Jiangxia is the prime minister of the Western Qi, loyal to Ji Chang, and he appointed Bo Ikao. If someone else took his place, would he still appoint him? Bo Ikao has his own mission to complete. You two are now separated by yin and yang. Whether you can reunite depends on fate in the future. For now, it's not possible. Ningyi thought about it. Su Daji has no cultivation or magic skills. She's just a useless beauty lamp. Putting her somewhere, she might not survive herself. Come back with me to Tianyu Mountain first. There are many flowers and plants on the mountain, so she can take care of them. Daji naturally dared not object. Whether willing or not, she could only follow the arrangements. Ningyi and Manhwa used spiritual awareness to communicate, and Manhwa had to come from Tianyu Mountain to bring her back. The more Ningyi thought about it, the more she felt Ho-E was just bored and looking for trouble. Emolan, go to the Moon Palace and find Gui Hua. Bring some osmanthus flowers to make osmanthus cakes. Also, tell her that within 1,000 years, Ho-E is not allowed to step into the Moon Palace even half a step. If he does, she should chase him out. Previously, Ho-E was made the Ghost King, and Ho-Tu took his divine position. As a half-god, half-ghost, he could go to the Moon Palace and secretly meet Chang'e. Gui Hua just turned a blind eye and ignored it. Mo Lan, hearing Ningyi's plan to punish Ho Yi, covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty, are you punishing Chang'e too? Making her stay alone for 1,000 years. She'll have a hard time. Ningyi felt Mo Lan was joking but had no proof. She glared at her. I only said Ho Yi can't go to the Moon Palace. I didn't say Chang'e can't leave. The others listening also laughed. No one dared to speak, but Ting Ting smiled at Ningyi. You're so strict. Since you've spoken, do you think Ho Yi and Chang'e dare to secretly meet? Ningyi didn't care. She just said, if they're stubborn and refuse to change, don't blame me. Yes, it's not your fault. Ningyi, the great goddess, is always right. After all, Ho Yi was turned away from Gui Hua twice, and he knew his aunt was angry. He quickly ran to Tianyu Mountain, knelt at the foot of the mountain, and self-punished, refusing to get up. Kneel as much as you want, no one cares. This also served as a message to others. If you have the ability to manage, do so. If not, don't interfere. Don't do everything yourself. Be a good person and push the mess onto others. Ningyi is very busy and doesn't have time to deal with your petty matters. That Su Daji is really ruthless. As soon as she left, she completely bewitched King Zhou, making him forget everything, and they spent every night singing and dancing, neglecting government affairs. The queen was killed. It was so tragic. His 2 sons almost got killed too, but they were saved. The 12 golden immortals of the Shan sect, I don't know what they are thinking. One after another, they keep focusing on the affairs of Chaoga and are busy recruiting disciples everywhere. Marquis Jichong of Shibua was imprisoned in Yuli. He's lucky. Most of his people died along with him. The prime minister tried to plead for Shibua Marquis, but I knew it wouldn't end well. He insisted on fighting Daji, and look what happened. His heart was torn out. At home, with a lively and handsome creature like Bai Zhe and little Luer, who can't stay at home and loves to go out and have fun, Ningyi lives on Tianyu Mountain. She hears about the happenings in Chaoga as if watching a live broadcast. Plus, she loves to join in the fun herself. Sometimes, she uses her divine sense to travel around different places. It's so lively. When the 9-tailed fox tries to cause chaos in the court, she naturally targets the capable officials and generals. In the previous dynasty, she tried to eliminate honest and capable ministers. In the harem, they don't bother with palace intrigues. They prefer straightforward and brutal methods. Just kill them directly. They don't bother with tricks or disguises. King Zhou was already bewitched and lost his mind, so why bother with schemes? Step by step, she eliminates her enemies, and then, with 2 helpers from the Xianyuan tomb, she absorbs the king's aura. Much better than spiritual energy for replenishing herself. Basically, she does whatever she wants, trying to earn a reputation as a demon causing chaos in the country. Master, the Shang dynasty's luck is about to run out. Where should the next dynasty rise? Divining the future consumes a lot of spiritual power, and with the heavenly way suppressing it, the current situation is that the Shang dynasty is doomed. But what will happen in the future is uncertain. It's very chaotic. Bai Hu's predictions are only half guesswork. Despite trying hard, he can't tell which side will win easily. Ningyi definitely wouldn't tell him directly. What do you think? Bai Hu shakes his head. I can't see clearly. The local lords and strong warriors, like Shibua Marquis and Bei Bo Marquis, are still okay. Shibua Marquis governs well, and Shichi is prosperous and peaceful. They don't seem to be planning a rebellion. Bei Bo Marquis has a rebellious spirit, but his character isn't good, and he lacks the luck of a king. The sages are taking people, all focusing on the noble kings of the Shang dynasty, especially Guangchengzi and Chijingzi, who accepted King Zhou's 2 sons. They truly raised their sons well, ensuring they inherit the throne, which is fair and proper. Jiangxia and Shen Gongbao went down the mountain and headed straight for Chaoga to serve the king. If not for Daji's interference, they might already be officials there. The Jiejiao sect was also busy, even earlier than the Chan sect. Now, most of their disciples are in high positions, from Grand Master Wenzhong to the generals guarding the passes. I haven't figured out which side they favor in their plans yet. It's really confusing for me. Ningyi listened carefully to Bai Hu's analysis, then turned to Tingting and asked, "Which side do you think will win?" Tingting relaxed and said calmly, "I believe in you." He is becoming more confident now, even openly expressing his support in front of Bai Hu. Ning-yi rarely blushes, feeling a bit shy, and shifted the topic. She asked Bai Hu, "Do you think Ji Chong can't succeed?" "Huh? Your Majesty favors Shichi? But I personally visited Yuli a few days ago. I didn't see any signs of the king's luck on him. When I passed through Chaoga, I happened to see his eldest son come to save someone. I took a look, and that son seems to have a short life." Ning-yi almost said aloud that he should check Ji Chang's second son in Shichi. "But Ji Chong is King Wen of Zhou. Does he not have the king's luck? He was the founding monarch." Ning-yi didn't believe it at all. She released her spiritual sense and checked Yuli herself. It was just too coincidental. Just as King Zhou ordered someone to give Ji Chang's son a meat paste, Ji Chong, who deeply understood the Fuxi 8 trigrams, had already calculated that it was his own son. Yet he had to pretend not to know and ate it. That kind of patience is extraordinary. Ning-yi felt really uncomfortable watching this. She looked at Ji Chong and realized that his aura was chaotic and strange. Since he was from the early Zhou, and King Zhou's power was still strong, it was obvious that he carried the luck of the king. Divine Lord. Divine Lord. Having satisfied her curiosity, Ning-yi was about to leave when she heard someone calling her. She looked and saw a graceful, handsome young man in white standing outside Ji Chang's prison, bowing to her. Seeing Ning-yi look over, he bowed again and said, "Shichi Bo Ikao respectfully greets the great deity Ning-yi. Please have mercy on my aging father. He has always done good deeds, cared for the people, governed well, and helped him escape from prison." "Oh, this is Bo Ikao. It's really hard to find him, but now I've found him easily." Seeing Ning-yi silent, Bo Ikao continued, "The people of Shichi have always worshipped the Panga deity. In every town and city, there are temples dedicated to Pangu and to you, Ning-yi. Please, for the sake of the sincere offerings from common folk, save my father." Thanks to the children in his family often going out to explore, sometimes they see unfair things or notice sincere worshippers, and they help a little. Plus, the goddess of the earth rules in the underworld, and everyone knows that the more devout they are to Pangu and Ning-yi, the better their reincarnation will be. With the influence of the mountain gods, land gods, and city gods over time, more and more Panga temples appeared across the land. No matter where a Panga temple was built, there was always a statue or plaque of Ning-yi. Many Ning-yi temples also honored her with various titles, this goddess, that grandmother. Most of these temples also had statues of Pangu. Some even had images of Lin Qi. The offerings depend on personal choice. Bo Ikao's words are also true. If Ning-yi is worshipped by others, it's not her fault. And since she happened to be seen, it's hard to say she shouldn't care. "I heard your music skills are extraordinary, rare in history. My family has some zither, and is missing a zither master. Would you like to come?" Bo Ikao bowed deeply. "I am willing to serve the great deity. This is Ning-yi's sacred ground. Everyone knows how to choose wisely. But I've lost my physical body now, so I might not be able to play the zither. You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways." Reforming her body, Ning-yi is now very skilled at it. With a flick of her sleeve, she collected Bo Ikao's soul and returned to Tianyu Mountain. Bo Ikao, being the eldest son of a noble family, received proper education. He didn't ask further about how Ning-yi would save his father and remained silent. Back in the barrier, Bai Hu watched Ning-yi for a moment of divine contemplation, then returned with a handsome young man from the human world, looking back and forth between Ning-yi and Tingting. "Don't look anymore. You go find some materials to make a doll. This is Bo Ikao, the skilled zither player. He will be our family's zither master from now on." Ning-yi knew Bai Hu was probably thinking about unrelated things inside, so she rolled her eyes and told him to do the work. Tingting then spoke up. "Let me do it. I'm good at making dolls. Bai Han is clumsy and not careful enough. If I make a human figure, it won't look good or proper." "Huh? Why does that sound so sarcastic?" Life in the mountains was easy, and soon, a few more years passed in the human world. Little Lu, go to Yao Li and free Ji Chong. When Bo Yikao became the Zither Master, Ning Yi told Little Lu to rescue Ji Chong. Before leaving, Little Lu asked, "Is it enough to just rescue him? Shouldn't we send him back to Shichi?" He also looked at Bo Yikao. Bo Yikao was busy learning to make zither with Ting Ting, quietly carving decorations on the instrument, as if he didn't hear anything and said nothing. No need to send him back. He's a future king, immune to evil spirits, blessed by heaven. Good fortune will come even in danger. Little Lu frowned, knowing Ning Yi was just being polite. Whether Ji Chong has great blessings or not, Ning Yi, the divine, said it was true divine blessing, whether it exists or not. But look at Bo Yikao. He didn't seem noticeable, but his knife in hand was off course, ruining the pattern. Got it. I'll go now. When you leave the mountain gate, tell Ho Yi to go back to the underworld and work hard there. Don't slack off here. If you meddle again, you'll be punished more severely. Ho Yi was still kneeling at the foot of the mountain, almost kneeling into the ground. Chang'e was always in the Moon Palace, feeling depressed, crying often, or staring at the mortal world from the osmanthus tree, gazing at Ho Yi kneeling in punishment. Ho Hot said she was talking to herself, seeming to dislike Su Daji. She was taking her anger out. She thought if it weren't for her, her husband and wife wouldn't have suffered this hardship. She wasn't jealous, though. After the lesson from the Luo Shin incident, she dared not be careless or jealous anymore. Mainly, she was now a fairy in the Moon Palace, recognized as the most beautiful in the 3 realms. Her confidence had grown, and she wouldn't be jealous of ordinary mortals who weren't as beautiful as her. Ning Yi just listened to all this as gossip. Little Lu personally intervened and released Ji Chong back to Shichi. King Zhou probably doesn't know and thinks Ji Chong escaped on his own. The 9-tailed fox knows, so it doesn't dare to chase too hard. It just makes a show of effort. The wise men, who have been watching Ning Yi's every move, also realize this. Isn't it that Tong Tian has come again? Feeling wronged, because Ting Ting is present, he doesn't dare to get close to Ning Yi. He sits far away, like a hurt little wife. His eyes look resentful and sad, almost unbearable to watch. Say what you need to say. Don't act like you're playing with me. If you don't like it, just say so. Hearing this, Tong Tian feels even more wronged. My master hinted before that my luck was with Qing Tang. Why now is he supporting Shichi himself? As elders, with your status and position, how can you bully your juniors? Oh, such a big accusation. Are you saying the title of bullying juniors has been dropped? Who bullied you? How did I bully you? Besides, when did I support Shichi? I don't get involved in your affairs. Don't drag me into it. Haven't you seen the new Qin master I hired? Your master is good at playing the Qin, and it's rare to find a good Qin master. Let him be happy. What's wrong with that? Saving people is just the reward for a Qin master. Tong Tian doesn't believe it. Then why is it so coincidental? It's Ji Chong, isn't it? That's obvious. Of course, it's because others' Qin skills aren't as good as Bo Yikao's. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, that's your business. Uncle Sure. Stop, stop, stop. You're a sage, so stop acting like a spoiled kid. It's disgusting. No matter how handsome or charming he looks, a grown man acting spoiled is frightening. Ning Yi really can't stand it. Then at least give me some clear indication? I've already sent people out, and I can't take them back now. What should I do? Your move has caused all sides to head toward Shichi. I have no one left around me. I can't just send San Shao to rely on Shichi, can I? I can't afford to lose her. Right now, it's mostly human conflicts, mostly involving disciples of 3 or 4 generations. Jiang Zia and Shin Gongbao, along with Wen Zhong and others, are no different. They still want official positions. The second-generation disciples haven't yet lowered themselves enough to step forward personally. What can I do to give you a clear sign? It's just everyone doing their own thing. Winner takes all, loser is defeated. What more clear sign do you need? You all secretly plot against Manhwa, harming her virtue, just using those tricks. Just go ahead and leave. Ask me what I'm doing? I'm not involved. Tong Tian immediately understood that Ning Yi had exposed their plan, so he stopped speaking. Of course, They wouldn't let Manhwa dominate everything. Practicing cultivation is about going against the heavens. If you don't advance, you fall behind. Without a desire to win, what's the point of practicing? After holding it in for a long time, he finally said this. Ninki notet. I agree. So, keep working hard. I heard that the Heavenly Emperor just appointed Yang Jian as the second Lord True Spirit at Guanzhou Port. The news was not announced officially, but word got out. Uncle, you've gained a talented new disciple. Congratulations. Since it was impossible to get the real story about Shichi, Tong Tian suddenly shifted the topic to Yang Jian, who is Ning Yi's disciple and advisor. This was publicly known after the battle at Wuzhuang Temple. He taught Yang Jian at Mount Tai's South Heaven Gate for several years, so it's no secret. Yang Jian's arrogance, cutting mountains to save his mother and establishing his own dojo. Most people in the chaos world think it's because he has a good background and strong backing from his master, so he dares to act so boldly and challenge Hao Tian. Hao Tian doesn't dare do anything to him, so he's just been promoted and kept close to Ning Yi, the great deity. There's no need to congratulate or not. Your disciple, San Shao and Zhao Gongming, have served me for many years. I won't mistreat them. You don't need to keep reminding me as a master. Ning Yi shifted the topic again, talking about Tong Tian fighting for benefits for his disciple. Tong Tian's original intention wasn't like that, but since his uncle said so, it was a pleasant surprise. His teacher is much more qualified than other saints and truly cares for his disciples. Getting this benefit, he wouldn't bother to argue anymore. Plus, Ning Yi's plan was clear, so there was nothing more to say. He took his leave and headed to Doshui Palace from Tianyu Mountain to discuss with his brothers. He wanted to see if he could analyze anything else from his uncle's words. As Jichong returned to Shichi, how others invested in Shichi was not the main concern. Ning Yi never expected that the one most affected by the shock would be Little Red.
How shocked was she?
In the small Chaos Pearl world, it was possible to sense outside events. After hearing Bai Zhe and others talk about the news, about Feng Minky Mountain, the auspicious signs in Shichi, and the divine mandate, Jichong officially rebelled against the Shang dynasty, appointed Jiang Zia as prime minister, and established the Zhou kingdom, declaring himself king. Little Red was so angry she was visibly upset. Originally, the great god Suzaku was living a peaceful and comfortable life, lying flat without worries. Because of his descendants and followers, he flattered others to such an extent that he completely lost the dignity of the Suzaku clan. Relying on a small amount of his spiritual essence, he forcibly condensed a divine body. Although his magical power was now only at the earth immortal level, he was still technically alive again. Before Ning Yi could feel happy, her eyes nearly got blinded by the glare. She saw Lady Zhuzhu, who came out of the small world with Lan Yao, change her original red outfit into a golden dress. The dress was very revealing and showed off her figure, with a top that used little fabric to expose her shoulders and a skirt with a very complicated style. Her hairstyle was still the old luxurious style, with even more jewelry, mostly gold accessories. This look was beautiful, but it was mainly supported by her strong presence. If someone else wore it, it would look tacky and gaudy. Even so, the bright yellow, shiny dress and hair were still too glaring. What are you wearing? Change it, okay? I have some good fabrics. Manhwa is very skilled at making clothes. I can design something for you myself, and she can make it. How about that? Ning Yi was very happy for her friend's rebirth. She was in a good mood and didn't want to criticize her, so she softly persuaded her. Xiao Hong rolled her eyes and looked up and down at Ning Yi's unchanged style. Just a pink fairy dress with a different color, full of disdain. Forget it. Your taste isn't good enough. Mine is much better, high-level taste. You wouldn't understand. Ning. Sure enough, I shouldn't expect too much from this silly bird. Why does she have to open her mouth? Fine, just wear it then. It's not like I'm embarrassing myself. She took off the Suzaku hairpin from her head and said, Your magic treasure, I'll give it back to you. Xiao Hong didn't take it. You can keep it. With my current cultivation level, I don't need it. I'm leaving now to handle some matters. I'll talk to you later. Huh? What are you going to do? It's not safe outside right now. Things are chaotic. Don't get involved in trouble. With your low cultivation, if you encounter a calamity, you'll be doomed. Ning Yi was worried. This silly bird had a quick temper and would definitely fight if provoked. If she went out fighting and killing, it would ruin the Heavenly Dao's plan. She might even get struck by lightning. Xiao Hong waved her hand dismissively. Who do you look down on? Lan Yao is here. I don't need to make a move myself. I'm just too lazy to get involved in other people's affairs. I'm not like Lao Bai, living a dull life. I just need to go out and bring back some decent juniors from the Suzaka clan. Give me your broken pearl to use. I won't bother looking for a new place anymore. Oh, I see. Ning Yi handed the Chaos Pearl to Xiao Hong and told Lan Yao, protect your master well. Don't be stingy with your magic treasures. And don't be afraid to offend anyone. If someone dares to hurt her, fight back with all you've got. If she gets hurt, I'll take responsibility. Lan Yao smiled softly. Got it. Rest assured, Divine Lord. Master, can I hit that dead bird back into the grave? The white tiger was annoyed at being called useless and was very angry. Forget it, forget it. Her cultivation is so low now, there's no need to argue with her. She always talks back, every sentence is a challenge. We shouldn't waste time on her. Ning Yi could only act as a mediator. Actually, she was itching to twist the fool's head off. Xiao Hong's stubborn nature was really something else. If she died, she would feel very upset inside. But now that she's alive, she immediately wants to kill her again. The white tiger snorted proudly. It was rare for her to stand up to Ning Yi confidently. Ning Yi just smiled and said nothing. Oh well, what can she do about that unlucky friend? She still had to worry about her. She discussed with Xiao Lu and others, telling them to stay far away. When there's danger, they should step in to help, so she only gets hurt, not killed. With her weak cultivation, anyone could crush her. How could she be at ease? What if some unworthy junior, with a bad temper like hers, attacks her? How to handle that? Fists alone can't beat four hands. Lan Yao can't protect her everywhere. She's so worried about her. Better give her a few more magic treasures. Ning Yi kept muttering, and Ting Ting watched her with a big smile. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. She's the great vermilion bird. When she's just a set of bones, no one but you can break her seal. Cultivators of the earth immortal level are different from others. Don't worry, no one can hurt her. Well, that's what they say. The logic makes sense, but she still feels uneasy inside. Lan Yao's cultivation is still there below the saint level, so her defenses won't break. Even if a saint attacks, she can escape. The saints are busy. They won't bother her easily. Just a few days after Ting Ting finished speaking, Lan Yao was carried back up the mountain. What happened? Xiao Hong looked a bit embarrassed. It was just bad luck. Lan Yao went to Jinjiling to tame the red peacock while I rested in the mountains. A Buddha appeared and said I was destined for the West, wanting to take me to teach people there to become bodhisattvas. What kind of petty tricks are these? Still trying to take me away? I definitely couldn't agree. The Buddha was about to become aggressive, but just then, Lan Yao returned and saw someone trying to hurt me. She opened her mouth and swallowed the Buddha whole. The Buddha emerged from her stomach, breaking through her belly. That was quite a shock. While tending to Lan Yao's injuries, I noticed the wound was caused by the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, which is hard for ordinary people to heal. First, the mark left by the magic treasure had to be erased before further treatment. I asked Xiao Hong, how did you escape danger? Is Zhuan Ti so easy to talk to? Did he just let you go? These Westerners still haven't forgotten their original goals and are always recruiting followers. They have good eyesight, able to see that Xiao Hong is extraordinary. But their methods are a bit too underhanded. It's almost like kidnapping. Xiao Hong raised her chin. Even if I'm not the best now, I still have my magic treasures. Kong Xian's five-colored light was quite effective, holding that Buddha back for 2 breaths, enough time for me to summon my magic treasure. Oh, and that broken bird cage you gave me was really useful. When the Buddha saw it, he ran away. What a coincidence. Ning Yi gave Xiao Hong the cage because she said she was going to capture the vermilion bird descendant for convenience. It was surprising that it could scare Xuanti. She didn't expect Xiao Hong to encounter Xuanti too. Xiao Hong mentioned Kong Xian, and the young man beside her bowed to Ning Yi. Kong Xian has met the great Ning Yi. So this is Kong Xian? Ning Yi couldn't remember his deeds from the Battle of the Gods, but she had read a few novels where he was the main character in her past life. She remembered him as a very powerful person, definitely. Now he's the general at Jinjiling and also an official of the Shang dynasty. He is a body of the wind, constant rebirth, with no memory of chaos. He's doing pretty well this life. Cultivating well. He hasn't been involved in the family's chaos. Now he's an official at court, staying neutral, doing his duty, not meddling in outside affairs. Feng Heng and Lan Yao were Xiao Hong's original protectors, the most trusted among her close guards. When they fought chaos, Feng Heng stayed with Xiao Hong longer than Lan Yao. It's a happy thing to find them again. Ning Yi couldn't resist teasing Xiao Hong. I told you the outside world is very dangerous, right? Since Feng Heng has also been found and once Lan Yao recovers, let them both run errands. You should stay at home and focus on your training. Don't go out and cause trouble. Xiao Hong was so angry she glared fiercely. Humph. Am I really that useless? Isn't it true that you almost got taken to become a bodhisattva? Ning Yi said with a smile, the mighty vermilion bird, the sacred beast of the chaos four directions, becoming a bodhisattva of the Western teachings. Xiao Hong's temper was so fierce that if Zhu Tian had let her, she might have exploded in anger. But just as she said that, Xiao Hong slammed the table in frustration. Almost? That's because I wasn't prepared. Who would have thought even a saint could be so sneaky? No sense of dignity or majesty at all. A powerful ruler, reduced to acting like a street. What a joke. Not to mention their past grandeur as the four sacred beasts, or the status of the demon and witch clans, or the heavenly court of the demon race. And the ancestral halls of the witch clan? Now look at these saints. They're not impressive at all. It's really embarrassing. One generation is weaker than the last, and that's just how it is. You've seen the outside environment. If not for the heavenly Tao's restrictions, limiting our cultivation to the level of chaos, could we even leave? Even Sun is almost suffocated to death. Xiao Hong agreed strongly. I really can't get used to it. Forget it. You're right. Once Lan Yao heals, let them go find people. I won't go out. Your dojo is okay, but I'd rather stay here. Here's my dojo, just a temporary place. The Panga Temple is the real dojo. If you're bored, you can go to Ryu's garden. Xiao Hong waved her hand. I know. I still prefer the Vermilion Bird Palace inside the Chaos Pearl. The spiritual energy there is stronger than outside. What's the point of living in this broken place? Huh? Why are you still complaining after living here? What are you talking about? How can it be boring? You don't understand humans. They're very interesting. It's not that the world has become worse, it's that you're not used to the changes. You're old, and you've been left behind by the times. As spiritual energy decreases, all cultivators will be eliminated. She snorted. It's all your words, saying each generation is weaker, criticizing the environment. And you're the one saying the world is getting better.
Bah.
I think you're just a flip-flopper, swaying with the wind. Yes, with your way of doing things, drinking a pot of wine with Lao Bai, you can all live quite well no matter where you are. You're really a scoundrel. If I didn't see that you might die just by touching you, I would have beaten you up. Kong Xian, take your master away quickly. I'm afraid if I stay any longer, I might either hurt her or she might make me so angry I can't take it. Kong Xian had never seen such a scene before. The two legendary, supreme gods, standing in front of him, were arguing like mischievous children, almost fighting over who would start a fight. Seeing this strange harmony, which isn't scary at all, and even feels quite warm. What's going on? Although he didn't understand, he obeyed quickly, using magic to lift Lan Yao and kindly asked Xiao Hong, respectful leader, where is your residence? Lan Hufa needs to rest. Let's go back. Before leaving, Xiao Hong waved her fist at Ning Yi, showing she was not happy. Manhwa and Mo Lan, who had seen Ning Yi and Xiao Hong together before, smiled now. It's been a long time since the house was so lively. Lord Juke is still the same, that's really good. Ningyi rolled her eyes. What's so good about it? It just makes me angry. Master, the Western cult has sent a message to the primal chaos, announcing that Lan Yao Hufa is now a Buddha mother. Xiao Lu brought back the news. Ning Yi was a bit stunned. Can the Western cult be any more shameless? Why aren't you angry anymore? Lan Yao had just finished her retreat and learned she had become a mother. She was so angry she flew straight to the Western cult's territory in the Great Western region, set fire to it, and burned everything in the most prosperous border area connecting the West and the East, turning it into a barren desert. If her injuries hadn't just healed and her spiritual power was low, she might have burned all the way to the spiritual mountain. Xiao Hong personally went with her, boldly waving the birdcage in her hand and standing behind Lan Yao to help her keep watch. After the fire was out, they returned to Tianyu Mountain. Lan Yao closed her retreat again. Xiao Hong ordered Emolan to prepare delicious food, and they rummaged through the wine cellar to find her favorite wine. Sometimes she would invite Ning Yi to drink, sometimes Ting Ting. Relaxed and carefree, she even developed a new hobby, making stone amulets. In the small world of the Chaos Pearl, isn't Ning Yi collecting many mountain jade stones and crystals in the early days of the primal chaos? She dislikes the poor quality of those jade stones. When she has free time, she takes the stones and uses her vermilion bird flames to refine and purify them. At first, she refines just 3 or 5 stones at a time, gradually increasing to hundreds. Most of the purified jade turns into very pure water-type emeralds. After refining, she orders Zhuji and Juji to cut the jade into brick shapes, lay them on the ground, and build walls. Her aesthetic is always so colorful and dazzling. Seeing that she doesn't seem angry, Ning Yi becomes very curious. According to Xiao Hong's temper, she probably wouldn't calm down so easily. She has prepared her magic treasures to help Xiao Hong vent her anger. The Western teachings are about facing a calamity, and Zhuan Ti and Jia Yin can't be killed directly, but they can be beaten up. In the past, in the chaos, the Lord of the Vermilion Bird was a powerful leader, very influential. When the Blue Dragon God just banged on the table, Xiao Hong stood up for her. Back then, Xiao Hong protected her like a baby, so she didn't need help. Now that Xiao Hong has just come back to life, her cultivation is low, and her body is weak. Naturally, she needs her protection. Hearing Ning Yi ask this, Xiao Hong shot her a sidelong glance. She shook her head and hummed, while the music from Boyi Cow and Ting Ting playing nearby drifted over. She tapped her fingers on her lap happily and replied, "Are you stupid? Even Lao Bai can see what's obvious. I can't be blind to it. Besides, I've already faced a calamity myself. Do you think I don't know that a heavenly tribulation is coming? It's obvious that a few saints are about to face it. Saying that humans are facing the tribulation is just fooling the naive. Those 2 fools from the Western side think they can hide from it? What a joke. Now that death is near, why should I bother with 2 dead people? That's crazy. And besides, when saints face their tribulation, they surely have their own fate to pass. If you pull them down now, who will face the remaining tribulation? Is facing the tribulation a good thing? But the current heavenly tribulation isn't like back then. They won't die, saints won't die." After Ning Yi finished speaking, she saw Xiao Hong's eyes light up. "Really, huh? What kind of reaction is that?" Ning Yi nodded again. Then Xiao Hong smiled brightly, her face blooming with joy. "Huh, that's great. Not dying is so good. Not dying is so good. Letting them live and watch a generation decline. Now that's truly painful." Ning Yi's expression became even stranger. What if they Westerners cause another disaster, or even for a long time after that, they start a big movement? Xiao Hong put away her smile and looked seriously at Ning Yi. She didn't seem to be joking. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Are you trying to say that the Western Church is moving east?" Oh, how clever she is. Ning Yi nodded. She couldn't say too much, but she gave a clear answer. Xiao Hong curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. "That's good. You just said that saints won't die. I don't believe the three pure ones will watch their territory be taken by outsiders. Suddenly, she stopped talking and rolled her eyes at Ningyi. You heartless person, have you been planning this all along? What is she talking about? How could she be so kind and yet called heartless? Ningyi shook her head like a rattledrum. I haven't. I'm not. Don't accuse me wrongly. Seeing her like this, Xiaohong was even more sure of her judgment. She chuckled. All right then. Since you say so, I'll temporarily believe you haven't done anything before. But you better think quickly, think right now. I want those two to suffer as much as possible. Even if they want something, it should all come true, but it has nothing to do with them. Living is less peaceful than dying, and she knows this better than anyone. Ningyi thought for a moment. This might actually be possible. What if the Western Church grows strong, but in all the scriptures and teachings, their names are not mentioned? How about that? Yes, it's best if there are records elsewhere. Everyone should know that they established a church, but were then expelled. All right, I'll think about how to do it. Xiaohong turned around, closed her eyes, and listened to the music. She looked at the grapes on the table, one after another, but her movements were slow and deliberate. These were chaos seeds grown in the small universe of chaos pearls, very precious. Are you trying to make me happy? After a while, Xiaohong suddenly said.
Huh?
Ningyi was a bit confused. Why wouldn't she be happy? She didn't look like it. She still replied, Any instructions? It's been a long time since I had hot pot. Can you arrange one? Oh, she wanted her to make hot pot herself. All right, I'll arrange it. How do you plan to fulfill your promise to your friend? When they were alone, Tingting felt a bit worried. Ningyi, to make Xiaohong happy, made big promises that couldn't be kept. Although she didn't believe in cause and effect, others did. Those things couldn't be done by her personally. They would need to be arranged by others. If it failed, others would bear the consequences. If it affected the way of heaven, when could he get married, have a family, and hold a child? Ningyi didn't know what Tingting was thinking. She just thought he was worried about her. It's not hard. Aren't they just recruiting people? Just send someone over. Replace them directly. Swap the sky and the earth. That person selection isn't easy, right? Should Mr. Bai go, he could only think of Bai who is capable of completing such a high-level tower theft mission. Ningyi smilet, nonet. There are better candidates. Just wait and see. All right then. Let's wait and see. Your Majesty, the Grand Master Yinshang Wenzhong has returned to court. I heard that Shiqi is plotting rebellion, and he has brought a large army to suppress the uprising. My master asked me to go down the mountain to assist Zhou and serve under Uncle Jiangxia. Neza came out of seclusion and first reported to Ningyi at Tianyu Mountain. Ningyi was very pleased with this attitude, and of course, she couldn't stop him. Go ahead and serve well. If you encounter difficulties that your sect cannot solve, you can come to me. Then Li Jing is the general of Qintang Pass and still an official of the Shang dynasty, but Neza wants to serve Shiqi. Isn't that obvious that he's betraying his father? The Tai true person at Golden Light Cave really knows how to arrange things, Bai Hu said with a hint of sarcasm.
What was he talking about?
Even if he used righteous reasons, it couldn't hide the fact that he was forcing the father and son to act against each other. Who in power would believe that a father would truly fight his son? The stories of sacrificing flesh to save the father or scraping bones to save the mother, if an emperor believed those, he would be truly foolish. Moreover, King Zhou had a nine-tailed fox by his side, who was eager to cause chaos. It was almost like forcing Li Jing to rebel indirectly. Your Majesty, do you think Guang Chengzi and Qijingzi would also send their disciples to help Zhou? Bai Hu suddenly remembered King Zhou's two sons. What do you think? Bai Hu was stunned. Isn't it obvious they don't want them to have a good ending? If they win, it's patricide. If they lose, they have no future. Either way, it's a great sin. It just couldn't help but make him think more deeply. Did Yuanshi decide to fully support Shiqi because he saw that the Shang dynasty was already completely controlled by the Jie sect, leaving him no room to interfere? Not entirely. There's also the rivalry between Jiangxia and Shengongbao. No matter who wins, Yuanshi will benefit in the end. Besides, it's hard to say whether the three pure ones have some kind of understanding among themselves. After all, the ones who wanted chaos and to harm Nua's virtue weren't just the nine-tailed fox. Ningyi now felt that Hongjun hadn't released the investiture scroll yet because he was waiting to see who would win between Shin Gongbao and Jiang Ziya. Whoever won would become the one to lead the divine order, and Hongjun would always remain undefeated. The white tiger grinned silently. Things probably won't go as smoothly as they expect, right? Ningyi smilet. Changing a dynasty is no small matter. Until both sides exhaust their people and resources, no one will willingly admit defeat. The white tiger blinked.
So, that's what you mean, my lord.
Ningyi only smiled without answering. The white tiger straightened his back, brushed off imaginary wrinkles on his clothes, stood up, and bowed to Ningyi and Tingting. A few days ago, a tiger cub was born in my family. It's been hundreds of years since we've had one, such a precious little thing. I must go back and raise it myself. I can't let its careless parents spoil it. I plan to go into seclusion for 100 years and come out once the cub is grown. How sly of him. You're going to miss a great opportunity by hiding away like that. The white tiger remained calm. To gain something, one must be willing to give something up. Without sacrifice, nothing lasts. Well, that was just his way, no point in forcing him. Still, the white tiger left a backup plan. He left the young tiger, Bai Kong, behind. He really thought of everything. Since Bai Kong was staying, Ningyi gave him a task. Go to Guanjianku and find your little master uncle. Tell him to go to Shiqi and meet Jiang Ziya. Say it's your grandfather's last instruction before his retreat. He once knew Bo Yikao, so he's sending his disciple to help Shiqi. Yang Jian was the white tiger's direct disciple, so no matter how old Bai Kong was, he still had to call him little uncle. Bai Kong would definitely follow Ningyi's orders without question. After all these years under his grandfather's care, he was no longer as naive as before. With Tingting, that strict little one, keeping an eye on him, Bai Kong had learned proper manners and become more tactful. My lord, should I stay in Shiqi with my little uncle? He mainly just wanted to join in the excitement. Ningyi did not agree. You should stay at home and behave. You're not needed here. He is straightforward and honest, not good at hiding his feelings. It might be too overwhelming, and he wouldn't reach the level of a major challenge. If he loses, he can't afford to embarrass that person. Clearly, Yang Jian doesn't fully trust his young nephew. Before heading to Shiqi, he personally came to the mountain to hear what Ningyi had to say. There wasn't much to say. It's your destiny to have this opportunity. You shouldn't waste it. Help Zhou as much as you can. Magical tools and such, it's better not to rely on them too much. Relying too much on external help isn't the right way. Also, don't be too stubborn. Don't carry everything yourself. Give others a chance to show themselves. When facing difficulties, seek help instead of struggling alone. You are a direct disciple of the white tiger. In heaven, earth, and the three realms, there's no door you can't enter, no one you can't ask for help. Yang Jian isn't like Bai Kong. He's very clever. With the white tiger's direct teaching, how could he not learn the principles of proper conduct? It's clear what he means. He wants him to perform well, but not to be too honest or naive. This is a test of calamity. If he does everything himself, what will others do? Understood. My master taught me that when external help is available, don't reveal your trump card. Always leave yourself some options. Hearing this, it's obvious that Bai Tiger taught him well. Ningyi had nothing more to say. Go ahead. Who is Yang Jian? As soon as he arrived in Shiqi, everyone in the three realms knew about it. Because Bai Tiger also attended lessons at Zixiao Palace, and he's very straightforward and doesn't hide his feelings. He's always on equal footing with the three pure ones. So, when Yang Jian saw Jiang Ziya, he called him senior brother. He was very respectful, completely different from the legendary arrogant and domineering image. Jiang Ziya was naturally happy to have such a strong supporter. He was overjoyed. Yuanshi was also surely pleased. Most of the disciples of the Chan sect were in Shiqi. Now, with Ningyi involved, Neza and Yang Jian were both in Shichi. It's obvious. Ning Yi is on Shichi's side. Where Ning Yi stands, Heaven's Way stands. The side that wins in the end is always the right one. He understood this basic truth. But where there is happiness, there is also disappointment. Tang Tian was very upset. Especially after Yang Jian joined the fight and gained momentum, winning more and more in Shichi, he felt even more frustrated. Uncle Master, aren't you supposed to stay out of this? Your disciples are almost killing off the disciples of the Jietao sect. He felt very wronged. He really got tricked badly. Ning Yi was waiting for him to come, so she didn't bother with excuses anymore. At this point, the heavenly secrets are clear. The Shang dynasty's luck is running out, and a new dynasty will rise. My disciples all want to make achievements, and they can't be stopped. Tang Tian, why do you say it so easily? So, your disciples want to make achievements by killing my disciples?
He was so angry, he didn't know how to reply.
Then Ning Yi suddenly released several magic treasures to strengthen the barrier. When he was confused, she said, "This calamity is already set. The pieces are on the board. It's impossible to change the game now. But don't worry too much. Maybe this disaster will bring good fortune." Now, that divine position doesn't seem valuable, but that might change later. In the next calamity, getting that divine position will be as hard as climbing to the sky. In the next calamity, the Western cult will rise. If you feel you lost this time, it's good to prepare early. The two saints of the West are recruiting followers everywhere. If you have talented disciples, you might consider joining the Western cult. When the new dynasty replaces the old, the Western cult will flourish, and your Jietao sect's core might benefit. If Ning Yi only relied on words to deceive Tang Tian, it probably wouldn't work. He had been tricked several times already. Could he still be so naive? But as Ning Yi kept talking, the sky visibly darkened with more and more black clouds gathering. Eventually, thunder roared, striking the barrier. This was a warning from heaven, a thunderbolt from the heavenly Tao revealing the secrets. He had no choice but to believe it. Still, he couldn't help asking, are those kinds of people really capable of establishing a cult? He truly disapproved of how those two behaved. Ning Yi smiled. If you plan carefully, it's really hard to say who will end up leading the cult. We can't talk about this anymore. The barrier might be torn apart by the thunder. Ning Yi ended the conversation with this reason. Tang Tian left, full of questions. Tingting had been watching the thunder clouds since they appeared. After Tang Tian left, she asked Ning Yi, "Do you think Hongjun might not know about this?" As for whether Panga knew, she couldn't be sure. Anyway, no matter how she calculated, she could only see the current calamity, not the final outcome. Not to mention the next catastrophe. Ning Yi laughed happily. He probably doesn't know. Even my brother doesn't know. So how could he, huh? Then how do you know? I don't know either, Ning Yi answered confidently. What? So, I promised Zhu Zhu to make the Western teachings waste their effort. I have to do it. Our family is so small, with only a few cats. Where would we find someone to go and switch the plans in the Western teachings? The most talented are in the sect of interception, so I need to persuade Tang Tian to handle this. I already discussed with my brother. Once I see my magic treasure and strengthen the barrier, I will summon lightning to make this act convincing. Impressive, the way you perform this. But the question is, if your plan to switch the plan succeeds, will it affect the Great Calamity? Will it impact the heavenly way? Of course not. The Great Calamity is about the Western teachings advancing eastward. How they advance isn't directly related to the Western teachings themselves. As long as this eastward movement happens, everything else doesn't matter. In fact, by the next calamity, it won't even be considered a major, heavenly disaster. From the cause, process, to result, it's quite different from previous calamities. Even whether it counts as a major calamity, Ning Yi isn't sure. The heavenly way only cares about the outcome. The process doesn't matter, Ning Yi told Tingting. Tingting thought for a moment and agreed. I wonder how Tang Tian will arrange things? Will he personally step in? After saying that, she shook her head. With Tang Tian's proud personality, he usually looks down on the Western two saints. How could he bother himself to go to the Western teachings? Most likely, He'll send a disciple with good spiritual roots. Ningyi agreed with Tingting's view. As for the specific plan, she truly didn't know. With more and more saints under their influence, especially after Wen Zhong's death and King Wu starting to attack Zhou, the battles became more intense. Kun Su, you go.
Do your best.
Just do what you can. Act according to the situation. Don't make it too easy for them, but also don't kill everyone. Before Kong Xian returned to Golden Rooster Ridge, Ningyi gave him this instruction. Just as she sent him off, Long Yi came to report, a Taoist has arrived outside the mountain. He claims to be a neighbor from the chaotic era, saying he has something to see the respected one. A neighbor from the chaotic era? These days, is there still such a being? Ningyi really couldn't figure out who it was. Until a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar was invited by Long Yi to the reception hall, she still couldn't tell who he was. She had definitely never seen him before. Luya greets you. I apologize for the sudden visit. I have something to discuss. Looking again, Ningyi realized this was the essence of the fire spirit. When she was trapped inside her shell and couldn't get out, her brother had sent his divine sense to observe the chaos, mentioning a ball of fire 7,000 miles inside the chaos's blue lotus. But something didn't seem right. Luya shouldn't be the name of that little son that Ho-E shot down, right? Could she have remembered incorrectly? Wasn't that little son with his mother Shiha into the Zhou palace? Did he come down to face a calamity? He's grown so big now. After asking, she saw Luya's face turn very serious, almost as if it was about to turn solid. First there was Hongjun, then the heavens. Luya was born before all that. How could I be the son of a demon king? Oh, okay. She was mistaken. I was just surprised. You are clearly a primordial fire spirit, with such an ancient status. Why would you lower yourself to be the son of a demon king? Maybe I've heard too many stories and got confused. There had never been such a story after all. Luya was silent for a moment. Ningyi quickly changed the subject. May I ask what brings you here, master? Luya didn't beat around the bush. When the world first opened, I had some dealings with Hongjun. Recently, he came to me asking for my help with Shiji. I need to repay this karma. During the chaos, I received help from Pengu, and I can't forget that. I know you have disciples fighting in the war, so I came to ask if there are any others who need to avoid calamity, ones not known to outsiders. So, what should I say about this? Ningyi asked, will Master stay in the Shiji formation forever? Luya shook his head.
No.
Once I finish repaying the karma, I will return to my mountain to meditate. Oh, then there's nothing more to say. I have nothing to instruct you on. Just follow the will of heaven. Life and death, reincarnation, it's all part of the calamity, nothing to worry about. That's good. Then I will take my leave, master. Not long after, Kong Xian returned to the mountain. Luya is quite powerful. His immortal slaying sword has some strength. I think it will be difficult to find a more powerful treasure. I took the opportunity to escape and return secretly. It was considered completing his mission to face the calamity. He saw this opportunity and thought it was a good chance. When Luya came out of the mountain, he defeated Zhao Gongming. He was already a high-level disciple in the sect. If he didn't leave now and was defeated by Luya, would he have to fight the sage? Even if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy. Master, Long Yi has sent a letter from Master Luya. After some time, Long Yi delivered a letter. In the letter, Luya said he had finished his karma and returned to the mountain to meditate. Before leaving, he left a flying sword for Jiangxia, fearing that the magic weapon might harm the Panga lineage later. He also sent the method to break the spell. Whether it will be needed or not, Ningyi would accept this kindness. It's mainly about attitude. Master, the three pure ones have broken apart. The Tongtian sect leader has set up the sword array to fight Yuan Shi. Xiao Lu went to watch the fight and brought back the latest news. I know, no need for you to tell me. Tongtian has lost too many disciples and has become very angry. Seeing Xiao Hong eager to join the fun, Ningyi asked her, do you want to go see? Yes. I love watching fights. Ningyi then took the Chaos Pearl and went to the boundary gate, hiding in the sky to watch the fight. What if the kids at home are too naughty? Most parents would say, just give them a good scolding and they'll behave. But what if they don't behave after being scolded? Then just lock them up until they behave. Yes, Hong Jun didn't do that. His beloved disciple, Tong Tian, got so angry he lost control. No one could stop him. No matter what they said, he wouldn't listen. Even the teacher had to step in and try to calm him down, but he refused to listen. He was determined to be the boss, even if it meant tearing a hole in the sky. The cat sect knows to hold back a little. Hong Jun must have some skills to keep him in check. He caught his little disciple and took him back to Zixiao Palace to lock him up. Ning Yi and the others watched the big fight happily. It was indeed exciting. Tong Tian was really impressive, fighting 4 people alone and not losing his edge. All right, it's over. Let's go back. The fight is basically finished, and there's no suspense left. There are no more extraordinary characters. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ning Yi. They found her quite strange. Why are you looking at me? Little Red pursed her lips and said, You really have a big heart. The first great calamity is a life and death struggle. It's almost over, and you're not getting ready. What's there to prepare for? Even if I die, it won't be me. Besides Neza and Yang Jian, no one else is destined to face the calamity. It's not my concern if unrelated people die. Moreover, each calamity gets weaker. As long as we stay inside the barrier and don't run outside, it's not a big problem. If even her barrier isn't safe, then the entire chaotic world might collapse. Little Red thought about it and agreed. Since there's nothing exciting left, I might as well go back to the Chaos Pearl. Reclaim those who are weak and have low cultivation. I need to watch over their training and see if any of them have good talent, so I can nurture them properly. See? Living is endless worry. There's no peace in death. She kept muttering and scolding as she returned to the Chaos Pearl. Ning Yi thought about how the sealing of the gods was near. In this final battle, Hong Jun was forced to reveal his true form by Tong Tian. When he left, he finally handed the list of deities to Jiang Zia. Jiang Zia had already ordered people to build the deification platform in Shiqi. Such a grand scene of sealing gods was definitely something Ning Yi wouldn't miss. Mount Tianyu was far to the south. Compared to that, she preferred living by Ruo water. Don't follow me to Ruo water. Go to the sealing of the gods instead. Jiang Zia is your family's prime minister, and your name will surely be on the list of deities. Once you're deified, you'll have plenty of time to play the zither. Before moving, Ning Yi didn't let Bo Yikao follow her. Bo Yikao bowed and asked, Does Daji go too? They were both staying on Mount Tianyu, so they would definitely see each other. They were engaged, and it didn't seem like a blind marriage. From Daji's words, their families had good relations, and they had been guests at each other's homes as children, growing up together like childhood sweethearts. Under Ning Yi's watchful eyes, they didn't dare to be too close, sticking to their roles as servant and master. But they clearly cared for each other, and their love was sweet. Ning Yi shook her head. She can't go. Her fate was never meant to exist. Not on the list of deities, not even in the Book of Life and Death in the Underworld. She can't reincarnate. Seeing Bo Yikao's anxious expression, Ning Yi added, Don't worry. There's that saying, isn't there? Someone who achieves enlightenment will cause even chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven. When you become a god in the future, gain independence, have your own temple and residence, and live with your wife. Who can stop you? Or, if your divine status is high enough, you could give her a divine position or ask the heavenly emperor or queen for a divine title. That would be a big matter. Hearing this, Bo Yikao looked ashamed. It's my fault for losing my composure. It's okay. Worrying too much only causes trouble. Just wait patiently. Here, I can always keep you safe. No one would doubt that. If Ning Yi's divine family isn't safe, then no one else's life is safe either. Bo Yikao left, and Daji, hopeful, stayed calm. She continued tending her flowers on Tianyu Mountain, not in a hurry at all. When Ning Yi was about to leave, she suddenly felt a strange sense of panic. Why is my heart beating so fast all of a sudden? Could it be a sign of something? She was muttering to Tingting. She started to calculate whether something was about to happen. Practitioners believe strongly in signs like these. Tingting also began to calculate. After a while, they looked at each other and shook their heads. We can't see clearly. The big disaster is coming soon, very dangerous, but it's also an opportunity. It probably won't threaten our lives. Ting Ting nodded. His calculation results were similar. Ning Yi thought for a moment. Better to be safe. We don't want another foolish disaster like the ghost and demon calamity, or something like Gong Gong causing big trouble. Who knows what might be lost again? Mainly, Ning Yi suddenly remembered that the current prehistoric world was much larger than the map in later stories. And the monkey's world. Who knows if it exists here? But that world is divided into 4 major regions. There's no mention of Tianyu Mountain there. Every big disaster is called a great calamity of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth suffer together, with huge upheavals. Thinking of these things, Ning Yi didn't leave immediately. Before departing, she added several layers of protective formations to the Tianyu Mountain barrier. What are you doing? Ting Ting was surprised to see Ning Yi activate dozens of magical tools, adding more protection. Even if the sky collapses and the earth cracks, the barrier will hold. Waterproof, fireproof, lightning-proof, everything covered. Is she just bored? Ning Yi has so many magical tools, she doesn't know what to do with them. If she wants to do something, she just does it. He didn't say much. Back at the Ru water barrier, Ning Yi added the same level of protection again. Then she went to the Panga temple and made some adjustments in her dojo. But that wasn't all. After finishing everything, she directly moved the statue of Lord Pengu into the Chaos Pearl. Ting Ting, can you help me carve another statue of my brother to place here? What was she planning? Ning Yi's reason was very clear. Just in case. If a big disaster comes or something changes, what if the statue gets damaged? This is born with the universe. My brother's original divine statue, his core form, it's very important. I need to keep it safe. After the disaster passes and everything is safe, I'll bring it out again. But why do you need to make a new one? Because every disaster is also an opportunity. I haven't experienced a big disaster myself, so I missed the chance to become a saint. Maybe this time, there will be some opportunity. So I'll use a new divine statue to get through it. If there's any merit or blessing, I'll store it here first. She didn't want to lose anything or miss any benefits. Ning Yi finally finished her busy work. She settled down in the Ru water barrier and took care of the flowers and plants around the yard. Yang Jian and Neza returned. The campaign against Zhou was basically done. They had completed their mission, so there was no need to stay constantly with Jiang Zia. After that, it was about establishing the country and ensuring peace, things they couldn't really help with anymore. There was no point in staying longer. Disciples have returned to Guanjianku. I will say goodbye to your honor now. After the master comes out of seclusion, I will go to visit the master. Yang Jian came just to say hello and didn't have any urgent matters. He also brought Bai Kong back. Neza asked, respectful one, can I stay and practice with you? You promised to teach me the magic of reaching the heavens and the earth. His background was very complicated. In his previous life, he was Nuwa's top disciple. In this life, he was a disciple of Tai Jinren from the Golden Cave. But he also had biological parents in this life, and his relationship with his father had been reconciled during the campaign against Zhou. His mother was hoping he would return home, but he didn't want to go anywhere. He was still thinking about what Ning Yi had said, that she would teach him magic. Especially after personally participating in the Sages contest, others thought the heavenly teacher was disobedient and helping Zhou. But he was very jealous of the heavenly teacher's abilities. Not just jealous. He admired the heavenly teacher's skills immensely. If he had such great ability, why was he forced to cut flesh and scrape bones by the small East Sea Dragon King? Alright, then you can stay. Find your own place, wherever you like. If you have questions about cultivation, you can ask Lord Lin Chi. She practices through forging tools, not fighting or killing. She's not good at that, only throwing magic weapons and relying on external help to overpower others. Ting Ting is different. He is a true saint who proves his way through strength. From chaos to the early prehistoric times, he spent most of his days fighting and killing. He has a lot of fighting skills and experience. When Neza heard that Lord Ning Yi was leaving him behind, he happily went to the backyard to find a place to stay. Before, the clay doll didn't have intelligence. It was just a dancing doll. While here, it kept jumping non-stop and had no place to live. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to find a place himself. Yang Jian just said he was leaving, and Ning Yi remembered that the nine-tailed fox hadn't been saved yet. She initially wanted Xiao Luer to go, but since Yang Jian was here, he should go instead. Tell the nine-tailed fox that after King Wu enters Chao Go and King Zhou ascends to heaven, she should come to me. I will protect her life. Yang Jian was stunned. Who would have thought that the nine-tailed fox was also under Lord Ningyi's care? What does this mean? Is the nine-tailed fox arranged by Lord Ningyi? Then, who is responsible for ruining Nua's saintly luck? Actually, by the time they fought Zhou, Nua already knew she had been tricked. Seeing the living beings suffering and her merit decreasing instead of increasing, what else was there to not understand? But it was too late to regret. She sent a boy to find the nine-tailed fox, asking her to stop. The nine-tailed fox didn't listen. She wanted to take her back, but couldn't. When she checked, she saw that the nine-tailed fox was facing calamity herself, and she couldn't retrieve her. Later, she tried to make amends, helping Shichi, lending out the Over-Mountain River map, the demon-discerning mirror, and so on. But the results weren't very effective. Yang Jian knew about these things too. He was the one who borrowed the treasures. He also knew that the nine-tailed fox tricked Nuwa. But just now, what did he hear? Lord Ning Yi wants to protect the nine-tailed fox. When he lived in the celestial palace of the bullfighting hall, he heard that Lord Ning Yi and Nuwa were not on good terms. He thought it was just the idle gossip of the celestial maidens. Later, while traveling among humans, I vaguely heard rumors that there had been some misunderstandings between Lord Ning Yi and Lady Nuwa. Are those stories true? Otherwise, would Lord Ning Yi really betray Lady Nuwa? What kind of hatred or resentment could there be? Dream Xiao was originally the eldest princess of the Nine-Tails Fox clan. She was eager to avenge her father and was also destined for a calamity. It didn't have to be so extreme as losing her soul. If I had known her background earlier, I would have taken her in. Why did she have to go through all this? Yang Jian's small, obvious eyes made it clear. Ning Yi thought he was scheming and calculating like a big villain. She was so innocent, kind, gentle, and naive. She couldn't stand being misunderstood like this. She had to defend herself and say she wasn't that kind of person. Yang Jian bowed and responded before going to handle his tasks. He thought to himself, no wonder his master often told him not to upset Lord Ningyi. The consequences were serious. He used to think his master's words were exaggerated. He considered himself somewhat related to Pengu, after all. Why should he upset Lord Ningyi, a respected deity? Besides, in heaven, earth, and among humans, everyone knew that Lord Ningyi had the best temper, was easy to talk to, and was compassionate. Some even said Lord Ningyi was too kind. Good people get bullied, but she never fought back or held grudges. But now, from his master's words, Ningyi had become someone you shouldn't offend. He didn't understand before. Now he did. You really shouldn't provoke her. It's best not to have even the slightest disrespectful thought. No one else knew, only those few saints. This calamity, it's like a minor injury that doesn't even hurt the bones. So, whatever the deity says is right, whatever the deity says must be believed, no mistakes. Follow the deity's instructions without hesitation, that's correct. Thinking this way, he brainwashed himself and built his confidence. Soon, he arrived at Chaogo, just in time to see King Zhou setting himself on fire at the deer platform. He pretended not to see it. This foolish king's death was well-deserved. He went to the harem to find the Nine-Tails Fox and delivered Lord Ningyi's message before returning to Guanjian port. His newly acquired white dog hadn't been trained well yet. Meanwhile, Ningyi quickly waited for the moment her true form, the Nine-Tails Fox, was restored. This is not the monster look I saw on TV before. She is a beautiful woman, somewhat like Choo Choo. This woman has experienced many things and grew up wild and free. Unlike Choo Choo, who followed her early on and didn't suffer much, she is more calm and confident. Her style of dressing is bolder than Xiao Hong's. She uses less fabric, but looks luxurious. Her good figure is fully on display, showing off her beauty. She looks stunning, with a strong visual impact. Go see Choo Choo first. You sisters haven't met in a long time, and after all you've been through, you probably have a lot to talk about. Ningyi sent her away. Choo Choo has been in seclusion near Rushi. She was worried she might cause trouble before, but now that the nine-tailed fox is back, she doesn't need to stay hidden anymore. Mostly, she needs some time to think about how to handle the nine-tailed fox. She is too charming and Ningyi won't keep her around. It's not about trusting anyone. They just can't afford to. Mainly, Ningyi herself feels her mouth watering just looking at her. She's too tempting. Such temptation, if it happens once in a while, is nice to look at. But if you see it every day, it's hard to resist. It's like eating lots of rich food. No matter how much you like it, you can't eat it every day. Simple porridge and vegetables may taste plain, but eating them daily is good for the stomach. After thinking it over, Ningyi decided she couldn't keep her on her territory. She asked Ho-Tu, I see that in your underworld, some souls are reborn with memories of their past lives. That's not good. Once they start anew, they should forget everything. Being too attached isn't right. I have a magic treasure here. Stir it in water, and whoever drinks it will forget all past troubles. Meng Xiao has no better place to go. She's not a ghost, so I suggest building a house by the Wangchuan River and letting her manage this soup. Because of Meng Xiao's name, which contains the character for dream, Ningyi thought of Mengpa. Ho-Tu naturally agreed. And so, the nine-tailed fox took on the role of Mengpa. Jiangxia went to the Fengshan platform to complete the final step of the divine sealing ceremony, offering sacrifices to the list of gods. Ningyi felt fully prepared and had no worries. She went to watch the excitement with peace of mind. But perhaps there wouldn't be much excitement to see. Just some famous scenes. When they reached near the god-conferring platform and waited in the air, they realized that everyone else shared her thoughts. Besides Tong Tian, who was locked in a small black room, and Hong Jun, the saints and powerful beings, including well-known figures, were all present. The remaining 12 golden immortals of the Enlightenment sect and a few members of the Jiejiao sect were also there. These people were not as calm as Ningyi. They were probably more concerned about who would get a divine position. During the war to overthrow King Zhou, countless people died and were injured. The suffering of the common people over the years was even worse. The number of notable figures who died was far more than just the 366 recognized names. Ningyi was following Xiao Luer. Pavilion always disliked noisy gatherings. Bai Kong had gone back to the East Sea, White Tiger territory. The divine deer weren't with her. When Jiangxia began to confer titles, Xiao Luer, who loved to chatter, would comment on each person as they received their divine position, especially if he knew them. His constant chatter annoyed Ningyi quite a bit. At least he's considerate enough not to forget Ji Chang's kindness. The divine position for Bo Yikao is acceptable. Hey, the Huang Feihu family must have saved his life, right? Yang Jian is okay. At least he became a god with his physical body. Neza is also acceptable. They didn't disgrace our family, and Jiangxia is quite clever. Wow, even his wife has a divine position? Do their cats and dogs have to become celestial cats and dogs too? How shameless. Such favoritism. The Enlightenment sect only has a few people, and their positions are good. But look at the Jiejiao sect. Most of the positions are theirs. What's the point? There's nothing impressive or worthy of note among their divine titles. Even Shin Gongbao has one? Maybe their master arranged this long ago, and their senior brothers are deliberately doing this. You just love to talk. He kept talking from start to finish without stopping. It's impressive that he even knew so many people. On one side, Jiangxia's old voice recited names and titles like a prayer. On the other side, Xiao Luer kept complaining about the personal motives of those receiving divine titles. Ningyi was almost falling asleep listening. Some of the souls of those who received divine positions didn't pay much attention when they left the god-conferring platform and bowed to her. There were just a lot of souls, and a few living people. Once the list was completed, they would go to heaven to take their posts. The Heavenly Emperor had already sent someone to appear in midair, waiting to welcome them. The scene was grand and lively, with drums and gongs sounding loudly. It showed respect to Hongjun and also showed that the gods valued their fellow deities. The list of deities is complete. Jiang Zia finished reading the names and threw the list onto the divine ranking platform. As he finished, the list floated in the air and shone brightly. Suddenly, it seemed like a switch was turned on, and the powerful spiritual energy of the entire chaos surged toward the list like a tide. The energy was quickly absorbed into the list, making its glow even brighter. The faster the spiritual energy flowed in, the more intense the light became. This caused trouble for those watching nearby. The closer they were, the faster they absorbed the spiritual energy. The spiritual power on saints and mighty beings was much greater than the air around them. The list drew out spiritual energy from everyone indiscriminately. Nonsense. Ning-yi reacted immediately when she felt her spiritual power leaking out. She activated the Chaos Pearl, but it was useless. The list was absorbing spiritual energy, not attacking. Her defenses couldn't stop it, and her spiritual power continued to escape rapidly. Ning-yi grabbed Xiao Luer, trying to retreat into the Chaos Pearl. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Uncle, be careful." In a flash, Ning-yi threw Xiao Luer into the Chaos Pearl, then pushed forward and quickly rolled over, drawing out her green flute during the turn. When she got up, she saw that the two members of the Western cult were trying to ambush her, and Yuanshi also made a move. Meanwhile, Fuxi blocked Jane, and Nua's red sleeve orb diverted Jutian's seven treasures tree. Taishang stood in front of Yuanshi, blocking him. Looking at the situation, she realized her relationships were quite balanced. Half of the gods wanted to harm her, and the other half wanted to protect her. At this moment, Yang Jian and Neza, who were waiting in the air to be part of the divine ranking, had already come rushing with weapons. By now, it didn't matter whether they could win or lose. They had to fight regardless. Although their cultivation levels weren't as high as the saints, this was actually an advantage because they lost less spiritual energy. The higher the cultivation, the more spiritual energy leaked out. Even though everyone was still fighting, they were all at their limit. Using one last move was already the best they could do. Before playing her green flute, Ning-yi clearly understood this situation. Everyone else also understood. Because she was clear about the situation, she wanted to seize the only chance to attack Ning-yi and take a big risk. When she failed, she immediately ran away. Ning-yi reacted quickly. She waved her green flute, chasing after them. Even if she couldn't catch them, she would make them suffer. The situation was very urgent, so there was no time to talk or delay. The few helpers also saw the attackers run away and immediately fled towards the outside of the 33 Heavens dojo. After Ning-yi finished waving her green flute, she had almost no spiritual power left. She couldn't even fly away easily. She casually grabbed a fruit from her storage bag filled with chaotic ingredients. She didn't look at what it was, just put it in her mouth. The chaotic fruit was full of spiritual energy, and eating it could restore her spiritual power. With this small boost, she quickly flew toward the Pengu Divine Palace. Even if she returned to the Chaos Pearl, she had to go back first. In such a dishonest place, if she returned to the Pearl, someone might take it away. While flying and eating fruits, it only took a few moments to see the Ru water below. At this moment, Tingting flew over, constantly moving her hands and forming seals. "Why are you here?" Ning-yi asked her with effort. Tingting looked unchanged, still full of spiritual power. "I'm here to pick you up. Don't talk, just help me form a spiritual lock formation." Oh, right, she could lock her spiritual power. This woke Ning-yi up. She quickly acted and formed a small spiritual lock formation. Her spiritual power was still leaking out, but the formation blocked some of it, slowing the leak. With more fruits, she could recover faster. "We can't go back to the barrier. The spiritual energy will leak out too much. Let's go to Zishao Palace." Tingting stopped Ning-yi from returning to the Ru water barrier. Ning-yi thought for a moment. She had already taken everything she needed. Choo-Choo and the little deer are still there. Tingting pulled her to fly outside the domain. "There's no time to bring them. If we lose more spiritual power, neither of us can fly out of the great wilderness barrier. They won't die, and we can find a way later. As long as they didn't die, there was still hope. Ning-yi wasn't a saint. She wouldn't act overly noble or try to save others when she couldn't save herself. Using Tingting's strength, she flew toward the outside world. By the time she reached the fifth heaven, she could already feel the pressure. It is clear that the spiritual energy loss was very serious. When they reached the ninth heaven, Ning-yi said, "Wait a moment, rest for a bit, let me recover. I can barely hold on and can't go any higher." At this point, she felt that her spiritual power was no longer leaking out much, probably because the power of the divine ranking had reached its limit. Ning-yi suggested stopping and handed a few pieces of fruit to Tingting. She herself kept eating the fruit to replenish her spiritual energy, which was the most important. Why did the suction suddenly disappear? After eating just 2 pieces of fruit, Ning-yi was moved because the external force that had been draining her spiritual power suddenly vanished. She looked at Tingting, who nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to close the spirit-locking array to check, Tingting raised her hand to stop her. "Don't try, I'll test it." After sealing a few times, she said after a while, "It's really gone." But Tingting added, "Don't close the array yet, just in case. Let's leave it like this for now." While they were talking, Ning-yi's spiritual energy had recovered about 10%. All right, let's keep moving. With 10% of her spiritual energy, she was enough to go beyond the 33 heavens. The Purple Cloud Palace was quiet and the main gate was tightly closed, but that couldn't stop Ning-yi and Tingting. Tingting waved her Yulon sword, and it broke through easily. Originally, they joked about wanting to take over the Purple Cloud Palace, but it was mostly in jest. Unexpectedly, it actually came true one day. She summoned the lotus platform and sat on the altar in the central square. This place was the altar where Hongjun had given 3 sermons, and it was a place of merit. There were also formations around it that benefited cultivation. Restoring her cultivation was the top priority. Ning-yi took out 2 large buckets of chaos fruit juice and placed them between her and Tingting on their meditation mats, then casually found 2 cups to set aside. She drank cup after cup, and once she had enough, she sat cross-legged to digest the spiritual energy. At the same time, she sacrificed the chaos pearl above her head. After all, this wasn't her territory, so she had to be cautious. While cultivating, she thought to herself, once she was fully recovered, she would deal with those who dared to attack her. What does the sage need to worry about? Just get out of the way. If she doesn't go on a killing spree now, she would be a coward. She would never forgive those who dared to attack her. Likewise, she wouldn't forget those who helped her. Fushi could understand, but she was surprised that Taishang helped her. Normally, he usually sides with Yuanshi. Even if he doesn't choose a side with his temper, he would pretend to be deaf and blind, remaining neutral until the outcome is clear, then taking the easy advantage. Not to mention Yuwa, who unexpectedly helped her. No matter how I think about it, I just can't understand. But I understand her feelings about this. And what is this divine ranking list? Is its power too strong? Can't even the Chaos Pearl withstand it? Her robe and jewelry, aren't they all top-level protective treasures? Even if she has accumulated a lot of virtue, how can her defenses be so easily broken? Does her brother know about such powerful treasures? Why didn't he tell her in advance? Just then, a loud noise came from outside. What's happening now? She sent her spiritual awareness outward. The entire chaos realm was shrinking, land was shrinking, the sea level rising. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, lightning flashed, wind howled, and rain poured. This strange phenomenon didn't seem like a disaster, but more like a change in the heavenly way. Hearing this, Ning-yi's face changed. What happened to her brother? She took the Pengu statue out of the chaos ball and placed it in the altar. As soon as it touched the ground, a semi-transparent, blurry figure of Pengu flew out from the statue, heading into the lower sky. Ning-yi was worried. She called out brother and followed him downward. As she left, Tingting immediately chased after her, wanting to protect her. Seeing her follow, her brother turned back and called out, Ning-yi didn't want to obey, but instinctively, she stopped. She didn't want to fall behind, and with the current situation, she wasn't sure if she could help. Most importantly, she didn't know what her brother was doing. Go back, I'll go see what's happening. Tingting also didn't want her to go.
Oh, all right then.
Since she was inside the barrier, which had various formations, the impact would be less, and her spiritual power would be less affected. Ning-yi wouldn't act stubborn at this moment. She stayed in the 9 heavens to watch. She saw her semi-transparent brother fly into the sky and directly into the clouds. Tingting flew over and also entered the clouds. She couldn't see through the clouds, only saw flashes of light from treasure clashes. Why are they fighting again? Hongjun is gone, and who else can hide within the great laws of the universe? Qingtin said this when she returned. Where is my brother? Why hasn't he come back? Seeing Ning-yi's voice trembling, Qingtin quickly comforted her. It's okay, don't worry. Pango has absorbed Hongjuan's spiritual power and is now digesting it, forming his own body and practicing. Where is he practicing? Ning-yi didn't quite believe her. He's hiding within the great laws of the universe. I'm not lying, really. Qingtin spoke very seriously. Why did he fight Hongjun? Because the list of gods was created by him. He used it to refine other magical treasures, trying to absorb all the spiritual energy in the world and weaken the power of the saints, so he could nurture himself and replace Pengu. What? Is it that serious? Can the Heavenly Way tolerate this? If he becomes part of the Heavenly Way, it's still part of the universe, but he shouldn't do such things. Qingtin chuckled softly. Of course not. Otherwise, even if I teamed up with Pengu, we might not be able to defeat him. The saints of the Heavenly Way, along with the universe, are immortal in principle. Is he dead? So ruthless?
Yes.
He's dead. He and Pengu only killed part of him. The Heavenly Way destroyed the rest. From then on, Hongjun was gone from the world. Ning-yi nodded. Good. Let's go back to the Purple Cloud Palace. Now we can rest assured and use it peacefully. I need to recover my cultivation first. When they returned to the Purple Cloud Palace, the original barrier had already been partly broken after Hongjuan's death. Ning-yi lacked spiritual power, but Qingtin helped restore the barrier. This time, the palace was safe to use again. Ning-yi, after all, was Ning-yi. It didn't take long before her cultivation was fully restored. Qingtin helped me hold the formation. Before I face life-threatening danger, don't act to help me. I need to settle this grudge myself, or I'll be depressed forever. Before leaving, Ning-yi specifically told Qingtin this. The first stop was Kunlun Mountain. Yuan sure, this time I won't rest until I kill you. But when she arrived, she didn't see Yuan Shi's shadow. Only a few Taoist children remained in the Jade Void Palace. Yuan Shi was nowhere to be found. Trying to run? No way. Ning-yi summoned her searching magical treasure. No matter where he tried to hide, she could find him. After searching, Ning-yi immediately cursed loudly. There was no way to continue. She felt overwhelmed and unable to breathe. There was no longer any primordial power. Only 2 mountains remained, their heads turned into a small hill and their bodies into another mountain. They fell far away from Kunlun, thousands of miles away. That from Qingshao was the heaviest she had ever received. Is he really dead? Ning-yi tried to calculate the life force of the primordial power, but she couldn't find any sign of vitality. However, she wasn't entirely sure. When she swung her Qingshao, her spiritual power was at least halved. Its power was much weaker. Even though a few saints might have some loss, it shouldn't have been enough to kill him with just a simple cut, right? If the physical body was gone, a mighty saint like him should still be alive. Neza's body was gone, but he didn't die. Ning-yi was very worried. She sent Xiao Luer to the underworld to find Ho Tu and ask her to check if the primordial power's soul was still there. But they found nothing. The more she investigated, the less she could believe. Could he have escaped death? That's why she asked Tingting. If the soul isn't gone, there are only 2 possibilities. Either someone hid it, or someone refined it into a magic treasure. In these days, a saint's soul was definitely a treasure. Only someone extraordinary could do these things. Ningyi was calculating in her mind what kind of person could do such a thing. Would they risk offending her just to preserve the primordial power soul? There were only a few candidates, but no proof. Let's wait. Eventually, the boil will have a break. She had time to wait. She didn't believe it completely. The matter of the primordial power was temporarily settled, along with the 2 Western cult members. Those 2 cowards definitely weren't dead. She hadn't seen their corpses. But they had disappeared just like the primordial power. She had no idea where they went. All right, if they can hide, I'll see if the Western cult can still hide when others occupy their territory. She sent Xiao Luer to the Doshui Palace and called Taiching to Zixiao Palace. Before Taiching arrived, she also released Tong Tian, who had been locked in a small black room. The calamity of deification is over, and the gods have returned to their places. Next calamity, what should be done? Do you all understand this? When the others arrived, Ning Yi asked both of them. Tong Tian had only been imprisoned for a few days, but he was still angry. Seeing Tai Jing, he got annoyed, turned his head, and didn't even look at his older brother. His words were full of resentment. Now I only have an empty title left. Whether there's a calamity or not has nothing to do with me. My disciples, although they are deified, what kind of gods are they? Useless. Decorations. Oh, you can't say it like that. God positions vary in rank, but the amount of incense and offerings in the future depends on one's ability. More incense and offerings mean more merit, and naturally, a higher status. Look down to the lower world. It's only been a few years. The human emperors and those who have been promoted, aren't their statuses higher than so-called divine positions? Ningyi thought that Tong Tian was sometimes quite honest. To put it nicely, he was clear about his grudges and friendships. In his mind, things are either good or bad, black or white, no in between. He still doesn't know how to be flexible. So Ningyi pointed out a bit to him. A divine position is just a name, a clear statement. What merit or incense offerings there are depends on how one manages it. Tong Tian was not convinced. Why bother with that? It's useless. Instead of wasting time on that, you'd better focus on cultivation. It was clear he wasn't listening. Think it over yourself. I won't keep you here. Ning Yi dismissed him directly. In her heart, she thought this kid had only been confined for a short time and hadn't learned to behave. When he heard her tell him to leave, he got up from the futon, dusted off the non-existent dust on his clothes near Taijing, as if brushing off dirt, and turned to leave. Before leaving, he hummed a tune. What kind of kid is this? Uncle Master called me here. Is there anything you want me to do? Taijing pretended nothing had happened earlier and, just like Tong Tian, respectfully asked Ningyi. Even Hong Jun was gone now. In this world, the highest-ranking figure was Ning Yi, the great deity before him. He wasn't stupid and naturally knew to latch onto her. There's no specific order, just a reminder. Usually, the most prominent figures face the greatest calamities. The 3 sacred beasts of chaos, the witch and demon clans of the prehistoric era, and the saints who achieved deification. Now, Nua's merit has been greatly diminished, probably by more than 80%, and she has sealed herself in the Nua Palace, not leaving her door. Because of the rise and fall of kings, Tong Tian's reputation was damaged, and he couldn't stand alone. Yuan Shi and the 2 from the western side disappeared without a trace. Only you remain, standing out alone. This was explained clearly enough, just missing the direct statement. Hongjuan's teaching was also a unique achievement.
Now, where is he?
Don't think that saints are immortal. The chaotic demon gods, each one has cultivation levels higher than saints. And where are they now? Taiching asked Ning Yi to speak, feeling nervous. Our place is quiet, with no disciples, and I never thought about what to do. He has always been non-competitive and prefers to govern without force. Is it what you will do, or what the heavens will decide for you? Taiching. Isn't the heavenly way your brother? But he still asked honestly, please, Uncle Master, give me guidance. Ning Yi had prepared so much, just waiting for this sentence. Your 3 pure ones, in a way, are not far from me. Pengu created the 3 pure ones in one go. In the end, you are also part of Penga's lineage. You should also be able to use the technique of creating the three pure ones in one go, right? She was sweeping here and there, and Tai Ching was confused. What exactly did Uncle Master want to say? Your meaning is, he didn't deny that he knew that technique. Having a unique achievement isn't enough, but he can create some rivals. For example, the Western teachings, which are now without a master. Oh, Tai Ching understood now. In fact, when Tong Tian received Ning Yi's hint, he didn't hide anything and immediately mentioned it to Tai Ching and Yuan Shi. They all knew that Uncle Master had indicated that the Western teachings should flourish. But Tai Ching had no disciples, and someone was teaching him. The human race was thriving, but he didn't care much for the Western teachings. Yuan Shi also secretly arranged disciples. Now that Uncle Master said this, he had no more surprises. Since Pangu could create the three pure ones in one go and let them compete, why couldn't he? Thank you, Uncle Master, for your guidance. I know what to do now. Good, then go. Helping me this once, I consider it repaid. We're even. I dare not thank Uncle Master. It's what a disciple should do. No need. I don't owe anyone favors. That's it. Yes, I will take my leave. Master, if Tai Ching really became the three in one, would there still be a Tai Ching? But, well, this Tai Ching is not the same as that Tai Ching. From now on, it should be about the great Supreme Lord Taishang, right? Just wait and see. Soon after, Xiao Luer understood how Tai Ching transformed himself. First, he left Hangu Pass to the west, turned the barbarians into Buddhas, went to the Western teachings, and became a Buddha. Along the way, he promoted the disciples of the Xian and Zhen teachings. Second, he stayed in the Doshui Palace, became the great Supreme Lord Taishang, focused on refining pills, and became a dedicated old immortal. He also interacted with Hao Tian, giving way willingly, which earned him recognition in heaven. Third, he is still one of the three pure ones, and after the human teachings changed to Taoism, he remained the founding ancestor of the new religion. A sage splitting into three, so in a way, there are no true sages anymore. After arranging Tai Ching's matters, Ning Yi's first task was to return to the human world. She still had a dojo and 2 permanent barriers there. She wasn't sure what state they were in after the damage. She needed to go back and check. Wait a moment. Ning Yi was about to leave when Ting Ting held her back. What's wrong? Is there something? You need to prepare first. Huh? Prepare for what? The world is undergoing a huge change. The current human world is no longer like the ancient chaos. I know. You guys fought fiercely before. I saw that. It's not just the world changing. The environment has also changed. Now, in the human world, those with Earth Fairy level or higher cultivation can't survive anymore. If you go down, you need to suppress your cultivation first or you'll blood. Startled, Ning Yi quickly realized it wasn't strange. After every great calamity, spiritual energy becomes thinner. Did the heaven decree list absorb all the spiritual energy and the spiritual power of so many cultivators? Even Hong Jun had to go. Ting Ting nodded. Such a thing Hong Jun dared to do. But he wouldn't dare leave so much spiritual energy outside. That would just invite others to it. He must have used a magic treasure to transmit it back to himself in real time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have teamed up with Pangu to kill him and still had to return to heaven to suppress him. 3 against 1. Oh, so that means all that spiritual energy was used to replenish the heavenly way? Maybe my brother can also get some benefits. Seeing Ting Ting nod again, Ning Yi smiled. Looks like our wedding date is moving closer. This time, Ting Ting also smiled. All right, this is good news. Wait for me to return. I will fetch the wine hidden at home to celebrate. Ting Ting refused to let her go out alone again. You have little practical experience. You may be strong, but your reactions are slow. That's why you were ambushed by a few juniors. I'll stay with you. He didn't realize how much he regretted letting Ning Yi get hurt. He thought that with her cultivation level and the many magic tools she carried, no one in the world could hurt her. But he didn't expect that she wouldn't think to use those magic tools, and with her high cultivation, she could still be tricked. She didn't react quickly enough to lock her spiritual power. That's because she lacked experience. She had fought less. All right, I'll stay with you. Ningyi knew about fighting from her talks about chaos and deification. She understood. It wasn't like she had only fought once or twice with good results. She didn't expect that they could be ambushed without reason during a fight. Xiao Lu was left to guard the house. Ning Yi and Tingting first lowered their cultivation to the Earth Immortal level before leaving. On the way down, Ning Yi kept muttering, "So troublesome. When I get back, I'll make some magic tools to seal spiritual power and carry them around."
Oh,
Has Tianyu Mountain turned into a crystal palace? Tianyu Mountain, which arrived first, was now gone. It had sunk to the bottom of the sea and become part of the South Sea. Fortunately, Ning Yi had set various seals before: waterproof, fireproof, lightning-proof, everything. Plus, on the mountain and in the big lake, there weren't many other creatures, mostly dragons, snakes, and fish. All aquatic creatures. Underwater, it was truly like water itself. The barrier protected Yushan, and the creatures in the lake could freely come and go from the sea, very relaxed. But no matter how free they were, Ningyi had no interest in living at the bottom of the sea. She put Tianyu Mountain into the Chaos Pearl. Thinking for a moment, she took out a palace-shaped model and placed it inside the original barrier. Inside this small world, there was a separate realm. She couldn't bring all the lake creatures with her. And she couldn't take the Purple Cloud Palace either. Consider this your new home. Long Sang, Long Si, and Gun all decided to stay. In the future, ascending to heaven would become more difficult, and not everyone could go beyond the realm. But immortals weren't completely detached from mortal life. Especially Ningyi, the great goddess, loved the human world's lively atmosphere. Since there is worship, someone must take care of it. The chief steward Long Yi has to follow along. Without the owner, he isn't really the main steward. Of course, he follows wherever the owner goes. So, Long Sang and Long Si stay behind. Also, the grown-up beautiful little white snake and her maid Shi-Qing will follow Ningyi. Like pets, they must stay with their owner. Long Yi, take the people and go to Zixiao Palace first. Clean up the house and make it look like Tianyu Mountain. He sent the troops from Tianyu Mountain away. Ning Yi and the others returned to the Ru Shui barrier. It hadn't changed much here. Everything was the same. Chu Chu was still here. The barrier was also removed directly, without leaving any trace. The divine deer are chaotic species and can't stay in the human world now. They left long ago for outside the realm. It was sudden back then, and they had to leave quickly, scattering everywhere. They haven't contacted each other yet. Then they returned to the Panga Temple. The statue of Pangu is already in Zixiao Palace. Ningyi didn't move it. She just removed the barrier of the temple and stored her belongings. The palace complex remained mostly the same, still showing the style of the ancient witch tribe's ancestral hall. There must always be a Panga temple in the human world. She also left a message for the divine deer inside the temple, telling them to find her at Zixiao Palace once they saw it. "Master, will we never go to the human world again?" Back in Zixiao Palace, Chu Chu asked Ningyi. "Go for a walk if you want. While the spiritual energy hasn't completely disappeared and you can still see the lively scenes, don't miss out. The human world is very interesting. It will only get more interesting in the future. Staying outside the 33 heavens all day, what's the point?" Ningyi had no intention of restricting her disciples. When Chu Chu heard this, she felt relieved. She was worried her master wouldn't let her go out. That way, she couldn't visit her sister in the underworld or go back to Qingqiu Mountain to see her family. It's enough to be able to go out. Others thought the same. Once they heard there were no restrictions on travel, they could go out and have fun whenever they wanted, with nothing to worry about. Everyone settled down peacefully. Outside the 33 heavens, there's not much, just that a day in the sky equals a year on the ground. In Zixiao Palace, they changed the simple palace and decorations into a real celestial palace, living comfortably. All in all, it took about half a year. That world has actually lasted almost 200 years. Big sister, you've taken down the barrier. If you want to go to the human world someday, there won't be a place to stay. The little deer took nearly 200 years to gather all together in the Purple Cloud Palace, groggy but happy. Each of them was very carefree. In this era, humans are still few, and most of the famous mountains and rivers are in remote areas with little human activity. They don't like to take human form. Mostly, they appear as their true selves. When in their true form, they don't need to use much spiritual power to maintain a human shape, making it easy to suppress their cultivation. They can roam freely outside, feeling very happy. The 5 siblings were separated, but they didn't rush to find each other. And in their hearts, Ning-yi was like a sky-falling deity. Completely safe, no danger at all. They weren't worried at all. While playing, they headed toward the Ru water. When they saw the barrier was gone, they felt even more at ease. The barrier Ning-yi set up was only for her. No one else could break it. Knowing she was safe, they continued to have fun. They were relaxed and carefree. Only Fuzhu, the homebody, went straight back to his courtyard to be alone. The others weren't in a hurry. Finally, Bai Zhe returned, first asking about Ning-yi and the human world barrier. Ning-yi, being so beautiful and lively and influenced by her past life, definitely wouldn't miss the human world's lively scenes. By now, she had lived through chaos and billions of years. She should have adapted to her new environment and thought differently. Or, as the saying goes, you can tell a person's character at 3. A person's life is often shaped by their childhood. It's hard to change later.
For Ning-yi, it was the same.
No matter how long she lived in chaos, her thinking was still from her past life. She preferred to keep her old ways and lifestyle. The longer she lived, the more her habits persisted, and the harder it was to forget or be influenced. She wasn't someone who adapted easily. When she was young, her mother often scolded her as stubborn and thick-headed, probably not wrong. I'm getting sidetracked. It doesn't matter. We can find another beautiful mountain and water spot in the human world and build a barrier there. The Purple Cloud Palace is too lonely. I can't stay there. That's really not a big problem. Before going to the lower world, she must first craft the magical treasure to lock the spirit. She immediately got to work. Ting-Ting, you choose first. Let's go to the human world and build a new barrier. I'll make the treasure. Honestly, when it came to aesthetics, Ting-Ting was better. Ning-yi trusted her to find a good place before her retreat. Then she went into seclusion. When choosing the style of the treasure, she didn't put much thought into it. It was easy: jade pendants, hairpins, jewelry. Materials were even easier: chaotic wood, chaotic gold and jade, chaotic gemstone crystals, and leftover jade pieces from her training. There was red jade, pink jade, tricolor, 5-color, imperial green, everything. Oh, I forgot. There are so many diamonds too. While sorting through materials, Ning-yi remembered the mountains of diamonds she had collected earlier. She realized she still had these. With diamonds, she also found some pearls and other treasures sent back over the years by Gun. Before making the treasure, Ning-yi was addicted to making jewelry. She made a lot, but it still wasn't enough. She then asked Ting-Ting to design and craft more. But that wasn't urgent. First, she decided to craft hundreds of treasure seals that could contain spiritual power, using the materials she already had. She took them out, and each family member could have a few to use alternately. Thinking further, she called Manhwa and Choo-Choo, who were good at sewing, and took out some good fabrics to make a few more outfits. Then she added various seals to the clothes. After all this busy work, a year had passed. More than 300 years had gone by in the human world. All right, now we can go down to the lower world and have some fun. Choo-Choo, take the clothes and jewelry we left earlier to Ho-Tu and your sister. Oh, and don't forget to give one to Hui-Yi. I remember there's a jade pendant made of black jade for him. After such a long time without leaving, her disciples and juniors from all sides hadn't forgotten Ning-yi. They still followed the human world's calendar, visiting Zixiao Palace every year to offer sacrifices. Relationships are important. She had good things, so she definitely wouldn't forget her own family. Molan, go to heaven. Deliver the gifts to Yaoqi and Lingxi. Also, bring some snacks, dried fruits, and flower tea. There are too many people in heaven, so let Lingxi distribute them. Longyi, go Go deliver these to Bo Yi Kao, Yang Jian, and Neza. Xiao Luer, take these snacks, candies, and family pastries to the Niwa Palace. Because of Fushi and Niwa's previous protection of her, Ningyi didn't forget to send gifts to them. All the past grudges and conflicts are hard to explain. Is there anyone I missed? After arranging everything, Ningyi still felt uneasy and asked Tingting. Tingting just smiled. If you remember someone, it's their good fortune. There's no such thing as missing anyone. Haha, that's what you say. Her confidence is impressive. But that's not her usual style. Oh, look, I forgot about Qingqiu and the white tiger. Old Bai said he was in seclusion for 200 years, but he still hasn't come out. Qingqiu Mountain is voluntarily closed, but Rongyu and Gui Yi can still come and go freely. Other clans can also enter and leave with protective symbols. Every year, people come to Zixiao Palace to send gifts. The white tiger is really peaceful now. Your Majesty is worried about him, so he's here now. Haha, you really can't say things openly. Just now I mentioned that the white tiger hadn't come out, and now he's already here. The white tiger, with a bright red face, entered and bowed to Ningyi and Tingting, exchanged greetings, and then smiled happily. The spiritual energy at sea is still abundant. Now that the three realms are clearly divided, heaven, earth, and humans, it's not easy to move around. There haven't been many conflicts these years, so we finally have some peaceful days. My little cubs are doing well too. I've added 5 more little tigers. Ha 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 ha. He was showing off. It's just a few more cubs. What's so special? Mountains and valleys are full of tigers. Humans can hunt them freely to make clothes or use them as bedding for emperors. I don't see what's so great about you. If you want tiger cubs, there are plenty of them. Xiao Hong also came out to sit, annoyed by the white tiger's boastful attitude, and directly challenged him. The white tiger wasn't afraid. He rolled his eyes at her. With more tigers, my white tiger bloodline is even more precious. Well, compared to your Zhuke bloodline, my bloodline is quite abundant. Hey, you, what's your current situation? Do you still have the ability to leave descendants? He clicked his tongue and looked her up and down with disdain. Everyone present had experienced the chaos from the beginning of the universe, so they could easily understand what the white tiger meant. Initially, the Zhuke clan was very powerful, but they did not have a direct descendant of the Zhuke great god. Little Red King was focused on his career and never had a romantic partner. He also didn't use blood or feathers to create offspring. All the offspring were born from the flames of the Zhuke nest. They died and came back to life, and he never thought much about it. Little Red didn't listen to White Tiger's teasing. As if your family is about to inherit a sacred position. If you have 80,000 children, isn't the totem of the 4 sacred beasts still just yours? Can your descendants really follow you or what? With chaos gone, what's the point of pretending to be the 4 sacred beasts? Whether or not they have bloodlines, it doesn't matter. Ningyi saw the two about to fight and quickly stepped in as a peacemaker. Old White, you just said the 3 worlds are now clearly divided. What's going on? What's the situation? I was about to go to the lower world, so I want to know. What else could it be? The spiritual energy in the human world is almost gone. The ladder to heaven is gone, so those in the lower world who want to ascend are few and far between. The ones in the sky hold onto their divine status, and descending consumes spiritual power. Those with less merit need to save their energy to survive. The underworld is now highly regarded among humans, and because of reincarnation, humans and ghosts are separate. Humans rarely see ghosts, and ghosts can't stand sunlight. Only a few can move freely. Everyone is just living their own lives. White Tiger finished speaking, and Bai Zhe added, now, in the human world, the status of heaven is very high. The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother are now considered the Heavenly Emperor and Queen Mother. The underworld status isn't weak either. The Lady of the Earth is roughly on par with Niwa. People from all levels of society love to talk about the Heavenly Lord and Earth Mother. Everyone calls themselves the Son of Heaven, seeking to improve their lives and flatter the divine. While they were talking, Chu-Chu returned with some items and shared an interesting story. During the Zhou dynasty, the emperor held a special ceremony called the Silkworm Ancestor Ceremony, which was quite fun. It was very grand, with the Empress and the Queen Mother presiding. The ancestors worshipped included the Snail Ancestor, the Earth Mother, and the Respectful Lord. Since she had received this divine favor, Ningyi thought it was a good opportunity to establish her persona. She couldn't miss it. She took out a pair of Chaos Demon Silkworms and a pair of Chaos Spirit Silkworms, placing them in 2 small wooden boxes. She handed them to Chu Chu. Go deliver these to Lingxi. Have her manifest as the 9 Heavens mysterious girl and present these 2 pairs of silkworms to the human race. Since they had already performed the sacrifice, people needed to know about it. It was effective to burn incense for whom? Why did you send Lingxi? Wouldn't it be better if Chu Chu or Xiao Lua went? Or you could show your divine power yourself, and it would be more impressive. Tingting didn't quite understand Ningyi's decision. She usually asked questions when she didn't know something. Ningyi always answered her questions. I even advised Taiching that it's not good to be too outstanding. What's the point of being too showy now? We should stay quiet. The most important thing is to help my brother refine his body. Besides, when the younger ones gain merit, I can share it with them. I hope they all thrive among humans. That's better than me working hard to show off my divine power everywhere. Tingting smiled and reached up to poke her nose. You're clever. No, this is just making good use of resources. After working hard for so long, now is the time to harvest. By the way, how did you choose the location? Where is it? When Ningyi asked, Tingting waved her sleeve. On the ground appeared a miniature map of the human world, scaled down proportionally, similar to a map of mountains and rivers. Kunlun is the starting point of the Dragon Vein, the most spiritual place. The sea area also has strong spiritual energy. Famous mountains and rivers are good too. But I think you might not want to be too far from humans. How about this place? Tingting pointed to a spot. Of course, she didn't want to be too far from humans. Why go down to the mortal world if you're too far away? Isn't it better in the sky? Where's this? Tingting's geography wasn't very good. She pointed to a busy city. Luoyi, on the south bank of the Luo River, the royal city. Got it. South of the Luo River, Luoyang. Tingting then pointed to a small mountain nearby. This is a few dozen miles from Luoyi. The mountain isn't tall, but it's surrounded by high mountains and cliffs, making it hard for mortals to climb. It's quiet and good for future generations to visit family. You can also buy a courtyard in Luoyi. When you want to go to the human world, it's not far and there's a place to stay. Ningyi clapped her hands happily. Great. This is perfect. Tingting, you really understand my wishes. Let's go with this plan. Tingting smiled, happy to hear Ningyi praise her. Then let Longyi take Zhuji and Zhuji first to build the barrier. No need. Let's go ourselves. Just like when we built our home in Ruoshui, only the 2 of us can make it truly ours. The 2 discussed and agreed. This is about setting up a new home. After discussing, they decided to act quickly without delay. Wow, this human world is really different from before. The air almost made me stumble. Having not been to the human world for hundreds of years, Ningyi just came out of the heavenly barrier, and the smell was overwhelming. They couldn't help it. No matter how much they sealed their spiritual powers, their senses remained. The natural smells weren't just fresh. There were also many dirty and foul odors. The most irritating were the negative energies of human emotions and desires. In Ningyi's eyes, the bigger the city, the heavier the black aura formed by these negative energies. The pure white spiritual power of virtues like loyalty and filial piety was wrapped in the vast black aura, barely visible. Realizing this, Ningyi quickly closed off her senses. After a long while, she felt better. When she reached a small hill covered with bamboo forests, she cleared a small space and built a model of a bamboo house, yard, and fence, which then turned into a small courtyard with a seal. Ningyi immediately transplanted some flowers and plants from her Chaos Pearl small world, planting them around the fence. She also placed many flowers in the 3 rooms of the house. These were chaos seeds that could generate spiritual energy. Arranging and planting these flowers and plants made the air inside the barrier finally breathable again. Having farmed vegetables for many years, Ningyi decided not to leave a vegetable patch this time. Instead, she planted flowers and fruit trees, plum, apricot, pear, and jujube trees. She also stopped using the traditional kitchen setup. Instead, she built a bamboo drying pavilion and 2 bamboo rocking chairs. Wow, everything is made of bamboo. It's so beautiful. Once the courtyard was finished, her family came to visit. Little Deer and Bai Zhe praised enthusiastically. Find your own spots and build your own courtyards. The whole mountain is a barrier, so pick wherever you like. Ningyi decided to keep it just for herself and didn't want others to disturb her. Don't be angry, or you'll get sick and no one will pay for it. This is about settling into her new home in the human world, in the city courtyard. She was just exploring, so there was no rush. Chu-Chu often stayed nearby, and Ningyi thought about Qingqiu, where Hu Xiaomei was still locked up. She thought about inviting her over to play. Now that the great calamity was over and there was no danger, Hu Xiaomei, who was lively, was being kept locked up, which was making her dull. At this moment, Chu-Chu quickly conveyed her message. Rongyu and Gue, along with their daughter-in-law Ningyi, came to congratulate her on moving to a new house. They also brought Hu Xiaomei along. When the girl saw Ningyi, she suddenly knelt down and begged Ningyi to help her be with Pei Junyu. Her feelings were deep and sincere, unwavering until death. Rongyu couldn't bear to see Ningyi face to face anymore. He immediately slammed the table, nearly breaking Ningyi's bamboo desk. His face turned pale with anger. He swept Hu Xiaomei outside and shouted, "Go kneel outside." Gue, the mother, started crying. She was not usually like this. She was once decisive and strong, even more skilled than Rongyu. She had always shared control of the nine-tailed fox clan with others, without anyone dominating. Her reaction showed how much she cared. This was her own daughter. Chu-Chu was Hu Xiaomei's cousin and had raised her for many years, teaching her carefully. But now, after this incident, she knew she probably hadn't taught her well. The parents might not say it aloud, but they must be thinking she hadn't done a good job. Rongyu and his wife didn't criticize her, but she felt upset inside. It was frustrating to have such a difficult apprentice as a master. She was so angry that her human form almost couldn't hold together. A fox-like aura flickered on her face, and her spiritual power seemed to surge. Ningyi was frightened. She tried to calm her with her own spiritual energy and advised her not to get so worked up. Chu-Chu's behavior made Rongyu and Gue feel a bit embarrassed. Gue patted her back gently to soothe her, saying, "It's our fault for not teaching her well. She was already quite grown when she stayed with her sister. If she gets hurt because of this, how can we explain to her uncle?" Chu-Chu took a deep breath before speaking again. "I didn't dare tell my sister about this, afraid she'd worry. Our family isn't stubborn. Love and feelings, what's wrong with that? Yang Jian's mother's lessons are right in front of us. She watched everything happen, so why doesn't she take it seriously? What was she talking about?" She was clearly stubborn. Rongyu sat quietly, feeling ashamed and unable to speak. His face was burning with embarrassment. Gue sighed, "That's exactly it. I've tried to explain everything to her over the years, but she wouldn't listen. If it's true love, I'd rather break the rules and risk my own life to help them. Love between a man and a woman isn't wrong. But she is so eager. What is going on? Can't she just take her husband back as her protector? Can a forced relationship be sweet? This is what makes everyone angry." Tai Shang is rushing and losing face. Ningyi became curious. What is so special about that person called Pei Junyu? Why is he so charming that he has completely captivated Xiaomei? "Xiao Lu, go find Huiyi and check what's going on with Pei Junyu now. Has he been reborn, or is he somewhere else?" Xiao Lu quickly returned. He is an ordinary person with a name and background. It's easy to find his record in the Book of Life and Death. That person isn't completely unknown. He was once a young servant guarding the ancestral hall of the human clan, mainly responsible for incense offerings. Over many years, he earned some merit. After 5 cycles of reincarnation, he was supposed to become a city god and receive offerings. Now, he has reincarnated into his 3rd life, born into the Pei family in Luo City, just 5 years old. Knowing where he is makes it easier to find him. Ningyi said to Chu Chu and the others, in my opinion, it's better to open a path rather than block it. Since Xiao Mei has set her heart on that person, constantly forcing her away will only leave her with regrets. She wants a lifelong love, so let her have it. Whether it's good or bad, whether they end up together or not, it's all part of the outcome. Forcing her away will only make her regret even more. With her words, Rong Yu and his wife had nothing to say. As parents, they had no objections, and Chu Chu couldn't say anything either. How many parents can really argue with their children? And how many can watch helplessly as she faces life and death? Please, Your Majesty, make arrangements, Ningyi said. It's easy for Ningyi to make arrangements. Chu Chu, go find Gui Hua and see if the marriage for the Pei family's child has been decided this life. If it's settled, quickly find a better match for her so she won't miss her chance. Before leaving, Chu Chu asked, should we tie a red string for Xiao Mei and that person? Or carve a love stone? Ningyi almost rolled her eyes. Asking such a question shows Chu Chu's innocence about love and relationships. At the same time, Gui Hua's expression was also hard to read. No need. What's with tying a red string? She asked for it herself. If they're destined, she should fight for it herself, she said. Chu Chu isn't stupid. Hearing this, she understood. She smiled slightly and then headed to the Moon Palace. When she saw Gui Hua, she specifically asked, can two people still become a couple without a red string? Gui Hua looked confused, like she had a toothache. Miss, nowadays, there are so many old people in the human world. How can I possibly keep track of everyone? If everyone tied a red string, would there still be so many unhappy couples? Besides, does just anyone have the right to have a red string tied to them? If that were the case, what is the purpose of the matchmaker? And don't forget the three-life stone. Only those with deep good fortune can have their names carved on it. Oh, I see. Chu Chu listened and learned something new. When they returned to the human world, Rong Yu and Gui Yi had already gone back to Qingqiu Mountain. Hu Xiaomei no longer knelt and was waiting in by Zay's small courtyard for the results. Ningyi saw Chu Chu return. Since Gui Hua's arrangements were already made, she then told her, take Xiaomei to find Ho Tuesday. Give her a new identity and help her reincarnate. If possible, arrange for her to have some connection with Pei Junyu, like an arranged marriage or a marriage alliance between the families. Okay, I understand. Before Hu Xiaomei left, she bowed to Ningyi to thank her for her help. Then she happily followed Chu Chu, full of hope. Pei Junyu is the young master of the doctor's family, a noble son. Nowadays, many men have multiple wives and concubines. Ting Ting had been choosing a place in Loi for some days. She knew more about the human world than Chu Chu and didn't think Hu Xiaomei's future looked promising. Ningyi sighed. Whether it's good or bad, it's all something she asked for herself. She needs to experience it. Maybe a man will truly fall for her and be willing to spend his life with her. Ting Ting looked at Ningyi seriously for a moment, unsure what she was thinking. Suddenly, she smiled and said, when you truly like someone, you only want to be with that person forever. Men's words. When they try to persuade, they say things they can't really mean. Ningyi couldn't help but reply, are you sure you won't get tired of looking at the same face forever? Ting Ting blinked. No, I won't. Will you get tired? Ningyi thought carefully. Actually, she hadn't been looking at his face all the time. They often busy themselves with their own things, especially Ting Ting, who often secluded herself for decades or even hundreds of years to practice. They didn't see each other every day. Of course, mainly because his face was just too perfect according to her taste. The more she looked, the more handsome he became. She definitely wouldn't get tired of him. However, Ningyi didn't want him to get too full of himself, so she replied, if you grow old and become ugly, maybe that will happen. Ting Ting was a bit stunned. Really? Is that true? How about we buy a bigger piece of land on the outskirts of the city and build a nice house? The city's planning isn't very good, and the good locations have small yards, or someone else has already taken them. Ting Ting discussed with Ningyi about building a house in the city. He couldn't do things like fighting for land. Oh, that's easy. We have magic, right? We can find a small spot, and it won't be a problem for us. She had many models stored in her chaos pearl. She was always thinking about when she could use her magic cloak. But you're right. If we live too simply, it might look bad when visitors come. So let's buy some land. Buying land requires gold and silver, which they had plenty of. At this moment, Xiao Luer realized how useful the gold and silver they collected when Ningyi led them through the wilderness to catch Little Red and Ting Ting back when the world was first created. He praised loudly. The master was so foresightful. I never thought of that. Even immortals can be poor and lucky. You guys haven't seen. I often wander in heaven. Those who have no fame or offerings on earth are very poor. They're so shabby. If they want to come down to show their powers and get some offerings, they don't even have enough money to bribe the guards at the southern heavenly gate. Sometimes, I hear some unworthy ones have starved to death. What? Starved to death? Immortals can starve? Heaven isn't short of spiritual energy. Even if they only cultivate, they shouldn't die from hunger, right? Immortals also have ranks. Those with less merit and lower cultivation have a lifespan of only 500 years at minimum. Why else would the Queen Mother's peach banquet be so famous? Because eating a peach of the lowest grade can extend life by 500 years. Plus, with regular cultivation and some heavenly treasures or spiritual herbs rich in spiritual power, their lives are quite secure. There aren't enough peaches in the peach garden, but there are other things. Usually, the lower-ranked palace maids, guards, and celestial soldiers in heaven drink river water and eat spiritual flowers and herbs, which can help them survive. How could someone starve to death? What kind of shape would they be in? Seeing everyone's curiosity, Xiao Luer said, "How much does heaven value immortals now? There are so few things to do, yet some people spend all day doing nothing. Those in the corners and hidden places have no tasks, no family support, no descendants, and can't even afford a simple meal. They are so poor that they are barely surviving. Why not just wait to die of hunger?" Some say that whether in heaven or on earth, when there are many people, there are many social matters. Choo Choo laughs. In the underworld, more and more ghosts are waiting to be reborn. They are queued up for hundreds of years. There are more social connections and relationships. My sister now runs the Yellow Springs Inn, and Mengpo's soup has over 100 flavors, priced according to rank. Ningyi listens, stunned. There's nothing like high culture or refined arts in heaven, earth, or the underworld. Xiao Luer then brings the topic back. It's still our Ningyi who is truly prepared for everything. When the time comes, everything will be ready. Don't worry, Master. Making gold and silver is a small matter. I'll handle it without you having to do it yourself. Although gold and silver are valuable currencies, they need to be made into forms that can be used for transactions. Xiao Luer is talking about this process. Can Ningyi argue about this? She isn't short of gold and silver. She can give a mountain of gold or silver as pocket money. They happily accept and go shopping. But they're still considerate. When they make gold and silver cakes, they first send half to Ningyi. Ningyi takes those storage bags and hands them to Ting Ting, saying, "The money for buying land and building a house is here. The rest is for us to use as pocket money." Ting Ting is so amused. But he doesn't know that Ningyi feels grateful inside. She followed her heart and collected so much gold and silver. Now, in this world without money, even immortals find it hard to move. What would she do without it? "Don't worry, I'll earn money to support you," Ting Ting says cheerfully. He's optimistic. How can you earn money? Just like men in the mortal world do, farming, hunting, working. All right, she doesn't really need to do all that, but it's nice that he has the intention. Ningyi is surprisingly comforted by his words. "Master, are we just going to stay like this? Should we start some small business? Maybe reopen the bookstore?" Opening people's minds is an everlasting virtue. Over the years, as more people read, the merit of opening a bookstore to spread knowledge has grown. Xiao Lu admires Ningyi's foresight and wisdom, and it's not just flattery, it's the truth. "Forget it, I don't want to open one. There are so many industries. Why must they all be the same? Then why not open a restaurant?" Ningyi was speechless. "Can't your mind come up with something new?" Do you only think about food? Last time, we talked about opening a restaurant. What kind of restaurant would it be? Do you want to do something else? If it were me, I'd open a tavern. Making alcohol requires grains, and these days, people don't have enough to eat. Do you still want to open a tavern? Sell water.
What?
Sell water? Water is everywhere. Who would pay for that? Tea stalls have existed in every era. Better if sales are low and it's not tiring. Just a casual business to avoid neighbors suspecting anything. Make herbal soups to cure all kinds of illnesses. Oh, that sounds reasonable. So, Tingting built a garden on the outskirts of the city. Ningyi, along with Xiaolu, Chuchu, Manhwa, and Molin, opened a hot water shop right across from Dr. Pei's house. Ningyi's water, I swear, actually contained medicinal herbs, but sometimes it was just plain water, clean water with a bit of virtue. Anyone who drank it could live longer and get rid of all illnesses. That's how it's supposed to be. But human nature is such that people's true selves often show at the worst times. Ningyi had Xiaolu and Baigong place a huge wooden tub at the door, filled with herbal soup. Every night, they boiled a big pot, left it to cool overnight. In the morning, they placed it outside, hanging a gourd ladle on the tub's wall. Next to the tub, there was a small clay jar with a sign. Any amount for 1 coin, no one was watching. Whether people bought it, paid, or how much they took depended on their honesty. At first, most people were reluctant to spend a coin on water. Later, a beggar with a terrible stomach ache, desperate, and at the end of his rope, paid a coin for a ladle of water. After drinking it, his stomach pain disappeared, and then the water started selling well. Of course, only those in need came to buy. They just took a jar, bought a ladle, and went home. Gradually, the weaknesses of human nature became clear. Some unruly people started stealing water, without paying. Others, greedier, brought large water buckets and bought a lot for just a small coin. If everyone did this, Ningyi's reputation would be ruined. People who didn't pay drank the water and suffered from vomiting, diarrhea, and stomach pain, feeling as if they were dying. Only by paying 10 times the price could they get water, and no other method worked. Those who bought water from Ningyi for a small coin couldn't do much. Selling water there was useless, and the greedier they were, the faster they went bankrupt. If they only committed more minor wrongdoings, it was okay. They would just go bankrupt, and their lives might be saved. But if they did worse crimes, they would be doomed, completely destroyed. Over time, the common people weren't fools. They understood everything. Then, a divine figure arrived in Luai City. The people rushed to Ningyi's door, praying and begging. Some sharp-eyed folks recognized Xiaolu. They saw statues of gods in some temples dedicated to Ningyi, which bore Xiaolu's image. Someone recognized him from seeing him carry medicinal soup. This caused a big fuss. Ningyi, the great deity, is showing his divine power. Ningyi, the great deity, is showing his divine power. The news spread quickly through the streets and alleys, and crowds started to gather, all worshipping Ningyi. Even the emperor of the palace was alarmed. He sent his chariot to come and pay respects to Ningyi. Ningyi dared not go out. If she did, she wouldn't be able to enjoy the fun anymore. She returned directly to the mountain's barrier. Xiaolu didn't appear again. Bai Kong went out, looking annoyed at being mistaken for someone else. Wrong. Don't come to worship me. The true God is on the mountain outside the city. I just happened to get the recipe from the mountain by chance.
What?
Ningyi, the great goddess, really came to Luoi? Yes, go quickly. Which mountain was it? 50 miles east of the city, called Ruashue Sanjin. The mountain's name was chosen by Tingting, who insisted on such a strange, mystical name. Ningyi understood what he meant. He was very showy and high-profile. She tried to persuade him, but couldn't, so she just felt a little pleased inside and let him do as he pleased. The common people didn't know what Ruashue Sanjin meant. It was just 50 miles east of the city. A mountain's fame doesn't depend on its height, but on the presence of a fairy. Ningyi's protective barrier naturally has a different spiritual energy from outside. There's no need to search much. Once you're nearby, you'll easily find it. Although the small mountain isn't tall, There's no path leading up. If someone wants to worship, they can do so at the foot of the mountain. Everyone is treated the same. Even Emperor Zhou receives the same respect. It's impossible for the divine to show signs openly. But the common people don't care. They can see the fairies' residence at the top and will worship as they wish. Many have requests. Some seek fame, some seek wealth, some want children, some seek love, various desires. Everyone has their own duties. I don't interfere, Ningyi said inside her barrier, able to hear the wishes of the people below. Won't that make you less effective? Will the people still believe in you? Bai Kong asked cutely. Ningyi was patient and explained, as a fairy, it's best to be like the statues in temples, just decorations that don't listen or look or interfere. That way, we can stay as long as possible. The more we interfere, the more problems can happen, you know? Bai Kong didn't understand, but if you don't interfere at all, how can people believe in you? Who would offer incense and prayers if not? Of course, not everyone should be ignored. There should be choices. Someone with pure energy can still help if they have a request. Bai Kong nodded, thinking that if he ever met someone with pure energy, he would help. Ningyi smiled inwardly. Does anyone with pure energy not know that relying on oneself is better than depending on others? Most people who pray to gods are probably not willing to work hard and just want shortcuts or big luck. Few truly have no other way out. Thinking this, she ordered Manhwa and Chu, who often appeared near her statue. Set up a small yard at the foot of the mountain, build a pavilion, and place this water plant inside. Tell the people that this water is like the medicinal soup in Luoyi City. It can cure illnesses. No charge, free to use. Make sure to clarify that besides curing diseases, it has no other effects. Ningyi took a stone carving topped with a water hyacinth, forming a small self-circulating fountain. The water in the hyacinth flows constantly, moving onto the lotus leaf, then returning to the hyacinth through a small gap at the edge of the leaf and the vessel. The water is said to be endless, but of course, it isn't truly unlimited. It's just stored in a large reservoir, and since the flow is slow, it could last for hundreds or even thousands of years. When it finally runs out, they can just refill it. No one knows when spiritual energy will dry up. Without immortals or cultivation, water doesn't matter much anymore. People don't even know if temples can still stand. Chu and Manhwa took their magic tools and went down the mountain. In front of the villagers and the emperor, they built a temple with a wave of their hands. In the courtyard in front of the main hall, they set up a pavilion and placed a magic treasure. Chu used her magic to make her voice louder so everyone below could hear her. She said, "Great God Ningyi is passing by. In your sincere hearts, he shows mercy and grants you the lotus spring to heal illnesses and strengthen your bodies." When the villagers bowed and worshipped sincerely, she repeated what Ningyi had mentioned, showing that the water was the same as the one sold in the city. For the common people, the reputation of Great God Ningyi was more effective than unknown small shops. Almost everyone went to get a little of that spiritual spring water. If they had small illnesses or pains, they saw quick results. They drank the water, bowed to show respect, and then left. After 2 or 3 months, fewer people came up the mountain. The incense offerings remained strong, but mostly just for worship. A single coin wasn't much. Anyone could afford it. People with illnesses or disasters simply bought water. The mountain path was difficult, and the journey was over 30 miles, so most didn't bother. As for the small shop, no one dared to cheat anymore. No one disturbed them. People queued quietly, took water, paid, and left peacefully. They always gave more than enough, never less. Sometimes, a whole jar of water's worth of coins would flow out in a day. After saving for a month, Bai Kong went to the city's official office, bought rice, and distributed porridge there. Gradually, the people of Luoyi City got used to having this place. Once they got used to it, they paid less attention. Ningyi finally had a reason to come here, sometimes to watch the shows. But before long, 18 years had passed. One day, at the house of Dr. Pei, a happy event was happening. The young master was marrying the daughter of Grand Tutor, who, 6 months after the wedding, The young master of the Pei family was assigned to work in another city. When he returned, he brought a woman with him. Later, he was assigned to work in another city, always bringing his family along. However, within 10 years, he also took 2 concubines. I heard that Madame Pei never had children. I heard that Madame Pei was kind to the elderly, caring for her young children, and was well known as a good wife and mother both at home and in society. I heard that Pei Junyu served for 15 years, rising from a local official to a high-ranking government position. Madame Pei's good reputation played a big role in his success. Why do good people always have such bad luck? Madame Pei is such a kind person. Her husband is now a high official, and their children are grown up and about to enjoy life. Why did she have to leave so soon? She was not even 40 yet. 2 women with baskets of vegetables were walking and chatting about gossip. One of them agreed, "Yes, it's such a pity." And that other person, too. Why didn't she ask the goddess Ning-yi for help when she was sick? That treasure spring water can cure any illness. How could she just die like that? Even gods can't save those who are destined to go. Maybe Madame Pei has accumulated enough good karma in her life and has gone to heaven to become a goddess. That's true. They continued chatting and walking away. Unbeknownst to them, the Madame Pei they thought had gone to heaven and become a goddess was actually kneeling outside the city in Ningyi's courtyard, where she had been for 3 days and nights. I can't accept this. I beg the Lord for one more chance. Hu Xiaomei was exhausted in body and mind, but she still refused to give up. Ningyi made her laugh bitterly. What is there to be unwilling about? He doesn't lack feelings for me. It's just because of his status. People of the same rank often have many wives and concubines. I can't accept his divided attention, but it's not entirely his fault. Is this girl living in a dream? If a man truly likes you, he won't see others. Anyone who accepts others and takes them back again and again is just making excuses. Deep down, he doesn't see you as more important than anyone else. So, what do you think would make you willing to accept it? Ning-yi had already given up trying to persuade her. Hu Xiaomei thought for a moment and said, if he could only marry one person and not take concubines, then he would be devoted to me. There are always men and women everywhere. How can there be a place just for the 2 of you? Even if he became a fairy and left mortal life, there are many single female immortals in heaven and on earth. Is it possible that you're the only one? Hu Xiaomei was very anxious. I can curse him so that he only loves me. That's silly. You know very well that curses don't bring true feelings. Otherwise, why didn't you curse him earlier? Because I was reincarnated and lost my memory. Oh, so that's just an excuse. Little sister, Pei Junyu is a person, not a puppet, not a doll, and definitely not your pet. You can't control him as you wish. If he's not to your liking, you want to change him until he fits your wishes. Do you know how costly cursing an ordinary person is? It can ruin your virtue. After decades of cultivation, it could all be lost. Forcing a marriage is already going against nature. I can help you once, but I can't keep doing it. You're too stubborn. After saying that, Ningyi turned and went back inside. If she wanted to kneel, she could keep kneeling. Chu never said a word from start to finish. She no longer wanted to speak. Back inside, she said to Ning-yi, Your Majesty, if it's really impossible, I suggest setting a result. Let Xiaomei stay in seclusion to cultivate. She'll understand in time. Or, if she never understands, there's no need to come out. With such a mind, even if she does come out, she won't be able to do much. This was a sign of giving up hope and deciding to lock the child away. Ning-yi remembered Tong Tian, who had recently been locked in a small black room. Let her kneel. If she refuses to change her mind, then when Pei Junyu reincarnates, arrange for him to be a farmer, poor and unable to find a wife. Let her go, and fight for him, if she wants. Let's see if she can win with 90% of her cultivation. Chu shook her head. Why bother? Pei Junyu is just an ordinary person, nothing extraordinary about his character, but he's lucky. A fairy is willing to die for him. After enough reincarnations, he might even become a city god. Paths are chosen by oneself. If you haven't given up, you don't know what it means to be hopeless. Hearing Ningyi say this, Chu Chu stopped speaking. She let Hu Xiaomei kneel in the yard. She knelt for 20 years, until Pei Junyu passed away peacefully, entered the underworld, and was reincarnated. Ningyi made no further instructions, leaving Hu Xiaomei to find someone.
What more could be said?
What difference would it make? Your Majesty, Little White has descended with Shi Qing, saying she wants to explore the human world. Dragon Yi received a message from Zixiao Palace. The Little White Snake, who had been staying in Zixiao Palace, has left the palace but hasn't come to see Ningyi. What is going on? Hearing this, Ningyi's mind was full of thoughts. Could it be that she's coming down the mountain to face some kind of challenge? The Little White Snake, who was saved by Su Xian in her past life, might really be her Little White. This feeling is like being struck by lightning. She wondered if she should do something to stop her. That White Snake's love-struck mind is even more intense than Hu Xiaomei's. If everyone around her is like this, how can she live peacefully? It's so frustrating. She hadn't decided whether to follow her or just call her back and keep her locked up. White Tiger arrived. He had gone back to the White Tiger territory earlier. During their chat, he mentioned, I heard from the shell servant at home that they saw the Little White Snake deep in the East Sea. Did your Majesty send her out for some task, huh? Did brother go to the depths of the East Sea? Exploring the human world, and now he's in the East Sea? No, she said she was just out to have fun. Maybe she found something interesting. As long as she's not on the mountain, it's not a big problem.
Ah, it's so worrying.
Auntie, why are the gods in the heavens so unlikable? One or two are just chasing after mortal men. Yaoqi was visiting her family and sighed with Ningyi. What's going on now? There's a weaver girl in my backyard who secretly descended to marry a mortal. Oh, another human. Maybe it's because mortal men understand how to care for women better? The male gods in heaven are either pure and reserved or overly confident. Silly as they are, which woman would like a man with no sense of romance? Coincidentally, Meng Xiao rarely leaves the underworld. This time, he came to deliver something for Ho Tu and just happened to be there. Talking about wealth, the richest in the 3 realms now is Ho Tuesday. Everyone wants a good pregnancy. Everyone wants a more comfortable life underground. How to have a good pregnancy. How to live comfortably. Of course, it's the descendants of humans on Earth. Don't think that burning paper money is useless. It's useless in the human world. When it comes to the underworld, it truly deals in real gold and silver, hard currency. How did it become real gold and silver? Of course, it's thanks to the power of faith. Immortals rely partly on spiritual energy for their cultivation and partly on merit and faith to maintain their divine bodies. In the underworld, it's purely based on merit and faith. Good people who go to the underworld enjoy luxury, good food, and wealth. Because they have a lot of merit, their magic is naturally strong, and they can get whatever they want. If their descendants are filial, or if they receive offerings from people, it's even better. They can receive full amounts of paper money and gold ingots. With money and merit, they naturally have good luck in having healthy children. It's a positive cycle. Those without merit, who have committed sins or made mistakes and need punishment, won't receive a single coin. Even the little silver and gold they might get are taken away. Punishing those who have done wrong can be done in many ways. No one will help them. Poor spirits can only be enslaved. The lowest level of ghosts in the underworld are truly miserable, deserving of their fate, as karma dictates. Most normal ghosts have to suffer from extortion and unfair treatment. It's the same in all 3 worlds. Tianmu, the Queen Mother of the West, usually turns a blind eye. Water that's too pure has no fish. She's neither deaf nor blind nor in charge. The 10 courts are fully staffed, except for the first generation. The others are chosen from the most just and honest people in the human world. The operation of the underworld is managed by whoever is responsible. She, as the Holy Spirit of the underworld, can't handle all the details. The benefits, after all, mostly go to her. The things in the underworld are better than elsewhere. They are purely products of merit. When Tianmu receives good things, she always sends them to Ningyi. She has an excuse to visit now and then to show her presence. In the past, she often sent Huiyi, but later Meng Pao became Mengpa and she was busy with her own affairs. Now she runs the Yellow Spring Inn as the boss, and when someone works for her, she often sends them on errands. Both Huiyi and Meng Pao are very happy to do these tasks. Meng Pao, a fox spirit, is a very typical fox spirit. Her every gesture is full of charm. This is basic. Her speech and actions, in all aspects, match what people expect of a fox spirit. Recently, after Yao Qi mentioned a mortal woman descending to marry a mortal, she scolded the gods in heaven quite a bit. This statement, even the Jade Pool couldn't refute. It hit the point perfectly. I increasingly feel that the fairy women are not very responsible. Ning Yi was amused and asked, "So, what now? Is it your business or Hao Tian's?" Yao Qi pouted and said, "Now she's the Jade Emperor, busy with big matters. She doesn't have time to deal with these petty things. Besides, if he were to take charge, what could he do? Just lock people up, that's all. So, she still manages it herself." Chu Chu, curious, asked from the side, "Then how do you handle it, sister?" Yao Qi smiled, with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I just support them. But the weaver girl was originally one of my backyard weavers. I want her to have a good life, so I can't just ignore her work, right? So I gave her two choices. First, give up her celestial pregnancy and come down to the mortal world to live as a human. Be a normal couple with a cowherd, working and farming together. Second, she can stay a weaver girl, get up early to work, and go wherever she wants after work. Emolon, who was bringing snacks and tea to everyone, happened to walk over and asked casually, "Since the weaver girl prefers life among humans, she should choose the first option, right?" Yao Qi's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. If she really chose the first, I would think more highly of her. As a mortal, after all, life is only a few decades, full of hardships. You have to face old age, sickness, and death. Does she want to suffer and go through reincarnation? No, she just craves love and companionship. Even if she can endure suffering, would she be willing to die and be reborn? Oh, so she just wants to stay together forever? That's pretty good. So, she chose the second option. Exactly. Ningyi held back her laughter. She didn't believe Yao Qi would let the weaver girl simply go to work and come home. The heavenly rules she set earlier, no marriage between immortals and mortals. Wouldn't that be just for show? Yao Qi smiled and said, "Of course, I wouldn't embarrass myself." She then took a hairpin from her hair. "This is a hairpin given by my aunt. I drew a river in the sky to prevent mortals from gaining too much fairy energy and recklessly climbing up to meet the fairies." Emolon and Chu Chu didn't quite understand. "So, this doesn't affect the weaver girl?" "Crossing the sky river isn't difficult for a fairy." Meng Xiao chuckled and explained to them, "It doesn't affect the fairies, but it does affect the cowherd. He can't go up to the sky, so he has to wait on the ground. Descending to the mortal world consumes spiritual energy." The weaver girl worked hard and made a big effort to return home. Before she could catch her breath, she had to go back again. It didn't take long before her spiritual energy was completely drained. She looked at the jade pool again and said, "Don't forget, one day in heaven equals a year on earth. For the weaver girl, it's just one day of work. But for people on earth, it's only one chance to see her each year." Chu Chu looked a bit strange and said to the jade pool, "That means the weaver girl's life isn't very easy. That's just the beginning. At home, there are no outsiders, so the jade pool doesn't need to hold back." She said openly, "It's not just hard. She can't hold on after 3 days. She tricks the cowherd into meeting her by the river. The cowherd uses up many of his good deeds to meet her once a year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. All year round, she's alone with 2 kids, struggling to support the family. Life isn't easy at all. Moreover, the cowherd is just a mortal. There's a clear difference between immortals and mortals. He will grow old, get sick, and die someday. To keep her husband and children safe and healthy, the weaver girl has to find ways to give them longevity and health. She is just a small weaver girl, with only enough spiritual energy to maintain her immortal body for one day.
There isn't much left.
She also has to leave some for her husband and children. Haha, she's hungry every day and can't eat enough. Over time, her spiritual energy slowly runs out. If she wants to stay an immortal, she must make choices. Either give up her husband or her children. Or the whole family can wait together to die and go through reincarnation suffering. Dream Xiao added, for people on Earth, they only see each other once a year. When they meet, they get fewer and fewer gifts. She works hard to support her family and takes care of her children, living in an empty house, suffering and tired. The wife is an immortal in heaven, and she only sees her husband once a year. Haha. No matter how deep their love is, how long can it last? Especially since the cowherd, who can't even marry a wife and tricks women into giving him clothes, can't be truly deep in love. When they only stay alive for the sake of a magical pill to prolong life, the outcome is unlikely to be wonderful. All human nature is reflected in Dream Xiao's chuckle. All the great gods and powerful beings present have experienced less than Dream Xiao. She has seen more in the underworld and she understands human nature better than anyone. Ning is doing well. Although she has opened the door to a new world and disrupted the beautiful stories of her past life, she is used to it now because she has experienced many such changes before. The others are truly amazed. Chu Chu's mouth was open for a long time, unable to close. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said to Ning Yi, I want to go down to the mortal world. They say that the mortal world can temper the mind, and I need to see for myself. Staying at home, protected by Zun Shang, makes me feel like a little fool. Hearing this, Ning Yi became very nervous. Mainly because, as members of the nine-tailed fox clan, their genes are just so. She's worried about another, love-struck, person appearing, but what can she do? Chu Chu waved her hand and said, Zun Shang, don't worry. I'm curious too. Why is it that women only know about love and romance? Do you look down on that? Can't we do something meaningful? Sister Yao Qi said she even created a river for women in the mortal world. Isn't there a country of women who are dedicated to their careers? I think I can do it. Oh my. Hearing this, Ningyi became even more anxious. The queen of that country of women is more love-struck than anyone. Go ahead. Staying too close to Zunshang all the time isn't good. Being too high and mighty isn't right either. The mortal world is quite interesting, grounded, practical, and you can learn how to read people's expressions and handle affairs. The white tiger came to pick Bai Kong up and, upon hearing that Chu Chu wanted to go to the mortal world for experience, supported her strongly. Why does that sound so strange? Ning Yi Fronet. Old Bai, what do you mean? Are you saying that Chu Chu and the others, following me, have become unable to speak or handle things? I can't even tell their expressions. Hearing this, the white tiger quickly shook his head and waved his hands.
No, no.
That's not it. What I mean is, if they're always by your side, they won't face any real challenges. Everything goes smoothly, what they want, what they can do. Wherever they go, they're respected. They're like stars surrounded by fans, too comfortable. Old Bai honestly said, honestly, I think they're better off than Xiao Mei. After going through these past lives, no matter the reason, they've gained experience. As long as they're not fools after all that, they'll be more perceptive and smooth in their speech and actions. According to his view, Ningyi's family should be the most innocent among them. Zhuji and Zhuji used to follow Tingting through chaos and the primal chaos, gaining a lot of experience. Manhwa and Emolan have always been with her, but before being taken in by Tingting, they relied on themselves to survive. Xiao Luer is similar to them in this way. She also loves to follow the divine deer everywhere. Although she hasn't experienced much firsthand, she has seen a lot. Chu Chu lost contact with Meng Xiao early on and couldn't even transform into a form. She once depended on a little rabbit to survive. Little Bai, who's been staying in the Lotus Pond on Tianyu Mountain practicing cultivation, has now gone to the human world for experience. Counting all this, only she remains, with no real experiences. How can you think like that? You are selling in chaos, opening shops in the primal chaos, and you're the only true great god still alive. What you do is high-level stuff, totally different from what I said. The white tiger was so scared, he was speechless. How could he call Ningyi naive and sweet? Besides, she's not naive and sweet. Anyone who thinks she's naive and sweet is the real fool. Look at the big shots from her era, who's still around now. Lord Lin Chi is from her family. Lord Zhuke was in such a state that she had to save him. And him. If he hadn't joined early, his grave would be overgrown by now. And the earliest great gods who opened the heavens and the earth. Back then, the Zixiao Palace had 3,000 disciples. How many are left now? Most are either in seclusion or missing. Only those who are still alive are probably those who have good relations with her.
Come on, stop joking.
Thinking this way, she quickly changed the subject. I haven't told Your Honor the good news yet. The white tiger was so happy his mouth couldn't close. I've taken in another disciple, with talent not worse than Yang Jian, and a temper even more fierce than Neza. Huh? Who is it? Are there still spirits good enough to catch your eye? Of course. Not a stranger. Remember the heaven-repairing stone I asked Manhwa for? I thought that thing had great luck, and it could absorb spiritual energy. Making a stone sculpture to guard the house would be good. I casually threw it onto Mount Huagua. Unexpectedly, it gained wisdom and turned into a stone monkey. I guess the heaven-repairing stone contains the 9 heavens resting soil, which has strong life force causing this. I think it's clever, with good talent. I decided to take him in. When I bring him to see you someday. Oh dear. The top star of the myth world just appeared suddenly, catching me off guard. Ningyi was quite surprised. Mainly because the timeline was off. She liked monkeys very much, who doesn't? She remembered that he was supposed to be born in another 100 or 2 years during the Han Dynasty, right? But now, it's still the Eastern Zhou Warring States period. That troublemaker's temper isn't really your style. Aren't you worried he might cause trouble? That was Ningyi's biggest confusion. The white tiger's temper is very sensitive to trouble. His lair is in the East Sea. He's not afraid himself, but shouldn't he think about his descendants? Oh, the white tiger thought that was obvious. Then he happily boasted to Ningyi about how clever he was. I was thinking that with his background and roots, in today's world, it would be wrong if nothing happened to him. Neza was a mistake I made before, something I always regret. I can't miss this chance. From his expression, he didn't seem like a peaceful person. Also, he wouldn't knock on doors or spread rumors. Going directly to teach him would be too embarrassing. I just used a little magic, created a fake illusion to teach him inside it. And I even faked his identity, making up a new one. If he really causes trouble, no one will find me. He's so clever. Ningyi was speechless. How could he not be found? What did you teach him? Nothing much, just the 72 transformations, plus a cloud of somersaults and some minor martial arts. Listen to that. The somersault cloud is relatively common. Many can use this spell. And the 72 transformations. Who in the 3 realms can do that besides Yang Jian? Ningyi asked, and the white tiger looked a bit stunned. Everyone can do transformation spells. She meant the 72 transformations. Transformations like 3 or 5 changes are common. Even Zhu Beiji can do 36 transformations. The white tiger thought for a while and realized there probably wasn't anyone else who could. Then he said, there must be some hidden masters, like the celestial master Tongtian. What can't he do?
Right?
There are many who can teach 72 transformations. Yes, so you mean I or Lord Lin Chi can teach him too, right? The white tiger shook his head again. Rest assured, Your Honor, no one will think of you. I used a pseudonym, Master Bodhi. That name sounds like it's connected to Western teachings. And I also registered an address in Western Ahezu, which is far from where I am in Eastern Xingzhou. Just now, the Buddha just finished descending from the burning lamp peak and became a worldly Buddha. Behind him, the future Buddha Maitreya is always watching, waiting for his turn. He is focused on making achievements and securing his position. Everyone knows he wants to expand Buddhism eastward and take over Taoist territory. So, no matter how much the Monkey King causes trouble, everyone will think of him first. What did I do wrong? Ningyi's mind was racing, and she thought what he said made some sense. She was almost convinced. No matter how surprised she was, what could she say about the facts? When Bai Hu returned to pick Bai Kong, the goal was also to let the child go out and gain experience. Suddenly, there seems to be a trend of descending to the mortal world. One after another, they are eager to go down. Ning Yi felt helpless. Go if you want. I've said it first, if you go out, be careful and don't risk your life. If you just die normally and your soul goes to the underworld, there's still hope. But if you cause trouble that makes your soul scatter completely, don't blame me for not helping. Even as she said this, everyone wanted to see the excitement. Even Mei Lan Juju came out. When only she and Ting Ting were left at home, Ningyi felt like she was left to take care of the elderly. Ting Ting, maybe we should find a place to go to. Ting Ting looked at the newly built courtyard. Isn't this a place to go? Ningyi shook her head. That doesn't count. Want to hear a secret? When a big show is happening, we can go watch the fun. Ting Ting thought about Hu Xiaomei, who had been in the mortal world for a while. Aren't you waiting for Hu Xiaomei? What's there to wait for? The answer is obvious. If Hu Xiaomei's mood isn't good, she might come back not crazy, but depressed. I'm not waiting anymore. When she returns, she'll find her own way. Maybe she'll go back to Qingqiu, or come find me. Whatever she wants. Where do you want to go? Ningyi had many places she wanted to visit. Mount Huagua, Chang'an City, the journey to obtain the scriptures Lingshan. She wanted to see them all. But thinking about her own identity, she couldn't reincarnate like others or interfere freely. It wasn't very convenient, anywhere. How about we go to Beiju Luzhou? That place has nothing to do with monkeys or the journey to get the scriptures. But the north was her homeland from a past life, and it felt familiar. Anyway, for people like them, no matter where they were, they could still enjoy the show. Ting Ting didn't understand what difference there was between the old Baijula continent and the current Luai city. He was simply used to following Ning Yi. Then let's go. Wait a moment. After being absent for a long time, Xiao Hong suddenly spoke. I want to go too.
Huh?
Sure, I'll definitely bring the Chaos Pearl with me. Xiao Hong shook her head. That's not what I mean. I want to come out and go to Baijula continent with you. You don't know this, but Feng Hung has been running things there for a long time. He has some influence. I'll visit some old friends. Feng Hung, well, now he's called Kong Xian. How powerful had his rule in Baijula continent become? Basically, the entire continent had to pay him taxes. Yes, that's right, everyone paid him taxes. Across the 4 great continents, there were countless nations, big and small. Although the north had fewer people because of the cold climate, it was still quite populated. There were dozens of kingdoms, tribes, and local rulers. Every year, they had to send tribute to the Peacock Palace in the far north. The palace stood tall and grand on the snowy mountains, even more luxurious than the royal palace in Luoyi. The buildings were layered one after another, forming a magnificent complex. From afar, it truly looked like a palace of 9 tiers. Inside, there were many servants. Most of the lower ones were humans doing manual work, while the higher-ranking ones were mostly from the demon clans. But the demons here had one good trait. They could fully take human form. At a glance, they all looked like handsome men and beautiful women, with no animal features. In fact, most of them were from the Vermilion Bird clan that Xiao Hong had once gathered while traveling across the land with Lan Yao. They wore matching uniforms, moving between the palaces, each performing their duties in perfect order. To someone who didn't know better, it wouldn't even look like a demon palace. Rule by strength? Ning Yi was curious. How had Kong Xian managed to make everyone willingly pay him taxes? Besides using force, what else could it be? Kong Xian welcomed their small group, Ning Yi, Ting Ting, Xiao Hong, and Lan Yao, into the 9th-tier palace, which had been specially prepared for them. The main hall, guest hall, and sleeping quarters are all complete, and they are all the best quality. After greeting and taking their seats, tea and snacks are served before they start talking. Ning Yi asked this, and Kong Xian smiled. At first, it was really tough. Besides conquering them, no one was willing to bow down. The northern tribes are fierce, with harsh mountains and water. Not only humans but most demons avoid this place. For more than half the year, it snows, making it hard to avoid hunger. Later, we conquered about a third of the land. We set rules for them, kept them from fighting each other, and gave them farming and building skills. This way, they wouldn't go hungry or freeze. Gradually, they all submitted. Everyone just wants to live peacefully and have a safe meal. He spoke casually, but conquering a land is never easy. Thanks to your honor, Ningyi said.
Kong Xian was good at flattering.
Ningyi was curious. What does she have to do with all this? Those farming methods and seeds were given by you. The building techniques were passed down by the great deity Lin Qi. Force is just a means. These skills are what truly stabilize people's hearts. Is the farming here good now? How's the yield? This question hit a sensitive spot. Kong Xian was delighted. It's quite good. The northernmost palace is always covered in snow, so not much can be grown there. But 3,000 miles south, there are 7 or 8 months of green grass each year and plains formed by the river outlets. Anything can grow: grain, vegetables, fruits, and trees. Although it's only one harvest a year, the land is fertile and yields are high. Especially rice. Cooked white rice from it is so fragrant it melts in your mouth. As he kept talking enthusiastically, Ningyi noticed Xiao Hong's expression becoming more and more strange. It's no wonder Xiao Hong felt that way. Not only Xiao Hong, but Ningyi also felt speechless. Before coming here, they had heard that the Peacock King of Beiju Luozhou was very grand and impressive. Now, the reality was so different. It was surprisingly down to earth. Who would have thought he made his fortune through farming and unified the northern continent this way? It was hard to believe. He definitely took a very unconventional path. Ningyi thought for a while and finally praised, not bad. Living people are a great blessing. No tyranny, no excessive slavery, no great sins committed. That's good. She could tell how much evil was hidden behind the scenes. The air above the palace was clearer and purer, with less pollution. That's the truth. Kong Xian received praise and smiled as he responded, I always remember my lord's teachings and the instructions of the respected one. I haven't dared to commit any great sins. He was a general who had served at Golden Rooster Ridge for many years. He had a lot of management experience. He was not just a reckless person who only knew fighting and killing. Xiao Hong stretched and stood up. All right, you've done well. Over these years, we haven't relied on Ningyi for support. It's been quite tiring. I need to rest now. We are all fire-type beings, and being here in this cold place is tough. I appreciate that you've been able to stay here all this time. Indeed, it's natural for the strongest fire race to be in the icy northern lands, where comfort is rare. Nature is about balance and mutual support. When Lan Yao was injured, she stayed to recover. After bringing back many of her people, Ningyi didn't mind supporting them. It's not that she couldn't afford it. Xiao Hong didn't want Ningyi to support her for free. That's why Kong Xian led people out to start a new venture. At first, it was hard, but after a few years, their supplies and quality of life improved steadily. They had considered returning to the south, especially since the southern continent was thriving, powerful, and populous, but chaotic too. Could they really compete with humans for territory? It's not worth risking their reputation or losing their virtue. So, they chose the less populated northern area, which was more suitable. Ultimately, all methods are just ways to manage later. The foundation is still cultivation. Since I took charge of North Julu continent, the population has grown and the demon clans no longer rely on eating humans. They have their own livelihoods, and their harvests are getting better and better. Many are eyeing us. After I drove them all back, things settled down. By the way, Lord, didn't you ask Taiching to transform into a Buddha? Taiching is usually quite honest. Why is the one on Mount Lingshan so scheming now? His face is thick. He knows who I am, but still dares to send people to persuade me to convert to Buddhism. And he even suggested sealing me as the Peacock Great Bright King Bodhisattva. What was he thinking? Is the Bodhisattva of Lingshan so rare? Xiao Hong went to rest, and Kong Xian continued discussing management matters with Ningyi and Tingting, mentioning Mount Lingshan. Yai Jinghua Sanqing, one person's temper can have many sides. Maybe the one on Mount Lingshan is just more cunning and has taken advantage of Taiching's honest side. Nowadays, the Grand Supreme Lord has become just a master of alchemy and no longer does anything else, Ningyi explained. Is the Taiching honest? Less calculating? A truly honest person is Tong Tian. What is his current situation? Less calculating? If he calculated less, he would have been caught and defeated by another saint long ago. The least calculating one is Manhwa. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tricked to this point. But Ningyi wouldn't say that out loud. What would others think of her if she did? Kong Xian wasn't sure if she believed it or not, so he just grinned and continued. It's not just that. I didn't dare say it earlier, afraid Lady Blue Protector would get angry. She was once revered as the Buddha Mother. Now, that person has inherited her position. The words he uses to fool the bodhisattvas and arhats of Lingshan say he was born from the first phoenix in the world, making him a phoenix's child. He's basically hinting that he's a reincarnation of Zhu Tian, using the saint's name to boost his status and make the big clans look powerful. He's just raising his own rank. Now, everyone on Lingshan knows he wants to expand eastward. The Heavenly Court probably knows too. But no one knows exactly what he plans to do, or how the Heavenly Court will stop him. Kong Xian added, it's not just the Heavenly Court that might oppose him. Lingshan isn't united either. Even their own people might secretly act against him. Wow, he seems to know quite a lot. Ningyi smiled inwardly, but kept her expression calm. You know so much. I guess Lingshan has been making trouble behind the scenes. Kong Xian had nothing to hide. Knowing your enemy is key. I'm not afraid of him, but with so many subordinates in the region, I have to be careful. If he wants to expand and spread his teachings east or south, he'll have to pass near the northern continent of Julu. He might even try to include me in his plans, but I won't allow that. Fine, position influences thinking. Given his current role, that makes sense. Ningyi reassured him. Don't worry. He definitely wants to go to the most prosperous Nanshanjian continent. I plan to stay here for a while and see how your land is cultivated. The topic shifted quickly, but Kong Xian caught the underlying meaning and added, that's good. With you here, he wouldn't dare come. Whether he dares or not is uncertain, but having some deterrence helps. And so they decided to stay. Ningyi humbly offered the main hall to Little Red, while she and Ting Ting moved to the side hall. Since it's clear that this is the territory of the Vermilion Bird tribe, she knew she should act as a guest properly. The northern snow is heavy, and the cold weather has its benefits. The plum blossoms and pine trees create beautiful scenery. Some foods that need to be frozen, like ice cream, canned peaches, candied hawthorn, sticky bean buns, and others, are perfectly stored in this natural icebox. Ningyi brought traditional hometown foods from her past life, such as pig-killing dishes, sour cabbage stews, ice cream, canned peaches, candied fruit, and more. It's been many years since she seriously cooked, and her passion for the kitchen is burning brightly again. She has rekindled her enthusiasm for cooking. Anyway, the monkey hasn't started causing trouble yet, so there's no rush. She decided to do something else first. But just as she said that, the monkey started causing trouble before she could finish. The unlucky king of the East Sea was the one making a fuss, and no one felt sorry for him. He was causing chaos in the underworld, which is his own territory. Hou Yi and Meng Xiao, along with the Earth Mother, went to the Peacock Palace to find the Peacock King. They told Ningyi about the monkey's great deeds. Why don't you deal with him? You're not strong enough? In her past life, she thought the monkey was very powerful and could defeat anyone. Now Ningyi understood that he didn't have such great strength. If others didn't say it, could Hou Yi really not defeat him? Could the Earth Mother not control him? Meng Xiao giggled and said, it's easy to summon a god, but hard to send one away. Why bother catching him? If you bring him to the underworld, he'll just cause trouble there. That would be fun, chaos all day long just watching the show. The Earth Mother and Hou Yi also laughed at her words. Auntie, you don't know how naughty that monkey is. I really can't stand him. I just want to have a peaceful few days. Ningyi smiled and said, isn't that just so? He can cause even more trouble? To watch the chaos? The Earth Mother and the others laughed even more, clearly guessing Ningyi's true thoughts. This is just the right opportunity for someone to take charge. The The Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha went to heaven to complain. I don't feel at ease, so I asked King Yama to go with him. Hoya's expression was half smiling. I heard that the old dragon king also went to complain. I think the Jade Emperor might send someone to catch him. But I don't know how strong that monkey's skills are. Can he withstand a fight? You all can't beat him, and even the heavenly soldiers and generals might find it difficult. Dream Xiao almost laughed out loud. That's hard to say. The monkey is very poor, and besides a golden cudgel, he has no magic treasures. If he used any magic treasure, wouldn't he be captured? Just look at those heavenly soldiers. Are they fools? Can't they tell who the monkey's apprentice is? See, just watch. Take the White Tiger sect, for example. There are too many flaws. Surely these people can see through them? And then the Earth Mother asked, Annie, do you have other plans? Do you need us to do anything? She clearly had no plans. She was just being tricked by the White Tiger. I was about to say it's none of her business. Outside the hall, someone reported that Prince Neza had arrived. Yudi sent me to the mortal realm to catch demons. I think that monkey's fighting skills look familiar. My father asked me to ask your opinion. Should we capture him or not? Capture him? No way. You'd be lucky to catch him. I couldn't say that directly, or it would upset Neza. If I used magic treasures and beat the monkey badly, what would happen? I heard that monkey is quite skilled in martial arts. Neza's eyes lit up. That's great. Finally, I can have a good fight with someone. Brother Yang Jian always holds back, and others don't dare to fight seriously. It's boring. I knew you'd say that. Then go try. Neza happily left. Soon after, news spread that Neza fought Sun Wukong for 3,000 rounds. Neza was defeated, and hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers couldn't capture the stone monkey. Seeing this, Earth Mother thought she probably understood her aunt's plan. She put down the rare treasure she brought and took her leave. Just watch, Neza lost, and only Yang Jian remains among the 3 realms who the Jade Emperor can command. Things are about to get interesting, and it's definitely going to be lively. Everyone has a few of their best magic treasures. Yang Jian wasn't stupid. He knew Neza's strength well. Seeing that Neza was just fighting the monkey straightforwardly, he started to guess. The Jade Emperor ordered him to act, and he happily accepted. A good fight was rare and welcome. When it came to the skill of the 72 transformations, especially that bear-like thing, transforming into a temple and turning its tail into a flagpole, there was no hiding the tricks. It was clear that he had learned the true skills from his master's wild adventures. Knowing this was a fellow disciple, there was no real fight. The fight was very exciting and honest, all based on strength. Whoever used a magic treasure was the loser. The old lord used one. A Vajra bead took down the monkey.
See?
Using a magic treasure is that simple. Well, there is a difference between magic treasures. The Vajra bead is definitely not an ordinary treasure. Ning Yi and the others had already watched the lively scene from above. It was a live broadcast. Once the monkey was caught, they quickly told Kong Xian to go to the palace of the Devis and find the Supreme Old Lord, just to remind him that he still owed her 3 wishes from when he became a saint. Now she remembered something. Don't kill the monkey, just find a reason to let him go. The White Tiger was sighing non-stop inside the Peacock Palace. Stop, stop, stop. Can you stop sighing? Things are going well, but you're making everyone gloomy. Ning Yi couldn't stand his constant complaining and finally spoke up. You're the one who accepted him as a disciple. You knew his personality and still taught him powerful skills. No matter how much trouble he causes, it's expected. The more capable he is, the more he causes trouble. You should be mentally prepared. He trained this disciple, and now he's doing great things beyond expectations. Why is he making such a fuss here? Everyone knows who's who. I didn't expect him to be so bold, daring to challenge heaven itself. Since the calamity of becoming a deity, spiritual energy has been thin. The heavenly court relies on the peach of immortality to control the heavens and the earth, becoming the ruler of the 3 realms. Hao Tian is no longer the Hao Tian we knew. He's now the true ruler of the 3 realms. The power of the heavenly court is enormous. The white tiger looked distressed, cursing the monkey silently many times. He also regretted not explaining more about the ancient times and the great calamity to the monkey, to help him understand that being too ambitious would lead to a bad end. Now, the heavenly court's momentum is too strong. It's only a matter of time before they face consequences. Lingshan was restless. Except for the Buddha himself, who wanted to act. That's the cycle of the heavenly way. If he doesn't act, he still has to move. If he doesn't, he can't even hold his position as Buddha. Without fighting the heavenly court fiercely, it's not complete. It's obvious. Why would you step forward? Isn't that just giving others a chance to use you? Without him saying anything, Ningyi already knew what the white tiger was thinking. Isn't it good now? The heavenly court has acknowledged the great sage Qi Tian's reputation, even built him a residence in the heavens. He's officially recognized as a true god. Everyone can see this clearly, so how could Hao Tian not see it? Although no one dares to confirm that the monkey's abilities are taught by the white tiger, there's no proof, and it's hard to investigate. But some things don't need solid proof. If Ning-yi trusts the great sage, he wouldn't dare to do wrong, just in case he offends someone. It's not worth it. So, Hao Tian decided to send 100,000 heavenly soldiers, and the two strongest generals, Neza and Yang Jian, also went out. If they couldn't defeat him, it would at least give a good reason to accept him. Especially since Taishang Laojun had been refining pills in the furnace for 49 days and didn't kill the monkey, but instead made him strong with a copper body, iron bones, and sharp eyes. There's nothing unclear about that. Heavenly Court values talent. If they can't beat him, they admit defeat. A title was given, but no real power was granted. Now, the Heavenly Court is crowded. Most of the people there are just famous, but without official divine positions. There are many titles, but not many true gods. They don't mind one more great sage Qi Tian. So, they officially named him the Great Sage Qi Tian and even built him a residence in the Heavenly Palace. This made the white tiger angrier. They're fooling us, making a fool of our disciple with fake titles. He was angry because his disciple was reckless. He was also angry because the Heavenly Court gave him a title, but no official position. Then you should stand up for your disciple. Your reputation as the white tiger god still counts in the Heavenly Court, Ning-yi teased him. Hearing this, the white tiger adjusted his robe, sat down and rubbed his chin. His master is the Bodhi old ancestor who knows him. Bah, if you don't want trouble, just say you don't want trouble. So, what's the point of bothering me? What do you want to get out of this? The white tiger rubbed his chin again, hesitating. I just want to ask, does that monkey really have some kind of fate on him? Huh? Where does that come from? The god of the end of the world had only been over a few hundred years ago, and there's no sign of another catastrophe coming soon. Based on calculations or insight, it's impossible to see it coming. Especially now, when spiritual energy is weak, the heavenly secrets are hidden, and the future is shrouded in fog. Nothing can be seen. Ning-yi didn't believe it. She thought that the white tiger couldn't be so powerful as to see the next catastrophe hundreds of years in advance. If he really could see it, with his personality, he would never have kept that troublemaker monkey around. That monkey may be wild and reckless, but he's proud and sharp. Not many would willingly become his subordinate. His sworn brothers and sisters. How come they all met him by chance? If it wasn't for some reason, how could they all stay close with him? Speaking of this, it's really a coincidence within a coincidence. The monkey swore loyalty to several great demons. Then he declared himself the great sage equal to heaven, and the others also took on the banner of the great sage. Among them, two names sounded familiar to Ning-yi. The first was none other than the sea-covering great sage, the Jiao Demon King. Yes, it was her little white snake. This whole situation is quite complicated. Originally, Little White took Shi-Qing to the East Sea. She didn't think much of it. Her child loved water and playing, so she let her go. She didn't have the time or energy to worry about everything. But she never thought her daughter would become a Jiao Demon King. And then there's the Bull Demon King. In his past life, he didn't understand. His family was just as troublesome as the monkeys. How did they all manage to cause so much chaos and then ascend? Now she knew his original form was actually the mount of the Heavenly Lord, Kuei Nyo. Backed by the three Pure Ones, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one dared to bother him. She wasn't sure if it was the Heavenly Lord who sent him out or if he ran out himself to become the Bull Demon King. Anyway, with these two around, the White Tiger's gaze was obvious. Look, you keep saying you won't get involved, you don't know anything, but behind the scenes, you're sending people here and there. That's not honest. This matter was really hard to explain. Of course, Ningyi didn't need to explain herself to anyone. An accident. Purely an accident. The children went out, and I haven't interfered since. How they live is up to them. But Little White is doing fine. She's already a great sage. The White Tiger really wanted to roll his eyes. He didn't believe her. Divine Lord, the great sage equal to heaven has come to visit. He's in the main hall, drinking wine with our Lord. The Lord asks if you'd like to join. Outside the hall, a servant reported that Xiao Hong invited Ningyi to the main hall for wine. Ningyi held back her laughter and asked the White Tiger, "Are you going?" "Go where?" "If I go, I'll just be calling him brother and comrade." The monkey just became the great sage equal to heaven. He spends his days teasing cats and dogs, making friends with anyone he meets, whether gods or immortals.
Everyone knows a little about him.
He has powerful backing and strong fighting skills, so no one dares to offend him. They give him some respect. When he shows a little attitude, he opens a dye shop. I don't know if he truly doesn't understand, or is just pretending not to. Even among gods, there are ranks. He dares go anywhere. He's even knocked on the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace, and the guards have shared drinks with him. He's bold enough to hang out with great immortals and even work as a cleaner or water carrier, calling them brothers. Can you believe it? Now, he's even showing off at the Peacock King's palace? White Tiger now wishes he could tell everyone in the three worlds that he has nothing to do with the monkey. But if he really hid his identity and drank with the monkey, he couldn't accept losing face. That's why he doesn't go. He also brought Tingting along to watch the most popular figure in the three worlds right now. It's like a meet and greet with a star. He's just a monkey. Less than 1.5 meters tall, but considered tall and strong among monkeys. He looks about the same as he always does. The outfit he wore when he extorted the Dragon King looked very fancy, similar to what Little Red wears now. But no matter how rich he looks, dressing a monkey in such clothes, it's hard to describe. Ningyi really couldn't stand the feeling of a fallen idol. He made a set of armor based on the one he remembered being very handsome in, red and gold inside and out. "This is for you, a gift for meeting." Then he watched the monkey politely accept the armor, put it on, spun around twice, and happily bowed to Ningyi, saying, "Thank you, Divine Master, for the gift." Just a moment ago, he was sitting on a bench playing finger-guessing games with Little Red, acting carefree and informal. He showed no sign of being proper or serious. No wonder people in later generations often describe someone as clever by calling them monkey clever. His master even said he was a bit foolish. "Master, the old master and grandmaster have given us treasures. You can't let your disciple go empty-handed, right?" The monkey bowed to Tingting, who came with Ningyi, and asked for a gift. Then he called her master? What kind of master is that? Ningyi's eyebrows shot up. Who gave him the right to pretend to be related to someone? On the side, Tingting spoke first, happily taking out a fan she made herself. "Here, take this and play with it." Ningyi. "Just one mention of master, and you're completely lost? Giving away your chaos magic treasure too? Old Sun has traveled across 4 continents and made friends in 3 worlds. I'm not clueless. Now, no matter which sect or school, aren't they all disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace? My master's seniority should be about the same as the Jade Emperor, right? Calling you Ancestor Master is definitely correct. Yes, yes. He. Ningyi asked how the monkey judged his seniority. The monkey's eyes rolled twice, blinked, then chuckled softly. He clasped his fists and answered like this. "It seems this monkey really isn't wasting his brain. He's quite clever." Ningyi then asked, "Who is your master?" The monkey's face suddenly became serious, very earnest, with a hint of grievance in his tone. Disciples are mischievous, and my master is an immortal in the cave who prefers peace and doesn't want to be disturbed. When I went down the mountain, I already promised my master not to reveal his name to anyone. He spoke very honestly, secretly watching Ningyi's expression, thinking she hadn't noticed. Then he changed the subject. Buddhism is declining, and although I learned from the Western continent, I studied Taoist magic. My master probably doesn't want to cause trouble. Oh, this monkey. Why is he so clever? He guessed his master's intention, hinting that his master is from Buddhism. He's traveled widely and is very clever. He must have heard some rumors about his master's sect. Now he's saying this, which means he's telling Ning-yi that this is what people say outside, right?
Oh.
So your master is from the Buddhist school. By the way, I also have some connection with the Western teachings. During the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, I almost died at the hands of the Buddha. Surviving that was no easy feat. Hearing this, the monkey looked confused. He's inexperienced and has only heard legends about Ning-yi, describing her as someone from a very noble background, with a very strong foundation, great influence, and high seniority. But he's never heard of anyone who could have tried to kill her. Now, people refer to Ning-yi as the sage of the Purple Cloud Palace or as her senior, and some gossipers behind the scenes don't even dare to mention her name directly. They just point upward and call her that one. Many people say that the one person is not ambitious, doesn't care about anything, and just stays at home with a great master, living a simple life. Some also say that this person is the richest in the three worlds, with countless treasures and annual tributes from all over. Their family has few members and can't use all the wealth, so they save it all. Anyone who can make that person happy and casually give a little can enjoy it all, so there's no need to flatter the heavens or bow to the peach garden. Although they don't say it openly, the meaning is clear. He probably guessed a little that he might have some connection with Lord Ning-yi. The 7 transformations of Erlang Shenyang Jian are quite similar to his own skills, and their fighting styles are somewhat alike. Yang Jian's master is the Chaos White Tiger Lord, which is well known. The White Tiger Lord is also a disciple of Lord Ning-yi, and everyone in the three worlds knows this. Every year, Yang Jian sends gifts to the Purple Cloud Palace, and the Jade Emperor can't even get a single hair from him. The Queen Mother also receives respect, which is a common scene in heaven. With such a strong backing, not clinging to that support wouldn't be like him. When he heard Ning-yi say he had a grudge with the Western religion, he chuckled, "Master Ancestor, don't worry. Since my master no longer recognizes disciples, I don't have a sect. Whether I have a grudge or not, it has nothing to do with me. Nothing at all." Ning-yi understood that he would take any trouble onto himself from now on. "Oh, are you done? Little monkey, come here, let's keep drinking. I tell you, this wine is good. My master brewed it himself. Only a few in the three worlds can drink this. Once this village is gone, there won't be another one like it." Xiao Hong was annoyed by Ning-yi and the monkey's chatter and called for help. The monkey turned around, jumped onto the chair opposite her and clinked glasses with her. "Drink, drink, big sister. Your drinking capacity is impressive. Come on, let's not leave until we're drunk." You really dare to call her that? Ning-yi was shocked, opening her mouth wide. "Zhu Zhu, what's wrong with you? How could that monkey call you big sister?" After the monkey finished eating and drinking and took away a big bag of fruit and snacks, Ning-yi and Xiao Hong were chatting, and she asked. Xiao Hong rolled her eyes at her. "Who asked him to call me that? I didn't object, that's all. Then why didn't you object? What are you arguing about? Are you calling me the Great Vermilion Bird?
Come on."
With my current cultivation level, I am not impressive at all. The Great Vermilion Bird died long ago. There's no need for it to come back to life. Listening to this, I can't help but feel a bit uncomfortable. Can't you repair yourself inside the Chaos Pearl? Ning-yi isn't unaware of the outcome, but still hopes that Little Red might have some secret technique to help. Little Red shakes her head. My spiritual awareness is too weak now. I can't gather it. It's good enough that I can recover to this state. Then she falls silent for a long time before saying, "Even so, Pangu was once a full embodiment of the heavenly way. His physical body became all things, and his spiritual awareness transformed into the three pure ones. If he were to reform his divine body, it probably wouldn't be much better than my current state. You should be mentally prepared. Others might not know, but Little Red and Ning-yi are old friends who have known each other for many years. She knows very well why Ning-yi keeps clinging to the Panga statue and desperately accumulating merit. She reminds her out of concern, fearing that one day, if Pangu returns and is different from what Ning-yi expects, she might be disappointed and sad. Ning-yi doesn't really mind whether she's disappointed or not. As long as her brother is safe, that's enough. It's not that her brother has to be extremely powerful. Now she can protect him herself. But she wonders if her brother himself might feel disappointed. His cultivation suddenly dropped by many levels, making him unable to do anything he wants. That must be hard for him. Brother, I'm not in a hurry at all. Take your time to cultivate. I'm so strong now that no one can bully me. Don't worry, okay? Ning-yi suddenly runs back to the Purple Cloud Palace and sits by the Panga statue, muttering to herself. Her brother is confused. What has triggered her this time? He just hears her continue to mutter. If you become an ordinary person and lose your magic powers, how frustrating that must be. How painful in your heart. I don't want you to suffer just to stay with me. What is she talking about? Why would he feel frustrated? After thinking for a while, he finally understands. Oh, she's worried that if he forms a divine body, his cultivation will drop and he'll feel disappointed? That's quite strange. I am already dead and gone, and I can still form a divine body. How amazing is that? What is there to be disappointed about? Moreover, there's no need for me to personally intervene in the world when it's truly necessary to act. Wouldn't he just dissolve his divine body and return to the heavenly way? This girl, her mind. How does she always think of strange things? Ning-yi. Oh. She was overthinking again. All right then, brother, you keep practicing. I won't worry anymore. I need to go back. Since I've been here half a day, spring should be arriving in Beiju Luozhou, and it's time to plant crops. I need to check on that. She came quickly and left just as fast. Hey, little sister, you're back. When she returned, she saw Hu Xiaomei helping the servants of the Peacock Palace tidy up the empty yard to plant flowers and grass. Hu Xiaomei was cold and distant, polite but rarely showing her feelings, completely different from her lively and active usual self. Fine. She must have failed again in chasing that scholar Pei Shu. Maybe she's still hoping for a next life? Ning-yi watched for several days, trying to see when Hu Xiaomei would ask her to reincarnate and pursue a man again. But she got impatient. Hu Xiaomei suddenly slammed the tray onto the coffee table, startling Ning-yi. Your Majesty, if you have questions, just ask directly. Ning-yi chuckled. Calm down, calm down. Why are you angry? I'm just worried about you. Afraid your mood is bad, so I asked directly to avoid affecting you. Hu Xiaomei pouted. What's there to affect? Some people, no matter how much they change, are still the same. I'm over it. From now on, I'll be cold and indifferent, focus on cultivation, and serve your Majesty. Huh? Is she really over it? Or is she just saying this out of emotion? Only when Prince Pei Jinyu knelt at the foot of the mountain did Ning-yi understand why Hu Xiaomei was so determined to die. Little sister, I didn't realize you're quite the flirt. After understanding the situation, Ning-yi could only comment like this. Prince Pei Jinyu really is handsome. Not the sharp, striking kind. He looks gentle and refined, like a polite gentleman. With a smile and charming eyes, he's very good-looking. He's also quite capable. With that attractive face, sweet talk, smooth manners, he handles things well. In her past lives, whether as a wealthy young master or a noble, he was very successful. In his third life, working as a farmer with his wife, he still didn't suffer from poverty or hunger. He was smart and knew how to handle relationships, maintaining good ties with the village chief. Later, he also became the manager of the county lord's household and the head of the village on the county lord's land, living a happy life. What made Hu Xiaomei feel hopeless and give up? This man has a problem with morality. He is very flirtatious. And he doesn't think he's wrong for being so flirtatious. Hu Xiaomei grew up in the fox den of Qingqiu, where Rongyu and Guiyi lived happily together. Later, She followed Ningyi, who might still see some hope in other matters, but when it came to feelings, Ningyi was very strict and didn't tolerate any nonsense. She wouldn't keep around any untrustworthy men or women. Not only the people close to her, but even the queen mother of the Jade Pool, who was raised by Ningyi but didn't spend much time with her, also decided to work only as colleagues after the Jade Emperor developed other interests. Growing up in such an environment, Hu Xiaomei's love brain couldn't help but like Pei Junyu. She kept giving him chances, hoping to change him so he could focus and be faithful. But he couldn't do it and still thought it was normal for men to have multiple wives and concubines. Seeing beautiful young women, he would flirt without much concern. This completely crossed Hu Xiaomei's bottom line. 1 or 2 times trying to change him wasn't enough. By the 3rd time, he was already a farmer and he still refused to change. Less than 2 years after becoming the village head, he took 2 concubines from the tenant families. The current county lord was passing through their village on her way back to the capital and stayed overnight. He immediately tried to flirt with her nursemaid.
How could she tolerate that?
No matter how deeply he pretended to love her later, Hu Xiaomei wouldn't fall for it anymore. She felt nothing for anyone. She simply couldn't bear to be with any of them. There was no 3rd or 4th chance. That's just how it was. If people said he had flaws in this era, it wasn't even illegal. So, there was no good reason to punish him. Coincidentally, his 5th reincarnation was also complete. According to his fate, he was supposed to become a city god and take office. But after learning about his past lives and Hu Xiaomei's background, he immediately knelt at the snow mountain below the Peacock King's palace, begging for forgiveness. He promised sincerely to devote himself to Hu Xiaomei and never leave her. This time, Hu Xiaomei was quite determined and didn't even show her face. Men, some things they simply cannot change. Ningyi listened and felt angry. All right, little sister, go to the heavenly palace and find Yao Qi. Brief her on the situation and ask her to arrange a position for Pei Junyu. It shouldn't be too low, have real power but avoid being too close to the core. Also, give him some status, like someone who can sit at the peach banquet table. Then, emphasize to Yao Qi that if he repeats his old mistakes, he should be dealt with strictly according to heavenly rules. If human laws can't punish you, I don't believe heavenly rules can't do so either. Hu Xiaomei heard this and chuckled. She had tangled with Pei for 3 generations and had long seen through him. There's no way he could change. In the heavenly palace, there are so many fairies, each more beautiful than the last. If he doesn't cause trouble, then he's not truly him. All right, I'll go now. Finally, she felt some of her pent-up frustration release. She responded happily. Ningyi then reminded her, when you return, tell Ho Tuesday arrange for a reputable and kind person to take the position of city god. Don't waste it on someone like Pei. Respectful one, I am back. The queen mother assigned someone to guard the heavenly river, making them Marshal Tianpa. Oh my goodness. Ningyi didn't know what to say. After holding back for a long time, she could only say, all right, I understand. What else could she say? She realized that lately whatever she did or didn't do, it seemed to be connected to her journey to the west. What's going on? Her brother didn't give her any hints. She couldn't tell anyone. Could she be about to face a calamity? Respectful one, Buddhism has already begun to explore expanding eastward. While planting fields together, Kong Xian mentioned the situation at Lingshan. What are they doing? They sent a high monk to cross east and spread scriptures. Some have succeeded, and the effect is good. People are starting to believe in Buddha. It just so happens that the human emperor has abolished the 100 schools and only respects Confucianism, with Taoism declining. In other words, Buddhism has a chance to take advantage of the situation. Even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse. The Jade Emperor and Taiqing won't give up their territory easily. Over the next 100 years, news of conflicts between the 2 teachings gradually spread, but because their strength was vastly different, little came of it. Auntie, the peach banquet is coming soon. You must attend. Yao Qi personally invited her. Ningyi still showed respect and said, all right, I will go. Yao Qi was delighted. Is there some happy event? Say it out loud and it will make me happy too. Aunt's visit is the biggest joy. Hohot brought some osmanthus flowers. Lingxi said Aunt likes osmanthus cakes, and Uncle likes osmanthus wine. I've prepared everything. I promise Aunt and Uncle will be pleased.
See? I always know how to speak well.
I won't go. I'm tired of socializing. Tingting doesn't like lively gatherings. She thinks that on Yaoqi's territory, no one would scheme against Ningyi, so she doesn't want to go. Don't you think? This year's Peach Festival should be lively. Why not go and watch? Bring White Tiger along too. I heard that the monkey wasn't invited to the Peach Festival, so he might cause trouble. Although he wasn't invited to see the Peach Garden, it's unclear if Yaoqi intentionally didn't invite him, or if the people below simply didn't. Anyway, he wasn't invited. When I heard it was about the monkey, Tingting didn't say anything more. That monkey often brings fruits and wild game to drink with him, calling him Master Monk. He actually likes the monkey quite a lot. Then I decided to go see for myself. This trip was truly worth it, one famous scene after another. The Buddha, Guanyin, and other big figures from Lingshan were all present. The three pure ones, the four sovereigns, and Jin Yuanzi were also there. It was rare to have so many guests at the Peach Festival. We watched Chang'e perform a dance, listened to the celestial music. We saw the general of the rolling curtain get drunk and smash a glazed cup, then be taken away to face punishment. Ningyi also watched the drunken Marshal Tianpeng sneakily chase after Chang'e as she left. Later, while everyone was enjoying the festivities, a guard from Nanjian Gate reported that the great sage Qitian was angry because he wasn't invited to the peach banquet and was heading toward Lingxiao Palace. Ningyi was excited, thinking she might see the monkey causing chaos in heaven, like the famous scene where the Jade Emperor hides under the table. But before the front hall was fully secured, Buddha volunteered to go and subdue the mischievous monkey. It's unclear if he personally went to clear things up with the monkey or to prove that the monkey isn't from his mountain of spirit. Since he volunteered, the Jade Emperor had no reason to refuse. He sat calmly on his throne, not moving or stopping the music and dance. Soon after, Buddha returned and said the monkey had been subdued and was under the Five Elements mountain. He even glanced at White Tiger when he said this. White Tiger sat there, with his face drooping, eyes on his nose on his heart, acting as if he had nothing to do with it. Ningyi didn't show any reaction either. Now that everything has happened, of course, we can't reveal the truth. When the Jade Emperor offered wine to the Buddha, a heavenly soldier reported that the Five Elements mountain couldn't hold the monkey, and the top was about to collapse. The Buddha gave a talisman again. Just as things settled down, Chang'e returned to complain, saying Marshal Tianpeng was acting inappropriately toward her. Since this was in front of so many people, and considering that the Jade Emperor already had some secret thoughts, he hadn't taken action yet. How could he let others get ahead? He immediately sent someone to arrest Marshal Tianpeng. Since they were dealing with family matters, outsiders shouldn't interfere. The banquet was considered over. Let's go see the monkey, Ningyi said. She changed her hand into a fruit basket and took some peaches and other fruits from the Chaos Pearl. Together with Tingting and White Tiger, they boldly went to Five Elements Mountain to check on the monkey.